The boy, known for his unremarkable talent, decided to challenge the dreaded beasts of the Xinyao Tower, a choice that sent the class into an uproar. Inside Classroom 7 of the Advanced Martial Division at Yulan City's 3rd Ancient Martial Academy, homeroom teacher Lin Qingshan held a report card and read the results aloud, his voice flat. Chaotianhou, 2-star talent, Blood Chi Stage 2 pass. Tang Liang, 3-star talent, Blood Chi Stage 3 good. Wu Yufei, 2-star talent, Blood Chi Stage 1 poor. Lin Qingshan paused, eyes settling on the boy in the front row, his tone suddenly warmer. Shunhao, 5-star talent, Blood Chi Stage 4 excellent. The room erupted. Admiration and envy filled every gaze directed at Shunhao. Typical class monitor 5-star talent, 4th Blood Chi Stage. Hardly anyone in the entire freshman year can match him. Right. Even Li Qingchuan from class 2 only has 5-star talent and the 5th Blood Chi Stage. With my 2-star talent, he'll just be staring at his back forever. 2 stars are still better than true deadweight. You mean Sui E, right? Laughter burst out as eyes shifted to the thin, silent boy in the back row. Lin Qingshan cleared his throat, and the room fell silent. His gaze swept the class and finally landed on Sui E, now icy and indifferent. Sui E, 1-star talent, no Blood Chi cultivation fail. Sneers ripped through the air. The academy's top loser never disappoints. A 1-star dares show up at an ancient martial academy? Incredible. Sui, you should just quit. Sharing a class with you is humiliating. Every mocking word stabbed Sui's ears. Face flushing, fists clenched until his knuckles whitened, he told himself, "I'm not trash, I will become a real warrior." Half a year earlier, Sui had been transported to Blue Star, taking over the body of a 17-year-old who shared his name. On this dangerous world, martial strength ruled. The weak were crushed. Sui knew dignity required standing above the rest. Yet the body he inherited was frail and talentless. 6 months of grueling practice left him with no cultivation at an unprecedented disgrace at the 3rd Ancient Martial Academy. The label waist stuck fast. While Sui wrestled with frustration, Lin Qingshan folded the report card and looked at him. Sui, Academy rules give you 1 chance to enter the Xinyao Tower. Last half an hour and you can stay. Will you accept or forfeit? The Xinyao Tower was a spatial artifact containing a world of savage beasts from the outer realm, creatures whose bloodlust plagued Blue Star. Any student who failed to reach the Blood Chi stage after 6 months had to endure 30 minutes in the tower or be expelled. Xinyao, seated beside Sui, nudged him and whispered, "Give up, Sui." The tower didn't usually claim lives, but the beasts were ruthless. Most ordinary people lasted mere minutes, and even students at the first Blood Chi stage rarely survived the full half hour. Should I give up? Sui clenched his jaw, torn between despair and determination. If he quit now, he would be expelled from the academy and the dream of becoming a warrior would vanish forever. But if he entered the Xinyao Tower, his current strength wouldn't let him survive even a minute. Bzzz. A mosquito buzzed past his ear. Irritated, Sui slapped it, leaving a streak of blood on his palm. Extraction system installation complete. Host has touched an ordinary mosquito, extracting 100 vitality points. Cultivation has risen to vitality stage 1. Note: each species can be extracted from only once. The classroom was dead silent, but a mechanical voice thundered in his mind. A system. After 6 months on Blue Star, he had prayed daily for a miracle. Now it was here. A surge of blazing vitality rushed through him, as if his blood had ignited the unmistakable sign of advancing to the vitality stage. When the heat faded, he clenched his fist and felt an invisible power flow to his fingertips. "I'm finally a warrior," he whispered, unable to suppress his grin. The vitality stage has 10 levels. Every 100 vitality points raise it by 1. Level 1 equals 100 kilograms of force, level 2 200, and so on. Talent stars determine cultivation speed. Blue Star's record is 10 stars. Yuan Cheng's record 8. Sui has only 1. But with a system that lets him extract power from any animal he touches, rapid cultivation is now within reach. "Sui, what's with that smile?" His deskmate, Chaotianhou, asked, puzzled. "Sui, are you joining or withdrawing?" The invigilator Lin Qingshan snapped impatiently. From the corner came jeers. "Mr. Lin, he's not even a warrior. How dare he enter the Xinyao Tower? Just expel him." Class monitor Shunhao feigned concern. "Maybe Sui can take a beating. If he lasts half an hour, he can stay." "Take a beating? Ha." After a brief pause, the room erupted in laughter, pure mockery. "A bunch of snobs, just wait." Sui smirked inwardly. With this system, he held the key to changing his fate. "Teacher Lin, am entering the Xinyao Tower." He looked up, determination burning in his eyes. The assessment was over. Even with vitality stage 1, refusing the tower meant expulsion. The tower has 3 floors. Every beast inside is at the vitality stage. The strongest, on the 3rd floor, reach level 5, while most on the 1st are level 1. He only needs to last 30 minutes on the 1st floor. That shouldn't be too difficult. Sui and Chaotianhou were dumbstruck. He had never imagined Sui would actually accept. Was he courting disaster? Are you really going to enter? Lin Qingshan paused, then asked in a low voice. The demon-subduing tower had been built to give students with weak talent and poor strength one last chance to turn their fate around. Yet since the rule had been announced, no one had ever cleared it. In other words, the path was all but sealed. Yes. Sui E's eyes were firm as he nodded heavily. The classroom exploded. Sui E's going to challenge the demon-subduing tower? Has he lost his mind? Either crazy or stupid. With that level of strength, he still dares to try? Since when was the demon-subduing tower meant for losers? Students gathered in small clusters, ridicule echoing everywhere. No one had expected Sui E to say yes. Sui E, come with me. A faint light flashed in Lin Qingshan's eyes as he turned and left the room. A martial artist should fear nothing and push forward. Sui E had no cultivation whatsoever, yet still chose the tower. That fighting spirit deserved praise, though his talent was far too thin. Sui E rose and followed close behind. The moment they stepped out, the classroom burst into noise again. I bet Sui E won't last 10 minutes in there. Who's in? 10. You're overrating him. 5 at best if he's lucky. 5 is generous. A beast might smack him right back out the second he walks in. Chaotianhou finally snapped. He slammed his desk and shouted, Sui E is our classmate. If you can't encourage him, at least stop slandering him. He was Sui E's deskmate and best friend. He couldn't stand those sneering faces. He's weak and we can't say so? Someone retorted. Tang Liang shot Chaotianhou a cold glance. Chaotianhou, you're only a 2-star yourself. What right do you have to defend him? If you're so tough, duel me. Beat me, and he'll take back what I said. Chaotianhou's lips quivered, but in the end he could only sigh. 2-star talent and 2nd level of the Vital Blood Realm put him at the bottom of 3rd Ancient Martial Academy. He had no voice at all. Class monitor Shunhao clapped his hands. Let's go watch Sui E and see how long he lasts. Follow the monitor. The students roared, pouring out of the room. Word spread, and more students gathered out of curiosity. Everyone knew Sui E couldn't survive half an hour in the demon-subduing tower. Still, no one had challenged it in more than a decade. Whether for fun or to broaden their horizons, they all wanted to see. Meanwhile, Sui E and Lin Qingshan reached a corner of the drill ground. The demon-subduing tower stood roughly 30 feet high, ink black and plain to the eye, yet it was a true spatial artifact with a vast, unfathomable interior. Groups of students crowded around the edge of the drill ground, whispering and pointing at Sui E. Lin Qingshan approached the tower and pressed his palm against a bluish stone set into its wall. Creak. The gate of the demon-subduing tower swung open, and a gust of demonic wind burst out, sending Sui E's clothes flapping wildly. Lin Qingshan produced a white jade pendant and pressed it into Sui E's palm. Warning, keep this safe, and whatever happens, don't try to be a hero. The pendant was a teleportation token. If Sui E faced an overwhelming threat inside the demon-suppressing tower, the jade would activate automatically and pull him out. I understand, Teacher Lin. Sui E nodded gravely, slipped the pendant into his pocket, glanced once more at the tower's towering black stone gate, and stepped inside. With a thunderous boom, the gate slammed shut behind him, cutting him off from the crowd's sight. Sui E's gone in. Start the timer. How long can he last? The students around them murmured, their voices full of doubt and pity. Why would he put himself through this? Chaotianhou heaved a long sigh. Like everyone else, he figured Sui E would hold out only a few minutes. A petite girl pushed her way up to him. Chao, where's my brother? He just went into the tower, Chaotianhou replied, helplessness in his tone. The newcomer was Su Lin, Sui E's 17-year-old sister. In sharp contrast to her brother's deadweight reputation, Su Lin possessed 5-star cultivation talent and had reached the 4th level of the Bloodchi realm, making her one of the top students in her grade. Why would he do something so reckless? Su Lin's face darkened. She knew the tower might not be lethal, but the pain it inflicted was real. If her ordinary brother got hurt, he could be crippled for life. The moment Sui E entered, the scene blurred. When his vision refocused, he found himself in a sparse forest. Roar! A piercing howl exploded against his eardrums. Heart lurching, he looked up to see a bluish-green wolf more than 3 meters long bearing its fangs. 1st level Bloodchi, a gale wolf. The tower might be an illusion, yet the beast's aura felt terrifyingly real. Murderous intent rolled off it. Its blood-red eyes glinted with lethal heat, stabbing straight at him. The wolf crouched low, then surged forward. Fighting the fear clawing at his chest, Sui E summoned what little bloodki he had and, as the beast lunged, drove a full-force punch at its head. Bang! His fist struck true, but the wolf's claw smashed him sideways. Pain flared in his chest, and the taste of blood filled his mouth as he was flung through the air. While he was still airborne, a cold mechanical voice sounded. Contact with Gale Wolf detected. Extracting 100 bloodki points. Extracting 100 bone-tempering attributes. Host's bloodki increased. Advancement to Bloodchi Realm Level 2. Bones of both hands tempered successfully. Level 2? And my hands already tempered? For a moment Sui E forgot the pain. With his cultivation boosted, his baseline strength had doubled to 200 kilograms, and the early tempering of his hand bones meant he had already stepped onto the tempered body path. On Blue Star, cultivation rose from the blood-chi realm through the tempered body, soul gathering, illusory spirit, communion, and true spirit realms, each divided into 10 levels. The blood-chi and tempered body realms were known together as the foundation realms. Blood-chi refined vitality to boost strength. Tempered body hardened bones and sequence hands, feet, arms, legs, chest, ribs, pelvis, spine, face, skull. Each tempered bone added another 100 kilograms of force and dramatically improved defense. Normally, one entered the tempered body realm only after maxing out the 10th level of blood chi. Yet Sui had already tempered both hands ahead of schedule. So what does that make my realm now? He wasn't sure, but he knew one thing. With iron-hard fists and an extra 100 kilograms of strength, his power had soared. A sudden heat surged through his veins, and an intense itch flooded his hands, as though invisible hammers were forging his bones, packing them ever denser. A few breaths later, the sensations faded. Roar! The Qingfeng wolf, having regained its senses, charged at Sui E with renewed ferocity. Perfect, let's test this on you. Sui E's voice was low as he clenched his fist and smashed it downward. The howling rush of air split the silence, and the razor-sharp force slammed into the wolf's body. Boom! Flesh and bone exploded in an instant, scattering like stardust that quickly faded into the dim tower. When the last trace of the wolf dissolved, Sui E's lips curved in quiet confidence. Since his breakthrough, a single punch of his carried nearly 300 kilos of force. On the first floor of the demon-suppressing tower, nothing here could threaten him. Half an hour? He could stay 10 days and still be fine. But he had no intention of stopping. There were plenty of other beasts on this floor, and with the system in his body, he had to harvest as many abilities as he could. With that in mind, he strode onward, hunting through the shadowed corridors. 10 minutes slipped by. Outside the tower, the training arena buzzed with restless students. How is this possible? How can Sui last so long? He must be hiding somewhere, just got lucky. The beasts will drag him out any minute. Lin Qingshan frowned and looked up at the monitoring screen mounted on the tower wall. The white dot representing Sui streaked through the maze-like passages at astonishing speed. No way, he murmured. He had suspected Sui was cowering in a corner, but the dot's path cut back and forth, mowing through everything in its way. It looked less like hiding and more like a rampage. Yet every beast on this floor was first-stage blood chi. Even a second-stage fighter would struggle to carve a path through the hordes. Sui was supposed to be an ordinary non-cultivator. If he showed himself, the beast should tear him apart. What on earth was driving him? Lin Qingshan could only stare in bewilderment. Chao, my brother's not in danger, is he? Outside the tower, Su Lin clutched Chao Qinglang's sleeve. Relax. Sui has a teleport talisman if things get dicey. ITLL, pull him out immediately. Chao thumped his chest in assurance, and Su Lin finally exhaled. 29 minutes ticked away. One more minute and Sui would clear the required half hour, becoming the first student from Yulan City's 3rd Academy of Ancient Martial Arts to conquer the tower's first floor and setting a new school record. The arena erupted. 1 minute left's about to do it. How is he pulling this off? He's just insanely lucky. Must found some blind spot where the beasts can't reach. Come on, if there were a blind spot, someone would have used it already. The chatter rose and fell. Maybe the tower's broken? One student suggested. Yeah, the beasts probably vanished, and Sui's cashing in on it. Exactly, that's got to be it. Most of them latched onto that theory. No one even considered that Sui might have advanced as a cultivator. His reputation as a good for nothing was too well known. Who would believe he'd break through the moment he entered the tower? Besides, the place was swarming with monsters. Even a second-stage fighter could barely survive the onslaught, let alone Sui. Hang in there, brother. Su Lin clenched her fists, both tense and excited, her eyes never leaving the demon-suppressing tower as she silently cheered for Sui. Sui, way to go! Chao Qinglang's knuckles turned white as he squeezed his hands, shouting in his heart. 30 minutes are up. Someone cried from the crowd. That's great. Su Lin practically sprang to her feet, her cheeks flushed with joy. Shunhao, Tang Liang, and the others, who had mocked Sui only moments earlier, felt their smiles freeze. Reality had just slapped them hard. He actually did it. Lin Qingshan muttered. Then his expression changed sharply. The white, representing Sui, paused on the monitor, then jumped straight to the second floor. Sui's on the second floor. His pupils contracted. Most beasts there were second or third stage blood chi, and fourth stage monsters appeared occasionally. Even a third stage warrior usually treaded carefully. What gave Sui the nerve to charge in? Inside the tower, Sui had already mowed down 50 or 60 beasts on the first floor. Beyond the azure wind wolves, he had even cleared out savage bristled boars. Each kill yielded another 100 points of blood chi and tempering stats, pushing his cultivation to the third stage and tempering the bones in his hands and feet. With a frightening 500 kilos of force in par with a fifth stage warrior stepped onto the second floor without hesitation. The time limit's passed. Why isn't Sui out yet? Someone asked. Every extra second in that tower is another risk. If he succeeded, there's no reason for him to stay. I'm telling you, the tower's malfunctioning. Tang Liang declared, certainty etched across his face. Elsewhere, Lin Qingshan stared at the screen without blinking. The white dot kept moving, never pausing for more than a minute. It almost looks like Sui E is hunting those beasts, he muttered, then shook his head. The second floor held nothing but second-stage beasts and above. Even third-stage warriors usually ran for their lives, let alone hunted. Was the tower really broken? Doubt not at him. While speculation ran wild outside, Sui was already on a killing spree inside. Bang! With a single punch, he shattered a third-stage flame bear, instantly reaping another 100 blood chi and bone refining points. His cultivation surged to the fourth stage, and his arm bone was tempered on the spot. Fourth stage blood chi. With 3 bones refined, his strength rocketed to 700 kilos. Laughing heartily, he prowled the dim stone corridors for fresh prey. Half an hour later, every beast he could see on the second floor lay dead. Still, he hadn't encountered any new species. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped into the far more dangerous third floor. Outside the tower, Lin Qingshan's mouth twitched as he watched the white that reached the third floor. His whole body went rigid. The third floor belonged to fifth-stage beasts, a place even fifth-stage warriors avoided. And Sui had actually gone in? He was now more convinced than ever that something was wrong with the tower. Inside the demon-subduing tower, Sui slew a Tier 5 blood chi snow ape, harvesting 100 points of blood chi and 100 points of body tempering power. His cultivation leapt to the 5th level of the blood chi realm. His 4th tempered bone the femur was completed, and his raw strength rocketed to 900 kilograms. On the tower's 3rd floor, he was practically invincible. Within the first-year cohort of the 3rd Ancient Martial Academy, Li Qingchuan had once held the highest cultivation at the same 5th blood chi level. Now Sui not only stood equal to him in realm, but had already tempered 4 bones, granting him far greater physical power. Without dispute, he had become the top prodigy of the freshman class. Yet Sui felt neither pride nor complacency. Being first among freshmen meant little when his true ambition was to become the greatest genius and strongest warrior on Blue Star. In the past, that goal was out of reach, but with the system in hand, he intended to seize every chance to grow. Drawing a deep breath of the frigid air, he continued his search on the 3rd floor. After some 10 minutes, a gray-white stone stele about a meter tall emerged from the gloom. Weather-worn lines scarred its surface, and strange, ancient characters were etched across it, as though calling from a bygone era. What is this? He murmured, stepping closer for a look. People knew the demon-subduing tower could manifest savage beasts, but little else. Sui sensed the stele was unusual, yet the script was unreadable to him, so after a moment's study he moved on. He spent the next stretch hunting more beasts on the 3rd floor, once again a string of snow apes. Though plentiful, they were all of the same kind and brought no further breakthrough. Time slipped by. Just as he was about to leave the tower, he noticed a fist-sized creature floating ahead, suspended in midair. It glowed with a serene blue light, breathing slowly as if asleep like a small, motionless lantern. What kind of beast is that? Sui held his breath, watching intently. Though Blue Star teemed with monsters and the Academy's library cataloged countless species, he had never seen this one. Sensing no danger nearby, he edged closer. All he needed was a touch to extract its power. No opportunity could be wasted. After several heartbeats, he slipped beneath the creature and thrust out his hand. With a soft pop, the strange beast dissolved into motes of blue light. The system's prompt exploded in his mind. Host has touched the ancient beast Chaotianhou and extracted the ocular art eyes of insight. Eyes of insight. Purple lightning shines within the gaze, deciphering any script in existence. Techniques or secret arts caught in the line of sight are branded into the mind for calm comprehension. The higher the talent, the faster the understanding. Even incomplete manuals can be deduced and restored. I can extract ocular arts too? Sui's heart surged with joy. Though purely auxiliary, the eyes of insight were priceless. Countless undeciphered texts lay scattered across Blue Star, many perhaps concealing profound techniques. Beyond the soul condensation realm, a cultivator required a suitable cultivation method to advance. Techniques ranked from human, earth, and sky up to mystic and divine. The higher the grade, the greater the power. Every warrior longed for a high-level manual, and now Sui held a key to them all. However, the most advanced cultivation manuals were handed down from antiquity and are written in an archaic script. That script is as inscrutable as a heavenly tome. To date, Blue Star's martial world has deciphered manuals only up to the profound grade. These manuals are hoarded by a mere handful of superpowers, far beyond the reach of ordinary practitioners. For now, Sui is just a regular student. Even with exceptional talent, the best he could gain through the academy is a single heaven-grade manual. But now he possesses the eyes of insight. If these eyes encounter an ancient manual, they can decipher it on their own, and if luck runs thin, he could still pose as an expert in ancient script, infiltrate a superpower, and pilfer their manuals from within. The thought flashed like lightning. He remembered the stone steel covered in strange symbols he had seen earlier. Those markings were almost certainly ancient characters. Could that steel be the legendary ancient manual? A cultivation manual shapes one's future. Any hesitation would be a waste. Sui E wheeled around, shooting toward the steel like an arrow loosed from its string. Minutes later he stood before it, drew a deep breath, and a purple halo swirled in his pupils. Crackling with lightning, the eyes of insight had opened. The moment his gaze touched the stone, unfamiliar characters flooded his mind, shattered, and reformed into the blue star script he knew. Sui E focused on the text, his blood almost boiling with excitement. The steel contained an ancient body-forging art, divided into 3 sections. 1. Upper section strength technique, Tiger Heaven Fist. Each punch is accompanied by a tiger's roar that unsettles the enemy's mind. A single strike carries the force of a tiger charging down the mountain, doubling the user's raw power. 2. Middle section defensive technique, Molten Golden Body. When activated, golden scales sheath the body. Ordinary weapons cannot leave a mark, and one's defense multiplies. 3. Lower section movement technique, Drifting Cloud Shadow. Once unleashed, the body flits like windborne clouds, and speed doubles. Yet the steel held only the complete method for Tiger Heaven Fist. Molten Gold Body was hidden on the 3rd floor of the Demon Suppressing Pagoda, and Drifting Cloud Shadow lay on the 3rd floor of the Trial Pagoda. The Demon Suppressing Pagoda, like the Monster Suppressing Pagoda, is a spatial artifact at the 2nd Ancient Martial Academy. The fiends it spawns inside are bloodthirsty, more savage than any beast. The Trial Pagoda, another spatial artifact, stands at the 1st Ancient Martial Academy, filled with beasts and fiends alike. Rumor says a condensed soul realm powerhouse once appeared on its 3rd floor. To assemble the full body forging art, both towers must be conquered. Thoughts churned, and a bright gleam danced in Sui E's eyes. He committed the locations and dangers of the 2 pagodas to memory. After a moment he exhaled, swept his gaze over the steel again, and unleashed his fist intent. Boom! The force of his punch reverberated, and the entire steel shattered into dust. Now that the secret art was his, he could leave no evidence behind. With everything done, Sui E turned and strode out of the monster-suppressing pagoda. On this trip he had advanced to the 5th level of the vital Qi realm, tempered 4 bones, awakened an ocular art, and obtained the ancient power technique Tiger Heaven Fist spoils rich enough to satisfy him. More than 2 hours had slipped by since Sui E stepped into the demon-suppressing tower. On the practice field, the students who had been content to watch from afar could no longer hold back. One after another, they crowded around the tower's entrance, hurling questions at Lin Qingshan. Mr. Lin, it's been over 2 hours. Why hasn't Sui E come out yet? Lin Qingshan was just as puzzled. Under normal circumstances, anyone who passed the test would be teleported out almost instantly. Lingering inside served no purpose. Mr. Lin, I know what's going on. Clearing his throat, Tang Liang raised his voice. The tower must be malfunctioning, and all the fiend beasts inside have escaped. Otherwise, trash like Sui E couldn't have lasted this long. Watch your mouth, Tang Liang. Su Lin snapped. Say one more word, and I'll shut you up myself. Called out in front of everyone. Tang Liang's expression froze. Su Lin was at the 4th level of the Bloodchi realm, while he was only at the 3rd. If it came to blows, he would lose. Su Lin, I'm just stating the facts. Don't be unreasonable, he muttered, lowering his voice but refusing to back down. Stating the facts? You're obviously trying to humiliate my brother, Su Lin pressed, giving him no room to retreat. Gritting his teeth, Tang Liang turned his ire on Lin Qingshan. Mr. Lin, shouldn't someone go in and check? I'm willing to enter and verify whether the tower is broken. His tone betrayed his frustration. If he could prove the tower was empty, he could brand Sui E a useless fraud in front of everyone and recover the dignity had just lost to Su Lin. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Qingshan took out a jade token and handed it to him. Be careful. If you notice anything unusual, come back and report immediately. The demon-suppressing tower only allowed cultivators at the 3rd level of the Bloodchi realm or below, and Tang Liang's cultivation sat right at the threshold perfect for the task. Don't worry, Mr. Lin. With the jade token in hand, Tang Liang brimmed with confidence. If Sui E could survive 2 hours, how hard could it be for him? Under everyone's watchful eyes, he stepped into the tower, and the stone doors closed behind him. Lin Qingshan immediately looked up at the floating monitoring screen. The data shifted at once. On the 3rd floor, one light flickered rapidly, moving unimpeded. On the 1st floor, a new light had appeared, but it crawled as though trapped in quicksand. Tang Liang was already besieged by fiend beasts, and the tower was functioning normally. Yet if the 1st floor was this perilous, how was Sui E roaming the 3rd as though it were empty? A single, almost absurd explanation surfaced in Lin Qingshan's mind. Sui E's strength might far exceed Tang Liang's. But moments before entering, that boy had shown no trace of cultivation and possessed only a 1-star talent. How could that be possible? While everyone wrestled with the mystery, an elderly man, stooped and gaunt with snow-white hair, appeared at the far end of the practice field. He looked unremarkable, yet his eyes blazed with intensity, and an imposing aura rolled off him, commanding respect with every step. The principal is here. Someone shouted in alarm. Principal. The crowd pulled taut like a drawn bowstring, and the students cried out in unison. Striding toward them was Li Zhenfeng, principal of the 3rd Ancient Martial Academy, a 3rd-level Jupa realm expert ranked among Yulan City's top 5. He dipped his head slightly, arms loose at his sides, each step steady as a stalking tiger, and walked straight to the suppressing demon pagoda. Principal, what brings you here in person? Lin Xingshan, the instructor overseeing today's test, hurried forward, astonishment all over his face. It was only a routine assessment. How could it draw someone of such stature? I heard a student has been inside the suppressing demon pagoda for 2 full hours and even reached the 3rd floor, so I came to see for myself, Li Zhenfeng said, the smile on his lips faint while his eyes gleamed. By the rules, no one above 3rd level Qixue realm may enter, yet the fiercest beasts inside are 5th level. Anyone who breaks through every tier from 1st to 5th and reaches the 3rd floor is nothing short of monstrous. He swept his gaze across the crowd. In Class 7 of the 1st-year cohort, only Shunhao counts as a prodigy, but he's 4th level Qixue and barred from entry. So who went in? There is indeed a student inside, and he's been there 2 hours without coming out, Lin Xingshan answered respectfully. Who is it? A spark lit Li Zhenfeng's eyes. Sui E, Lin Xingshan replied. Li Zhenfeng's expression turned odd. With nearly 1,000 students, he couldn't know them all, but word of geniuses and failures travels fast. Sui E was no genius. He was infamous as a Wastrila 1-star aptitude who hadn't even stepped onto the martial path, still an ordinary person. How could an ordinary person last 2 hours in the pagoda, let alone reach the 3rd floor? Teacher Lin, could there be a mistake? Li Zhenfeng asked, incredulous. It was definitely Sui E, Lin Xingshan said, lowering his voice. I suspect something's wrong with the pagoda. I've already sent students in to check. Something wrong with the suppressing demon pagoda? Li Zhenfeng shook his head. The pagoda hadn't been opened in more than 10 years, but it was a high-grade spatial artifact. It couldn't simply malfunction. If it hadn't, then how did one explain Sui? While he was still puzzling, the pagoda's heavy bronze doors swung open, and a lean figure stepped out. Sui's out. Every gaze snapped toward him. Su Lin hurried over, her face tense. Brother, are you all right? I'm fine, Sui answered with a faint smile, his breathing steady. Lin Xingshan pulled him closer. Sui, did the pagoda change at all? Are the beasts still inside? There were plenty 1st level, 2nd level, even 5th level, Sui said calmly. What? The crowd erupted. Lin Xingshan's heart pounded. If they were all there, you must fought them. How did you handle it? I killed everyone I met, Sui replied lightly. All of them. The words had barely left his mouth when the entire crowd froze. The pagoda held 5th level Qixue realm beasts, yet Sui claimed had slain them all. The boast echoed through the square, and not a single person believed him. Lin Xingshan swallowed hard and ventured. Sui, have you advanced to the 5th level of the blood and Qi realm? To kill a 5th level beast, you'd need to be on the same level. Did you really break through? The training field went so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Dozens of shocked eyes locked onto Sui. Meeting their gaze, Sui replied evenly. Teacher Lin, I have reached the 5th level. He had wanted to keep a low profile, but to qualify for the demon-suppressing tower and the trial tower, he had to show real strength, so he chose to be upfront. The moment the words left his mouth, the air seemed to freeze. The 1-star talent everyone called a waste was suddenly at the 5th level? If true, not just 3rd Ancient Martial Academy, but all of Source City would explode. Lin Xingshan stood slack-jawed for several heartbeats before regaining his wits. On the podium, Li Zhenfeng's brows lifted, a sharp light flashing in his eyes as if he'd spotted a priceless treasure. If Sui had vaulted to the 5th level so quickly, he was a prodigy, one who could rank among the best on all of Blue Star. Blue Star did have such freaks of nature. Warriors with hidden battle gifts who advanced at a crawl in daily training, yet skyrocketed in real combat. The most famous was the war god Gu Haoyan, who rose from obscurity, grew at a terrifying pace while battling fiend beasts, ascended to the deity realm, and joined 2 others as Blue Star's 3 guardian gods. Li Zhenfeng was ready to place Sui in that same league, unaware that Sui relied on a system that could extract abilities, an instant upgrade trick that looked exactly like a hidden battle talent, assuming he truly was at the 5th level. In the crowd, Su Lin and Chaotianhou traded stunned looks. Her brother had actually broken through? The rigid silence shattered under a sharp, mocking laugh. Shunhao snorted. Sui, quit pretending. If garbage like you can hit the 5th level, pigs can climb trees. A proud 5-star talent himself, he had only reached the 4th level. Accepting that a 1-star nobody could surpass him was out of the question. His sneer drew a wave of laughter. Many students nodded, convinced Sui was bluffing. Su Lin's brow furrowed. She stepped forward and barked. Shunhao, watch your mouth. She, too, was confused, but she would never let anyone humiliate her brother. Shunhao scoffed. Su Lin, act tough with others if you like, but not with me. Sui, Didn't you say you're 5th level? Dare to fight me? Yeah, Sui E, if you're really 5th level, don't chicken out. The other students jeered. Li Jinfeng and Lin Qingshan exchanged a glance and chose not to intervene. Whether Sui E had broken through to the 5th bloodchi level would become clear as soon as he traded real blows with Shunhao. I accept, Sui E replied without hesitation. Shunhao had relied on his talent and cultivation to humiliate him for far too long. Now that his own strength had awakened, he intended to use this fight to strike back and silence the jeers around him. In the crowd, his older brother Su Wu, Su Lin, and Chaotianhou could not hide their worry. Excellent. Shunhao threw back his head and laughed, then turned to Li Jinfeng and Lin Qingshan. Headmaster, Teacher Lin, you both heard him. Su E agreed on his own. I didn't force him. Li Jinfeng gave a small nod. Lin Qingshan frowned and warned. Shunhao, it's only a sparring match. Don't go for the kill. In his view, if Sui was still at the 4th bloodchi level, he would not survive Shunhao's full force. Don't worry, Teacher Lin, I know my limits. Shunhao spoke respectfully, but inwardly he was determined to grind Sui E into the dirt. He cocked his chin in challenge. Sui E, I'll give you the chance. Make the first move. Sui E curled his lip disdainfully and said in a flat voice, swatting an ant like you is effortless. You'd better start, or you won't even have the chance to begin. What arrogance. The watching students looked at one another in shock. The second-ranked prodigy of the first year, Shunhao, had just been called an ant. This was audacity taken to the extreme. You're courting death. Shunhao roared, bloodki surging. He stamped the ground and burst forward like a cannonball, driving a heavy fist straight at Sui Yi's face. He held nothing back. A punch carried 400 kilos of force, tearing the air with its momentum. Every eye froze on the scene. Could Sui E possibly withstand it? Calm and composed, Sui extended 5 fingers just as the fist closed in, his palm sweeping forward in a gentle grab. Bang! Fist met palm like a hammer against tempered steel. Shunhao's punch was stopped cold, and the recoil made the bones in his hand feel as if they would shatter. Ah! He screamed. Before he could pull back, an overwhelming force enveloped him, and the next instant his body was flung away like a ragged sack. Bang! Crash! Shunhao slammed into the courtyard wall. The surface caved in, bricks and dust scattering as a gaping hole appeared. He tumbled to the ground in utter disarray. His gasps swept through the spectators. The students stared at Sui E in stunned disbelief. Shunhao, a 4th-stage bloodchi fighter, hadn't survived even a single exchange and had been tossed aside like a dead dog. He really is at the 5th bloodchi level. Despite his shock, Lin Qingshan felt a surge of joy. However, Sui E had advanced. He was still a student in Lin's class. Having such talent filled the homeroom teacher with pride. Li Jinfeng remained silent, but his eyes burned. With his experience, he was almost certain Sui E possessed a latent combat talent. On Blue Star, such gifts were exceedingly rarer even than a 10-star talent, and everyone who had them ended up a super-level powerhouse. If his guess was right, Sui E's future would be limitless, and the 3rd Ancient Martial Academy would rise with him. The very thought filled Li Jinfeng with boundless anticipation. Old Chow, did I see that right? My brother just beat Shunhao with a single move? Su Lin rubbed her eyes, dumbfounded. It's true. Your brother flattened Shunhao in one strike. Chao Qingling's cheeks flushed with excitement, his voice an octave higher than usual. Shunhao always strutted around, bullying classmates with poor talent and low cultivation. Chao Qingling had long despised him. Seeing Sui E humiliate him in public was nothing short of exhilarating. Lin Qingshan stood frozen for several seconds before blurting out, Sui E, how did you jump to the 5th level of the Kind Blood realm? In his mind, Sui E was only a 1-star talent. Breaking through so quickly was beyond belief. I'm not really sure. Sui E shrugged, choosing to play dumb. The system's existence had to stay hidden, so vague answers were safest. You don't even know yourself? Lin Qingshan frowned, his question hanging in the air. Ah! A piercing scream shattered the brief silence. Everyone looked toward the suppressing demon pagoda's exit, where a burst of white light erupted and a figure was hurled out, slamming onto the stone tiles of the sparring ground. Tang Liang! Someone shouted. Tang Liang's clothes were in tatters, his face swollen like a pig's head, dried blood crusting the corner of his mouth. He looked as if a wild beast had mauled him. Lin Qingshan rushed over and helped him up. Tang Liang, what happened? Tang Liang coughed twice, struggling for breath. Mr. Li, there's a 5th-level Cayenne blood beast in the pagoda. Before he finished, his eyes rolled back, and he passed out. The students exchanged uneasy glances. If a 5th-level beast was truly inside, yet Sui E had stayed there for over 2 hours unscathed, his strength had to surpass the 5th level. Realizing this, every gaze fixed on Sui E carried awe and shock. Mr. Lin, take the 2 injured students to the infirmary, Li Jinfeng ordered tersely. Turning to Sui E with a faint smile, he added, Sui E, come with me to the office. With that, he strode out of the sparring ground. The headmaster's office was dim, the curtains half drawn. Li Jinfeng narrowed his eyes, looking Sui E up and down, sending a chill down the young man's spine. Headmaster, what can I do for you? Sui finally asked. Li Jinfeng withdrew his probing gaze and smiled slightly. Sui, you've heard of the Tri-Academy Martial Challenge, right? I have, Sui nodded. Yulan City has 3 ancient martial academies, and each year the first-year students compete to assess new talent. Rumor says the 3 headmasters always place a private wager on the outcome. In the past, each academy sent 10 students. This year, it's unknown. A single representative per school, Li Jinfeng said evenly. I want you to represent us. Me? Sui raised an eyebrow. What about Li Qingchuan? Li Qingchuan had always been considered the freshman prodigy of the 3rd academy and was supposed to compete. Li Qingchuan is good, but he still falls short of Ji Ming from the 1st academy and Ling Feiyu from the 2nd. Head end up at the bottom. Li Zhenfeng's smile was pleasant, but his words were razor-sharp. The implication was obvious. Sui was stronger than Li Qingchuan. Sui marveled inwardly. As expected of a soul-gathering realm powerhouse, the headmaster's insight was uncanny. On paper, Sui was only at the 5th level of the Cayenne blood realm, but after tempering 4 bones, his true combat strength far exceeded his peers. Clearly, Li Jinfeng had seen through that. Headmaster, aren't you curious how I managed to advance so quickly? Sui stood in front of the desk and, instead of answering, threw out the question himself. Li Jinfeng lifted an eyebrow. The boy who had always been labeled a 1-star talent dud had jumped to the 5th level of the Cayenne blood stage in no time. He clearly sensed something was off, yet sounded indifferent. I've long known you possess an invisible combat talent, he said. He then explained the features of this rare gift. It could perfectly hide any traces of cultivation, making a person's true strength unreadable, and it could mask all energy fluctuations during training. Sui was stunned. He had never heard of an invisible combat talent, but everything Li Jinfeng described overlapped almost perfectly with his system's extractability. That meant no matter how fast he progressed, the system would remain hidden. So I really do have an invisible combat talent, he murmured, feigning sudden realization. Li Jinfeng's expression grew solemn. Don't spread this around for now. Why? Sui asked, puzzled. I want to surprise those 2 old geezers. We'll reveal the truth after the tournament. A faintly sinister smile tugged at the headmaster's lips. Headmaster, I haven't agreed to take part, Sui said, rubbing his nose. Li Jinfeng's face darkened. I've already decided. If you refuse, I'll expel you. I have the authority. The head of the 3rd Ancient Martial Academy, a powerhouse at the 3rd level of the soul-gathering stage, was blatantly threatening a student. Sui was speechless. How shameless could he be? Isn't that a bit overbearing? He swallowed. Li Jinfeng straightened and muttered as if to himself. Winning the tournament will bring glory to the academy. Countless geniuses are vying for the chance. Then he looked up, voice steady. This match concerns both the academy's honor and my own interests. Win 1st place, and I'll give you 3 blood chi pills, plus 1 reasonable request. 3 blood chi pills each worth 100,000 blue star coins. 3 would cost an average family everything. And he could also ask 1 favor. Sui had been looking for a way into the Demon Suppression Pagoda and the Trial Pagoda. Deal. He'll join the tournament, he agreed decisively. Excellent. Li Jinfeng laughed. Head back for now. They'll notify you before it starts. Understood, headmaster. Sui bowed and left. He exited the teaching building and, instead of returning to class, paused on the tree-lined path to the dorms. An afternoon breeze rustled the leaves, dappling the ground with shifting light. Ahead, a young woman with flowing hair and graceful bearing strolled leisurely. Her name was Chaotianhou, a beauty as cool as ice and one of Blue Star Academy's brightest talents. A half-meter-long, snow-white beast padded at her feet like a ball of snow, never straying far. Suddenly, a ponytailed student sprinted over, breathless. Chaotianhou, something huge just happened. Someone's storming the Demon Suppression Tower. Tangfang, must you be so dramatic? Chaotianhou replied, voice calm as still water, not breaking stride. Tangfang's face flushed. No one's dared step into that tower for over a decade. Chaotianhou lifted her gaze, gave her a cool glance, and kept walking. The Demon Suppression Tower was built for students who haven't yet become martial artists. No one's gone in for years, but that has nothing to do with me. Tangfang walked up to Chaotianhou and spoke in a hushed, conspiratorial tone. Do you know who tried to break into the Demon Suppressing Tower? It was that first year, Sui. Sui. Chaotianhou's brows drew together, a trace of surprise flashing in her clear eyes. She barely knew Sui, yet their paths had crossed once before. About 6 months ago, Sui had stumbled upon a badly wounded snow lynx cub in the outer city. The tiny white creature was half dead, but still curled up, struggling to stay warm. Chaotianhou happened to walk by. Moved by its toughness, she casually asked Sui for the animal. Knowing he couldn't save it, he handed it over without asking for anything. It should have ended there, but someone embellished the story of Sui giving Chaotianhou a snow lynx and spread it around the 3rd Ancient Martial Academy. Soon everyone was whispering, Sui's got a crush on senior sister Chiyoha, gave her the lynx just to get close to her. The rumor snowballed, and Sui became the academy's latest gossip target. Everyone knew Chaotianhou was both the campus beauty and a cultivation prodigy. a 7-star talent at the 8th level of the Bloodchi realm. Admirers lined up around the block. Sui E, on the other hand, was a so-called 1-star loser who dared dream of courting her, an idea that drew nothing but ridicule. His life at school only grew harder. So when Tang Fong brought up Sui E again, Xiao Bingshuan's expression turned frosty. She lowered her voice. Tang Fong, when you have time, give Sui E this Bloodchi pill. Call it payment for the snow lynx. From now on, I don't want any more ties to him, and I don't want to hear his name again. Half a year of rumors had worn her patience thin. She couldn't let them keep spreading. I understand, Tang Fong said with a nod. Senior Sister Chiao, Senior Sister Tang. A slightly tired voice broke in. Sui approached, his clothes dusty and marked with small cuts, the picture of someone fresh from a tower trial. Sui, why are you still on campus? Xiao Bingxian and Tang Fong exchanged startled looks. By rule, anyone who failed the trial was expelled on the spot. How is he still here? Sui scratched the back of his head, speaking with calm amusement. I'm a student of the 3rd Ancient Martial Academy. Why wouldn't I be here? You didn't take the demon-suppressing tower trial? Tang Fong let out a breath and quickly asked. I did. Sui smiled. Just finished, actually. I passed, so of course I can stay. Passed. Xiao Bingxian and Tang Fong stared. Since the academy's founding, no student had ever cleared the tower, and a 1-star talent like Sui had managed it. Xiao Bingshuan's face went cold. Sui, don't joke about that. In her eyes, he was a sad case who now liked to brag. Whatever goodwill she had left vanished in an instant. Believe it or not, Sui said with a shrug, completely unfazed. Then why are you here? Tang Fong asked. To check on the snow lynx, Sui answered directly. In truth, he wanted to extract an ability from it, but now wasn't the time to explain. Xiao Bingxian assumed he was using the lynx as an excuse to get close to her again. Her expression hardened. Sui, I understand what you're after, but please give up that idea. What's that supposed to mean? Sui's brow creased. Tang Fong snorted. Haven't you heard the rumors all these months? Senior Sister Chiao is saying you need to stop finding excuses to get near her. Huh. Sui gave a cold laugh. Xiao Bingxian was certainly stunning, but he had zero interest in her. Clearly, she had misunderstood, or was simply too self-absorbed, thinking every man on earth revolved around her. You're overthinking it. I came only to see the snow lynx. Once I'm done, I'll leave, and we won't have any entanglements in the future. His tone was calm as he looked at Xiao Bingxian. They were standing in a small grove behind the academy. Dappled sunlight splashed across the ground where the snow lynx curled at the foot of a tree, its fur snowy white and silky smooth. Sensing the tension, Tang Fong hurried them along. You've seen it now. Shouldn't you be on your way? Sui ignored her. He walked up and gently stroked the beast. He had rescued it once before, and it trusted him. It only twitched its ears and didn't shy away. The instant his fingertips brushed its soft coat, an icy system prompt echoed in his mind. Contact with snow lynx detected. Extracting sensory skill. Host gains the ability to sense treasures within a 10-meter radius. Sensing treasures? Sui raised an eyebrow. It was a support-type talent, but hardly a minor one. With it, his odds of finding valuables outside the city would soar. Not bad at all. Smiling faintly, he patted the lynx's head and whispered, See you, little one. Then he turned to leave. Sui, wait. Xiao Bingxian called from behind. Sui paused. What is it now? She tossed him a wooden box. Take this. There's a vitality pill inside. Consider it payment for the snow lynx. You and I will never be a thing. So please accept it and don't come looking for me again. She still didn't trust his words, so she used the pill to draw a firm line. The box was still in midair when Sui flicked his wrist and sent it back with a sneer. Xiao Bingxian, this might hurt your ears, but you're not my type. The woman I marry will outshine you by miles. Drop the superior attitude and stop acting like the world revolves around you. You, Xiao Bingshuan's lips trembled with anger. As the beauty of the 3rd Ancient Martial Academy, she'd never been humiliated like this. Tang Fong rushed to comfort her. Don't be angry. That toad can't reach the swan, so he's trying to disgust you. Sui couldn't be bothered to look at them again. Ignoring Xiao Bingshuan's furious glare, he strolled out of the grove. I used to pity Sui, Xiao Bingxian muttered, still fuming. I never imagined he'd be like this. He'll be expelled tomorrow anyway, Tang Fong soothed. Why waste energy on someone with a 1-star talent? Just then the campus broadcast crackled, and Li Zhenfeng's voice rang out. Students, I have great news. Moments ago, Sui from Class 7 successfully cleared the suppression tower, spending over 2 hours inside. He is the first student in our academy's history to do so, and he has set a new record. What? Xiao Bingxian and Tang Fong looked at each other in shock. A 1-star talent like Sui cleared the tower? If Principal Li hadn't announced it himself, they would have thought it was a prank. Tang Fong forced a scoff. Maybe he got lucky. A 1-star nobody still won't amount to much. The broadcast continued. Sui's talent has blossomed. Inside the tower he advanced repeatedly, and is now at the 5th stage of the Vitality realm. Let every student learn from Sui, never give up in the face of adversity. Also, for the upcoming first-year challenge, Sui E will represent our academy. Let's wish him great success. Qiu Bingxian and Tang Fong stood frozen in shock. Sui E had not only advanced to the 5th level of the Blood and Qi realm, he was even chosen to represent the academy in the upcoming challenge match. Principal Li Jinfeng had made the announcement himself over the loudspeaker, yet they still found it hard to believe. Tang Fong shook her head again and again. He only has a 1-star talent. Even with 10 stars, no one could progress that fast. The fact that Sui E had taken a spot in the challenge team displacing Li Qingchuanmi and his combat strength had already surpassed hers, an idea that shattered everything Tang Fong thought she knew. If the principal said it, it must be true, Qiu Bingxian muttered. Though her eyes were still uncertain, apparently Sui E hadn't been bragging, and she had misjudged him. Maybe he found some rare treasure in the Suppression Demon Tower and broke through all at once. Tang Fong insisted, still unconvinced. You don't understand. Qiu Bingxian sighed softly and stepped out of the grove. As a member of an influential clan, she had seen far more than Tang Fong. When someone leapt several realms in a short time, it could only mean one thing: an innate, hidden combat gift, one whose potential surpassed even 10-star talent, marking its bearers as prodigies among prodigies. Realizing this, she understood the contempt Sui E had shown her before. Someone destined for greatness would naturally carry a trace of pride. The thought that her own arrogance had cost her a chance to befriend him filled her with regret, a rift that might never be bridged. Elsewhere, Sui E rubbed his forehead and allowed himself a wry smile. Old Li, you rascal! After becoming a martial artist, he had planned to stay on campus and keep a low profile, but one sentence from the principal had shoved him into the spotlight. The news hit 3rd Ancient Martial Academy like a bomb. 1-star talent making it to the 5th Blood and Qi level? The testing equipment must be broken. Maybe he's really 10-star. The highest we've ever recorded in Yulan City is 8 stars. And he's replacing Li Qingchuan in the challenge team. Doesn't that mean he's even stronger? Speculation echoed through every corridor, and the name of the first-year prodigy Li Qingchuan came up again and again. In front of the first-year teaching building, the tall, handsome Li Qingchuan stood with a face like thunder. The moment the broadcast ended, a chill aura seemed to ripple from him. A classmate beside him growled, "The principal is letting Sui E replace you. Are you really going to take that?" "Absolutely not," Li Qingchuan snorted, a frosty gleam flashing in his eyes. Suddenly a student pointed into the distance and shouted, "Sui E's coming." Every head turned at once. In their line of sight, Sui E was walking toward them at an unhurried pace. "Sui E, I challenge you." Beside the track, Li Qingchuan barred Sui E's path, fury blazing in his eyes and an unmistakable hunger for combat in his stance. The challenge match slot had been his until Sui E snatched it away. Staying silent now would be the same as admitting Sui E was stronger. As a prodigy, Li Qingchuan's pride would never allow that. "For the match slot?" Sui E asked calmly. "Don't play dumb." Li Qingchuan snapped, refusing to back down. "You've just reached Blood Qi level 5, and so have I. Do you dare to fight?" The principal assigned the spot. "Take it up with him." "I'm not interested," Sui E answered, shaking his head. He knew he could crush Li Qingchuan, but they had no real grudge, saw no need. "If I beat you, the principal will change his mind," Li Qingchuan insisted. "Can't even accept a peer's challenge? Coward. Someone like that deserves the match slot." Students around them started to jeer. "Sui E, if you're scared, go tell the principal yourself before I have to teach you," Li Qingchuan taunted. Sui narrowed his eyes, a cold smile forming. "Li Qingchuan, I tried to give you an out. Since you're begging for humiliation, I'll oblige." Big words. Li Qingchuan sneered and motioned for the crowd to clear space. A moment later, an open ring appeared. Within the first-year class of the 3rd Ancient Martial Arts Academy, Li Qingchuan was widely acknowledged as the strongest, while Sui E had only just broken through to level 5. With their realms now even, everyone held their breath. "Sui E, after I lay you out, don't go crying to the principal," Li Qingchuan scoffed. He dismissed all praise Sui E had received. This fight would prove who was truly top. Sui E curled his lip. "When I leave you with broken bones, remember you asked for it. Show me what you've got." Li Qingchuan snarled. He drove a foot into the ground and launched forward, fist rocketing out. At Blood Qi level 5, a punch carried more than 500 kilos of force. The blow tore through the air like a sledgehammer. "That power is insane," gasped several students, fearing for Sui E. Sui E stayed calm, even a little disdainful. As Li Qingchuan entered range, Sui E barely wound up and punched straight back. Bang! Crack! The fists met heat. A dull boom was followed by the sharp snap of bone. Li Qingchuan's fist twisted grotesquely, as if smashed by an iron hammer. "Ah!" he screamed as the rebound flung him away like a cannonball. He tumbled along a wide arc before crashing hard onto the ground several meters away. With a dull thud, Li Qingchuan hit the ground and coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face as white as paper. His chest rose and fell violently as he clutched his shattered right arm, half kneeling with disbelief and fear in his eyes. Only now did he truly grasp how terrifying Sui E was. His power was overwhelming, and his fists had clearly been tempered in advance. Without that tempering, a single punch could never have splintered Li Qingchuan's hand bones so completely, bone forging while still in the qi and blood realm. The thought sent a chill through Li Qingchuan. Everyone knew that touching the bones too early usually slowed one's advance. Yet Sui E was not only unhindered, had reached the 5th tier of the realm. It defied everything they had been taught. The training field fell deathly silent. Every student stared in shock at the tall figure before them. Li Qingchuan, the acknowledged number 1 among first years, hadn't survived even a single punch. Just how strong was Sui E? Clearly he was far more than a simple 5th-tier qi and blood practitioner. This is what happens when you provoke me. Satisfied, Sui E withdrew his fist and looked down calmly. A cold wind brushed past as Li Qingchuan's lips twitched. He tried to speak but only managed a single "u" before his eyes rolled back and he collapsed. The physical pain he could endure, but the shattering of his pride was unbearable. Yesterday's top genius had been crushed in public. Had he known Sui E was this ruthless, he would have kept his distance. Now he was nothing but a joke. Sui E spared him no further glance. His eyes swept the crowd like a blade as he called out, "Anyone else want to challenge me?" Every student he looked at flinched, bowing their heads at once. If Li Qingchuan was left with broken bones, stepping up now was no different from suicide. Sui E's gaze returned to neutral. "If anyone dares badmouth me from now on, don't blame me for what happens next." With that, he turned and left, his unhurried steps making it seem as though crushing his opponent had been effortless. Classroom 7 of the first-year wing was in an uproar. Small groups clustered together, all buzzing about the same subject. Sui E. The moment footsteps sounded at the door, the room fell quiet. Sui E stepped over the threshold, scanned the room once, and headed for his seat. Students moved aside to clear a path, some even forcing smiles and greeting him treatment he could never have imagined before. After advancing to the 5th tier and dismantling both Shunhao and Li Qingchuan, he was the new king of the first years, and no one dared slight him. "Sui E, you're incredible." Chaotianhou gave him a thumbs up, his face glowing with genuine pride. Yesterday's loser had become the school's rising superstar, and as Sui E's best friend, Chao felt honored by association. "Nothing special," Sui E replied with a grin, pulling out his chair and sitting down. Chao was about to continue when the homeroom teacher, Lin Qingshan, walked in. Wearing a broad smile, Lin spoke loudly. "I'm sure you all heard the principal's announcement over the PA. First, let's congratulate Sui E on becoming a martial artist, and second, let's wish him victory in the upcoming challenge match." He began to applaud. At once, the entire class broke into enthusiastic applause. The thunderous applause lasted for several minutes before it finally subsided at Lin Qingshan's signal. "All right, everyone," he said, "tomorrow is Sunday, take the day off." Class dismissed. With that, Lin Qingshan strode out as though suddenly reminded of something urgent. As the crowd dispersed, Chao Qinglang sidled up to Sui E and lowered his voice. "Sui E, tomorrow is the one-day-only open market in Yulan City. Want to check it out?" Sui E had planned to stay home and study the Fierce Tiger Heavenly Strength Fist, but the words open market made him pause. The market is held only once a year. Vendors from Yulan City and the surrounding towns flock there, selling everything from spirit materials to cultivation manuals, and occasionally even exotic beasts. For ordinary people it is merely lively, but for someone with a system that can extract animal abilities, it is an opportunity not to be missed. "All right," he said. "Come by at 7 in the morning." "No problem." Chao Qingling's eyes lit up with a grin. Dismissal came quickly. Bathed in the setting sun, Sui E, Su Lin, and Chao Qingling walked side by side toward the school gate. As they rounded the corner of the classroom building, a group of second-year students blocked the exit, led by Qin Xiang. "Second year, Class 4 thoughts Qin Xiang," Chao Qingling muttered, his face darkening. Qin Xiang has a 4-star aptitude and is at the 5th level of the Qi and Blood realm, an unremarkable ranking among the second years. Yet the Qin family is one of Yuan City's premier clans, and his elder brother Qin Suifengho boasts a 7-star aptitude and the 10th level of the Qi and Blood realm currently holds first place among the 3rd Ancient Martial Academy's second years. Relying on family influence and his brother's reputation, Qin Xiang runs rampant on campus and few dare cross him. The group spread out without a word, and the air grew tense. Sui E stepped forward, his voice calm. "What do you want?" Qin Xiang's gaze swept over him, icy and disdainful. "Sui E, I warned you last time, stay away from Qiao Bingxian. Did my words go in one ear and out the other?" Qiao Bingxian is universally acknowledged as the school beauty of 3rd Ancient Martial Academy, pursued by countless admirers, Qin Xiang among them. He has confessed multiple times and been rejected each time, yet he refuses to give up. To protect her, he uses every tactic he can think offerably, threatening admirers or beating them outright, and even bribing her best friend Tang Fong to speak well of him. Earlier today, Tang Fong had informed him that Sui E had publicly humiliated Qiao Bingxian. To Qin Xiang, this was the perfect chance to play the hero. With students pouring out of the building, he waited for Qiao Bingxian to appear so he could punish Sui E in front of everyone, avenge his goddess, and hopefully win her favor. "Who do you think you are to warn me?" Sui E sneered. Go cool your head somewhere else. If it hadn't been for the Snow Link's ability he wanted to extract, he would never have approached Xiao Bingxian at all. After their last conversation, he liked her even less. Xinyao thought he could dictate whom Sui spoke to? Not a chance. Still, Sui wasn't about to let anyone decide his business for him. The instant Sui spoke, the onlookers drew a collective breath of disbelief. Everyone knew he had just broken through to the 5th level of the Bloodchi realm and had already defeated Shunhao and Li Qingchuan, making him the acknowledged top fighter among the first year strong enough to outshine even Qin Suyang. Still, Qin Suyang had the Qin family and Qin Suifeng behind him. Who would ever dare humiliate him in public? Sui's nerve was unbelievable. You dare curse me? Qin Suyang's nostrils flared with rage. For as long as he could remember, he had always been the one doing the bullying, never the one being mocked. Sui gave a dismissive snort. You walked right into it. Don't blame me. Now move, stop blocking the way. The arrogance in his voice sent a ripple of whispers through the crowd. The students flanking Qin Suyang glared murderously at Sui, and Qin Suyang's face burned crimson as his killing intent surged. He was about to strike. Just then, a tall, graceful girl approached. She stood a full 170, her skin fair and her features flawless, like an otherworldly fairy who had stepped into the mortal realm. Every eye immediately swung to her. The ice-cold beauty, Xiao Bingxian, is here, someone whispered. Xiao Bingxian surveyed the scene, and when her gaze landed on Sui, a faint, unreadable light flickered in her eyes. Bingxian, perfect timing. Qin Suyang pointed at Sui, eager to please. This punk offended you before. Watch me teach him a lesson. You're going after Sui? Her brows arched slightly, her tone icy. My affairs don't need your interference. Ever since learning of Sui's hidden combat talent, she had been looking for a way to mend fences. She would not let Qin Suyang ruin it. Humiliated by Sui's taunts and now publicly brushed aside by Xiao Bingxian, Qin Suyang's anger hit its limit. Ignoring him, Xiao Bingxian turned to Sui. I was wrong before. I misunderstood you. I hope you can forgive me. The surrounding students stared in shock. The famously aloof Xiao Bingxian was apologizing to someone in her own initiative? They wondered if they had misheard. I don't need your apology, Sui replied calmly, as if it meant nothing. Damn, Sui's got guts, someone muttered. Anyone else would have been thrilled to get on Xiao Bingxian's good side. Yet Sui brushed her off. Was he a steel-hearted straight arrow, or what? Qin Suyang felt as if he had swallowed a fly. He had bent over backward to please Xiao Bingxian and been ignored, while Sui treated her indifferently. The contrast stung, fanning his humiliation into a blazing fury. Sui, you're dead, he roared, finally snapping. Boom. A violent aura exploded from him as he lunged like an enraged tiger, fists swinging down with the force of 500 kilos. Brother, look out. Su Lin and Chao Qinglang cried. But Sui had been ready. His arm shot forward, and his fingers closed unerringly around Qin Suyang's fist. Qin Suyang's expression changed in an instant. He had struck with everything he had, yet Sui's palm absorbed it without so much as a ripple. Just how strong was Sui? How arrogant? Sui snorted and clenched his fingers. Qin Suyang's trapped fist cracked with a sickening pop. Agonizing pain shot up his arm, twisting his face, and he let out a blood-curdling scream. Ah! Students all around gasped. Qin Suyang was a 5th-level Kain blood cultivator, yet he couldn't even struggle in Sui's grip. Only then did everyone sense the truth of the rumors Sui's strength was already close to the 6th level. Sui, let young Master Qin go, or don't blame us. Several of Qin Suyang's companions closed in, glaring at Sui. Sui curled his lip in contempt, raised his leg, and drove a kick into Qin Suyang's abdomen. Bang! Qin Suyang folded in half and flew off like a rag doll, crashing into the crowd behind him. He actually hit Qin Suyang. He's insane. He's done for. Qin Suifeng will never let this go. The whispers spread. With Qin Suyang standing and Qin Sufeng's backing, it was obvious this would not end quietly. Yet Sui remained calm. He had already thought it through. Given the talent he had just revealed, the academy would protect him, especially Li Jinfeng, who treated him like a treasure. With the challenge matches coming, the school would never let anyone touch him. The Qin clan was powerful, but in the face of the ancient martial academy, it was still lacking. As long as Li Jinfeng spoke up, few in Yulan City would dare refuse him. That was why Sui had punished Qin Suyang without hesitation. Let's go. He exhaled, beckoned to Su Lin and Chao Qinglang, and walked out of the school gate. The two traded bewildered looks, but hurried after him. Not far away, Xiao Bingxian watched his back recede. The viciousness of that earlier kick replayed in her mind. Invisible combat talent, it really lives up to its name. A glint of interest flashed in her eyes. On the way home, Chao Qinglang wore a worried frown. Sui, that was reckless. The Qin clan won't forgive you. Young Master Qin is a direct descendant. After a beating like that, their elders will step in. And if they don't, Qin Suifeng certainly will. Su Lin looked just as troubled, sighing now and then. Sui only smiled and said nothing more. A little farther on, They came to a storefront labeled Wanha Chamber of Commerce. A crowd had gathered, the word reward popping up again and again. The Liu family is hiring translators, someone said. Just the reward is 100,000 blue star coins. But how many in Yulan City can read Silver Clam script? No matter how high the pay, no one can earn it. Chao Qingling muttered, exactly. Silver Clam scripts, an ancient language, no one here can master it. Sui E's eyes lit up. Old Chao, it really is an ancient script? With the eye of insight, he could decipher almost any writing. 100,000 blue star coins was no small sum. Absolutely, Chao Qinglang answered. Sui grinned. Then let's not go home yet. Let's take a look. For what? Su Lin and Chao Qinglang asked, confused. To pick up some pocket money. Sui E straightened his sleeve and strode toward the Wanted Chamber of Commerce. They had no choice but to follow. In Yulan City, the Liu clan ranked among the top families and owned numerous businesses. Wanted Chamber of Commerce was one of them. Is Sui E actually thinking of becoming a translator? Chao Qinglang wondered aloud, then asked Su Lin, does your brother even know Yin script? Su Lin shook her head, utterly lost. She had never once seen her brother study any kind of ancient writing. Meanwhile, Sui E pushed open the door to Wanna Trading House. The wooden floor creaked beneath his shoes as a clerk came up with a practiced but casual smile. What can I get you, classmate? I heard you're looking for a translator. I'm here to apply, Sui said plainly. Su Lin and Chao Qinglang, who had followed him in, were struck speechless. Yin script was a relic of antiquity. Even seasoned scholars knew little about it. How much could Sui possibly understand? A translator? The clerk's expression turned odd. He looked Sui up and down and let out a short laugh. You can read Yin script? Surely the kid was joking. What student could decipher something that arcane? I wouldn't call myself an expert, but I've done some research, Sui answered earnestly. With the eye of insight, he could parse any text in an instant, but he chose to keep a low profile. Su Lin and Chao Qinglang exchanged glances. They still couldn't connect the idea of a Yin script specialist with the usually low-key Sui, yet neither believed he was bluffing. The clerk reassessed him and swallowed his disdain. Wait here. He trotted upstairs. Deciding on a Yin translator was far above his pay grade. Soon he returned with a portly middle-aged man. Kong Liwen, manager of Wanna Trading House. Who says he can read Yin? I do, Sui replied with a light smile. Kong Liwen narrowed his eyes as he noticed the 3rd Martial Academy uniform. So you're a student from 3rd Martial? Yes. Let me warn you, Wanha belongs to the Liu family. If you're here just to waste our time, there will be consequences. His tone was probing. The job posting had been up for ages without a single qualified applicant, and Sui's confidence seemed dubious. Still, he had nothing to lose by giving it a try. If I can't read it, you can deal with me however you like, Sui said firmly. Struck by the young man's certainty, Kong Liwen took out his phone, made a quick call, and then invited Sui to the 2nd floor. Su Lin and Chao Qinglang were left downstairs. Seeing them still frozen, the clerk shrugged. Your friend really likes to brag. You'd better talk him out of it before he gets in trouble. Su Lin's face darkened. She snorted, my brother doesn't brag. Doubt nagged at her too, but she wouldn't let anyone badmouth Sui. The clerk shook his head. Young and reckless. He said nothing more. About 10 minutes later, the front door swung open and a girl of 18 or 19 burst in. Petite and lively, she looked almost doll-like. Where's the person who can read Yin script? She asked anxiously. Miss, they're upstairs on the 2nd floor, the clerk answered respectfully. The girl hurried up the stairs at once. Big brother, was that woman just now Liu Qianer? Chao Qinglang asked the waiter tentatively. Indeed. That was Miss Liu Qianer, the eldest daughter of the Liu family. Balancing the tray on his arm, the waiter answered with evident pride. So that's Liu Qianer, Su Lin murmured, her eyes lingering on the slight, yet poised figure. Liu Qianer, an 11th grade student at the 1st Ancient Martial Academy, had reached the 2nd stage of the body tempering realm at only 18. With an 8-star aptitude, the ceiling of Yulan City's talent scale, she was known by nearly everyone. She didn't pause downstairs. Light but decisive footsteps carried her up the wooden stairs to the innermost private room on the 2nd floor. As the door opened, the easy conversation inside fell silent. Sui and Kong Liwen were seated across from each other. The young lady is here, Kong Liwen said, rising promptly. Uncle Kong. Liu Qianer nodded, then let her gaze settle on Sui. I'm Liu Qianer. And you are? Senior Liu. I'm Sui from the 3rd Ancient Martial Academy. Sui lifted his brows politely, discreetly studying the famed prodigy before him. Kong Liwen had mentioned on the phone a student who can read Silver Oyster script, a claim Liu Qianer still found hard to believe. She asked outright, Sui, can you truly read Silver Oyster? I know a little, Sui replied evenly. He didn't appear to be boasting, which stirred a flicker of hope in her. She drew a sheet covered in dense, unfamiliar symbols from a document pouch and handed it over. Try it. See how much you can decipher. Sui cast a quick glance at the page, turned away, and quietly activated the Eye of Insight. Instantly, the chaotic characters dissolved into countless points of light, rearranging themselves into clear blue star script within his mind. After finishing the translation, he was about to withdraw his technique when the remaining fragments aligned on their own, revealing a heaven-grade manual titled Rejuvenation Art. Such a manual ranked among Yuan City's highest treasures, but the Liu family had scrambled the original text to protect it. The Eye of Insight, however, restored it with ease. A mere heaven-grade technique failed to sway Sui E. He suppressed every trace of emotion, collected his thoughts, and turned back. Senior Liu, your Chiu family offered a reward of 100,000 Blue Star credits for deciphering Silver Oyster. Is that offer still good? Money was his primary objective. Though he trusted the Chiu family's reputation, confirmation never hurt. Naturally, Liu Qian'er answered solemnly. Provided the translation is genuine and covers at least 1/3 of the text. A few scattered words won't qualify. That's all I needed to hear. Relief softened Sui E's features. Liu Qian'er eyed him closely. How much did you manage to decode? She stared at him, dazed. Judging by his tone, he seemed to have translated quite a bit. Could that really be possible? All of it, Sui replied calmly. Liu Qian'er and Kong Liwei exchanged a glance, shock flickering in both their eyes. On Blue Star, anyone who could decipher Inca script was rarer than phoenix feathers, and Yuan City had none at all. Sui was just a student yet. He claimed he could translate it word for word. The sheer absurdity hit them like a wave. Sui, are you serious? Liu Qian'er drew a steadying breath, trying to keep the tremor from her voice. Why would I joke about something like this? Sui rubbed the bridge of his nose, unruffled. Then translate it for me right now. Liu Qian'er's excitement spiked, her voice a notch too loud. The Liu clan had spent years studying the rejuvenation art and already possessed a partial translation. With that as a benchmark, any fraud would be obvious. Sui nodded, walked over to the desk, grabbed a pen and paper, and began writing without hesitation. The rejuvenation art was etched in his mind. His pen glided like drifting clouds and flowing water, even preserving the scrambled order of the original fragments. In less than 3 minutes the page was filled, densely packed with Blue Star characters. Liu Qian'er and Kong Liwei stared, slack-jawed speed, the confidence, as though Sui had mastered the entire technique. Senior Sister Liu, see if it matches. Sui handed her the sheet. Sure. Liu Qian'er took it and compared every line. Moments later her hands trembled. The text Sui wrote was identical to the portion the Liu clan had labored over for years. It meant he might truly have cracked the entire rejuvenation art. Sui, this is huge. I need to double-check. Please wait here. Fighting to stay composed, Liu Qian'er snapped photos of the page and hurried out. The door closed, and the room's mood shifted. Kong Liwei flashed a warm smile and poured Sui a cup of hot tea. Here, have some. A talent who could read ancient script was priceless. Every major faction would eventually compete for him. If the Chiu clan befriended him early, the benefits could be endless. Thank you. Sui accepted the cup with a polite nod. Kong Liwei probed gently. Sui, which grade are you in, and what level is your cultivation? He ran the numbers in his head. If Sui was just an ordinary student, perhaps the Chiu clan could recruit him. I'm in my first year of high school, and I just advanced to the 5th level of the vital energy realm, Sui answered. Kong Liwei drew a sharp breath, eyes widening. A first-year student at the 5th level would be a top genius in any Yuan City academy. He couldn't help but marvel. Sui, your talent is extraordinary. You flatter me, Manager Kong. Sui offered a mild smile. Just then the door swung open, and Liu Qian'er strode back in, her face radiant. Her gaze locked onto Sui. Sui, thank you so much. Your translation is flawless. Every single word is correct. She had already sent the photos back to the Liu clan. Liu Wushuang, the clan's second-in-command, had tested the method personally, and the verdict was clear. Sui's translation was perfect. All of it correct. Kong Liwei clicked his tongue in disbelief. The scroll lay unfurled across the broad sandalwood desk, crammed with winding yin characters that looked like ancient seal script. He had only intended to test the boy, yet the answer he received was flawless, not a single mistake. Kong had suspected that Sui could read yin, but he never imagined a first-year student would outshine every professional translator on Blue Star. In that moment, he seemed to glimpse Sui's future rising like the morning sun, brilliant and unstoppable. Good. Sui withdrew his gaze, his expression as calm as ever. The Eye of Insight had never failed him. He knew any text deciphered through it was invariably correct. Liu Qian'er leaned forward slightly and asked in a gentle voice, Uncle Kong, how much cash does the chamber still have on hand? Now that the translation was complete, it was time to honor the reward. Roughly 200,000 Blue Star credits, Kong Liwei calculated. Please bring it all over, Uncle Kong. Liu Qian'er instructed without hesitation. All right. Kong nodded and left, the heavy wooden door closing with a soft thud. Once the door shut, only 2 people remained. Liu Qian'er turned to Sui, her voice mild yet firm. Take out your phone, Sui. I'm going to transfer another 300,000 credits to you. What? Sui froze. They had agreed on 100,000. Why had the amount suddenly tripled? Senior Liu, that's far too much. I only need 100,000, he stammered, trying to decline. There's no need to be modest. You've earned every credit, she said with a smile. In fact, she had originally planned to give him 500,000. For an ordinary family, that sum was astronomical, but to the Liu clan, it was merely a drop in the bucket. There were two reasons for her generosity. First, Sui E had produced a complete translation of the rejuvenation technique, which was of immense importance to the Liu family. Their second strongest fighter, Liu Wushuang, had been stuck at the 10th level of the body refining realm for ages, unable to advance for lack of a suitable cultivation method. With the rejuvenation technique, Liu Wushuang would soon step into the soul-gathering realm. At that point, the Liu family would boast 2 soul-gathering experts, instantly elevating it to the top of Source City. Such value exceeded any sum of money. Second, Sui's gift for deciphering ancient scripts made him a prize every power would try to win over. Giving him more credits was both a gesture of goodwill and an investment. But Sui looked embarrassed. Senior Liu, forget it. I don't even own a phone. On Blue Star, phones were exorbitantly priced. A basic model cost 7 or 8,000 credits. Anything decent exceeded 10, and even a second-hand unit ran a couple of thousand. Only his mother, Li Kaiwa, had a job, earning just over 3,000 a month, barely enough for household expenses, let alone a phone. I see. Liu Qian'er paused, then brightened. The Liu family happens to run a phone store. They'll take you over later, and you can pick the best one. That really isn't necessary, Sui insisted. Just give me the reward, and I'll buy one myself. He had taken the job in the first place to save up for a phone, and Liu Qian'er's enthusiasm made him uncomfortable. Seeing he wouldn't budge, Liu Qian'er nodded. Very well. Write down my number, and let me know as soon as you buy one. Leaving her contact information was the first step toward drawing him closer. All right. Sui stopped protesting, wrote the number on a slip of paper, folded it carefully, and tucked it into his pocket. At that moment, Kong Liwei strode in carrying 2 thick bundles of Blue Star notes. Sui could see they were all crisp 1,000 credit bills, the largest denomination on Blue Star. 2 bundles, 100 notes apiece, made an even 200,000. Sui, hey, raise 200,000 Blue Star credits, Liu Qian'er said with a smile, pressing the money into his palm. Keep this first, I'll give you the remaining 300,000 later. The cool paper felt wonderfully real in Sui's hand, and warmth flooded his chest. Senior Sister Liu, this is more than enough. Thank you. He slipped the cash into his pocket, unable to hide his delight. He had only hoped for 100,000. Liu Qian'er had just doubled that. Don't mention it, she replied with a bright smile. If there's nothing else, they'll head back, Sui said, remembering Su Lin and Chaotianhou waiting downstairs. Very well. They'll walk you out, Liu Qian'er nodded. Kong Liwei joined her, giving Sui every courtesy. On the first floor of Wana Trading House, the clerk Tong Fei snorted when he saw Sui return so quickly. See, I told you he was bluffing. Deciphering Silvery Oyster script can't be done in 10 minutes. It usually takes hours. Tong Fei, shut that filthy mouth, Kong Liwei barked, face darkening. Sui is one of Wani's most important clients. Say one more word and you're fired. He had already noticed how highly Liu Qian'er regarded Sui. If the clerk's loose talk caused trouble, even he, the manager, would be in hot water. Sui has become Wani's most important client? Su Lin and Chao Qinglang exchanged a stunned look. Tong Fei froze, then quickly forced a smile and bowed. Young Master Sui, I failed to recognize your worth. Please don't hold it against me. Years in business had taught him to read the room. Kong Liwei's attitude meant Sui had indeed deciphered the Silvery Oyster script. Anyone capable of that carried serious weight, and he dared not offend him. Sui waved it off, expression calm. Tong Fei was just a minor player. Making a fuss would only cheapen himself. Senior Sister Liu, we'll be going now, he said to Liu Qian'er, then signaled to Su Lin and Chao Qinglang. The 3 of them walked out of Wanha together. Once their figures disappeared, Liu Qian'er turned to Kong Liwei and asked in a low voice, Uncle Kong, what do you know about Sui? Is there any chance we can bring him into the Liu family? I'm afraid it will be difficult, Kong Liwei replied, shaking his head. From what I've heard, Sui is a first year at the 3rd Ancient Martial Academy, yet his cultivation is already at the 5th level of the Bloodchi realm. He's a bona fide prodigy. The academy would never let him go. So impressive? A flash of surprise crossed Liu Qian'er's eyes. She immediately pulled out her phone and dialed a number. Xueqin, have you heard of a first year named Sui at the academy? Sui is the most talked about student in our academy right now. On the other end of the line, Xueqin couldn't keep her voice down. I've heard he's already hit the 5th stage of the Kaian blood realm and is hailed as the top first-year talent in your academy. How have I never heard of him before? Leaning against the window, Liu Qian'er frowned slightly. She could recite the genius lists of every ancient martial academy, yet the name Sui was completely unfamiliar. Had a brand new prodigy really appeared overnight? Xueqin's tone overflowed with excitement. Sui has practically become a legend here. With only a 1-star talent, she had long languished at the bottom of the 3rd Ancient Martial Academy. Sui's meteoric rise cut through her despair like a blade of light. If a 1-star could rise so high, her own 2-star talent had no excuse to stay stuck. Details now. Lu Qian'er shot upright. Xueqin poured out everything she knew. Sui E, born with a 1-star talent and 0 cultivation, had barged into the Demon Suppression Tower and emerged at the 5th stage of the Kind Blood Realm. Afterward had beaten Li Qingchuan and Qin Sangboth at the same level with ease. Wait. Lu Qian'er clapped a hand over her lips, almost gasping. He reached the 5th stage in the tower, then crushed Li Qingchuan? There's no way he's just 5th stage. After hanging up, she muttered, something's way off. Even with the rarest treasures, a 1-star talent shouldn't soar that far that fast. And strength fierce enough to steamroll peers felt more like the thought stole her breath, a fiery, solemn light flickering deep in her eyes. Meanwhile, after leaving the Wanhe Trading Company, Sui E, Su Lin, and Chaotianhou headed home along the street. The freshly lit lamps cast a warm orange glow, stretching their shadows far behind. Brother, why was Kong Liwei so respectful to you? Su Lin's curiosity itched at her. As manager of the Wanhe Trading Company, Kong Liwei looked down on almost everyone, yet had just treated Sui E with marked deference. Chao Qinglang couldn't help asking, Sui, did you really crack the Silver Oyster script? That's the only thing that explains his attitude. Even as he spoke, he found it hard to believe the puzzle had stumped the company for years. Sui smiled without confirming or denying. Su Lin blinked, hoping to read an answer on her brother's face, but he remained calm and unreadable. Let's drop it, Sui said. Is there a phone shop nearby? I've got 200,000 Blue Star coins, and it's time I bought a phone. There's a big store just ahead. You can find almost every brand sold in Yulan City. Chao Qinglang replied automatically. Then eyed Sui E in confusion, knew the family's finances shouldn't stretch to a phone. Let's take a look, Sui E said, striding ahead without further explanation. Sure, window shopping never hurts. Chao Qinglang shrugged and followed. A few minutes later they pushed into a brightly lit phone store. New and older models lined the shelves, while glossy screens looped promotional videos. A young saleswoman hurried over, a practiced smile on her lips. Good evening, students. What model are you interested in? The best one you've got, Sui E answered crisply. We've just received the new Moling series, she said, smile widening. It's packed with every feature and sits at the very top of the market right now. Let's have a look at the Moling phones, Sui said. Su Lin and Chao Qinglang froze. The way he spoke made it sound as if he were ready to pay for a topophthalene model. But where would he get that kind of money? If he couldn't cover the bill, he'd be humiliated on the spot. Right this way, the three of you, the female attendant said, growing even more attentive after overhearing them. Let's go, Sui nodded, stepping after her and motioning for Su Lin and Chao Qinglang to follow. Sui, are you serious? Chao Qinglang whispered, his mouth agape. You'll see in a minute, Sui chuckled, offering no explanation as he followed the attendant. Su Lin and Chao Qinglang exchanged a helpless look and trailed behind. When the four of them reached the counter displaying the flagship models, a young man already standing there called out, Sui E, old Chao. Here to buy phones too. Zhang Chong. You're here as well. Chao Qinglang replied politely, while Sui and Su Lin merely nodded. Zhang Chong had been their classmate in middle school. When they advanced to high school, the three chose the 3rd Ancient Martial Academy, whereas he enrolled in the 1st Ancient Martial Academy. They'd never been particularly close and had kept little contact. Glancing at the neatly lined up Moling phones, Zhang Chong said in an offhand, yet faintly condescending tone, these are all Moling phone style bleed you dry. If you really want to buy, head over there. They have cheaper models and some second-hand units. He pointed to a corner as he spoke. We're just looking, Chao Qinglang said with an awkward smile. Sui curled his lips and asked, so, Zhang Chong, are you here for a Moling phone too? Moling phones are great, sure, but they're way too expensive. I'm getting a Silver Moon instead, Zhang Chong answered. A Moling phone cost 15,000 Blue Star credits, and even the lower tier Silver Moon ran 10,000. Zhang Chong, you're loaded, Chao Qinglang exclaimed. Spending 10,000 credits on a phone was beyond him. It's nothing, Zhang Chong said smugly, tipping his chin up. I scored 5 stars in the latest aptitude test and advanced to the 4th stage of the Vital Energy Realm. My dad gave me 10,000 credits as a reward. 5-star talent, and the 4th stage of the Vital Energy Realm on par with Su Lin was indeed something to brag about. Su Lin added coolly, that is impressive, just a shade below my brother. The 4th stage might impress outsiders, but it meant nothing in front of Sui. Huh. Zhang Chong blinked. You're saying Sui's cultivation is higher than mine? Sui's talent had always seemed abysmal to him. How could he have surpassed him? If it were Su Lin, he might barely accept it. Of course it is. Su Lin pouted, nodding proudly. Still skeptical, Zhang Chong turned to Sui and asked, Sui, which stage of the Vital Energy Realm are you at? The 5th stage, Sui replied calmly, as though stating something utterly ordinary. The 5th stage? Zhang Chong's eyes almost popped, then he burst out laughing. Sui, I haven't seen you in a while, but you've certainly learned how to brag. As far as he knew, the strongest first year at the 3rd Ancient Martial Academy was a student named Li Qingquan, also at the 5th stage. If Sui had really broken through, there's no way he wouldn't have heard about it. Sui wasn't exaggerating. He has just advanced to the 5th stage of the Vital Blood Realm, defeated 2 other fighters at the same level, and he's going to represent our academy in the first-year challenge. At those words, Zhang Chong, who had been leaning on the counter yawning, suddenly straightened up. Are you serious? His eyes widened and the corner of his mouth twitched. Chaotianhou tapped the countertop and repeated Sui E's achievements. If you don't believe me, call any classmate you like. No need. Zhang Chong forced a laugh and looked away, but inside he was reeling. He had only just reached the 4th stage and had planned to show off. Yet Sui E was already the top freshman. The salesgirl had been waiting quietly at the side. Seeing the 3 of them hesitate, she finally reminded them. Would you like to buy a phone or not? Zhang Chong cut in first with a sneer. How could they afford a mulling phone? The clerk frowned slightly, clearly annoyed at the waste of time. Who says we're not buying? Sui stopped her from leaving, smiling. Please bring me a mulling to look at. Su Lin and Chaotianhou shot him frantic looks. A mulling cost 15,000 blue star coins. Zhang Chong folded his arms, ready to enjoy the spectacle. A black mulling smartphone was soon placed in Sui's hand. He turned it over, tapped a few icons, nodded with satisfaction, then handed it to Su Lin. Do you like it? I do, but Su Lin's voice was barely audible, embarrassment written all over her face. Sui looked at Chaotianhou. What about you, Lao Chao? Chaotianhou patted the battered second-hand phone in his pocket and gave a wry smile. Mine still works. Sui turned back to the clerk and said calmly, we'll take 4 mullings. The air seemed to freeze. 4? The clerk wondered if Shed misheard. 60,000 blue star coins weren't something an average family could spare. Su Lin and Chaotianhou were speechless. Zhang Chong almost burst out laughing. Sui, quit dreaming. You've got 60,000 on you? Before he could finish, Sui pulled a thick wad of blue star coins from his pocket and slapped it onto the counter. My goodness, how many blue star coins is that? Chaotianhou and the others were struck speechless by the thick stack of cash on the counter. Each bill was a 1,000 blue star coin note, and there had to be at least 100,000. How could Sui possibly be carrying that much money around? Zhang Chong's face twisted at once. Just moments ago, had written Sui off as a penniless blowhard, and now this pile of notes felt like a resounding slap across his cheek. Count whatever you need, Sui said calmly, pushing the money toward the salesgirl. Right away, she answered, fingers flying as she tallied the bills. In no time, 60,000 blue star coins were stacked neatly, and the remaining 40,000 slid back to Sui. Sir, buying a mulling phone requires us to register your information. May I have your name, please? She asked with a professional smile. Sui, she echoed, giving him a closer look. Are you a student at the 3rd Guwu Academy? Sui nodded. Once she confirmed it, her manner turned instantly respectful, and she returned the 60,000 coins. Mr. Su, this store belongs to the Liu family. Miss Liu instructed us that if you came to buy phones, they would be free no matter how many. What? Zhang Chong blurted out. The Liu family was one of the top clans in Yuancheng, and Sui was actually their most honored guest? The revelation made his head buzz. Su Lin and Chaotianhou both sucked in a sharp breath. Kong Liwei had said the Wanhe Chamber of Commerce valued Sui highly, so they guessed the Liu family wouldn't slight him. But waving 60,000 blue star coins on the spot? That was beyond anything they'd imagined. Sui knew the Liu family showed him such courtesy because of his ability to decipher ancient scripts. Liu Qian'er was sociable enough, and he was happy to oblige. Very well. Please thank senior sister Liu for me. Then he added, could you pick out 3 SIM cards? Chao already has a number, so he doesn't need one. Right away, the salesgirl almost skipped off and soon laid out 3 cards with enviable numbers. Mr. Su, are these satisfactory? I can replace them if you'd like. They're perfect, thank you. Sui slid a card into his mulling phone, then nudged a brand new handset across to Chaotianhou. Lao Chao, pop your card in and give it a try. Sui, what are you doing? Chao froze. The tone left no doubt the phone was meant for him. Don't just stand there. It's yours, Sui said with a grin. Huh. Bliss hit him so suddenly that Chaotianhou stiffened. When he finally came around, he waved his hands in protest. Sui, it's too expensive. I can't take this. A normal gift he could accept, but a mulling phone cost 15,000 blue star coins, far too extravagant. Take it. Sui spoke with quiet resolve, practically stuffing the brand new mulling phone into Chaotianhou's arms. Old Chao, my brother picked this out for you. Quit trying to refuse. Su Lin backed him up, nodding encouragingly at Chaotianhou. Well, thank you then. Chaotianhou's hands shook as he accepted the phone like a priceless relic. The polished shell flashed across his lenses, and excitement all but bubbled over. Zhang Chong watched from the side, jealousy written all over his face. They were classmates, yet Sui only gifted 1 phone and to Chaotianhou, no less. If had buttered Sui up earlier, maybe he could have snagged one, too. It wasn't as if Sui ever had to pay for electronics in this shop. Sui, Chaotianhou, and Su Lin slid in their SIM cards and powered the phones on. Leaning close, Zhang Chong tried to ingratiate himself. Sui, mulling phones are amazing. Only a genius like you can afford them. Snapping the cover shut, Sui looked up. Zhang Chong, you like them that much? Of course I do. Zhang Chang's voice spiked, as though he wanted the whole store to hear. Then hit the books harder for the next test. Improve fast enough, and your dad might buy you one out of pride. Sui E patted his shoulder with a meaningful smile. He exchanged a glance with Su Lin and Chaotianhou, and the three of them strode out of the shop together. Zhang Chang stayed rooted to the floor, his face flipping from pale to livid. Damn it. If he wasn't giving me one, did he have to toy with me? Behind the counter, the clerk kept her polite smile. Sir, would you still like to purchase a Molten phone? No. Zhang Chang barked the word and stormed outside. At the corner, Su Lin finally asked what she'd been dying to know. Brother, where'd you get so many blue star coins? Sui E didn't hide it. The Liu family paid me for decoding some Yin script. So you really do know Yin script? Chaotianhou clicked his tongue in awe. If the Liu family had paid, Sui E clearly wasn't bluffing. His mastery had to be genuine, or they'd never treat him like an honored guest. When did you even learn Yin script? Su Lin eyed her brother, but seeing he wasn't going to elaborate, she dropped it. Just then Chaotianhou's phone rang. The number was unfamiliar. Clearing his throat, he answered. Hello, this is Chaotianhou. Who's calling? A deep voice came through the speaker. Chaotianhou, it's Li Jinfeng. Is Sui with you? The principal. Chaotianhou's hand jerked. He hurriedly passed the phone to Sui. Principal Li, this is Sui, Sui said. Not bad, Sui. You hit 5th stage in the Kaian blood realm, and already laid out Li Qingxuan and Qin Xiang. Impressive. Li Jinfeng's tone carried a faint, amused edge. Principal, they provoked me first. I only fought back in self-defense, so I haven't broken any school rules. Sui's voice stayed level. Qin Xiang's background is touchy, but I've warned the Qin family. They won't stir up trouble again. Thank you, Principal. Sui paused. Is there anything else I can help you with? Head assumed Li Jinfeng would smooth over the fallout, but the principal wouldn't make a personal call just for that. Li Jinfeng cleared his throat and spoke earnestly. Sui, you can read the Yin script? I know a little. Sui replied modestly, then asked in return, Principal, how did you find out? Outside the Liu family, almost no one can read it. I'm on good terms with the Liesty told me. Li Jinfeng chuckled, then shifted the topic. I have a few documents in the Yin script myself. Could you decipher them for me? Only then did Sui realize that the call wasn't really about warning the Qin family. The principal wanted him to translate the script. Once he understood, he smiled slightly. Principal, I should warn you, my fee isn't cheap. The Liu family paid me 500,000 blue star credits last time. He was only posturing. What Sui really wanted was for Li Jinfeng to owe him a favor, which he could later use to enter the suppression tower and the trial tower. On the other end, Li Jinfeng's face darkened. He lowered his voice. 500,000. Are you trying to rob me? I could expel you, you know. As principal, he earned only a few tens of thousands a month and still had to buy cultivation resources. 500,000 was out of the question. The old man's threatening me again, Sui muttered, then laughed. Principal, I'm kidding. They'll translate everything for you on Monday at school, free of charge, and they'll finish it all. That's more like it. Li Jinfeng finally relaxed. They chatted for a bit longer, and then hung up. After the call, Sui returned the phone to Chaotianhou, and the three of them walked home together. A few minutes later they entered an old residential neighborhood. See you tomorrow, Sui, Su Lin. Chaotianhou waved and headed off. The siblings entered their building. As soon as they stepped into the dim stairwell, they heard a fierce argument upstairs. Brother, that's Mom arguing with the landlord, Su Lin whispered, her face paling. The rent wasn't due until the end of the month, and there were still a few days left, so this early visit was unusual. Let's go up, Sui said, his expression hardening. The landlord, Lin Rupin, was notoriously mean-spirited and loved to nitpick, but because the rent was cheap the family had always tolerated her. Now Sui had 200,000 blue star credits and knew how to earn more. He no longer had to endure her bullying. If push came to shove, they could simply move. At the third-floor landing, they found Li Kaihua forcing a smile at a plump woman with her hands on her hips. The landlord, Lin Rupin. Lin Rupin gestured arrogantly, her tone cutting. Mom, what's going on? Sui asked. Xiaoi, you're back from school? It's nothing. Go inside, Li Kaihua said quickly, trying to usher them into the apartment. Nothing, my foot. Lin Rupin screeched. Li Kaihua, if you don't pay the rent today, your whole family can clear out tomorrow. Sister Lin, the factory hasn't been doing well these past few months, so we haven't been paid yet. But as soon as we get our wages, I'll pay you right away. Li Kaihua stood in the narrow stairwell, clutching the hem of her shirt, her voice full of apology. Mom, you don't have to grovel to her. Su Lin widened her eyes, shielding her mother behind her as she glared at Lin Rupin on the landing. It's still several days till the end of the month. What right do you have to throw us out? Lin Rupin's face darkened. One rough hand gripped the banister, her eyes as cold as ice. She curled her lip and barked at Li Kaihua. Li Kaihua, look at your daughter. No manners talking to me in that tone. If you want respect, act properly yourself. With that attitude, does she deserve any respect? Watch your mouth. Sui pulled his sister half a step behind him, his voice turning cold. And let me warn you, treat my mother with respect, or don't blame me if I slap you until your face swells. Xiaoi. Li Kaihua's heart tightened as she tugged at her son's sleeve. His words vented their anger, but if they pushed Lin Rupin too far they might lose this low-rent apartment. What? Sui E, you think just because you're a student at the Ancient Martial Academy I'm afraid of you? Lin Rupin's chest heaved, her roar echoing up and down the stairwell. Do you think I'm made of clay? She leaned over the railing and shouted downstairs. Xiao Fei, get up here. Someone's bullying me. Hurried footsteps sounded at once, along with a coarse shout. Who dares bully my aunt? Tired of living, are you? Brother, why does that voice sound familiar? Su Lin frowned and whispered. Su E thought it sounded familiar too, but he couldn't place it. Lin Rupin lifted her chin smugly and said coldly, Su E, my nephew works at the Wanted Chamber of Commerce, and he's a third-stage Qi blood warrior. Let's see if you still dare act tough. Sister Lin, he's just a kid. Please forgive him. Li Kaiwa pleaded anxiously. The Wanted Chamber belonged to the Liu family. Anyone who worked there had some backing, and a third-stage Qi blood fighter on top of that. She was genuinely afraid her son would get hurt. Too late. Lin Rupin folded her arms, looking high and mighty. Mom, don't worry. Someone from the Wanted Chamber means nothing in front of my brother. Su Lin soothed her gently. The moment she heard Wanted Chamber, she figured the newcomer was probably Tong Fi, just an ordinary clerk. She and Su E were 4th and 5th stage Qi blood respectively. Handling Tong Fei would be easy. Shaolin. Li Kaiwa swallowed hard, at a loss for what to do. You people really like to brag. You think Su E can compare with my nephew? Lin Rupin sneered. Whether we're bragging or not, you'll see in a minute. Su E snorted. Heavy footsteps came from the 3rd floor landing, and a young man in his 20s hurried up the stairs. Tong Fei. He stopped beside Lin Rupin and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Auntie, who's got the guts to bully you? It's that family right there. Lin Rupin pointed at the 3 Sus. Courting death. Tong Fei growled, glowering as he stepped forward. But the moment his gaze landed on Su E's face, he jolted, terror flooding his eyes. His voice cracked. Why, young Master Su? What are you doing here? A sly smile tugged at the corner of Su E's mouth. This is my home. Why shouldn't I be here, huh? Tong Fei froze, then ducked his head with an apologetic grin. I'm sorry, young Master Su. I didn't know this was your place. Li Kaihua and Lin Rupin were completely confused when had Su E become young Master Su. Why was Tong Fei suddenly so frightened of him? Fei, what are you scared of? Lin Rupin blurted. Tong Fei shot her a frantic warning look, then turned back to Su E, bowing slightly. Young Master Su, my aunt didn't know who you were. She meant no offense. Please let it go. His heart pounded. He was just a clerk at the mall. If Lin Rupin angered Su E, one phone call could cost him his job. Work was hard to find in Source City, couldn't risk losing it. Su E narrowed his eyes, his voice icy. I distinctly heard someone say my whole family was tired of living. Wasn't that you? Gulp. Tong Fei swallowed hard, his face shifting colors. He knew he'd have to pay to calm Su E down. Smack. A sharp slap echoed in the stairwell. Tong Fei had struck his own face. Young Master Su, I spoke without thinking. Please don't hold it against me. He pleaded, swallowing the sting of pain. Humiliating as it was better than losing his job. Lin Rupin stared, stunned. She had hoped Tong Fei would stand up for her and put the Su family in their place. Yet here he was groveling like a lapdog, even hitting himself. Anyone could see Su E's status had skyrocketed. But she had known the Sus for years. How was Su E suddenly so powerful? Since you know your place, I'll let it slide this time. Don't let it happen again, Su E said coldly. Thank you, young Master Su. Tong Fei exhaled in relief and tried to pull Lin Rupin away. Hold on, Su E called. Tong Fei's stomach clenched. Yes, young Master Su. Ignoring him, Su E faced Lin Rupin, pulled out a wad of blue star notes, peeled off 10 1,000 bills, and flicked them at her face. Hey, race this year's rent. Take it, and stop bothering my mom. He figured he was used to the place, and didn't feel like moving for now. E, where did you get so much money? Li Kaiwa gasped. She had clearly seen a full 100,000 blue stars in that wad. Su E was just a student. Where had it come from? Snapping out of her daze, Lin Rupin hurriedly scooped up the bills and stammered. Don't worry, I wouldn't trouble your mom, even if you gave me 10 lives. Mom, let's go inside, Su E said, ushering Li Kaiwa and Su Lin into the apartment. As soon as the door closed, Li Kaiwa, still wide-eyed, asked, E, what on earth is going on? Before Su E could explain, Su Lin cut in. Mom, hey race, what happened? She told the whole story. Su E had advanced to the 5th level of the Blood Qi realm, deciphered oyster script for the Liu family, and earned 200,000 blue star credits. Li Kaiwa's eyes widened, her jaw fell open, and when Su Lin finished, she stood there as if frozen, unable to react for quite a while. That night after dinner, a dim bulb lit the shabby bedroom. Lying on his back, Su E pulled out his brand new Demon Spirit phone to explore its features. Suddenly the ringtone blared. The screen read Chaotianhou. Old Chao, what's up? He answered. Su E, since you finally got a phone, want me to add you to our class notification group? Sure, go ahead, Su E said. He had bought the phone for exactly 2 reasons. To join that group, and to browse the Yuanqing Warrior Forum whenever he pleased. The group carried academy announcements and casual chat. Without a phone, every message from instructor Lin Qingshan had to be delivered by Chaotianhou in person, Now he wouldn't need to trouble his friend anymore. As for the forum, it gathered big news, rising experts, and cultivation insights from everywhere, great for broadening his horizons. Moments after they hung up, Sui E's avatar appeared in the group. Sui E has joined, give him a warm welcome. The system message popped up, and the chat instantly exploded. Sui E finally bought a phone. He's the strongest freshman now. Of course he needs one. Amid the hubbub, homeroom teacher Lin Qingshan appeared. Welcome, Sui. Had Sui not reached the 5th level of the Bloodchi realm, won Li Zinfeng's favor, and been chosen to represent the 3rd Ancient Martial Academy in the challenge tournament, Lin probably wouldn't have shown himself. Sui replied with a smiling emoji. In his hospital room, Shunhao scrolled through the chat, face dark as thunder. Today's defeat had cost him face and left him injured. His anger had nowhere to go. He sneered and typed, so what if he bought a phone? Probably some beat-up secondhand junk from a back alley. The group went quiet. Normally someone would have egged him on, but with Sui E's sudden rise, no one dared take sides. Chaotianhou spoke up first. Shunhao, quit looking down on people. Sui E bought a demon spirit phone. Huh? You expect me to believe that Popper can afford a demon spirit phone? Shunhao jeered. Several classmates wanted to defend Sui E, yet they knew his family was strapped for cash, so they hesitated. Sui E glanced at the screen, smirked, opened his emoji library, and sent a flashy gif. A man stomping another underfoot over and over, the words submit or not, flashing above. Right now, only a demon spirit phone could send that sort of animated image. No one could doubt anymore Sui E was indeed using one. Wow, that's really a Molten phone. Only a Molten phone can do something like that. The group chat blew up in an instant. A Molten phone costs 15,000 blue star coins. Fewer than 5 people in our academy can afford one. Someone gasped on the other end of the screen. Sui E is incredible. Lines of text scrolled past like a barrage of bullets. After confirming that Sui E was indeed holding the legendary Molten phone, Chaotianhou suddenly pointed out, guys, look at the person being stepped on in that photo. Doesn't he look like someone in our class? The way he tries to act tough but has to swallow his pride, it's identical. That remark set everyone off. The unlucky soul crushed into the mud was, of course, Shunhao. Just a few days earlier he had provoked Sui E, only to be flung aside like a dead dog. Sui E's not convinced? He'll beat you until you are. Scene was still fresh in everyone's mind. The classmates roared with laughter. Sui E, Chaotianhou, you bastards. Shunhao fumed. He had meant to mock Sui E with that domineering image, but the plan backfired so badly, he almost spat blood. Sui E let out a breath, ignored the commotion, muted the chat, and opened the Yuancheng Warriors forum. The most clicked post on the front page read, Ferocious Demons Tianfeng City, in peril. Tianfeng City, under Beichuan County's jurisdiction, was about the same size as Yuancheng and home to 1 million people. A few days ago a demon army launched a surprise attack, killing nearly 10,000 defenders. Worse still, Jin Yichuan's self-proclaimed guardian deity of Tianfeng and a 7th-layer gathering soul expert fell on the ramparts. With his death, panic rippled through the city. Reinforcements barely drove the demons back, but the city was gravely weakened. Without powerful warriors to garrison it, the next assault could wipe it out. Damn demons. Sui E clenched his fists, frustration surging in his chest. As a mere Kaian bloodstage novice, all he could do was grind his teeth. After a deep breath, he scrolled to the second most viewed post. A 10-meter gold-scaled python appears in the Misty Forest. Major Yuancheng mercenary groups converge. A gold-scaled python? Sui E's eyes lit up. Although classified as a fierce beast, every part was valuable. Its hide made superb protective leather, its bones forged top-grade weapons, and its blood was the key ingredient in chi blood pills. A mature specimen was worth tens of millions, sometimes hundreds of millions soft blue star coins, so the mercenary rush was no surprise. Normally, a gold-scaled python was at least body-tempering level. If he could just touch one, what kind of ability might he extract? Excitement stirred in Sui E, yet he knew how deadly the wilderness was. Demons and beasts stalked the open lands. One slip could cost him his life. Yuancheng therefore enforced 2 strict rules. 1. Anyone leaving the city must be at least body-tempering stage. 2. No one may travel alone. Teams are mandatory. Because of these harsh limits, few people ventured outside the walls, and those who did were almost always mercenaries. In Yuancheng, no one left the city more often than they did. Looks like I need to join a mercenary squad. Sui E half squinted and muttered to himself. The streets of Yuancheng were so deserted that even common animals were hard to spot, let alone vicious beasts. If he wanted a breakthrough, he had to fight living opponents, and this steel metropolis gave him no such chance. Outside the walls, however, the wilderness was crawling with monsters, a perfect shortcut for training. With his current strength, he couldn't even leave the city, and any mercenary guild would probably reject him outright. Knowing the road ahead was long, he sighed and kept scrolling through the forum. The next post was titled Yuancheng Beauty Rankings. Qiu Bingxian and Lu Kainer, both familiar names, sat high on the list, but he had zero interest. One glance was all it took before he swiped away. Shun family offers huge reward for ancient script experts. Decode 30 characters and earn 200,000 Blue Star credits on the spot. The Shin clan was one of Yuanchang's 4 great families, alongside the Lius, Qins, and Shurs. 200,000 credits wasn't life-changing for Sui E, but a little extra money never hurt. It would let Li Kaiwa stay home instead of scrambling for odd jobs, and he could spend the rest on vitality pills to speed up his cultivation. With that in mind, he murmured, "If I have time, he'll take the job," and kept browsing. Third Ancient Martial Academy's top loser makes a stunning comeback silent no more. The headline was obviously about him. Sui E chuckled, brushed it aside, tossed the phone onto the bed, and focused on the Fierce Tiger Heaven Gang Fist. The Fierce Tiger Heaven Gang Fist was a power-type secret art. Once mastered, it could multiply his combat strength several times over. The moves were already etched into his mind, but limited talent meant a breakthrough wouldn't come quickly. He wasn't anxious. Nobody gets fat from one bite. Day after day of drilling would eventually bring enlightenment. He trained hard until late at night and finally fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, after breakfast, Sui E went downstairs. He had arranged to meet Chaotianhou and visit the Yuanqing trade market. When his younger sister Su Lin heard about the trip, she insisted on coming, so he brought her along. The siblings waited at the entrance for 10 minutes, but Chaotianhou was nowhere in sight. They were supposed to meet at 7 sharp. He was rarely late. Had he overslept again? Frowning, Sui E dialed his number. The call rang for ages before Chaotianhou picked up, voice thick with sleep. "Sui E, why are you calling so early?" He had stayed up nearly all night playing with his new Demon Spirit phone. Without the call, he'd still be snoring. "Aren't you coming to the Yuanqing trade market?" Sui asked, clearly annoyed. "Yuanqing trade market?" Chaotianhou jolted awake and yelped, "Sui E, give me 5 minutes. He'll be right there." The trade market is held only once a year and lasts a single day. He definitely didn't want to miss it. Sui E shook his head helplessly and settled into wait. Barely 5 minutes later, Chaotianhou came sprinting over, hair in disarray and breathing hard. "Sorry, overslept. Let's move, time's ticking." Seeing his embarrassed face, Sui merely waved it off and said no more. He, Su Lin, and Chaotianhou then set off side by side toward the south outer city. Yulan City is divided into an inner city and an outer city. The inner city holds residential districts, shops, and the various academies, while the outer city houses factories and farmland and is split into the south, north, west, and east sections. Their destination, a Yulan City trading market, sits in the south outer city. Half an hour later they arrived. The streets here formed a tight grid, packed with people. Hawkers shouted over one another, colorful signs swayed overhead, and the air was thick with the smell of hot oil and spices. "What do we check out first?" Chaotianhou called over the din. "Let's see if anyone's selling exotic beasts," Sui E answered without hesitation. Touching animals to copy their abilities was his real goal today. Exotic beasts? Su Lin and Chaotianhou exchanged uneasy looks. Even a low-tier specimen cost tens of thousands of Blue Star credits, and Sui E's 20,000 savings wouldn't even get him to the door. Feeding one was worst. Feed was outrageously priced. In Yulan City, only a handful of top clans could truly afford an exotic beast, so buying one now made little sense for him. Catching their concern, Sui smiled. "I'm only looking, not buying. As long as we're just looking." Chaotianhou exhaled in relief and pointed ahead. "Heard someone over there selling a rampaging gray bear." "A rampaging gray bear?" Sui's eyes lit up. Rampaging gray bears are classed as exotic beasts, different from the invasive fiends. Fiends come from beyond, while exotic beasts are Blue Star natives that evolved after the Great Upheaval. An adult stands nearly 2 meters tall, with hide like armor and tremendous strength. Most reach at least the 8th level of the Blood and Chi tier, making them fierce combatants. Yet their temperament is surprisingly trainable. Exactly why powerful factions prize them. "Let's go take a look." Unable to contain himself, Sui hurried off in the direction Chaotianhou had pointed. A few minutes later they were stopped by a dense crowd surrounding an open lot. Everyone was craning for a glimpse of the same thing. "Wait here, I'll squeeze in," Sui said, ducking low and worming his way through gaps between bodies. Sweating by the time he reached the front, he finally had a clear view. In the center stood a heavy steel cage welded from thick bars. Inside, the rampaging gray bear's gray coat rippled over rock-hard muscles. Each casual sweep of its paw sent a shudder through the iron frame. A middle-aged man built like a hill and draped in beast pelts stood before the cage. He scanned the crowd with narrowed eyes and boomed, "Ladies and gentlemen, in the cage is a rampaging gray bear at the 10th level of the Blood and Chi tier. Ferocious in battle, easy to tame. Price, 800,000 Blue Star credits. Any takers?" The moment he finished, the place erupted. A bear at the 10th level was tempting, but a price tag of 800,000 was downright staggering. In Yulan City, only the very top powers could muster that kind of money. Although the rampaging grizzly had attracted plenty of attention, not a single bidder had stepped forward. In the bustling market square, its iron cage was bolted to a stake with heavy chains. The bear kept slamming its shoulder into the bars, each dull clang of metal making passers-by shrink back. A man in a fur coat stood guard beside the cage, hands on his hips, scanning the crowd for a buyer who never appeared. Sui E stopped a short distance away, studied the scene for a moment, then walked over. Young man, looking to buy a rampaging grizzly? The fur-clad seller's eyes lit up as he hurried to greet him. I'm just curious, Sui replied with an easy smile. Then he added, Uncle, would you let me touch it? The asking price was 800,000 blue star credits, an astronomical sum for a student. Even if Sui could afford it, he had no way to keep such a beast. All he wanted was a quick touch so he could extract its ability. Don't waste my time if you're not paying. The man snapped, planting himself in front of the cage door. You think anyone can just walk up and pet a rampaging grizzly? Sui wasn't offended. Refusal was the seller's right. After a moment's thought, he lowered his voice. Uncle, how about 1,000 blue star credits for a single touch? Of the 20,000 credits Head earned yesterday, Head kept only 1,000 for himself and given the rest to Li Kaiwa for safekeeping. Trading a mere 1,000 for one touch would be a bargain. No way. The man waved him off with a sneer. A measly 1,000 credits? Go bother someone else. One touch for 10,000, Sui pressed, raising the offer. The crowd erupted. Who is this kid? 10,000 just to touch a bear? What a waste of money. Must be some rich brat from a big clan. I can't even comprehend that kind of cash. 10 grand is 2 months of my salary. The seller paused, giving Sui another once-over before curling his lips into a smile. Kid, if you've got that kind of money, why not just buy the beast? Spending 10,000 on a pad is ridiculous. If money's no object, take it home. I'd have no use for it. Just agree to the touch, Sui said, keeping his temper in check. It was easy money for the seller, yet the man clearly sensed Sui's interest and kept pushing. Forget it, the man repeated, turning him down again. Sui shrugged and began to push his way out of the crowd, no point arguing if the seller wouldn't budge. Sui, quit showing off. As if you could pull out 10,000 credits, a mocking voice rang out. He turned to see Xinyao, arms crossed and a malicious grin on his face. Every eye in the crowd swung toward him. Everyone, he's a student at 3rd Ancient Martial Academy, Xinyao announced loudly. His mom's the only one working back home, making 3,000 a month. Think someone like that can spare 10,000 credits? Humiliated by Sui in front of everyone yesterday and later scolded by Li Zhenfeng, Xinyao had been stewing in anger. Now he seized the chance to disgrace Sui and vent his frustration. So he was just putting on a show. Someone in the crowd scoffed, called it. No matter how rich you are, nobody would spend 10,000 blue star coins just to touch a rampaging grizzly. Kids these days always copy the worst habits, another sneered. Try to act cool and get exposed serves him right. Whispers rippled through the onlookers, and every curious stare landed on Sui, some punctuated by pointing fingers. Arms folded, the man in the beast-hide vest fixed Sui with a mocking grin. Nice act, kid. A family that pulls in 3,000 a month can't scrape together 1,000 blue star coins, much less 10,000. What do you call that if not putting on airs? Amid the noise, Sui let out a cold laugh and slid a hand into his pocket, where 10,000 blue star coins sat waiting. He was ready to flash the cash, crush the ridicule, and slap Xinyao across the face in one go. Right then his phone rang. Sui paused and answered. Bro, what's going on in there? Why aren't you out yet? Su Lin sounded worried. It's fine. They'll be out soon. Don't worry, Sui said with a smile, then hung up. As every eye followed the phone in his hand, someone in the corner gasped. He's using a mag spirit phone. The words detonated like a firecracker. All gazes locked onto the device with its faint blue logo. Mag spirit phones cost 15,000 blue star coins. Even well-to-do families hesitated before buying one. If Sui could casually own a mag spirit phone, his financial situation was nothing like Xinyang's story. Shock replaced suspicion, and the crowd's attention swiveled to Xinyang. Xinyang's eyes bulged, his expression a storm of confusion. He had been sure Sui's family could never afford a mag spirit phone, yet the proof gleamed in front of him. Sui stepped closer, chuckling. Since when do I need your permission to own a mag spirit phone? Who exactly do you think you are? Before the words had fully settled, he whipped out the wad of blue star coins and smacked it against Xinyang's cheek. Open those dog eyes and tell Matos this look like 10,000 blue star coins to you? Heat flooded Xinyang's face, the edge of the bills leaving a clear mark on his cheek. Damn, the guy wasn't bragging at all who really has the money. Someone exclaimed. Exactly. A mag spirit phone and 10,000 blue star coins on hand? That's no ordinary family. Some people just can't stand seeing others do better. More voices chimed in. Disdain now aimed squarely at Xinyang. With the crowd closing in on him, Xinyang's mouth twitched. He roared. I'm a direct descendant of the Qin clan. I didn't lie. Sui's family really is poor. A direct heir of the Qin family? The onlookers burst into laughter. After yesterday's farce, everyone had learned their lesson. This time, not a single person believed a word Xinyang said. Qin, didn't the principal warn you? You still have the nerve to come and provoke me? Sui narrowed his eyes. The chill in them was sharp as a blade, aimed straight at Xinyang. He had just punished the guy yesterday and thought that beating would be enough to keep him in line. Who would have guessed the fool would pop up again clearly healed and ready for more pain? What do you want? Qin Xiang's face went pale, and he instinctively took half a step back. The killing intent in Sui E's stare pressed down on him like a mountain. I'm warning you one last time, try provoking me again, and I'll break your legs. Sui E's voice was low and ice cold. Qin Xiang trembled, his teeth grinding. Rage churned in his chest, but he forced it down. First, he really couldn't beat Sui E. Second, Li Jinfeng had already warned him make trouble for Sui E again and had be expelled. The Qin family might be a major household in Yulan City, but it still couldn't match the ancient martial academy. Li Jinfeng had chosen to shield Sui E, and few in Yulan City dared oppose him. If Sui E actually broke his legs, the Qin clan might not offend Li Jinfeng just to defend him. Fine, you win. Qin Xiang growled through clenched teeth, then slunk off in embarrassment. Had planned to humiliate Sui E, yet had been slapped in the face again. Staying any longer would only invite more ridicule, so retreat was his only option. Trash like you thinks you can take me on? Sui E snorted and turned to leave, when a clear, pleasant female voice called out. Sui E, fancy seeing you here. The voice was familiar. Sui E looked over and saw the petite, adorable Lu Qianer. Beside her stood a tall, striking young woman. Senior Sister Lu, Sui E greeted with a smile. Sui E, I'm Jiaoliang, pleased to meet you. The tall woman offered her hand with a friendly smile. The moment her name was spoken, the crowd buzzed. Jiaoliang was just as famous as Lu Qianer, direct heir of the Shin clan, one of Yuan City's 4 top families. Gifted with 8-star talent and already at the first stage of body tempering, she was a rising star at the 2nd Ancient Martial Academy and a leading figure among Yuan City's younger generation. Good to meet you, Senior Sister Shun. Sui E returned the greeting with respect. Sui E, are you here to buy a spirit beast? Lu Qianer asked, smiling. No, Sui E shook his head. I just wanted to pet the berserk gray bear, but this uncle won't allow it. All this just to pet a berserk gray bear? Jiaoliang exchanged a surprised look with Lu Qianer. So Sui E had this kind of hobby? After a brief pause, Jiaoliang turned to the fur-clad stall owner. Boss, how much to let us touch the berserk gray bear? Name your price. From Lu Qianer, she had already learned that Sui E could read ancient script and decipher incomplete scrolls. The Shun clan happened to have an ancient manual that needed decoding. If she could grant Sui E this small wish and leave a good impression, he might agree to help. It would be the perfect win-win. My rampaging grizzly is for sale only. If you want to touch it, you have to buy it first. No amount of money will change that. The man in animal hides declared, his half-lidded eyes hard and unyielding. Jiaoliang frowned slightly. As a prominent figure in Source City, she had expected her status to grant her some leverage, yet the trader refused to give her even the slightest courtesy. Senior Sister Shun, forget it. Sui E shook his head with a wry smile. I just offered him 10,000 blue star coins for a single touch, and he gave me the same answer. You really don't know how to do business, do you? Letting someone touch it won't cost you a thing. Lu Qianer snorted, displeasure written all over her pretty face. Arms folded, the man gave a cold laugh. I know who you people are, but I have principles. No means no. Do you think you can threaten me? Source City is founded on the rule of law, and the trading market forbids forced transactions. Anyone who tries will answer to the enforcement squad. During the brief stalemate, Jiaoliang suddenly spoke up. How much for the rampaging grizzly? He'll take it. Her words caused an immediate stir. She wasn't just trying to save face. Buying the beast was also a way to get closer to Sui E. Knew it. She's from the Shun family, always lavish. Whispered comments rippled through the crowd. At 80,000 blue star coins, only a clan like the Shuns could afford it. 80,000. Not a coin less. The trader's eyes lit up and he named his price without hesitation. Deal. Jiaoliang didn't even blink. She pulled out her phone and transferred the money on the spot. For the Shin family, that sum was pocket change, and it was worth every coin if it helped her win Sui E's favor. Once the payment hit his account, the man laughed heartily, packed up, and left. The rampaging grizzly is yours. As soon as he disappeared, Jiaoliang turned to Sui E, her voice gentle. Sui E, you can touch it now. Huh. Sui E froze. From her tone, it sounded as though she had spent a fortune solely to fulfill his wish. The onlookers began whispering. She dropped 80 grand, just so that kid could pet the bear? Unreal. Who is this Sui E anyway? Jiaoliang seems to think the world of him. Could it be the young lady has a crush on him? Amid the chatter, Lu Qianer nudged Sui E and teased, quit staring and get on with it. Oh. Sui E snapped back to his senses, strode to the metal cage, and pressed his hand against the grizzly's thick forearm. The coarse fur radiated intense heat. The next instant, a system notification exploded in his mind. Contact with rampaging grizzly detected. Extracting 200 vitality points, 100 body tempering points. Cultivation advanced to 7th layer of the vitality realm. Sternum refinement successful. 7th layer of the vitality realm. Sternum refinement complete. Joy surged through Sui E, the corners of his mouth lifting uncontrollably. With the sudden jump in cultivation and a fifth bone fully tempered, his raw strength soared to 1,200 kilograms equivalent to a second-layer body-tempering fighter, more than enough to crush anyone at his current level. His eyes burned with excitement, and he almost forgot the world around him. Jiaoliang and Lu Qian'er exchanged puzzled looks. Why was Sui acting like a different person? Had merely touched the bear, was it really something to get that thrilled about? Sui let out a long breath, steadied himself, hurried back, and said gratefully to Jiaoliang, "Thank you, senior sister Shun." If Jiaoliang hadn't bought that berserk grizzly on the spot, he wouldn't even have had a chance to touch it, much less improve his strength. Whatever her motive, he owed her a favor and would repay it someday. "You're welcome." Jiaoliang smiled softly. Already a rare beauty, her smile felt like a spring breeze that made flowers bloom. "Sui, didn't you just buy a phone? Why haven't you called me?" Lu Qian'er pouted, pretending to be annoyed as she edged closer. "Sorry, senior sister Lu. I lost the slip of paper with your number on it," Sui improvised. The paper was actually still in his pocket. He just felt awkward asking for the 300,000 blue star coin she had promised after already accepting 200,000 and 4 Magi phones free of charge. Lu Qian'er knew he was fibbing, but let it slide. "Then give me your number now, okay?" "Of course." Sui readily rattled off his number. Now that she was asking in person, he couldn't refuse. Jiaoliang took the opportunity to exchange numbers with him as well. "Sui, I still owe you 300,000 blue star coins. He'll transfer it to you right now," Lu Qian'er said matter-of-factly. "Senior sister Lu, if you really think of me as a friend, don't," Sui said earnestly. "Of course we're friends." Lu Qian'er's eyes curved into crescents. Being friends with a genius who could decipher ancient scripts was exactly what she wanted. With the tension gone, Sui added, "Senior sister Shun, senior sister Lu, I've got something to do, so let's talk another day." Standing between the two most famous beauties in Yulan City felt like being pierced by 1,000 curious stares. He just wanted to escape. "Sure, catch you later. Call us." Both women smiled and watched him leave. Jiaoliang was eager for him to decipher the ancient text, but asking right after receiving his help felt rude. She already had his number, there was no rush. As soon as Sui elbowed his way out of the crowd, he saw Chaotianhou approaching with a mischievous grin and a thumbs up. "Sui, you're incredible." Sui blinked, unsure what his friend meant. Lin leaned in, whispering despite her obvious excitement. "Brother, we heard second Miss Shen spent 800,000 on that berserk grizzly, just so you could touch it. Is that true?" Chaotianhou chuckled. "You sly dog. When did you get acquainted with the great beauty Shen?" His admiration for Sui only grew. Yesterday the ice-cold beauty Qiu Bingxian had apologized to him, and Sui barely glanced at her. Today Jiaoliang spent 800,000 for him. With two top-tier beauties circling the same guy, who could deny that Sui was extraordinary? Don't listen to their nonsense. Sui cleared his throat, his expression solemn. "The Shen family is the one buying the rampaging dire bear. I only took a look in passing." Before he finished speaking, he lengthened his stride, unwilling to explain further. Chaotianhou hurried after him, still unconvinced. "That's not what everyone else is saying. Rumors die in the mind of the wise," Sui muttered without slowing down. Stung, Chaotianhou turned to Lin. "Lin, do you believe him?" Lin pressed her lips together in a slight smile and avoided a direct answer. She didn't completely trust Sui's words, but since he had spoken, she wouldn't undermine him. "So, where are we headed next?" Chaotianhou sensibly changed the subject. "To buy a weapon," Sui replied flatly. "A weapon?" The other two exchanged startled looks. As students at the ancient martial academy, their immediate priority was cultivation. Weapons weren't essential. Sui explained, "If I see something suitable, I'll buy it and get accustomed to it early. If nothing fits, we'll drop it." The truth was, he coveted the golden-scaled python in the Misty Forest. After the tournament, he intended to join a mercenary team and hunt it outside the city. The wilderness teemed with fierce beasts. The right weapon could add a margin of safety. Hearing his reasoning, Chaotianhou had no objection. "Sounds good. We came to the market for the experience anyway." The three of them threaded through the weapons district. The Yuanqing trading market offered every variety, and the entire street was lined with stalls. They browsed for more than 2 hours. Sui fancied several blades, but each cost upward of 100,000 blue star credit. Had only 10,000, nowhere near enough. As for the cheaper stock, none met his standards. "Forget it, let's look elsewhere." With no suitable weapon in sight, Sui refused to waste time. They kept wandering. Passing a bookstall, Sui's gaze snagged on a battered booklet in the corner of the table. Only 2 or 3 pages remained, riddled with holes, yet faint traces of ancient script were still visible. His eyes lit up, and he darted forward to scoop up the book. "Boss, how much for this?" he asked casually. Though tattered, the booklet bore archaic characters fewer than 100 words, but valuable for study. With his eye of insight, he might even reconstruct it. If it proved to be a cultivation manual, he would strike it rich. The stall owner, a man of about 60 with narrow, glinting eyes, looked every inch the seasoned fox. Sensing Sui's eagerness, he smiled. "Sharp eyes, young man. Ancient script, even incomplete, isn't cheap. That one's 10,000 blue star credits. Then he named his sky-high price. 10,000 blue star coins? You might as well be robbing us. Chaotianhou slapped the wooden crate in front of the stall, his face flushing crimson as the words burst out. If the book had been a complete volume of ancient script, he could have justified paying 100,000 coins, but the copy in Sui E's hands was a wreck. Its cover was chipped, its pages torn, its academic worth plummeting by the seconso. How could it possibly be worth 10,000? The stall owner merely shrugged and spread his hands, the picture of indifference. Seeing the man's shameless attitude, Chaotianhou clenched his teeth and lowered his voice to warn Sui E. Forget it, Sui E. He's clearly trying to cheat you. Su Lin nodded in agreement. Yet she knew Sui E's obsession with ancient texts. Any persuasion would be in vain. All she could do was step back and watch. Sui E frowned. The stall owner's opening price was sky-high. The book contained cultivation techniques. Tens of thousands of coins might be fair, but if it was nothing more than random anecdotes, even 1,000 would be steep. The marketplace was crowded, so he couldn't use the eye of insight here to verify the contents. He could only weigh his options in silence. A moment later, a spark of inspiration flashed in his eyes. He turned to the stall owner. Sir, my stomach's acting up. They'll run to the restroom and flip through a few more pages while I'm there. These two friends will stay as witnesses. Without waiting for a reply, he tucked the book under his arm and jogged toward the public restroom nearby. The owner lounged back in his chair and didn't bother to stop him. He had paid less than 100 coins for the tattered book, so even if Sui E ran off, the loss would be minor. Besides, no one dared steal anything in Source City's market. Law enforcement was strict, and even a stolen scrap of paper would be tracked to the ends of the earth. Sui E wouldn't risk his future for so little. Inside the restroom, damp concrete walls glistened under dim lights. Sui E locked the stall door, drew a deep breath, and activated the Eye of Insight. Violet lightning flared in his pupils and fell upon the pages. In an instant, a torrent of strange, ancient characters flooded his mind, then shattered and reformed into familiar blue star script. The pages were damaged, so the translation was fragmented, yet the opening remained remarkably complete. 6 large characters appeared. First, Sacred Art of Converging Spirits. Beneath them lay a note. The Sacred Art of Converging Spirits is one of the 10 divine rank techniques of antiquity. The text cut off abruptly, clearly missing large sections. At a single glance, Sui E's heart skipped a beat. He had never imagined that the ragged book had picked up could contain a divine rank technique, one of the top 10, no less. Such a discovery placed it far above ordinary divine rank arts, and modern Blue Star's highest known level was merely mystic rank. The revelation struck him like thunder, leaving him momentarily dazed. He forced himself to breathe steadily and kept reading. The sacred art might be unparalleled, but without restoration it remained a fragment. The Eye of Insight was said to reconstruct missing text, yet he had no idea how effective it would be. Several breaths later, delight flooded him as new words slowly materialized where the pages had been blank, linking seamlessly with the existing text. The reconstruction was underway and it was working. With that confirmation, the weight on Sui E's heart finally lifted. The Eye of Insight's restorative power was real, and the sacred art of converging spirits might one day return to the world in full. Sui E allowed himself to relax at last. Restoring the myriad spirits' soul-gathering divine art was impossible in a matter of minutes. So Sui E didn't linger in the restroom and soon returned to the bookstall. The stall owner rubbed his hands together with a grin. Well, have you made up your mind? He'll take it. Sui E answered crisply and handed over 10,000 Blue Star credits. Although the technique was already imprinted in his sea of consciousness, this was still the original scroll of a divine rank art, and he intended to keep it. Deal. The owner beamed, clearing more than 9,000 in one sale. He secretly thought Sui E was a rich fool. Su Lin and Chaotianhou looked puzzled. Was that battered book really worth so much? Hadn't he just been ripped off? Sui E merely smiled and offered no explanation. Just as they were about to leave, 2 young men approached. The one in front was burly with a sinister look. The one behind was scrawny and shifty-eyed. The burly man's gaze landed on the book in Sui E's hand, a flash of cold light in his eyes, and he suddenly reached for it. With a tap of his toe, Sui E slipped back half a step, easily dodging the grab. Broad daylight, and you're trying to steal? He asked coldly. In Source City, where the laws were strict, attacking someone in the street was brazen. The burly man curled his lips. Quick reflexes, kid. How much did you pay? He'll give you double. Double? Su Lin and Chaotianhou gasped. They'd thought Sui E had been cheated. Who guessed the price had already jumped by 10,000. Chaotianhou quietly admired Sui E's sharp eye. Not for sale. Sui E's tone was mild. Even damaged, the myriad spirits' soul-gathering divine art was a top-tier divine technique, and 20,000 credits were nowhere near enough. Besides, the man had opened with a grab. Sui E had even less interest in dealing with him. The burly man's face darkened, his chill deepening. Triple. The stall owner clicked his tongue, stomach twisting with regret. Had he known its value, had never have let it go so quickly. Chaotianhou kept signaling Sui E to sell. Sui E still shook his head. I wouldn't sell for 10 times that. Both the owner and Chaotianhou froze. Why turn down such an obvious profit? The burly man's voice dropped. Kid, very few people in Source City dare refuse Luyu. He'll give you one more chance. Selling or not. I said no, and I meant it. Sui's expression was mocking, the threat ignored. Don't you know when to quit? The scrawny man stepped forward, voice rising. Do you know who he is? This is young Master Lu of the Lu family Luyu. Hand over the book if you know what's good for you, or things will get ugly. The Lu family was one of Yuancheng's great clans, second only to the 4 great houses. Lu Yu, a second year at First Ancient Martial Academy with 5-star talent and 6th level blood-chi cultivation, stood with his arms crossed and a smug grin. Kid, hand over the book or else. The sleazy man hurried to announce Lu Ye's identity, expecting Sui E to crumble, but Sui E merely raised an eyebrow, his tone dripping with contempt. So you're just a disciple of a second-tier clan. That single remark made veins bulge on Lu Ye's forehead. He considered himself only half a step below the heirs of the top clans, and no one had ever dared belittle him face-to-face. Worse still, Sui E hadn't even shown respect to Qin Xiang of a first-rank family, so why would he fear Lu Yu? What did you say? Lu Ye's eyes widened, his face twitching with murderous intent. If Yuancheng's laws weren't so strict, he would have struck already. You're finished. You've really done it now. The sleazy man shouted. Su Lin and Chaotianhou exchanged worried glances. Lu Yu had both backing and 6th level strength. If a fight broke out, could Sui E really hold his own? Sui E narrowed his eyes at the lackey and sneered, barking so loudly. Hoping your master tosses you an extra bone? The man trembled, his face turning purple. Being likened to a dog nearly drove him mad. Lu Yu growled, name and academy. Do you dare say them? Sui E, 3rd Ancient Martial Academy. Sui E replied calmly. Lu Yu frowned. None of Yuancheng's famous clans bore the surname Su, and he had never heard of a prodigy named Sui E at the 3rd Academy. A nobody daring such arrogance had to be a fool. He laughed coldly. A nameless nobody dares insult me? He'll show you who you're dealing with. Sui E curled his lip. I'll talk. Go ahead and swing first, see if I don't beat you down. Yuancheng forbade private duels, but if the other side struck first, his response would count as self-defense. Su Lin and Chaotianhou froze. Sui E was actually provoking a 6th level fighter. The crowd buzzed in disbelief. An unknown student challenging Lu Yu? The kid must have a death wish. You asked for this. Lu Yu snarled, grinding his teeth. Wang Dong teach him a lesson. As long as no one died, the Lu family's influence would erase any punishment from the enforcement squad. In Yuancheng, brawls drew penalties, but with their clout the Lius could wipe away minor trouble without breaking a sweat. Kid, that's the price for showing off. A cruel grin curled at the corner of Wang Dong's mouth as he lunged at Sui E like a maddened hound. As a 4th layer Qi and blood cultivator, he was already considered outstanding among his peers. Sui E, on the other hand, was only a first-year student. At that age, almost no one ever reached the 4th layer. Confident, Wang Dong struck without hesitation. The onlookers held their breath, eyes fixed on the boy who had dared to provoke Lu Yu. Was he just full of bluster, or did he have real strength? Get lost. Sui E spat out the word with chilling calm. The moment Wang Dong closed in, a dark blur flashed through the air. Sui E raised a leg and drove his foot straight into Wang Dong's abdomen. Bang! A dull thud echoed. Wang Dong felt his stomach convulse violently as an irresistible force sent him flying. He hit the ground hard, face draining of color. So strong. He has to be at least 5th layer. The crowd erupted. Even after suppressing most of his power, Sui E still radiated the aura of a 5th layer cultivator. Reaching such a level at his age was nothing short of shocking. 5th layer, huh? No wonder you're so cocky. Lu Ye's face darkened, his gaze razor sharp. But you think that's enough to act tough in front of me? You're still too green. With that, he clenched his fist and drove a straight punch at Sui E. A 6th layer cultivator could muster roughly 600 kilograms of force, and his punch ripped through the air with a shrill whistle. Brother Su Lin gripped her clothes, while Chaotianhou looked just as tense. Sui E's expression remained indifferent, a hint of scorn on his lips. An ant. As the fist closed in, he lifted a single hand. Bang! Lu Ye's punch smashed into Sui E's palm as if striking steel. Sui E didn't budge an inch. Agonizing pain shot from Lu Ye's knuckles up to his shoulder, and his face contorted. 600 kilos of force hadn't even made the boy stagger. A chilling realization dawned on him. Sui E had probably tempered his bones already. Run. The thought screamed in his mind. But Sui gave him no chance. His 5 fingers tightened, joints cracked like grinding metal. Ah! Lu Yu shrieked as his fist was crushed in an iron grip. Before he could beg for mercy, Sui hoisted him into the air, then, boom. With one arm, Sui swung him around and slammed him into the ground. Dust burst upward, the impact reverberating through everyone's chest. Silence blanketed the courtyard. Every gaze locked on Sui in utter disbelief. Lu Yu, a 6th layer cultivator, had been overwhelmed and tossed aside like a dead dog. No one had seen it coming. Is my brother really that strong? Su Lin's mouth fell open as she froze in place. Just how high has Sui E climbed within the Qi blood realm? Sui E exhaled a long breath, then looked down at Lu Yu as if commenting on the weather. Go home and heal. Stop showing off sooner, or later someone will beat you again. Lu Yu sprawled on the ground like a pile of broken mud, clothes soaked in blood, eyes vacant, face deathly pale. At that parting shot, the corner of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. A direct heir of the Liu clan, he had first been thrashed and was now publicly humiliated. Those words cut deeper than any blow. Rage boiled in his chest, yet fear of Sui E outweighed another retort might earn another beating. He pretended not to hear, but swore viciously to himself that one day he would repay this 100-fold. The spectators slowly recovered, their whispers rising and falling. Sui's crazy actually dared to hit Lu Yu. Isn't he afraid of the Liu clan's revenge? They're a second-tier family. I heard they're tight with a squad captain in the enforcement team. Sui's doomed. Who dares fight in Yulan City? A harsh shout sliced through the noise. A squad of soldiers in standard armor, polearms in hand, marched up with murderous intent, and the street fell silent. Keeping order and punishing violators was their duty. An open brawl clearly fell under their jurisdiction. Captain Tai, that punk attacked Mepley's uphold justice. Clutching at a lifeline, Lu Yu staggered to his feet and rushed forward. Someone hit you? Who is it? The burly, middle-aged leader raised his eyes, eyebrows knitting with natural authority. His name was Xinyao, a captain of Yulan City's enforcement squad, and he had a close rapport with the Liu clan. Seeing a Liu clansman humiliated, he couldn't simply look away. It was him. Lu Yu jabbed a finger at Sui E, twisting the facts. I was choosing a book when he snatched it, then beat me thanks to his higher cultivation. He ignores Yuan City's laws. Captain Taiyu must see justice done. Shameless. Su Lin and Chaotianhou went white with anger. Lu Yu had started the fight by trying to steal Sui E's book, and now he dared shift the blame. Did these clan heirs have no shame? Don't worry. Taihao nodded, then strode towards Sui E, his voice like ice. What's your name? Sui. Sui replied calmly. Did you hit Lu Yu? Taihao's stare was as sharp as a blade. Yes. Sui admitted without hesitation, his voice steady and clear. At least you own up to it, shows you've got some backbone. Taihao said coldly, then his tone hardened. But in Yuan City you broke the law, and you'll pay for it. He flicked his hand at the squad behind him. Arrest him. Clang. Several officers strode forward, armor striking armor, as they closed in on Sui. How can you arrest him without hearing both sides? Su Lin cried, stepping in front of him, her voice trembling. Chaotianhou was just as anxious. He took a step forward. Taihao, if you're going to arrest anyone, at least find out what happened first. Insolence. Taihao barked, his eyes narrowing. Anyone who meddles in enforcement squad business gets taken in, too. The chill in his words made Su Lin and Chaotianhou involuntarily retreat half a step. Wait. Sui spoke. Now what, kid? Taihao's patience was wearing thin. If you're going to arrest me, you should at least ask why, Sui said. He knew the squad had power, but they weren't above the law. If Taihao refused to let him explain, he wouldn't go quietly. Besides, he had Li Jinfeng backing him, one of the top 5 powerhouses in Yuan City, leagues beyond a squad captain. And Lu Yu had started it. Sui was merely defending himself. Even the city's higher-ups would agree he was in the right. Save it for headquarters, Taihao said, his face dark as iron. He knew Lu Yu was probably to blame, but had chosen the Liu family side and meant to shut every door on Sui. Otherwise it would be harder to harass him later. Sui's eyes went icy, anger boiling in his chest. Do you understand the consequences of this? Threatening me? Taihao snarled, slashing his arm through the air. Take him. Yes, sir. The officers lunged, the wind howling around them. Back off. Sui roared. Vital energy flooded his limbs as he swept his leg across. A blast of air kicked up dust. The leading officers had no time to react before they were sent flying like rag dolls, hitting the ground and clutching their chests in pain. The onlookers were stunned. Good grief. Is he insane? He just attacked the enforcement squad. Does he have a death wish? Whispers spread through the crowd. People were awed by Sui's power and terrified by his audacity. Each officer was at least 6th level in the Cyan blood realm, yet Sui had flattened them with one kick proof of his strength. Since the squad was founded, almost no one had dared lay a hand on them. Anyone who did ended up in prison for life or dead on the spot. Everyone knew that, and Sui knew it too, yet he still struck. Was he not walking straight into death's door? Su Lin froze in shock at Sui's reckless move, her anxiety mounting by the second. In the space of a few heartbeats, a dozen worst-case scenarios flashed through her mind. Sui is finished. Chaotianhou felt a chill spread through his chest. He knew exactly how the enforcement squad operated. Anyone who dared lay a hand on them never walked away unscathed. What chance did Sui have? Sui, this is what happens when you cross me. Just wait for death. Lu Yu let out a silent snicker. He had only planned to let the squad rough Sui up a little, but never expected such a fierce counterattack. Now, even if Lu Yu himself backed off, the enforcement squad would never let Sui go. You still dare to fight back? Taihao stiffened, then exploded with rage. Are you courting death? He roared. Like an enraged iron-backed beast, he stamped forward, shattering the flagstones beneath his feet as he lunged at Sui E. Taihao had no fear. With his first-stage tempered body cultivation, he believed he could crush any opponent below the 7th level of the blood and chi realm. To him, Sui was nothing but a clueless student. Yet Sui remained calm. He had just broken through to the 7th level, refined 5 bones, and could unleash 1,200 kilos of force enough to rival a second-stage tempered body fighter. If Taihao thought he could win on rank alone, he was in for a rude awakening. Stop. At the instant their clash was about to begin, a sharp female voice cut through the chaos of the market. Both Sui E and Taihao halted, recognizing the newcomer Lucianer. Jiaoliang was at her side. After parting from Sui E earlier, the two girls had wandered the stalls and happened upon this tense confrontation. Treating Sui E as a friend, they naturally refused to let him suffer. Captain Tai, what do you think you're doing? Why are you attacking my friend? Lucianer strode forward, eyes blazing. Few would dare speak to the enforcement squad in that tone, but as a direct descendant of the Lu clan, her status far outstripped Taihao's. Taihao froze. Only now did he realize that the nobody he had targeted actually knew Lucianer. He had gone after Sui E partly on Lu Ye's behalf, partly because he assumed Sui E had no backing. With Lucianer here in person, touching Sui E was now a fantasy. How is this possible? How does Sui E know Lucianer? Lu Ye's face went deathly pale. He had started all of this, and if Lucianer chose to press the issue, not even the Lu family might be able to shield him. Sui, are you all right? Jiaoliang asked, concern evident. Thank you, senior sister Shun. I'm fine. Sui smiled lightly, showing he was unharmed. Jiaoliang nodded, her tone turning stern. What exactly happened? Why are you fighting the enforcement squad? Lucianer added, Sui, speak freely. Jiaoliang, and I will stand up for you. If anyone tries to bully you, we won't sit by and watch. Her words sent a ripple through the onlookers. Both Lucianer and Jiaoliang were 8-star prodigies backed by 2 of Yulan City's 4 great clans. They knew Sui wasn't one to start trouble. If he clashed with the squad, he must have been pushed to the limit. At their declaration, the crowd stirred. The reputations of the 2 young women echoed throughout Yulan City, and their support carried weight few dared challenge. With them shielding Sui, Taihao no longer advanced. Lu Yu broke into a cold sweat, and Chaotianhou quietly stepped back, desperate to avoid any fallout. With both women standing guard, there were indeed very few people in Yulan City who would dare lay a hand on Sui now. Sister Lu, hey race, what really happened? Sui trotted over and laid out the entire story. As Lucianer and Jiaoliang listened, their faces grew steadily colder until they turned storm dark. Taihao and Lu Yu had clearly teamed up to bully Sui. Captain Tai, do you have anything to add? Lucianer's voice cut like steel. Now that the truth was out, she would see justice done for Sui, even if it meant tearing the sky apart. Jiaoliang remained silent, but her eyes pinned Taihao in place like twin blades, making it hard for him to breathe. So Tai, any last words? Sui scoffed, his gaze frosty. Taihao's expression shifted, but he forced a retort. That's only their side of the story. Where's the proof? If an enforcement squad breaks the law, the penalty is double. Don't you dare slander me. He knew Su Lin spoke the truth, yet he would never admit it. Lu Yu hurried to echo him. Captain Tai is right. Sui's just flipping the script. Don't be fooled. If the accusation stuck, his fate would be worse than Taihao's, so he clung to the captain's side. Lies. Dozens of people saw what happened. How dare you deny it? Su Lin shouted, her chest heaving. With witnesses, Lu Yu had no room to wriggle free. Who saw it? Step forward. This captain won't make things difficult for you. Taihao's narrowed eyes and icy tone made the threat clear. Testify, and you'll pay later. The onlookers weren't fools. They all dropped their heads, mumbling that they knew nothing. How can you all act like this? Su Lin stamped her foot, furious. Sui understood. Fear of the enforcement squad kept them silent. No one would risk their own necks except the bookseller. Boss, I bought this book from you. You know exactly what happened, don't you? Sui turned on the stall owner, voice low and hard. Every gaze locked onto the bookseller. Sweat streamed down his face as he stammered, caught between Lu Yu and Captain Tai on one side, and Sui, backed by the Lu and Shin families, on the other. Offending either party meant disaster, so he chose silence. Well, speak. Lucianer's tone was frigid. She trusted Su Lin implicitly. This man was the missing proof. The stall owner trembled but clenched his teeth and said nothing. Sensing danger, Taihao stepped in with a genial smile. Miss Lu, this must be a misunderstanding. Dragging it out helps no one. Since Sui is your friend, why don't we have Lu Yu apologize publicly and offer compensation? How about that? He had to end the dispute before the bookseller Taquito plan that protected him while giving Sui some face. Sui would accept, wouldn't he? Hearing this, Sui sneered to himself. Taihao sensed things were going south and tried to breeze past it, as if one quick sorry could wipe the slate clean, but Sui wasn't having it. Sui, what do you think? Lucianer asked. She had seen right through Tai Hao's guilt and wanted justice for Sui E, yet without a direct witness, she was powerless. No way. Sui E shot back on the spot, his tone unyielding. The squad leader of the enforcement team, Tai Hao, had teamed up with Lu Yu to bully him. Did they really think a casual apology would make him roll over? Tai Hao's face turned ashen. He swallowed his anger. Sui E, don't push your luck, he warned. He had already backed down, yet Sui E still refused to let go. Did the kid want to fight to the bitter end? Sui E snorted, ignored him, and pulled out his phone. Lu Qian'er had standing, but she was still junior generation. She couldn't truly intimidate Tai Hao. Sui needed someone who could. The call connected, and a lazy voice drawled, Sui E, what's got you phoning this old man? It was Li Zhenfeng, headmaster of the 3rd Ancient Martial Academy, and a 3rd-level Gathering Soul master whose anger could make all of Yulan City quake. Headmaster, someone's bullying me, Sui E replied bluntly. What? Li Zhenfeng's growl turned icy. Who is it? Is he tired of living? To him, Sui E's hidden combat talent was the Academy's future and might one day make him Yulan City's guardian. Anyone who touched Sui E would answer to Li Zhenfeng first. Sui E gave a brief rundown of the incident. Li Zhenfeng snorted. Relax, they'll take care of it. The enforcement team has gotten out of hand. Time for a cleanup. He hung up. Sui, who did you just call? Lu Qian'er couldn't hold back her curiosity. Our headmaster, Sui E answered lightly. Headmaster Li. Lu Qian'er's heart skipped. She knew better than anyone the weight Li Zhenfeng carried. Top 5 powerhouse in Yulan City, headmaster of the 3rd Ancient Martial Academy, and one of the 6 members of the Council of Elders. When any of those 6 spoke, the whole city stepped aside. With Li Zhenfeng backing Sui E, even the other 5 elders would have to give face. Tai Hao and the Lu clan were in serious trouble, she thought. Sui E, what will it take for you to drop this? Tai Hao asked in a low, placating voice, sensing things slipping out of control. Sui E looked up, his tone frosty. You'll find out soon enough. You. Tai Hao's eyes blazed, but he dared not say another word. Just then, the crowd erupted. Captain Shunhao of the Yulan City Enforcement Corps is here. Every head swung toward the street corner. The Yulan City Enforcement Corps had 2 captains, each a Gathering Soul master far above an ordinary squad leader. Captain. The enforcers saluted in unison the moment they saw Shunhao. Captain, what brings you here? Tai Hao hurried over, wearing a sycophantic grin. Shunhao merely cast him a sideways glance, then looked at Lu Qian'er and Jiaoliang, his tone softening slightly. So you 2 little girls are here as well. Uncle Chung. The pair replied in perfect harmony, their expressions respectful. Everyone knew Shunghao's spirit-gathering Griam fighter, closely connected to the major clans. He nodded, swept his gaze around, and went straight to the point. Which one of you is Sui E? I am. Sui stepped forward. Sui E, your instructor has briefed me. Once I learn the full story, no one who's wronged or abused you will escape justice, Shunhao said solemnly. The instructor was Li Zhenfeng. Before joining the enforcement division, Shunhao had studied at the 3rd Academy of Ancient Martial Arts, where Li Zhenfeng had been his mentor. A short while earlier, Li Zhenfeng had called and scolded him furiously. Discovering that his own subordinates had bullied a student from the 3rd Academy almost made Shunhao explode. The enforcement division was tasked with safeguarding Yulan City and upholding fairness. If Tai Hao had broken the law he swore to enforce, he would disgrace the entire division and undermine its authority. Besides, Li Zhenfeng rarely lost his temper when he did. Few in Yulan City could withstand it. Anyone the professor valued so highly had to be extraordinary. Shunhao was determined to give both Li Zhenfeng and Sui E a proper accounting. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances. If even Shunhao treated Sui E so politely, who was this young man? Gasps of surprise rippled through the crowd. While Tai Hao and Lu Yu had already turned ashen, they knew exactly what would happen once Shunhao dug into the truth. Captain Chung, the stall owner knows everything, Sui E reminded him. Shunhao nodded and faced the bookseller, his voice turning icy. Speak. Leave out nothing, or deal with me. The bookseller shivered, went white, and after a brief struggle poured out every detail. His story matched Su Lin's almost word for word. He might have dared feigning ignorance before Lu Qian'er, but he would never lie to Shunhao, notorious for both power and ruthlessness. When he finished, Shunhai's gaze locked on Tai Hao like a blade. You knew the law and broke it. You're the scum of the enforcement division. Murderous intent all but solidified around him. Captain, I was misled by Lu Yu. I knew nothing beforehand, please spare me. Tai Hao dropped to his knees, kowtowing frantically as he tried to sever all ties to Lu Yu. The crowd sneered. To save himself, had thrown his partner to the wolves. Pathetic. Lu Yu, livid, jabbed a finger at Tai Hao. Captain Chung, he's lying. He's the one who hated Sui E and told me to frame him. If Tai Hao wanted to fight, Lu Yu was done playing ally. A pair of mad dogs. Sui E clicked his tongue. Let them tear each other apart, neither is worth anything. Captain, don't listen to his nonsense. Tai Hao tried to argue, but Shunhao cut him off with a furious roar. Shut up. Shunhao bellowed, driving his boot hard into Tai Hao's stomach. Tai Hao grunted, rolled across the dusty ground, and turned deathly pale. Sweeping his eyes over the enforcement officers, Shunghao's voice was icy. Take these two back to headquarters. Yes, sir. The officers moved in without hesitation, clamped chains around Tai Hao and Lu Ye's arms with a metallic clang, and dragged them away. The crowd erupted in whispers. Moments ago, when Sui made his move, everyone thought he was finished. Now, in a stunning reversal, Tai Hao and Lu Yu were the ones in shackles. The turnaround was so abrupt that the spectators could only gasp in disbelief. Once the prisoners were gone, Shunhao turned to Sui E and spoke earnestly. Sui E, they'll make sure you get a proper explanation later. Don't worry. Thank you, Captain Chung, Sui E replied, cupping his fists. It's the least I can do. Shunhao offered a brief smile and strode off. When the tension eased, Sui E approached Lu Qian'er and Shun Jiaoliang. Senior Sister Lu, Senior Sister Shun, thank you for helping me today. If you ever need anything, just say the word. He had always believed in repaying kindness tenfold, and he etched their help deep in his heart. Aren't we friends? This is nothing between friends, Lu Qian'er said with a playful smile. Right, we're friends. Sui's grin relaxed. Since arriving on Blue Star 6 months ago, he had made only one friend besides his sister Chaotianhou. Now he had two more, and that made him genuinely happy. After chatting for a while, they went their separate ways. Sui had planned to spend the whole day browsing the trading market, but the earlier commotion had killed his mood. Let's head home, he said to Su Lin and Xiao Qinglang. A cool autumn breeze accompanied them on the way back, while pedestrians hurried past. Xiao Qinglang lowered his voice. Sui, what level of the Bloodchi realm are you at, really? 7th level, Sui answered calmly. In truth, he had already tempered 5 bones ahead of schedule. His real strength was far beyond the 7th level, but he kept that to himself so he wouldn't alarm them. 7th? Su Lin and Xiao Qinglang blurted out together. Sui was only a first-year high school student and had already reached the 7th level, a record-breaking feat. If word got out, jaws would drop across the city. Monster Xiao Qinglang muttered, torn between admiration and disbelief. Just how many stars was Sui's talent? 8, 9. Even a 10-star genius shouldn't be this outrageous. Su Lin, on the other hand, was beaming with pride. Her brother's brilliance filled her heart with joy. Night was closing in when they neared their apartment complex, and Sui's phone suddenly rang. The caller ID read Li Jinfeng. Headmaster. Sui answered quickly. Everything's settled, Sui. Are you satisfied now? Li Jinfeng's tone was half teasing, half exasperated. With you stepping in personally, how could I not be? Sui laughed. Glad to hear it. But could you try to keep a lower profile? Stop giving me so many headaches. Headmaster, you're wronging me. I'm usually very low-key, ask anyone. Sui said with a wry smile. Low profile, are you? Li Jinfeng clicked his tongue. On the other end of the line, he lowered his voice and sighed. Sui, you were quiet before you became a fighter, but look at you now. How many young prodigies have you knocked down in the last 2 days? And today you even took a swing at someone from the enforcement squad. Keep this up, and you'll be pummeling soul-gathering experts next. He switched gears. Enough chatter. Don't forget to decipher that text for me tomorrow. With that, he hung up. Sui pocketed his phone, tossed his jacket over one shoulder, and strode home through the dusk. The streetlights had just come on, stretching pale shadows across the concrete, yet he never slowed. Inside, he flung his backpack onto the couch and immediately summoned the myriad spirits soul-converging sacred art in his mind. The Eye of Enlightenment's power to extrapolate and restore texts was astonishing. A manual once reduced to a few tattered lines had been fully rebuilt. Every character now shimmered with golden filigree, exuding an ancient majesty. He drew a deep breath and began to study. The contents surged into his consciousness like a tide, and he felt himself adrift in a boundless starry sky. Within moments, he was completely immersed. Time slipped away unnoticed. When he finally opened his eyes, his chest rose and fell rapidly, joy blazing within them. The myriad spirits' soul-converging sacred art was unfathomably profound and unimaginably potent, worthy of its rank as a top-tier divine technique. Cultivation with ordinary manuals is limited by spiritual roots. 1. A spiritual root acts as a reservoir that absorbs ambient energy. Only after it stores enough can a spirit core form, allowing a fighter to enter the soul-gathering realm. 2. Without a spiritual root, no amount of talent can push someone past the 10th layer of the body-tempering realm. 3. Spiritual roots are even more important than talent ratings. After reaching perfection in body tempering, every fighter must have their root assessed. The common roots are the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, plus 2 uncommon ones, wind and thunder. Rarer still are the space, time, and soul roots. Roots may appear singly or in multiple combinations. The sacred art's terrifying strengths are as follows. It imposes no restrictions on spiritual roots. Even those without a root can cultivate it. It allows the user to form multiple spirit cores at once and, with sufficient resources, to gather all 10 elemental cores. The cores can fuse, stacking both attributes and capacity for a power far beyond that of a single core. If someone could unite all 10 cores and merge them, they would stand virtually unrivaled. The thought made Sui clench his fists in excitement. With this art and the extraction ability granted by his system-dominating blue star was only a matter of time. For now, he calmed himself, set the sacred art aside, and opened the fierce tiger heaven steel fist. This body-refining technique could be practiced at any level, whereas the sacred art required the 10th layer of body tempering and a perfected physique. His plan was clear. Temper his body with the tiger fist, then surge ahead with the sacred art when the moment came. Early the next morning, Monday marked the start of the new term. As usual, Sui E and his two friends headed to the academy. Just as Sui E was about to reach the academy, his phone rang. The caller ID showed an unfamiliar number, and after a brief hesitation he answered. Sui, it's Shunhao. A calm, familiar voice came through the line. Captain Cheng, what's the matter? They had met only once, so Sui E was surprised by the call. Nothing urgent. I just wanted to let you know that Tai Hao and Lu Yu have already been whipped, and Tai Hao has been expelled from the enforcement squad. Shunhao had promised him an answer yesterday, but Sui E hadn't expected action this swift. The punishment was severe. The whip was not leather but a special metal lash. A single strike could flay a martial artist's skin, leaving him bedridden for months and potentially crippling his cultivation. For a fighter, it was half a death sentence. Still, Tai Hao and Lu Yu had only themselves to blame, and Sui E felt no sympathy. Thank you for upholding justice, Captain, he said sincerely. We were just doing our job, Shanghai replied with a chuckle. The harsh penalty served two purposes. First, Tai Hao knowingly broke the law, so we had to set an example. Second, Headmaster Li Jinfeng needed a clear answer. If he wasn't satisfied, the enforcement squad would be in trouble. Oh, and give my regards to the headmaster. With that, the call ended. Sui E pocketed his phone and continued toward the academy gates. The moment he stepped onto campus, a deep, icy voice called out beside him. Sui E, wait. He stopped and turned to see a dark-skinned youth built like a tower striding toward him. Chaotianhou hurried over and spoke in a low voice. Sui E, that's Qin Suifeng from the second year. Careful's the top student, 10th layer of the Qi and Blood realm, and Qin Xiang's older brother. Sui E had thrashed Qin Xiang yesterday. Qin Sufeng's intention was obvious. What do you want? Sui E asked calmly. Qin Sufeng's gaze was cold as he sized Sui E up. You beat my brother. He'll overlook it once, but if you ever touch him again, don't blame me for what happens next. He had planned to rough Sui E up, but Li Zhenfeng's warning kept him in check. Still, he couldn't afford to look timid, so he issued a threat instead. Sui E smirked in disdain. The headmaster already warned you, didn't he? Yet you still want trouble? Aren't you afraid he'll deal with you himself? Is that all you can do? Sui E hide behind the headmaster? Qin Suifeng growled, his chest heaving. Being restrained while Sui E flaunted himself in front of him was infuriating. Sui E snorted and spoke slowly. Hey, race the truth. To me, you're an ant. I could crush you with one finger, so stop putting on an act. The words sounded arrogant, but they weren't an exaggeration. Sui E had reached the 7th layer of the Qi and Blood realm and tempered 5 bones. His real strength rivaled the 2nd layer of the tempered body realm. Crushing Qin Suifeng, still at the 10th layer of the Qi and Blood realm, would be effortless. Su Lin and Chao Qinglang were completely stunned. Although Sui was already unbeatable among the first years, he was only at the 7th level of the Blood Qi realm, a rank that, in everyone's eyes, could never threaten Qin Suifeng. Passing students stopped in their tracks, staring at Sui E in disbelief. After breaking through last night, Sui E had defeated 2 5th-level opponents in a row and claimed the top spot among first years at 3rd Ancient Martial Academy. Even so, a natural gulf separated the 1st and 2nd grades, and Qin Suifeng was the undisputed leader of the 2nd years. With Sui E still swaggering like this, had victory really gone to his head? The corner of Qin Sufeng's mouth lifted in a frosty smile. Sui E, since you think him an ant, dare you fight me? Li Jinfeng had warned him not to start trouble, yet a duel agreed upon by both sides was perfectly within the rules. If Sui accepted, Qin Suifeng could teach him a brutal lesson and Li Jinfeng would have no grounds to complain. Whoa, Qin Suifeng wants to challenge Sui. That's outright bullying. Blame Sui for being too cocky. The bystanders' voices overlapped in a rising buzz. Qin Suifeng was 10th level, Sui was rumored to be 5th, and everyone was sure Sui would refuse. Sui, don't you dare agree. Chao Qinglang hissed, frantically signaling with his eyes. As he saw it, if Sui declined, Qin Suifeng could do nothing. If he accepted, a beating was certain. Sui locked eyes with Qin Suifeng and offered a lazy smile. Every random stray wants to challenge me? Sorry, I don't have that much free time. He wasn't afraid of the fight. He had other concerns. Since yesterday, he had already thrashed several people, and Li Jinfeng had just told him to keep a low profile. If he flattened Qin Suifeng as well, facing Li Jinfeng afterward would be a nightmare. Gasps rippled through the crowd. To them, Sui was clearly scared but still making excuses, shameless beyond belief. Sui, stop hiding behind words. If you've got the guts, fight me. Qin Suifeng nearly roared. In his mind, Sui wasn't his match, yet the guy still had the nerve to flaunt himself. Unforgivable. So you really plan to push this? Sui narrowed his eyes, muttering to himself. He hadn't intended to bother with Qin Sui Feng, but with the other boy pressing so hard, he decided to stop backing down. Cut the act. Are you in or out? Qin Sui Feng kept provoking him. You're asking for a beating? Fine. Ill obliged, Sui snorted. But after the challenge tournament, not before. He still had to decipher some ancient scripts for Li Jinfeng, and stirring up trouble now would only get him scolded. Once he took first place in the tournament and then pummeled Qin Sui Feng, Li Jinfeng would have little ground to complain. Sui actually agreed. The crowd erupted again. No one had expected him to say yes, convinced he was only giving in to pride. After all, Qin Sui Feng was the strongest second year, and Sui couldn't possibly be his match. Bro Su Lin and Chao Qinglang's faces went pale. They were sure Sui was being reckless, and that Qin Sui Feng would beat him senseless. Sui, I'm waiting for you. Qin Sui Feng threw his head back and laughed wildly, his voice echoing across the empty training ground. After spitting out his threat, he spun on his heel and strode away without hesitation. From his point of view, it was smarter to wait until after the upcoming challenge to teach Sui a lesson if he injured the boy now and affected his performance in the ring. Li Jinfeng would never let him off the hook. As Qin Sui Feng departed, the crowd dispersed like a receding tide. Students chatted excitedly as they walked away, and the news raced through the academy, stirring up quite a commotion. You two head back to class. I'll go to the principal's office. Sui gave a brief instruction to Chao Qinlang and his companion, then walked alone up the stone steps toward the rear of the teaching block. He stopped outside the office door and knocked twice. Come in. Li Jinfeng's booming voice called from inside. Sui pushed the door open, nodded slightly, and said, Principal, I'm here. Perfect timing. Come here, Li Jinfeng beckoned, his tone urgent. Sui stepped closer and stopped in front of the desk. Spread across it lay a sheet of yellowed parchment covered in dense ancient script. Sui, be quick. Decipher this for me, Li Jinfeng said, pointing at the parchment, his eyes brimming with expectation. Sui studied the parchment, noting its age, and said in a low voice, Give me a moment. He lifted the sheet as though to inspect it, turned his back, and silently activated the Eye of Insight. Li Jinfeng rubbed his hands together, anxiety written all over his face. He had heard that Sui could read Yin's script, but he had never seen it with his own eyes, and doubt gnawed at him. A few minutes later, Sui closed his Eye of Insight and set the parchment gently back on the desk. Li Jinfeng frowned. What is this supposed to mean? Didn't you say you could decipher it? A trace of irritation slipped into his voice. The parchment held more than 100 characters. Most scholars would be proud to understand a dozen. Seeing Sui give up so quickly looked like surrender. Sui raised an eyebrow. I've finished decoding it. Should I keep it for myself instead of handing it back? He said with a hint of mockery and no small measure of confidence. What? Li Jinfeng nearly knocked over his teacup. He stared at Sui, voice trembling. You're not joking, are you? Deciphering over 100 ancient characters within minutes was nothing short of terrifying. Anyone would find it hard to believe. Sui smiled faintly and offered no explanation. He simply picked up a brush and began writing on a blank sheet of paper. In no time, the page was filled with blue star characters, each line corresponding to the text on the parchment. Li Jinfeng's throat went dry as he watched. He swallowed hard, almost in a daze. Principal, see if it's correct, Sui said calmly, handing over the translation. Right. Li Jinfeng nodded mechanically. He took the sheet and buried himself in it. 10 minutes later, he jumped to his feet and burst out laughing. It's perfect, every word is spot on. Sui looked up, curiosity in his eyes. Principal, are you also an alchemist? The parchment described a technique called True Essence Pill Refining Art, clearly a method for producing elixirs. Given how much Li Jinfeng cared about it, Sui couldn't help but wonder if the principal practiced alchemy himself. He was far from a true alchemist, but he had done his share of study. Li Jinfeng smiled, nodded, and passed the jade slip back to Sui, his tone unusually solemn. Sui, this item is worth a fortune. Keep that in mind and never breathe a word about it. I understand, Principal, Sui replied, accepting the jade slip with equal seriousness. For a martial artist in the soul-gathering realm to advance further, he must cultivate a technique that matches his elemental attribute. Likewise, an alchemist needs not only a prescription but also a corresponding refining method. The refining primordial technique before them was a top-tier method, often more valuable than ordinary cultivation arts, and thus had to remain a secret. Principal, what does it take to become an alchemist? Sui could not help asking. Now that the technique was branded in his mind, he at least had a foot in the door. Alchemists earned well and enjoyed great respect, yet the threshold was high, which kept their numbers low and pill prices steep. If he could truly become an alchemist, he could refine pills himself and help those around him advance faster. First, you need a fire element spirit root, Li Jinfeng explained with a smile. Second, your cultivation has to be at least in the soul-gathering realm. A fire element spirit root? Sui pondered, then asked, if I can condense a fire spirit essence, does that meet the requirement? He had never tested his own spirit root, but the sacred art of gathering 10,000 spirits should, in theory, allow him to form a fire essence. It's essentially the same, Li Jinfeng affirmed with a nod. The confirmation made Sui E's lips curl in barely concealed delight. Since the basic hurdle was no longer a problem, he could start studying the refining primordial technique ahead of time. Li Jinfeng caught the look on Sui E's face and muttered to himself, he's not planning to refine pills right away, is he? Then he remembered that Sui E was still in the blood-chi realm and might not even have a fire spirit root yet, so he let it go. After a brief silence, curiosity got the better of him. Sui E, how did you decipher the ancient script? Ancient characters were notoriously hard to understand. Many scholars devoted their entire lives to the field and could hardly translate a single line. Yet Sui E had parsed more than 100 characters in minutes. And he was only a first-year high school student. Principal, you may find this hard to believe, Sui E said, clearing his throat. But the moment I see ancient characters, their meaning just comes to me naturally. Maybe it's an innate gift. Li Jinfeng's mouth fell open. Such a gift? He had never heard of it. But beyond a natural talent, no other explanation made sense. And the more incredible it sounded, the more he believed it. This kid is a monster, Li Jinfeng thought with mixed awe and envy. Sui E already possessed a hidden combat talent, which was astonishing enough. Now he also had the ability to decode ancient texts. A flicker of admiration and even jealousy rose in Li Jinfeng's heart. Headmaster, if there's nothing else, I'll be on my way, Sui said. He had already helped Li Jinfeng decipher the ancient script. The job was done, and he had no reason to linger. Hold on. Li Jinfeng raised a hand to stop him, studying him closely. Sui E, what level of the Chi Blood realm are you at now? The image of Sui E kicking several enforcement squad members flying yesterday was still fresh in his mind. That was well beyond what a 5th layer fighter could do. Clearly Sui E had broken through Ogden, he just didn't know how far. 7th layer, Sui E answered without hesitation. The upcoming challenge would expose his strength anyway, so there was no point in hiding it. Li Jinfeng remembered that Sui E had already tempered the bones in his hands when he fought Shunhao, and that was back at the 5th layer. Now that he was at the 7th, had he tempered even more? 5 bones, Sui E said calmly. 5. Li Jinfeng finally lost his composure. Most fighters avoid bone tempering in the Chi Blood realm, afraid it will slow their cultivation, but Sui E's hidden combat talent let him ignore that drawback. While his cultivation skyrocketed, he had already tempered 5 bones, nothing short of astonishing. A moment ago, Li Jinfeng had worried whether Sui E could take first place in the challenge. Now every doubt vanished. Ji Ming from the 1st Ancient Martial Academy and Ling Feiyu from the 2nd were only at the 6th layer. How could they stand against Sui E? Across the entire first-year class and even most of the second, this teenager was at the very top. This year's challenge is in the bag. Li Jinfeng burst out laughing. In previous years, the 3rd Ancient Martial Academy always finished last, forcing him to bow his head to the other 2 principals. At last he could hold it high. Satisfied with Sui E's strength, he waved him off. Go get some rest. This afternoon you're coming with me to the 1st Academy for the challenge. Understood. Sui E nodded and left. Instead of returning to class, he headed straight for the library. Most students were busy training their bodies, but he felt that was of limited value as single-star talent meant blind hard work yielded little. Better to broaden his knowledge while he had the time. He spent the entire morning buried in books, paging through ancient volumes and losing himself in their contents. At noon he grabbed a quick meal at the academy cafeteria, then set out with Li Jinfeng. The 2 academies were close. A 10-minute walk brought them to the gates of the 1st Ancient Martial Academy. It was Sui E's first time on these grounds, and he looked around with interest. A weather-worn stone archway, training fields steeped in history, streams of students everywhere. As the oldest martial academy in Yulan City, its size and enrollment were unmatched. Sui E, during the matches, don't hold back, Li Jinfeng said with a grin as they walked. Crush every opponent outright. Crush them? Sui clicked his tongue. A challenge match was meant to be a friendly test of skill, yet Li Jinfeng expected him to steamroll the opposition, leaving no room for mercy. What kind of vendetta was this? Understood. Sui nodded, asked no more, and did exactly as Li Jinfeng had told him. Led by Li Jinfeng, the 2 crossed the academy's colonnade and reached the sparring arena. 1st Ancient Martial Academy's arena covered nearly half a soccer field, twice the size of 3rd Ancient Martial Academy's, its flagstones glinting coldly in the sun. No sooner had they stepped inside than a wiry, wrinkled old woman greeted them with a teasing grin. Oldly, I thought you'd lost your nerve. Beside her stood a handsome, stern-faced middle-aged man and 2 students, 1 male and 1 female. If 2nd Ancient Martial Academy dares to show up, why should 3rd be afraid? Li Jinfeng laughed and strode forward. Once they were closer, Li Jinfeng introduced them. This is Principal Jiang Yunhua of 2nd Ancient Martial Academy, and this is Principal Xiao Xinxiang of 1st Ancient Martial Academy. Principal Jiang, Principal Xiao. Sui E bowed respectfully. In Yulan City, both names were famous. Jiang Yunhua, like Li Jinfeng, was at the 3rd level of the Jupo realm, while Xiao Xinxiang had already reached the 7th, second only to City Lord Luo Junan. Stories about Xiao Xinxiang were legendary, an 8-star talent who, in his youth, set record after record, and once reached the 3rd floor of the trial tower while still at the 9th level of the Chueti realm. He was the first and so far only person to do so, and the one who reported that the tower's 3rd floor held Jupa realm demons and fierce beasts. Faced with such strength, Sui felt a surge of respect, yet his eyes grew even more determined. His ultimate goal was to become the strongest on Blue Star, and before that, he had to stand atop Yulan City. Surpassing Xinyao was non-negotiable. Jiang Yinhua and Xinyao each gave Sui an assessing look and nodded slightly. Before the small talk was over, Li Jinfeng suddenly grinned. How about another wager this year? The two principals exchanged puzzled glances. Every year, the three of them each put up a treasure, and the students' final rankings decided the winner. Xinyao usually came out on top, Jiang Yinhua placed second, and Li Jinfeng almost never profited. They expected him to bow out this time, yet he was the first to bring it up. Highly unusual. What's wrong? Are you scared? Li Jinfeng added, prodding them. Afraid? Hardly. Jiang Yinhua snorted. According to her information, the strongest first year in 3rd academy was Li Qingchuan at the 5th level of the Qishui realm, while her own student Ling Feiyu had already reached the 6th, more than enough to crush the competition. What possible ace could Li Jinfeng be hiding? Principally, are you serious? Xinyao asked softly. Li Jinfeng knew exactly why they doubted him, was the perennial loser in every wager, so why provoke someone now? Still, he nodded with absolute certainty and smiled. I'm dead serious. But this time we're not playing for peanuts. We're raising the stakes. His gaze shifted to Sui E, confidence shining in his eyes. With Sui E holding the line, this challenge is already in the bag. Since the result is set in stone, we might as well win big. What? Jiang Yinhua and Xinyao exchanged a look and saw the same shock in each other's eyes. They clearly remembered Li Jinfeng surrendering with clenched teeth every time he gambled. Now he wanted to increase the stakes. Had he finally snapped and decided to go Allen? Jiang Yinhua composed himself and asked coolly, what do you want to bet? Simple, Li Jinfeng said, his eyes glowing. Your fire spirit pearl and Xiao Zhengxing's fire coral. Both men felt their hearts jolt. After entering the Jupa realm, every step forward was agonizing. Besides hard training, cultivators needed rare spirit objects. The fire spirit pearl and fire coral were extremely scarce fire-type treasures, each worth tens of millions of blue star credits, and even then, they were virtually unbuyable. As a fire cultivator, Li Jinfeng had coveted them for years, but never had anything of equal value to offer. Now he was simply turning the whole table over. Even Jiang and Xiao sucked in a breath at the size of the wager. Tens of millions of credits would hurt even the 4 great clans of Origin City, and these items were priceless on top of that. Old Li is ruthless, Sui muttered under his breath. He knew perfectly well that with himself on the team the outcome was certain. Li Jinfeng was just digging a pit and waiting for the 2 colleagues to jump in, and Sui had no intention of warning them. So, do you dare to bet? Li Jinfeng asked, eyes sharp as a hunter's. Xinyao pondered a moment, then said, I'll bet, but you'd better put up something of equal value. He was every bit as confident in his own student. Ji Ming might only be 6th level of the Qishui stage, but had mastered a body-forging art and a unique fist technique. When he went all out, his power could spike to the 8th level, his defense matched the 1st level of the body-tempering realm, and he could add an extra 100 kilograms of force. In true combat terms, he even edged past the 9th level. Who in the first-year class could beat Ji Ming? I have a Xian-grade manual, The Art of Alchemy, fully deciphered, and am putting it on the line, Li Jinfeng declared, every word ringing out. This was the very true essence alchemy art Sui had deciphered. Alchemy techniques were already extraordinarily rare, and a Xian Grade 1 was priceless, worth far more than the Fire Spirit Pearl and Fire Coral combined. Even if Jiang and Xiao weren't alchemists, they could trade the manual for any treasure they needed. Value-wise, they'd never lose. If they accepted the wager, they would come away with a deal far from unfair. Principally, are you serious? Xinyao wavered, tempted by the offer. With my standing, I would never speak lightly. It's absolutely true. Li Jinfeng smiled with quiet confidence, his voice calm, yet unmistakably firm. Very well, I accept. Xinyao nodded decisively, setting aside any hesitation. Li Jinfeng's gaze shifted to Jiang Yinhua. Dean Jiang, what about you? He was determined to secure both the Fire Spirit Pearl and the Fire Coral. If he could capture them in one stroke, he would not miss the chance. Jiang Yinhua frowned. A Xian rank alchemy technique was an enormous temptation, but what troubled her was the likelihood of victory. Among the 3 competing students, Ji Ming ranked first, Ling Feiyu second, and Li Qingchuan a distant third. If she were only wagering against Li Jinfeng, she would agree at once. Adding Xinyao, however, meant handing over the treasures outright, an obviously losing trade. Sensing her hesitation, Li Jinfeng suddenly raised his voice. Well, change the rules. Our 3rd Martial Academy will send 1 fighter to face both of your academies. The announcement echoed like thunder. In a standard unknown format, Jiang Yinhua would indeed refuse. But if a single contestant fought alone, she could field Sui E. With his strength, defeating Ji Ming and Ling Feiyu should be no challenge, leaving her no reason to decline. What? Xiao Zhenxiong and Jiang Yunhua blurted in unison. The third martial academy had languished at the bottom for years. Even in single matches it struggled to win. Why would Li Jinfeng risk a Tenon? Ji Ming and Ling Feiyu's expressions soured. Each was the strongest first year in their respective academies, and this public slight felt like outright humiliation. Both silently vowed to crush Sui E in the ring and slap Li Jinfeng's face with the result. Old man, that's a bit much, Sui muttered, licking his lips. He was confident he could handle both opponents. Yet doing so would embarrass Jiang Yunhua and Xiao Zhenxiong alike, proclaiming that the first and second academies combined were no match for the third. They would surely blame him afterward. Well, do you agree or not? Li Jinfeng urged impatiently. We agree. Xiao Zhenxiong and Jiang Yunhua exchanged a glance and spoke almost together. They had no idea where Li Jinfeng found his confidence, but they were certain he would lose. If they refused, word would spread and both leading academies would become laughingstocks. Excellent. Then it's settled. When do we begin? Li Jinfeng laughed loudly. Anytime, Xiao Zhenxiong answered coolly, his eyes settling on Sui. He asked offhandedly, Principal Li, this student must be Li Qingchuan, correct? Which level of the Bloodqi realm has he reached? He had never met Li Qingchuan. Only heard the youth was said to be at the 5th level of the Bloodqi realm. If that were true, why would Li Jinfeng pit him against two opponents? He assumed the boy before him had to be Li Qingchuan. He isn't Li Qingchuan, Li Jinfeng replied with a smile. He's another of our academy's prodigies, Sui E. Sui E. Xiao Zhenxiong and Jiang Yunhua frowned deeply. The name meant nothing to them. They had never heard of anyone like that in the third martial academy. Yet Li Jinfeng had chosen him to fight, which could only mean one thing: Sui's strength was well above Li Qingchuan's, and by more than a little. Principal, I know who Sui is. Ling Feiyu suddenly spoke up. Let's hear it, Jiang Yunhua and Xiao Zhenxiong said together, their curiosity piqued. Knowing your opponent is half the battle. The more they learned beforehand, the easier it would be to adjust their strategy. 2 days ago I saw a post about him on the Fighters Forum, Ling Feiyu recalled. It said he's rated only 1 star in talent. But with no cultivation at all, he forced his way through the suppressing demon tower and jumped straight to the 5th level of the Qi and Blood realm. Is that even possible? The two principals traded stunned looks. Buried in training and academy business, they rarely visited the forums. Without Ling Feiyu's tip, they would never have known the third martial academy had produced such a dark horse. Principal Jiang, something isn't right, Xiao Zhenxiong muttered, his face clouding. If his talent's really 1 star, he couldn't advance that fast unless he carries the legendary hidden combat talent. Rumor had it that warriors with that heaven-defying gift could break through ranks in the middle of a fight, so quickly that even 10-star prodigies couldn't keep up. The talent had appeared on Blue Star only a handful of times. Could Sui really possess it? You mean Jiang Yunhua had reached the same conclusion, his half-open mouth showing his concern. Gentlemen, it's getting late. Let's begin, Li Jinfeng reminded them calmly. Seeing their shock, he was secretly delighted. Few headmasters were lucky enough to recruit a student with the hidden combat talent. With Sui on board, the rise of the third martial academy was around the corner. Surpassing the first and second academies was only a matter of time. Old Li, you're gloating too soon. We still don't know who'll win, Jiang Yunhua snapped, annoyed by Li's composure. Jiang Yunhua, if you're unconvinced, let's get started, Li Jinfeng replied evenly. Since Principal Li is in such a hurry, well obliged, Xiao Zhenxiong said with a smile. He understood how frightening the hidden combat talent could be, yet he wasn't worried Sui hadn't had enough time to grow. At best he might be at the 7th level of the Qi and Blood realm, whereas Ji Ming, armed with body-refining secrets and advanced boxing techniques, fought at the equivalent of level 9. How could he lose? Sui E, it's on you now, Li Jinfeng said, giving him a meaningful pat on the shoulder. Sui nodded and strode calmly toward the nearest platform. You two, get up there too, and don't give Sui any opening, Jiang Yunhua ordered under his breath. Relax, Principal. We've got this, Ling Feiyu replied, pumping her fist before flashing onto the platform. Ji Ming exchanged a few quiet words with Xiao Zhenxiong, then stepped up with a confident smile. Junior sister Ling, are you going first, or should I? Ji Ming stepped onto the platform and immediately looked to Ling Feiyu for a decision. Although the match had been set as a 2-0 against Sui E, both of them were proud prodigies and refused to bully him together. He'll go first. Ling Feiyu dipped her chin and then fixed her eyes on Sui E, a hint of contempt curling at her lips. Junior brother Sui, fists don't have eyes. If you end up hurt, don't blame me. Sui E rubbed the bridge of his nose and smiled lightly. Ling Feiyu, it would be more fitting if you called me senior brother. And you'd better worry about yourself. Among first-year students, seniority was determined by strength, and senior brother sounded much better to him. Ling Feiyu's expression stiffened. After sizing Sui up, she gave a mocking laugh. Sui, you really know how to put on airs for a first meeting. You think that lucky break to the 5th level of the Bloodqi realm lets you look down on everyone? If you want my respect, show real skill. Without it, keep a low profile. Sui shrugged, disdain sharp in his eyes. You'll pay for those words. Ling Feiyu bit her lower lip as her blood and qi surged. Bring it on. Sui E curled a finger at her, then warned coldly, this bout matters. Even though you're a girl, I won't hold back. Arrogant. Unable to restrain herself any longer, Ling Feiyu shot forward like a furious tigress. Her fist lashed out, and a savage gust exploded at the 6th level of the Blood Chi realm. Every blow packed nearly 600 kilos of force. Around the platform, Chaotianhou and the others straightened, their eyes locked on Sui E. A fighter with hidden talent, his true power would soon be clear. Still too weak. Boredom dulled Sui E's gaze as he casually extended his right palm. Bang! Ling Feiyu's iron fist smashed into his hand, yet it was like an ant striking a tree. He didn't move at all. Pain seared her knuckles as though she had punched solid steel. Ling Feiyu gasped, horrified. She tried to pull back, but Sui E's grip was unbreakable. A moment later, overwhelming force swallowed her. Weightless, she arced through the air and crashed at Jiming's feet. 7th level of the Blood Chi realm, and his hand bones are already tempered. Xiao Zhenxiong and Zhang Yunhua exchanged shocked glances. They had known Sui E was exceptionally. Jinfeng wouldn't have let him fight two at once otherwise, but they hadn't expected this. 7th level with tempered bones put his real combat power on par with the 8th level. Jiming, stop staring. Team up with Ling Feiyu. Zhang Yunhua shouted in urgency. Against someone as ferocious as Sui E, neither could win alone. Only together did they have even the slightest chance. Did they really think that two of them together could challenge Sui? Li Jinfeng sneered inwardly. Ever since he had tempered 5 sets of bones ahead of schedule, Sui E's true combat strength had already reached the 2nd layer of the body tempering realm, and anyone below that realm could not survive even a single exchange with him. On the platform, Ling Feiyu sprang to her feet after Jiang Yunhua's warning. Her face was ashen, fury surging inside her. She was a prodigy, yet Sui E had crushed her without effort, an intolerable humiliation. She shot Sui E a vicious glare, then turned to Jiming. Senior brother Ji, let's team up. We can't let Sui E keep strutting around like this. Hold on. Jiming smiled faintly, his eyes resting on Sui E. His tone was earnest. Sui E, you're strong, no doubt, but you're still a touch below me. They'll give you a chance. Concede now and spare yourself the pain. Sui E's power might equal the 8th layer of the Qi and Blood realm, but Jiming believed himself superior. His body forging art stacked with his fist technique let him dominate even a 9th layer opponent. He was certain Sui E would be easy prey. Are all these so-called geniuses such blowhards? Sui E raised a brow and scoffed. Junior brother Ji, don't be like junior sister Ling, nothing but talk. We'll know who's stronger once we fight. As you wish. Jiming's expression chilled. A blood-red mist burst from his body, wrapping him head to toe. His aura surged to the 8th layer of the Qi and Blood realm. When the mist stabilized, a strand of it poured into his right arm. His fist swelled to the size of a crimson basketball, crackling like distant thunder. Blood-burning art. Blood-condensing fist. Zhang Yunhua and Li Junfeng exclaimed in unison. Blood-burning art. Burns blood and Qi. Instantly jumping 2 minor levels. Blood-condensing fist. Concentrates blood and Qi, boosting defense and adding 100 kilos of force. So Jiming had a trump card like that. Zhang Yunhua's shock turned to delight. At this moment Jiming was on par with the 9th layer of the Qi and Blood realm. Defeating Sui E should have been a certainty. If he won, Li Zhenfeng's alchemy skills would belong to her and Xiao Zhenxiong. At the thought, she arched a brow and glanced at Li Zhenfeng. Yet she found his face calm, even confident. How could he remain so composed at a time like this? Ah! A shrill scream split the air. It was Jiming. Zhang Yunhua jolted and snapped her gaze back to the platform. At the instant their fists collided, Sui E shattered Jiming's blood-condensing fist with one blow, the blood mist scattering. Jiming was sent flying like a kite with a cut string, his wail echoing across the arena. How strong is Sui E exactly? Zhang Yunhua's face froze, as if carved from stone. Even Jiming couldn't handle him. Xiao Zhenxiong was equally stunned despite using both the blood-burning art and blood-condensing fist. Jiming hadn't lasted a single round. What kind of monster was Sui E anyway? We won. Li Jinfeng couldn't hide his excitement and burst into unrestrained laughter. Sui E let out a breath and was just about to step off the platform when a clear, girlish shout rang out from the edge. Sui E, the match isn't over yet. Still want to fight? Sui E frowned slightly and turned toward Ling Feiyu. Jiming had already played both of his trump cards and still lost. What made Ling Feiyu think she could do any better? Before the thought had finished, Sui E's eyelids twitched. Ling Feiyu shot toward him like a streak of silver lightning, moving far faster than most people could imagine. A speed-boosting secret art, he judged, but there was no time to react. Sui E, you're still too green. Ling Feiyu's lips curved in a confident smile as she drove her fist straight at his chest. Below the stage, Zhang Yunhua burst out laughing. No matter how strong Sui E is, there's no stopping that blow. Defeat is right in front of him. He was sure Li Jinfeng had no idea Ling Feiyu had mastered a speed technique, and his laughter grew even louder. Xiao Zhenxiong straightened up, eyes locked on the platform. Ling Feiyu's burst of speed clearly surpassed Sui E's. If the punch landed, Sui E would lose for sure. Li Jinfeng, however, stopped laughing altogether. His expression was calm as still water. How naive. He knew Sui E had already tempered the bones of his chest, boosting his defense. 600 kilos of force couldn't even scratch him. Jiaoliang's gloating was laughable. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Ling Feiyu's fist smashed into Sui E's chest. His body merely swayed before he steadied himself. Ling Feiyu, by contrast, grimaced in agony. The bones in her fist felt like they were splitting apart, pain shooting up her arm and stabbing her heart. A cry escaped before she could stop it. Below the platform, Jiaoliang's grin froze, and Xiao Zhenxiong stood rooted to the spot. Ling Feiyu had thrown her full power into that punch, and not only failed to injure Sui Isha, had hurt herself instead. The only explanation was that Sui had tempered his chest bones ahead of schedule. In the body refining realm, the chest bones are the 5th set to be tempered, meaning Sui had already forged at least 5 bones. Yet he was only a first-year high school student. Reaching the 7th level of vital energy so quickly was already record-breaking. Now had tempered 5 bones in advance. Such monstrous talent was simply unbelievable. In the center of the arena, Sui narrowed his eyes at Ling Feiyu and offered a faint smile. Junior sister Ling, care to continue? Ling Feiyu's body trembled as she retreated, staring at Sui as if he were some kind of monster. She could clearly sense that his chest bones were tempered, and waves of shock surged through her heart. Facing an opponent at the 7th level of vital energy with 5 tempered bones, no amount of speed could bring victory. Her earlier sneak attack had landed only because Sui was completely unguarded. If he were ready, she had no chance at all. I concede. After a brief struggle, she managed to squeeze out the words. With that, Sui withdrew his gaze, stepped off the stage, and walked over to Li Jinfeng. Li Jinfeng beamed at Sui, clearly pleased with his performance. Xiao Zhenxiong walked up, stopped in front of Sui, and his gaze deep yet appreciative, said, Sui, you're impressive. Your future looks promising. Thank you for the praise, Principal Xiao, Sui replied with a cupped fist salute. He wondered silently. I just crushed Ji Ming in public and helped Li Jinfeng win Xiao Zhengxing's fire coral. Yet Principal Xiao doesn't seem angry at all. Is he really that generous? Old Li, you're downright sneaky. You have landed the 2 of us in big trouble this time. Jiang Yunhua growled as he marched up to Li Jinfeng. Jiang Yunhua, you placed a bet, so honor it. No backing out, Li Jinfeng shot back. The Fire Spirit Pearl and Fire Coral were critical for him. With both treasures, he was confident of reaching the 4th layer of the Spirit Convergence realm. Who's trying to back out on you? Jiang Yunhua snorted. Principal Li, don't worry, Xiao Zhenxiong added, thumping his chest reassuringly. Good. Li Jinfeng nodded solemnly. I'm fair, I won't let you lose out for nothing. Xiao Zhenxiong and Jiang Yunhua exchanged looks, suspecting Li Jinfeng might be about to share an alchemy technique. If so, they would actually profit. What are you playing at, Old Li? Jiang Yunhua pressed. Li Jinfeng cleared his throat, adopting an air of mystery. Each of you owns an ancient manual you can't decipher, right? I can translate them, success guaranteed. What? Both men stared in disbelief. Li Jinfeng could read ancient script guaranteed? That sounded like pure bragging. If he really had that skill, he could have traded it for cultivation resources long ago. The principal can read ancient characters? Sui froze. He was clearly the one who had translated the alchemical true essence art for Li Jinfeng. If Li already understood the script, why ask him? Realization dawned. Li Jinfeng was trying to use Sui's ability to curry favor. Shameless. Old Li, you're not joking, are you? Jiang Yunhua's face darkened. Li Jinfeng straightened. Li Jinfeng, never speak empty words in public. I'm serious. His firm tone immediately revived Xiao Zhenxiong and Jiang Yunhua's spirits. Each had clutched an undeciphered ancient secret art for years. If Li could truly unlock them, their strength would skyrocket, and for warriors, strength is everything. Principal Li, this is important, let's talk in my office, Xiao Zhenxiong said warmly. Fine. Li Jinfeng nodded, then turned to Sui. Sui, head back to the academy. Ling Feiyu, you return as well, Jiang Yunhua added. The 3 principals hurried out of the training ground. As Sui was about to leave, Ji Ming and Ling Feiyu approached. Sui, how many stars is your talent really? Ling Feiyu asked, eyes shining with curiosity. The martial forum claims Sui had only 1 star of talent, yet a 1-star student had already reached the 7th layer of the Bloodchi realm in his first year, and even tempered 5 bones ahead of schedule. 1-star talent? 7th layer Bloodchi realm? 5 tempered bones. Ridiculous. Address me as senior brother, Sui said mildly. Ling Feiyu's smile froze. She had only called him junior brother in passing. Was he really going to make an issue of it? Yet when she thought of Sui's current strength, she meekly corrected herself. Senior brother Sui. Sui nodded with satisfaction, then tossed out, my innate talent is only 1 star. Ji Ming and Ling Feiyu's expressions darkened at once. Was he treating them like children? Claiming 10 stars would sound more believable. 1 star was no different from trash. How could someone with 1 star reach Sui's level? They were convinced he was hiding something. Sui E spread his hands in helplessness. When I took the academy's test, it really was 1 star. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. The tester must have been broken, they replied in unison. Ji Ming went a step further. Senior brother Su, you should take the test again. I'd bet you're at least 8 stars, maybe 9, or even 10. Ji Ming had once been proud beyond measure among his peers, but Sui E was different. Sui E was too strong to treat casually. Maybe another time, Sui E answered perfunctorily, then turned and walked away. Ji Ming and Ling Feiyu stayed where they were, watching his figure disappear. Sui E returned to the 3rd Ancient Martial Academy and headed straight for Grade 1, Class 7. Most students were out training, so the classroom was nearly empty. The moment the door opened, every pair of eyes swung toward him. He scanned the room and walked to his seat. Before he could sit down, Chaotianhou leaned over, eyes shining. Sui E, how'd the challenge go? You took first, right? Sui E nodded lightly. First place had been a foregone conclusion, hardly worth bragging about. Awesome. Chaotianhou gave a thumbs up, then raised his voice to the room. Everyone, Sui E took first place. He beat Ji Ming and Ling Feiyu and came out on top. Wow. Sui E is incredible. Brother E, you're amazing. He's the undisputed champion of our first-year cohort. Not just our academy's #1 among all 3 academies' first years now. Praise swept through the classroom as nearly every student came over to congratulate him and add a bit of flattery. There were exceptions. Shunhao and Tang Liang stayed silent, faces sour. They had bad blood with Sui E and hated seeing him bask in glory, yet they couldn't deny his power. Regaining any pride at his expense was almost impossible. The gap would only widen. Sui E was a towering peak they might never scale. The thought left them feeling powerless. Amid the commotion, homeroom teacher Lin Qingshan stepped into the room wearing a broad smile. He had just received a call from Li Zhenfeng confirming Sui E's victory and had planned to announce the news himself. Seeing the classroom already buzzing, he realized everyone knew, so there was no need to repeat it. Sui E, you did great. Thank you for your hard work, Lin Qingshan said with a smile. In the brightly lit classroom, he gazed at the year's most outstanding student, pride written all over his face. Sui E had brought honor to the academy, and as homeroom teacher, Lin basked in the reflected glory. Mr. Lin, it was simply my duty, Sui E replied calmly. As a student of the 3rd Ancient Martial Academy, adding to the school's prestige was only natural. Lin Qingshan, pleased by Sui E's lack of arrogance, nodded and added, you just finished a challenge match. Go on home and rest for the day. There's no need. He'll leave with the others after class. Sui E declined politely, yet Firmly was still waiting for Li Zhenfeng to deliver his reward of 3 vitality pills, and that was no trivial matter. As you wish, Lin said, turning to leave. The moment he stepped out, a harsh shout echoed in the hallway. Sui E, get out here. Who the hell is being so cocky? Chaotianhou jumped to his feet, indignant. Sui E was no longer the loser had once been who dared act so wild. It must be Qin Suifeng, Sui E said with a low snort. They had agreed to fight as soon as the challenge match ended. Qin Suifeng had wasted no time blocking the door. Qin Suifeng. Chaotianhou's face went pale. As a witness to their bet, he knew the gap between them. Sui E was 7th level Qi and Blood Realm, while Qin Suifeng was already at the 10th. If they really fought, Sui E would be at a disadvantage. Call Mr. Lin and have him stop this, Chao whispered. Sui E had just won first place, and earned Lin plenty of face. Getting the teacher involved made sense. Just an ant. If he's eager to be beaten, I'll oblige, Sui E said with a faint smile, heading for the door. Sui E Chao stared after him in disbelief. Had victory gone to Sui's head? How else could he call Qin Suifeng an ant? The rest of the class was equally stunned. Sui E was now the strongest freshman, but Qin Suifeng was the top 2nd year. Did Sui E really intend to defeat a senior while still in his 1st year? In a corner, Shunhao and Tang Liang exchanged looks and sneered. Showing off in front of them was one thing. Acting tough with Qin Suifeng was sheer folly. They could already picture Sui E being trampled underfoot. Sui E stepped into the corridor, where a crowd of 2nd-year students had gathered. Qin Suifeng stood at their head. Sui E, the challenge is over. Time to honor our agreement, don't you think? Qin Suifeng sized him up, voice cold and mocking, confidence etched on his face. Fine. If you're so eager for a beating, they'll grant your wish, Sui E answered, utterly unfazed. Listen to this kid run his mouth. A mere freshman thinks he runs the place. Several 2nd-years growled, eyes blazing. Let's settle this at the combat arena, Qin Suifeng said through clenched teeth. Trading words was pointless. It was time to get Sui E onto the platform and teach him a lesson. Then let's go. Sui E brushed the dust from his palm, shrugged, and strolled toward the sparring arena, as if the coming life or death duel meant nothing to him. Qin Suifeng followed with a squad of 2nd-year students close on his heels, blades clinking and boots striking the corridor hard enough to set the hall echoing. The moment they left, Class 7 of the 1st years exploded. Sui E's really going onion with Qin Suifeng? Who do you think is stronger? Qin Suifeng, obviously. Anyone could tell you that. Not necessarily. Sui E's worked miracles before. If he accepted, maybe he's got something up his sleeve. Shunhao sneered. Sui E may be hot stuff among first years, but he doesn't know when to quit. Challenging the top second year? He's begging for humiliation. Tang Liang chimed in. He's been acting way too cocky. Someone needs to knock him down a peg. Come on, let's watch Sui E get crushed at the arena. With that shout, Class 7 surged into the hallway like a tide. Chaotianhou gritted his teeth, elbowed his way into the flow, and followed. At the same time, the news spread across campus like a battle summons. The strongest first year challenging the strongest second year, a spectacle seen once in a century. Curiosity ignited everywhere. First year Class 2. As soon as Su Lin heard the rumor, she snapped her textbook shut and called him off before sprinting toward the arena. First year Class 3. Li Qingchuan was idly flipping through a book. 2 days ago Sui E had shattered the bones in his right hand, yet the healing pills had nearly mended it. He just needed rest and was forbidden to fight. Suddenly a student burst through the door shouting, Li Qingchuan, Sui E's taking on Qin Suifeng. What? Li Qingchuan's eyelid twitched. He muttered to himself, is Sui E out of his mind? Though Sui E had beaten him, Li admired the guy rising from a so-called one-star waste took grit, and that spirit had dulled much of Li's resentment. The student asked, want to go watch? Absolutely. Li Qingchuan leapt up and charged out of the room. The academy's small grove. Qiao Bingxian was strolling leisurely, Snowlink's beast in tow, when Tang Fong blew in like a gust of wind, her voice pitched high. Qiao Bingxian, something huge just happened. Can you stop panicking all the time? Qiao Bingxian shook her head, then asked softly, what is it? Sui E's dueling Qin Suifeng. Seriously? Qiao Bingxian's pretty face froze. After a heartbeat, she clenched her teeth. We'd better go see. Outside the dormitory block. Xueqin gripped her phone, voice trembling. Lu Qianer, bad news, Sui E's challenging our second-year champion, Qin Suifeng. Lu Qianer had asked her to keep tabs on Sui E. She listened in disbelief and sighed. How does he even dare? Xueqin, you must tell me the result the moment it's over. I promise. Xueqin hung up, determination hardening in her eyes. On the other side of campus, Sui E had just stepped out of the classroom building when his phone rang, the crisp tone echoing through the hallway. The caller ID read, Li Jinfeng. Headmaster, what can I do for you? He asked as he answered. Come to my office, Li Jinfeng said, casual as ever. Right now? Sui E slowed, remembering his scheduled duel with Qin Suifeng. Leaving now would push it back. Is anything more important than seeing me? The headmaster replied with a chuckle. Nothing at all. He'll be right there, Sui E said, guessing the reason. The reward he had been promised. 3 kind blood pills were far more tempting than any duel. Hanging up, he turned to Qin Suifeng. The headmaster needs me. The duel will have to wait. Qin Suifeng sneered. If you're scared, just say so. Don't hide behind the headmaster. Laughter rippled through the juniors around them. Sui E, aren't you the tough guy? Chickening out now? Yeah, quit making excuses if you're afraid. Sui E snorted, shoving his phone in Qin Suifeng's face. The call log clearly showed Li Zhenfeng's number. Open those eyes and see for yourself, wasn't that the headmaster? Qin Suifeng's expression shifted, but he still blustered. So what if it was? Planning to make him cancel our duel? You think too highly of yourself, Sui said. Get to the practice grounds. 10 minutes, tops, and he'll be there. Everyone here is a witness. Whoever doesn't show is a coward. Fine. Qin Suifeng's grin was dark. He waved the crowd along. To the practice grounds. A swarm of students followed him. Idiot, Sui muttered, heading straight for the headmaster's office. Qin Suifeng had no idea what he was really in for. At the office door, Sui knocked. Come in, Li Jinfeng called. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling window as Sui entered. Good, you're here. Li Jinfeng rose, pulled a half-foot-long wooden box from a drawer, and handed it over. What's this, headmaster? Sui asked, though he already knew. Your reward. Open it. The box felt heavy. Inside lay several crimson pills the size of longans, their fragrance rich and potent. Cayenne blood pills, he recognized at once. He counted softly 5. Headmaster, why are there 2 extra? You said first place gets 3. Li Jinfeng waved it off with a smile. The extra 2 are a bonus. You not only brought honor to the 3rd Ancient Martial Academy, you also secured a Fire Spirit Pearl and Fire Coral for me. You deserve more. Cayenne blood pills were not ordinary items. Each was worth 100,000 Blue Star credits. Realizing how much Head just earned, Sui's heart raced with excitement. Thank you, headmaster, he said sincerely. All right, that's all for now. You can go. Li Jinfeng waved him off. Sui stayed where he was, stepped forward, and said, Principal, I actually need a favor. He intended to visit the Demon Suppression Tower at the 2nd Ancient Martial Academy, and without Li Jinfeng's help, he could never get inside. Speak. Li Jinfeng tapped his fingers on the desk, looking relaxed. I want to enter the Demon Suppression Tower, Sui said solemnly. What for? Li Jinfeng raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Sir, you know I have a stealth combat gift. I can only grow stronger by fighting constantly, Sui replied bluntly. Oh, Li Jinfeng nodded, then chuckled. The tower is under the 2nd Academy's control. You'll need Jiaoliang's approval. That's why I need you to step in, Sui E answered earnestly. Li Jinfeng stopped tapping and sighed. In the past, one word from me would do it, but things are trickier now. Trickier? Sui E hadn't expected that given Li Jinfeng's status, would Jiaoliang really refuse him? In the challenge match, you crushed Ling Feiyu and helped me win her Fire Spirit Pearl. She's holding a grudge and won't let you into the tower easily, Li Jinfeng explained with a shrug. Sui froze. Crushing Ling Feiyu had been Li Jinfeng's idea, and the pearl had gone into Li's pocket. Now it sounded as if everything was Sui's fault. Shameless. Still, he could only complain in silence. Without Li Jinfeng, the tower was off limits. Principal, please think of another way. Sui swallowed his retort and asked sincerely. There is a way, and it shouldn't be hard for you, Li Jinfeng said after a pause. What is it? Sui's eyes lit up. The tower could refine his golden body, and he would do anything to get in. Jiaoliang has a few fragments of ancient script that need deciphering. Help her with that. And for my sake she'll probably let you in, Li Jinfeng said bluntly. Sui's expression turned complicated. Li had promised Jiaoliang had find someone to translate the script. Now he was dumping the job on him, pleasing both sides while using him as free labor. Shameless, yes, but Li had treated him well, and deciphering ancient text was child's play for him. All right, I agree, Sui said readily. Good. Li Jinfeng nodded with a smile. He'll talk to Jiaoliang. Go back and wait for my news. Understood. Sui left the principal's office and headed straight for the training arena. The place was already packed. Almost every freshman and sophomore was present, and even many seniors had come to watch. Sui's delay had people whispering, wondering if he was too scared to show up. Sui's here. As he stepped into the arena, an eagle-eyed student shouted. Instantly, every head turned towards Sui. So many people? Sui muttered in surprise. He shook his head and strolled forward at an easy pace. What was supposed to be a casual challenge had drawn an unexpectedly large crowd, and even he found it surprising. Brother, are you really going to fight Qin Suifeng? Su Lin jogged to his side, clutching his sleeve, her face full of worry. Trust me, I'll be fine. Sui gave her a reassuring smile and handed her a heavy wooden box. Hold on to this. The vitality pills inside are important. Don't drop it. Okay. Su Lin tucked the box away carefully, yet her anxious gaze never left the ring. On the platform, Qin Suifeng stood with his arms crossed, contempt in his eyes. He snorted. Sui, I thought you didn't have the guts to show up. Because of you? Sui stepped onto the wooden stage as if he were out for a leisurely walk, disdain written all over his face. So arrogant. The spectators whispered among themselves. The top first year might have momentum, but now he faced the second-year champion. Sui's swagger rubbed many the wrong way, especially the second years, who wished they could rush up and shut him down. In the third-year section, a dozen seniors were gathered. One of them watched the ring and sighed. Xiaojianfeng, this Sui is even cockier than you were. Arrogance isn't a problem if you have the strength to match it. Otherwise you're just a clown, Xiaojianfeng replied, his rugged face calm. Boss Xiao's right. Sui's only a first year, yet he dares challenge the second year's strongest. Isn't he asking for a beating? Still, I heard he's taken down several tough opponents without a loss, just like Boss Xiao did back in the day. He can compare to Boss Xiao? 7-star talent, body tempering 5th layer, number 1 on the combat rankings. That was Boss Xiao. Nearby third years chimed in, their opinions divided. Well, no, soon enough, Xiaojianfeng said coolly, folding his arms as he kept watching. At the center of the platform, the two locked eyes like clashing blades. Sui, don't think the principal's protection means the Qin family can't touch you, Qin Suifeng said coldly. Today he'll grind you under my heel. Sui chuckled, a chill flashing in his eyes. He'll use this fight to make one thing clear: anyone who crosses me will pay. Qin Suifeng, you're first in line. With those words, his qi and blood roared. A violent aura swept out like a gale, forcing the students around the ring to gasp. So strong. What stage is his blood qi realm? Shocked voices rose on every side. Below the stage, Qin Xiang clenched his fists. Brother, strike now. Don't let him keep showing off. Enraged by Sui's contempt, Qin Suifeng let his own power explode. The wooden planks under his feet hummed as an even fiercer aura burst forth. They're about to fight, someone whispered. Instantly the arena fell silent. All eyes locked onto the platform. First year number 1 versus second year number 1. Who would prove stronger? Under the weight of 1,000 stares, Sui tilted his head, feeling the pressure rushing toward him. He sneered. Your aura's not bad, but to me you're still an ant. Come on. With casual ease, he crooked a finger at Qin Suifeng. Courting death, Qin Suifeng charged at Sui like a primordial beast unleashed. Well, before they closed the distance, he threw a savage punch. It was a strike at the 10th level of the blood qi realm, theoretically packing a full metric ton of force. The whistling gale around his fist seemed ready to tear the air apart. Perfect. Sui's eyes flashed like lightning. He met the pressure heat in, tightening the muscles in his right arm and shooting out a straight counterpunch. As a Foundation realm fighter, he hadn't yet cultivated spirit energy, so his options were limited. This was a contest of raw strength and bone density. Whoever hit harder and held together longer would win. Bang! The two fists collided in full view of the crowd, a deafening boom cracking across the school field. A visible shockwave kicked up dust and sent students' clothes snapping in the wind, their hearts clenching at the sound. Then came the sickening crack of bone, whose arm just broke. The spectators held their breath, all eyes fixed on the two interlocked fists. Qin Sufeng's face had gone paper white. His arm shook uncontrollably, his hand crushed as though struck by a sledgehammer, bones dislocated and bent at grotesque angles. Oh my God, his fist is shattered. Someone yelled. Screaming, Qin Suifeng sailed backward 4 or 5 meters, slammed into the ground, tumbled across the grass, and finally sprawled motionless, howling in agony. Silence fell over the field. The acknowledged number 1 in the 11th grade, a 10th-layer bloodchi fighter, hadn't lasted a single exchange. Had been blown away, his fist pulverized. Sui E's ferocity gave everyone the illusion of invincibility. The hush lasted only a moment before whispers erupted. How high is Sui E's bloodchi level? How many bones has he tempered? How much force can he generate? No one had answers. They could only stare up at the boy on the platform, a war god in their midst. Outside the ring, Qin Xiang was ghost pale. If even Qin Suifeng had been demolished, what right did he have to challenge Sui E? This defeat didn't just disgrace him and Suifeng. It made the entire Qin family a laughingstock. In the crowd, Li Qingchuan gazed at Sui E, feelings churning. Had once believed that hard work would let him surpass this rival. Now that notion seemed ridiculous. From now on, he would have to keep his head down whenever Sui E appeared. Shunhao and Tang Liang exchanged a look, reading the same conclusion in each other's eyes. Picking a fight with Sui E was suicide. If Qin Suifeng couldn't stand up to him, the two of them together weren't worth one of Sui E's fingers. Is Sui E even human? Maybe he's a monster, Tang Feng blurted. Qiu Bingxian bit her lip, a complex light flickering in her eyes. She had always known Sui E possessed a hidden combat talent, but never imagined it ran this deep. The stronger he looked, the deeper her regret grew. If she hadn't been so arrogant back then, she might already have been on friendly terms with him. Heaven had given her a chance one she had thrown away without a thought. Sui E's getting more and more incredible. In the stands, Chaotianhou and Su Lin were practically dancing with excitement. They had thought Sui E was just a lucky rookie, yet a moment later that cub had grown into a full-fledged king. Across the ring, Xiao Zanfeng top senior fixed his gaze on Sui E, his face dark, his chest tight, as if crushed by a boulder. Sui E's dominant performance weighed on him. If Sui E could defeat Qin Suifeng, the number 1 junior, would he challenge the senior champion next? The other seniors looked just as uneasy. They had dismissed Sui E as a sideshow act. Now, after watching him dismantle Qin Suifeng, they realized they were the true clowns. Even Xueqin couldn't hide her joy. She had never spoken to Sui E, yet seeing him take the crown filled her with an inexplicable thrill. Forcing her excitement down, she pulled out her phone and called her friend Lu Qianer. In the center of the arena, Sui E paused for a heartbeat, then strode off the platform under countless reverent eyes. The crowd parted without a word, creating a path for him. Let's go. He rejoined Su Lin and Chao Qinglang, his voice quiet. The three walked away side by side, and only then did the training ground erupt in cheers. They had just reached their classroom when the academy broadcast crackled on, Li Zhenfeng's rousing voice ringing out. Attention, everyone. More good news. In today's Tri-Academy Freshman Challenge, our very own Sui E swept all opposition and took first place, winning new glory for the school. Let's all learn from his example. Earlier that day, such news would have rocked the campus. After seeing Sui E crush Qin Suifeng, it felt inevitable. If a 10th-level bloodchi warrior like Qin Suifeng couldn't stop him, 6th-level fighters like Ji Ming and Ling Feiyu had never stood a chance. Sui E's title was a foregone conclusion. When the final bell rang, Sui E, Chao Qinglang, and Su Lin left together. On the way home, Chao Qinglang talked non-stop, heaping praise on Sui E. Cut it out, Lao Chao, Sui said, a little embarrassed. By Chao's account, he was already the strongest on Blue Star. Becoming number 1 was his goal, but he knew he was still only at the bloodchi stage, far from the peak. Laughing, the three rounded a corner and suddenly saw several badly wounded city guards. Most lay on stretchers, those still walking relied on crutches. Why are so many guards injured? Sui frowned. Blue Star was dangerous, but city walls usually kept casualties low. A scene like this was rare. They're not our source city guards, they're from Yulan City, Chao Qinglang whispered. City uniforms looked alike, yet the details differed enough to tell them apart. Why would Yulan guards be in Source City? Sui muttered. He stepped forward and headed straight for a middle-aged soldier leaning on a crutch. Sir, what happened? Why is everyone hurt? Sui hurried over to the guards, their armor hanging in tatters, his brows tightly furrowed. The middle-aged soldier lifted a blood-smeared face and sighed in a rasp. Yulan City was swarmed by savage beasts. The walls collapsed, we barely escaped. What? Sui's expression changed sharply. With only 10,000 residents, Yulan City was considered a satellite of Yuan City, Yet its defenses were far from weak. Several thousand soldiers, one Jupo realm expert, and stout walls. Without a medium-tier beast horde 10 to 100,000 beasts the place should have held. Such a tide could threaten Yuan City itself, especially if any Jupo realm beasts appeared. Nothing on that scale had ever shown up nearby. Where had these beasts come from? And why strike a small city with full force? Sir, where are the rest of the people from Yulan City? Sui E pushed down his shock and continued asking. Grief filled the soldier's eyes. Most died fighting. Those who fled can be counted on one hand. 10,000 lives gone just like that? Sui E clenched his teeth, knuckles cracking. A few days earlier, Tianfeng City had fallen to the Demonkin, First Guard Commander Jin Ichuan dying in its defense. Now Yulan City was lost as well. Humanity had taken another brutal blow. Rage churned in Sui E's chest, yet he knew he was only at the Kain blood realm, powerless to change the war's course. He drew a long breath. It was a medium-tier horde, right? Why did they target Yulan City? Around 30,000 beasts, definitely medium tier, the soldier recalled, frowning. They acted as if they were looking for something. Looking for something? Sui E's eyes narrowed. Whatever drove a beast horde to madness had to be of immense value, though he had no clue what it might be. Rest and heal. We'll take Yulan City back, Sui E said softly, then turned away. Yulan City lay at a vital choke point. Yuan City's leaders would never sit idle. A counterattack was only a matter of time. Sui E, what happened? Chaotianhou rushed up as soon as Sui E re-entered camp, voice tense. Yulan City's been overrun. Sui E exhaled, fury straining his chest. What? Chaotianhou and Su Lin cried out together. Night fell. Back home, Sui logged onto the warrior forum the moment he stepped through the door. Yulan City lost thousands devoured by beasts. Jupo Realm, second-tier expert Wu Song dies in battle. The headline blazed at the top of the page, its views soaring. In less than an hour the post had drawn over 10,000 comments. Some mourned the dead, others cursed the beasts, while countless hot-blooded warriors volunteered to fight, urging Yuan City's leaders to gather an army, retake Yulan City, and avenge the fallen. The people of Blue Star often scheme against one another for profit. Yet when feral beasts or demons attack, family feuds and personal disputes are instantly set aside, and everyone pulls together. It is this unity in the face of a common enemy that has allowed Blue Star to survive the onslaught of two external forces to this day. Sui E was a transmigrator, and his sense of belonging to Blue Star stemmed from that very solidarity. While browsing a forum, he closed the first post and opened the second. Today Yuan City will form an elite unit to retake Yulan City. The notice came from the city lord's office, and its authority made his heart skip a beat. Sui E's eyes lit up as he clicked the details. After Yulan City fell to the beasts, the main horde had withdrawn, but a smaller group still occupied the ruins. Yuan City would dispatch a force led by a Jupo realm powerhouse, calling for all martial artists at body tempering realm or higher to join. Registration would remain open for 3 days on the city lord's official website. Body tempering and above. Sui E frowned. By the rules he didn't qualify. Still, hunting the beasts would avenge the dead of Yulan City and let him touch the creatures to extract their abilities. He didn't want to miss the chance. The city office won't test everyone's cultivation first. Maybe I can slip in. With that thought, he logged onto the site. Nearly 100 names were already listed. The figure was low but unsurprising. Despite a population of 1 million, Yuan City had fewer than 1,000 body tempering cultivators. Most served in the garrison that had to stay behind. The rest were scattered among clans, academies, and mercenary groups. With the garrison immovable and the notice newly posted, 100 signups was respectable. After entering his own information, Sui E skimmed the roster and spotted several familiar names: Lu Qianer, Jiaoliang, and a handful of seniors from the 3rd Ancient Martial Academy. Having companions to watch his back on the march eased his mind, and he nodded quietly. Knock, knock. The door tapped twice, and Su Lin walked in. Brother, you forgot to take this back. She handed him a palm-sized ebony box. Keep it. Sui pushed it toward her. Vitality pills could raise one's realm, but with his average talent the success rate was low. Far better to let 5-star talent Su Lin use them. Besides, he had this esteem, didn't need the pills. What is it? Su Lin had never opened the box. See for yourself. Sui smiled and gestured. Su Lin didn't stand on ceremony. She flicked the latch, and as the lid lifted, a wave of herbal fragrance washed over her. When she saw 5 gleaming vitality pills nestled inside, her breath caught in her throat. In Yuan City, a Qi Shui pill sells for 100,000 Blue Star coins, so 5 of them are worth 500,000. Su Lin cradled the one slight wooden box, suddenly feeling its weight drag down her arms. Her fingertips trembled. Brother, where did you get Qi Shui pills? I earned them in the tournament. The principal gave them as a prize, Sui E answered casually. Oh, Su Lin finally understood. Sui E had taken first place, bringing honor to 3rd Martial Academy, so Li Zhenfeng's reward made perfect sense. The box still pressed heavily against her palm. Su Lin shook her head at once. Brother, I can't take these. Qi Shui pills can greatly boost one's cultivation. Every warrior in the Qi and Blood realm treasures them. Besides, they were Sui's prize. How could she accept? Just keep them. They won't help me much. I don't need Qi Shui pills to advance, Sui E said, pushing the box back toward her. I really can't. Su Lin refused again. She knew very well that the pills worked on ordinary people with no talent, let alone on someone as gifted as Sui E. Sui E lifted an eyebrow and smiled faintly. Don't believe me? You know I only have a one-star talent, right? Ever wondered why I advance faster than you? Su Lin's ears perked up. The question had long puzzled her, but she had been too embarrassed to ask. Now that Sui E had brought it up, she wanted the answer. It's because I have an invisible combat talent, Sui E said solemnly. The system's extraction ability resembled that rumored talent closely enough that even Li Junfeng had mistaken it. So Sui E decided to play along. Invisible combat talent? Su Lin had never heard of it. She sensed it was extraordinary, yet she felt lost. Look it up online and you'll see. If you still want to give the pills back after that, suit yourself. Sui E flashed a mysterious smile. Stunned, Su Lin hurried to her room, clutching the box. Minutes later, after reading everything she could find, she sat frozen in her chair, eyes wide with shock. Night fell. After dinner, Sui E lay on his bed, reciting the moves of Fierce Tiger Astral Fist with the book spread open beside him. His phone buzzed. The screen read Li Junfeng. Principal, what's up? He answered with a laugh. Sui E, did you just sign up for the counterattack on Yulan City? Li Zhenfeng's barely contained fury crackled through the line. Sui E guessed the principal must have seen the post on the Warrior Forum. Before he could think further, Li Zhenfeng's scolding hit him like a storm. Are you out of your mind? Who told you to sign up? Do you have any idea where that leaves me? Sui E blinked. It's just a registration, principal. Why so angry? Head wanted to tease maybe the principal was hitting menopause or had taken the wrong medicine, but sensing the man's temper, he shut his mouth. The recruitment notice is crystal clear, Li Junfeng barked. Only body tempering realm and above can enlist. You're 7th layer of the Qi and Blood realm. What business do you have sticking your nose in? To Li Junfeng and the other council elders, Sui E's invisible combat talent made him not only the future of 3rd Martial Academy, but of Yuan City itself, a guardian in the making. How could they possibly let him take such a risk? Headmaster, you know this. I'm still at the Kai and Blood stage, but I've already tempered 5 bones. In a real fight I'm on par with someone at body tempering level 2, so I meet the requirements. Sui explained. Li Junfeng frowned, his tone leaving no room for debate. I don't care how many bones you've tempered. You're still at the Kai and Blood stage. If you don't meet the rules, you can't sign up. What's got old Li so stubborn today? Sui muttered to himself, though his face stayed calm. The trip to Yulan City was crucial to his growth, and he couldn't afford to miss it. After a brief pause, he lowered his voice. Headmaster, you know my situation. I can only advance through real combat. If you keep me here, you cut off my path forward. The office fell silent. Li Junfeng knitted his brows. Had heard that latent combat talent needed real battles to awaken, but he wasn't sure how it worked. More than anything, the dangers outside the city worried him. You can still fight in the city, he offered. He'll arrange a few body tempering students to spar with you. Didn't you just beat up Qin Suifeng today? Sui almost rolled his eyes. His upgrades came from the system had to touch animals, and sparring with martial artists was useless. He chose the simpler explanation. Headmaster, my abilities only awaken in life and death situations. Ordinary sparring won't help. Really? Li Junfeng murmured, clearly uncertain. There were too few warriors with hidden gifts. All he had were scattered rumors. Seizing the moment, Sui said solemnly, a martial artist must fear nothing and charge forward. Without facing the storm, we remain greenhouse flowers. How could we ever become true powerhouses? A true powerhouse, Li Junfeng whispered, clearly moved. If a student shrank back now, he would be shackled at every step later on. He couldn't smother Sui's drive. After a moment, he grit his teeth and nodded. Fine, you can sign up, but you must follow orders and absolutely no recklessness. Rest assured, Headmaster, I'll obey. Sui was ecstatic, but answered at once. Li Junfeng nodded and added, one more thing, Jiaoliang has agreed. Go see her tomorrow. Thank you, Headmaster. Sui's eyes lit up. Helping Jiaoliang decipher the ancient script would grant him access to the suppression tower. He immediately asked, Headmaster, when does the suppression tower open? If it clashed with the Yulan City trip, he needed to decide early. Tomorrow, Li Junfeng replied crisply. It opens tomorrow, perfect. It won't delay the trip. Relief washed over Sui. Understood, Headmaster. If there's nothing else, he'll hang up now. After Li Junfeng gave his assent, Sui responded and ended the call. The next morning, Sui and his 2 friends headed for the academy, as they always did. A misty veil still lingered in the early spring air, and the roadside trees glistened with dampness. Walking shoulder to shoulder, they could hear their own footsteps echoing along the quiet street. Halfway there, Sui stopped and turned to them. You 2 go on, he said. I need to swing by the 2nd Ancient Martial Academy. What for? Chaotianhou asked at once, curiosity written all over his face. Su Lin widened her eyes, trying to read her brother's expression. Sui offered an easy smile. The principal at the 2nd Academy wants to see me about something. Not bad. Chao Qinglang whistled. You've even got connections with their principal. Su Lin nodded and spoke softly. Well, head on, then. She had already guessed that Jiang Yunhua wanted Sui E's help deciphering ancient script and that it could only benefit him. With that, she and Chao Qinglang quickened their pace toward the third ancient martial academy. Fog swallowed their figures at the corner, while Sui E turned down another street toward the second academy alone. The main gate of the second ancient martial academy loomed ahead, its metal arch engraved with an austere crest. Sui E had barely set foot on the steps when a middle-aged guard raised a hand to block him. Student, what brings you here? The guard asked politely, yet warily. His gaze fell on the emblem of the third ancient martial academy, stitched to Sui E's uniform, and his brow tightened. Though the three academies in Yulan City kept cordial ties, students were strictly forbidden to enter another school's grounds without permission. Sir, Principal Jiang invited me, Sui E said, lifting a hand in a friendly gesture. Really? The guard's expression turned skeptical. Principal Jiang asked a student from the third academy for help. Do you have any proof? No, I don't, Sui admitted. If you're unsure, you can call her to confirm. I don't think so. The guard waved dismissively, a faint, mocking smile on his lips. You'd better head back. I'm not letting you in. From his viewpoint, if Jiang Yunhua had truly summoned Sui E, the boy would at least have her contact information. Sui frowned, but kept his temper. Sir, I should remind you that Principal Jiang really did ask for me. If you delay something important to her, the responsibility will still fall on you. Making a phone call was a trivial matter, yet the guard refused, which irritated him. The guard gave a short laugh, his tone derisive. Principal Jiang is a second-tier soul-gathering master and the head of this academy. Why would she need help from an outsider? Stop joking. He stepped back and planted himself in front of the turnstile, clearly done with the conversation. Sui E sighed, ended the dispute, and reached for his phone, ready to contact Li Junfeng for assistance. Before he could tap the screen, the sound of footsteps broke the standoff. A young man and woman were coming down the stone steps, the second academy insignia bright on their sleeves. The girl was Ling Feiyu, who had a good relationship with Jiang Yunhua. Sui E's eyes lit up, and he raised a hand. Junior sister Ling. Ling Feiyu looked up, surprised to see him. Senior brother Su? What are you doing here? The young man beside her, tall and sharp-featured, watched Sui E with guarded eyes. Feiyu, who is he? Brother, this is Sui E from the third ancient martial academy. She explained quickly, then turned back to Sui E. Senior brother, this is my brother, Ling Haoyan. So you're Sui E, Ling Haoyan said with a cold snort, his gaze steely. I heard you were pretty impressive in the challenge match so much, so that even my sister couldn't beat you. Sensing the hostility in Ling Haoshan's eyes, Sui E raised an eyebrow. So that's all he's got? Nothing impressive at all. Ling Haoshan's chest rose and fell as he gave a chilly snort. You're not exactly modest. Sui E, apologize to my sister, and I'll let this slide. Apologize? Sui E froze for a moment. Images of the challenge match flashed through his mind, had defeated Ling Feiyu fair and square in the arena, with the three academy principals watching. What was there to apologize for? Being forced to admit fault now was absurd. Brother, Senior Sui did nothing wrong. Don't push him, Ling Feiyu pleaded, tugging at her brother's sleeve. She knew she had lost convincingly. If Sui E had struck harder, with strength equal to the second stage of the body-tempering realm, she would have ended up in the infirmary. Instead of resentment, she felt grateful. Ling Haoyan remained unmoved, his gaze dark and his tone arrogant. My sister doesn't get bullied. If you don't apologize today, don't blame me for what comes next. Sui E laughed to himself. Sure, Ling Haoshan's fifth-stage body-tempering strength surpassed his own, but could he really do as he pleased? Hardly. Narrowing his eyes, he said, Ling Haoyan, I might not beat you right now, but I'll never bow my head. One phone call, and you'll be the one apologizing. Believe it? Ling Haoshan's brows twitched before he sneered. Go on, make the call. They were on the second martial academy's turf. What clout could a student from the third academy possibly have? Sui E shrugged. If that's what you want. He turned to Ling Feiyu. Junior sister Ling, would you mind calling Principal Jiang? Ling Feiyu hesitated. If this reached the principal, no one would walk away unscathed. Just call, little sister, Ling Haoyan said dismissively. As the academy's star pupil, he doubted Jiang Yunhua would ever side against him. Sui E, however, was perfectly calm. Jiang Yunhua needed his help deciphering the ancient script. One call, and Ling Haoyan would have to swallow his pride. Caught between the two of them, Ling Feiyu had no choice. She pulled out her communicator, took a deep breath, and dialed. Ling Feiyu, what is it? Jiang Yunhua's voice came through the moment the call connected. Principal, it isn't me who needs you, it's Sui E, Ling Feiyu replied, gripping her phone, her voice unsteady. Sui, Jiang Yunhua's tone tightened. Put him on. Ling Feiyu hurriedly handed over the phone. Hello, Principal Jiang, Sui E greeted politely, his manner restrained. Have you reached the second Guwu Academy? Don't wait at the gate, come straight to my office, Jiang Yunhua said at a rapid clip. Sui sighed. I'm afraid I can't get in today. What happened? Jiang Yunhua pressed. Helping her decode that cultivation method was top priority. She even suspected Li Jinfeng might be causing trouble. Clearing his throat, Sui E laid everything out. The guard won't let me through, and Ling Haotian is blocking the entrance, saying he plans to teach me a lesson. His tone grew firmer, but he didn't embellish a word. Outrageous. Jiang Yinhua snapped. Give the phone to Ling Haotian. I want an explanation. She had already paid 2 vitality pills to secure Sui E's help. If Ling Haotian ruined this, she would lose both the pills and the opportunity. More importantly, if Sui E walked away, where would she find another talent like him? A faintly amused smile flickered across Sui E's lips as he handed the phone to Ling Haotian. Ling Haotian's heart pounded, had overheard most of the call, especially Jiang Yunhua's furious outburst clearly aimed at him. Principal, this is Ling Haotian, he answered, forcing steadiness into his trembling voice. Who told you to make things difficult for Sui? Jiang Yinhua barked. He's my honored guest. Apologize right now. As long as he forgives you, I won't pursue the matter. Huh. Ling Haotian was stunned, and even the usually aloof Ling Feiyu looked incredulous. When Sui boasted that one phone call could make Ling Haotian back down, they had thought he was bluffing. They never imagined Jiang Yinhua valued him so highly. Don't help me apologize. Jiang Yinhua thundered. If Sui isn't satisfied, he'll expel you. The threat hit Ling Haotian like a hammer. He had always considered himself the Academy's rising star, yet in Sui's presence he suddenly felt expendable. Humiliation and anger tangled inside him, but he was powerless to resist. He had no idea why Jiang Yinhua placed such importance on Sui. Beyond Sui's ability to decipher ancient texts, he possessed a hidden combat talent and might one day become the strongest fighter in Source City, or even one of the top contenders on Blue Star. Faced with such potential, Jiang Yinhua wouldn't dare be negligent. Compared with that, Ling Haotian's brilliance counted for little. Brother, apologize to Sui, Ling Feiyu urged, realizing how grave the situation had become. Ling Haotian clenched his teeth, his face cycling through shades of red and white. He seethed with resentment, yet he had no choice once expelled. That blemish on his record would bar him from both the Yuanqing Guard and the Enforcement Corps. The Guard was his goal, and he could not let his future end here. For the sake of that future, he forced himself to bow and muttered so softly it was barely audible. Sui, I'm sorry. Louder. Didn't you have breakfast? Sui snorted, his stare cutting like a blade. Ling Haotian's stubborn look remained, so Sui kept the pressure on, determined to make him submit completely. Ling Haotian's lips twitched as he wrestled with himself. He had already backed down, yet Sui kept pushing pure humiliation. But when someone has Jiang Yinhua behind him, you have to swallow your pride. Sui, I'm sorry. Please don't hold it against me. The second apology came louder, echoing across the courtyard. Nearby, the security guard felt his heartbeat quicken. He too had blocked Sui at the gate earlier. Would he be next? Senior Sui, my brother has apologized. Please let it go, Ling Feiyu urged. Ling Haotian had always considered himself a prodigy. Now, forced to bow 3 times in public, he was at his limit. One more push and he might explode. Sui nodded, pocketed his phone, and spoke more mildly. Headmaster Jiang, Ling Haotian has apologized and seems sincere. Please don't stay angry, let's give him this one chance. On the other end, Jiang Yinhua paused. This is your quarrel, not mine, he thought. Stop making it sound like I'm the one against Ling Haotian. Regaining his calm, he said, if it's settled, come see me right away. Understood, Headmaster. Sui ended the call, handed the phone back to Ling Feiyu, then looked at Ling Haotian. For Headmaster Jiang's and Junior Ling's sake, he'll let it slide. But remember to keep a low profile. Some people are out of your league. Ling Haotian's chest rose and fell violently. He was stronger than Sui, yet had been publicly humiliated, could almost taste blood. Sui turned toward the security guard. As he approached, the guard hurried forward. Student Sui, I didn't realize you were Headmaster Jiang's guest. I was blind, please forgive my rudeness. Seeing the guard's abject stance, Sui merely nodded and strode into the academy. Sui, just wait. One day I'll crush you under my heel. Ling Haotian swore in silence, glaring at the retreating figure. Inside, Sui asked a few students for directions and soon arrived at Jiang Yinhua's office. Knock, knock. He rapped twice on the door. Come in, Jiang Yinhua called from inside. Sui pushed the door open. Sui, you're finally here. Jiang Yinhua rose from behind her desk to greet him. Principal Jiang, what do you need translated? Sui went straight to the point and walked up to the desk. Take a look at this. Jiang Yinhua slid a sheet of paper toward him. Roughly 100 archaic characters were scattered across the page, their strokes ancient and their order chaotic. Can you handle it? She asked in a low voice. Li Jinfeng had praised Sui to the skies, but she had never seen him work. Sui glanced at the page and smiled. It's tricky, but nothing I can't manage. He picked up the paper, turned his back to her, and quietly activated the Eye of Insight. A violet gleam flickered in his pupils. The characters poured into his mind, shattered, reassembled, and became clear blue star script. He noticed that some parts were scrambled and others missing, but to him it was no more than an easy puzzle. Judging by its structure, the text was a heaven-ranked secret art. Compared with one of the 10 divine rank techniques, he already knew the sacred rite of gathering soulsit was several tiers lower, so he had little interest in studying it further. Besides, he could always refine it later with the Eye of Insight. In less than a minute he turned back and set the paper down. "I'm finished, Principal Jiang." "In under a minute?" Chaotianhou's brow shot up. "How many characters did you decode?" "All of them," Sui said lightly. "All of them?" Chaotianhou's eyes widened, her voice trembling. Yet Sui's calm demeanor left no room for doubt. He picked up a pen and began writing on a blank sheet. His strokes were steady, unhurried. Soon an entire page of Blue Star script filled the paper. Jiang Yunhua watched without blinking. When he set the pen down, she finally snapped out of her daze and took the translation. She compared it quickly, then tried circulating the secret art. Spiritual energy flowed flawlessly, no resistance at all. "Sui, your translation is perfect. Thank you so much." Delighted, she was all the more curious about how this young man had managed it. "You're welcome, Principal Jiang," Sui replied with a smile. "Sui, how did you pull that off?" Jiang Yunhua asked. "One look and you cracked those ancient characters. That's downright terrifying." Sui raised an eyebrow, perfectly at ease. "I was born with a knack for languages," he said. "No matter what script I see, I can decipher it in moments." He made no effort to hide it. Covering up would only stir more suspicion. As for the true source of his so-called insightful eyes, the system behind it remained his secret. A mysterious talent, after all, was far easier for others to accept than an explanation they could never understand. A talent for decoding? Jiang Yunhua's lips parted in shock, curiosity flickering in her eyes. She had never heard of such an ability. Yet Sui also possessed an invisibility-based combat gift, so it did seem possible. Otherwise, how could anyone unravel ancient texts so easily? The thought left her vaguely resentful. Li Jinfeng had really struck gold. Sui carried 2 rare talents and had somehow ended up at the 3rd Martial Academy under Li Jinfeng's wing. Why hadn't that stroke of luck fallen to her? "Principal Jiang, I'd like to ask a favor," Sui said, cutting into her thoughts. He had already done the translation, yet she hadn't mentioned the demon-suppressing tower, so he decided to bring it up. "What is it?" "Just say the word," Jiang Yunhua replied, composing herself. "I want access to the demon-suppressing tower." "No problem." She nodded. "I've already spoken with Jiang Wei, the homeroom teacher for Class 1, Year 2. He'll handle the tower's opening. Head to the drill ground and find him." "Thank you, Principal Jiang." Sui clasped his hands in salute and turned to go, but Jiang Yunhua called him back. "Sui, you received the vitality pills I sent, right?" "Vitality pills?" Sui hesitated. When had she given him pills? Catching his confusion, Jiang Yunhua explained. "Li Jinfeng and I made an agreement once you decoded the text. I'd grant you tower access and 2 vitality pills. Didn't Li Jinfeng pass them on?" Something clicked. Li Jinfeng had handed him 5 pills at once. Sui had thought it generous. Now it seemed 2 of them had come from Jiang Yunhua. Remembering how well Li Jinfeng usually treated him, Sui chose not to expose the truth. He simply smiled. "Yes, Principal, I did receive them." "Good," she said with a nod. "Off you go, then." Sui left, asked a few directions, and jogged across campus. 3 minutes later, he reached the expansive drill ground of the 2nd Martial Academy, where more than 100 Year 2 students were assembled. Unlike the monster-suppressing tower, the demon-suppressing tower was reserved for evaluating 2nd-year students. Only those between the 5th and 10th levels of the Bloodchi realm could enter. It was a competitive event. Participants would be ranked by how many demon folk they slew and how high they climbed. Their results would directly affect their prestige and future resources. Sui scanned the field. Rows of spears, orderly armor, and faces brimming with anticipation. Narrowing his eyes, he strode forward. "Hey, you're from the 3rd Ancient Martial Academy. What are you doing here?" A student from the 2nd Ancient Martial Academy spotted Sui and shouted the question. At his words, the surrounding students turned, eyeing the outsider with a mix of curiosity and caution. "He really is from the 3rd Academy." As the chatter grew, a clear, cheerful voice cut in. A striking girl with a graceful figure hurried over to Sui, greeting him with a bright smile. "Sui, what brings you here?" She was Jiaoliang, the 2nd Academy's celebrated beauty and resident genius. "Senior Shun, I'm here to see Teacher Jiang," Sui replied politely. "So this is Sui." At the mention of his name, many faces darkened. Jiaoliang was idolized on campus. Yet rumors said her heart belonged to Sui. An outsider freshman stealing their goddess? No one felt inclined to welcome him. Jiaoliang nodded and waved. "Teacher Jiang, someone is here to see you." Soon a short, energetic middle-aged man approached. It was Jiang Wei. "You must be Sui," Jiang Wei greeted with a smile. "Good afternoon, Teacher Jiang," Sui said, bowing respectfully. Jiang Wei looked Sui up and down, then announced, "Principal Jiang has instructed me that when the Xinyao Tower opens shortly, you'll enter with the others." "What?" The courtyard instantly erupted. "Teacher Jiang, Sui is from the 3rd Academy. What right does he have to enter the Xinyao Tower?" The speaker was Gao Wani, a burly student in the 10th layer of the Bloodchi realm, second only to Jiaoliang among the sophomores. "Exactly. The tower belongs to our academy. Why let an outsider in? Shouts of agreement spread, and anger rippled through the crowd. Quiet. Jiang Wei's face darkened. Allowing Sui E into the Xinyao Tower was the principal's decision. If you have a problem, take it up with him. Chaotianhou's word was law, and his temper was legendary. No one dared cross him. At this reminder, the students deflated and fell silent. Once order was restored, Jiang Wei continued. One more thing, Sui E may not be one of our students, but the moment he steps into the Xinyao Tower, he will be part of the assessment and will be ranked. The tower exists to test your strength. The fiercer the competition, the more demons you slay, and the richer the rewards. Sui E is no pushover and could easily place near the top. If you don't want to be overshadowed, give it everything you've got. The students' expressions grew complicated. If an outsider claimed one of the top spots, it would disgrace the second academy. To stop that, they would fight with everything they had. Some might even break through because of it. Exactly as Jiang Wei intended. Sui E, however, paid little attention. He had come to search for the golden body refinement technique. The rankings meant nothing to him. Even so, the news that Sui E would compete stirred the students' thoughts. Rumor had it he had defeated both Ling Feiyu and Ji Ming in recent challenge matches and now stood around the 7th layer of the Bloodchi realm. Most of the sophomores present were at the 6th layer or higher if they joined forces against Sui E. Wouldn't victory be all but assured? At that thought, the whole group burst into laughter. In the midst of the chuckles, Gao Luanyi's lips curled into a sly, cruel grin, his gaze locked on Sui E. Sui E, be careful, Jiaoliang whispered, then added, whatever you do, don't go to the 3rd level. A first-stage body-tempering fiend showed up there. She still couldn't gauge Sui E's true cultivation. Judging from his performance in the challenge match and how he crushed the enforcement squad at the trading market, she guessed he was around Bloodchi's 7th or 8th stage. That was excellent for a second year. Yet the weakest fiend in the suppression tower was already Bloodchi 5th stage, and the 3rd level held a first-stage body-tempering monster. With Sui E's current strength, charging in would be suicide. Sui E nodded lightly. He knew he had to reach the 3rd level. The chance to forge his golden body lay there. Better to keep quiet and strike it rich than make a scene. The friendly tone between Jiaoliang and Sui E made the surrounding second years instantly jealous, and several venomous glares swept over. Teacher Jiang, everyone's here. Can we open the suppression tower now? Gao Luanyi asked impatiently. He couldn't touch Sui E outside, but once inside the tower he had plenty of tricks ready. Jiang Wei glanced at the sky, judged that it was time, and nodded. Jiaoliang, hand out the marker tokens. Having advanced to body tempering first stage, Jiaoliang could no longer enter the tower, so her job was to maintain order and distribute the tokens. Each token served 2 purposes. First, it would automatically teleport the holder out if they were in mortal danger. Second, it recorded points for slain fiends, 5 points for a Bloodchi 5th stage, 6 for 6th stage, and so on. When the tower closed, the higher the points, the higher the ranking. Before long, all the tokens were distributed. Sui E twirled his between his fingers, noting it looked almost identical to the jade plaque head received for the demon-suppressing tower, then casually slipped it into his pocket. Jiang Wei reminded them again, keep your tokens safe. The tower is open for only 1 hour. Hunt fiends with everything you've got, and aim for a top score. Yes, Teacher Jiang. The students answered in unison. Without another word, Jiang Wei pushed open the heavy bronze gates. Enter in orderno shoving. Gao Luanyi stepped in first and was instantly swallowed by darkness, the others filing in behind him. Sui E wasn't in a hurry. He waited until everyone else had gone before stepping inside. The instant his foot touched the ground, the world flipped upside down and his vision blurred. Having experienced the demon-suppressing tower's teleportation before, he stayed calm. In the blink of an eye the vertigo vanished, and he felt solid earth beneath him. Barren wasteland, yellow soil, withered grass, no trees at all. A cold wind swept across the desolation. Suddenly, the sharp clang of clashing weapons rang out ahead. Sui E turned and saw a second-year student locked in combat with a fiend. Information head read in the library rushed to mind. Fiends typically stood over 2 meters tall, their muscles and bones bulging. The stronger ones could reach 3 meters. Their faces were twisted and hideous, like a failed step in evolution, far uglier than any gorilla. The most striking feature was their blood-red eyes, blazing with murderous intent, enough to chill anyone at a single glance. Are the demons really this tough to crack? Sui E narrowed his eyes and clicked his tongue. In the wavering light against the tower's dim walls, he saw it clearly. The second-year student trading blows with the demon was at the 6th stage Chi blood realm, while the demon was only 5th stage. By rights, that singlistage gap should have meant a clean sweep, yet the demon's hide, thick as layered armor, let it hold out with only a slight disadvantage. No wonder demons run rampant on Blue Star. With defense like that, they outmatch humans of the same rank, so it is hardly surprising that humanity keeps coming up short in every major war. Drawing his gaze back, Sui E turned and headed deeper along the corridor. That demon was already locked onto by the student. Jumping in now would just steal a kill, something Sui E disdained. Besides, the demon-suppressing tower crawled with monsters, and an entire pack could spring out at any second. Sure enough, after only a dozen meters, two demons burst from the shadows ahead. Murderous intent rolled off them, both at the 6th stage Chi Blood realm. The moment they spotted Sui E, they howled and charged, their feet chipping stone from the floor. Good timing. Instead of retreating, Sui E surged forward, his arm whipping up as a gale of fist wind howled out. Bang! The first demon met his punch heated. An instant later it shattered like a rock under a sledgehammer, exploding into motes of starlight that the tower's sealing power whisked away. Sui E arched a brow, disappointed that his system remained silent. Touching demons still yielded no abilities. The second demon froze at its companion's fate, only to have a whip-like kick smash into its chest. Boom! Flesh and bony plates burst apart, and more starlight drifted into the darkness. Without pausing, Sui E sprinted toward the passage that led to the tower's 2nd floor. Since he could not harvest abilities from demons, he might as well focus on materials for forging his golden body. The kill points meant little to him. Elsewhere, the second year who had struggled against the 5th stage demon finally cut it down. His system panel ticked up to 5, yet confusion clouded his face. He had just watched Sui E obliterate 2 6th stage demons with a single punch and kick, and the sight left him shaken to the core. Sui E's only a first year, he muttered, staring after the departing figure. In their grade, almost no one could kill a 6th stage demon, and even those who could would be left half dead. Sui E had not even broken a sweat, as if he had not started trying. His true strength had to be far beyond the 7th stage. Lu Ming, have you seen Sui? Gao Luanyi's voice rang out. The tower had scattered their entry points, and he and his teammates had searched for Sui E to no avail. He went that way. Lu Ming pointed after the vanished figure. After him. Gao Luanyi's eyes lit up, and he bolted forward with several students in tow. Sui E's incredibly strong, careful. Lu Ming shouted after them. Very strong? At best, he's only 7th level of the Chi and Blood realm. Gao Luanyi snorted, his expression dripping with contempt. Compared with him already at the 10th level and his teammates at the 8th or 9th, crushing Sui E should be as easy as squashing an ant. They chased him for several miles, yet never caught a glimpse. As they hesitated over which direction to search, a milky white pillar of light suddenly rose ahead, linking sky and earth, and silenced the portal to the 2nd floor. Step into it, and you were whisked away at once. You really think Sui E dared go in there? A sophomore asked, frowning at the beam. That place is crawling with fiends at 7th level and above, and a 10th level one pops up now and then. Another student shook his head. No chance. He wouldn't risk it. Gao Luanyi narrowed his eyes, then spoke decisively. Well, enter the 2nd floor first. Hunting fiends for points and climbing the rankings came before everything. If they snagged Sui E on the way, all the better. If not, they could return to the 1st floor once they had enough points. With that, he stepped into the light and vanished. The others exchanged glances and followed close behind. Having reached the 2nd floor first, Sui E was immediately surrounded by fiends. Each pulsed with raging vitality, the strongest already at the 10th level of the Chi and Blood realm. Yet Sui E's true combat power rivaled the 2nd tier of the Tempering realm. Every punch and kick whipped up howling gusts, and no fiend lasted more than a single exchange. Bang! Bang! Wherever his fists landed, bone and flesh erupted at once, leaving only mangled remains. He wasn't trying to farm points, but within a few breaths his score had rocketed to 1st place on the leaderboard, far ahead of the pack. He didn't bother to look. He focused on finding the entrance to the 3rd floor, killing any fiend in passing with ruthless efficiency. After teleporting in, Gao Luanyi's group scanned their surroundings, but saw no trace of Sui E, and prepared to split up. Suddenly, a string of dull booms echoed from deep in the forest like hammers on a drum, mixed with the fiend's shrill screams. Could that be Sui E? Someone whispered. Very few students could have reached the 2nd floor before them, and Sui E topped the list. Let's take a look, Gao Luanyi said in a low voice, darting ahead. A few leaps brought them to the battlefield. Through shattered trunks they watched Sui E smash an 8th level fiend's skull with one clean punch, splattering the ground crimson. The motion was quick, decisive, and uninterrupted. He's absurdly strong. What level is he, anyway? A sophomore blurted out. In their group, only Gao Luanyi could have managed that. Gao Luanyi's brow tightened, his gaze locked on Sui E's back. Sui E's strength was far beyond anything had imagined. Sui E set his sights on the 3rd floor. A sophomore mopping sweat from his brow suddenly shouted a warning. After blasting apart the last demon with a punch, Sui E strode toward the pillar of light that led upward. Stop him! Gao Luanyi roared, launching himself forward like an arrow. He knew none of them had the strength to enter the 3rd floor. Once Sui E slipped away, they would never get another chance to bring him to heel. Every higher floor also paid extra points. No one knew how many demons Sui E had slain, but if his score beat the entire sophomore class, the whole 2nd-year cohort of the Ancient Martial Academy would lose face. How could they show themselves if a 1st-year transfer wrecked their turf? Whatever the reason, they could not let Sui E reach the 3rd floor. Galwani planted himself in front of the light pillar, arms flung wide to block the way. Several other sophomores rushed in and formed a crescent around Sui. Sui frowned and let out a quiet snort. Gentlemen, what's the meaning of this? Heading to the third floor, Sui? Galwani's eyes were icy, his smile mocking. I am. Is there a problem? A big one. Galwani sneered. You have two choices. 1. Hand over your marker token and leave Xinyao Tower. 2. We beat you senseless and throw you out. Sui chuckled. Care to give me a reason? Because I'm sick of looking at you. Satisfied? Galwani shot back. Laughter rippled through the circle. Every sophomore stared at Sui E like a trapped quarry. No room to talk this out. Sui E rubbed his nose, voice calm. All he wanted was to reach the third floor and seek the chance to temper his golden body. If they stepped aside, he would let the matter drop. If they kept pushing, he wouldn't hold back. What right do you have to negotiate? You're nothing but a lamb to the slaughter. Galwani sneered. Enough chatter. Let's teach him a lesson. Seeing Sui refuse to back down, several students rolled up their sleeves, itching for a fight. Sui sighed and took a step toward Galwani. Must you really make me do this? Everyone attack. Galwani roared, striking first. He had seen Sui E blast apart an 8th-layer Chi and Blood Demon with one punch. Caution was the only option. The other sophomores lunged at Sui E without hesitation. Out of my way. Sui bellowed. Power erupted from him like a storm, sweeping across the hall and crushing Galwani's momentum in an instant. Don't tell me Sui E's already in the tempered body realm? Hearts pounded under that suffocating aura. Galwani was a genuine 10th-layer Chi and blood cultivator. Yet Sui E's presence utterly dwarfed his. How could that be when anyone in the tempered body realm was barred from entering Xinyao Tower? While they were still reeling, Sui E met Galwani Hedon. Bang! Crack! Galwani's fist caved in on impact, the sickening crunch of shattering bone echoing through the air. Galwani gave a pained scream as he was blasted backward. Midair, a blaze of white light wrapped around him, and he vanished in an instantaneous safety protocol of the demon-subduing tower that force teleports anyone whose body can't withstand severe injury. After launching Galwani with a single punch, Sui E slowly drew back his fist. As he turned, his jet-black eyes hardened into icy blades that swept across the remaining 11th-grade students. In that moment, the air itself seemed to freeze. Sui, we were wrong, please spare us. The students caught in his gaze felt their backs go cold, and the timid among them could hardly stay on their feet. In their eyes, Sui E was a war demon who had just stepped out of blood and fire. One punch had flattened Galwani, a 10th-layer blood chi cultivated enough strength to crush both their luck and their numbers. Sui wasted no words. His voice was low yet thundered in their ears. Get lost. The ringleader had already been ejected from the tower, and Sui E's anger had been vented. Pressing further would only embarrass the Second Academy of Ancient Martial Arts. For Chaotianhou's sake, he let it end there. Go. As though granted amnesty, the group of 11th graders bolted for the exit and disappeared within seconds. Sui E ignored them, stepped into the pulsing column of light in the center, and was swallowed by a wash of silver. Meanwhile, on the plaza outside the tower, the supervising teachers Jiaoliang and Shunhao stared at the giant screen. Hundreds of light dots glimmered there, each one representing a student inside the trial. Suddenly, one dot shot past a boundary and entered the third floor. Someone's reached the third floor. Shunhao cried. The weakest fiends there were 9th-layer blood chi, and the strongest had reached the first tier of body refinement, long considered a death zone. Since the Second Academy's founding, only a handful of students had ever set foot on the third floor, and each had been ejected almost immediately. Could it be Galwani? She guessed. Among all the entrants, Galwani's 10th-layer blood chi cultivation was the highest. In theory, only he could attempt the third floor. Jiaoliang nodded, then sighed with a frown. It's probably him, but going in this late is reckless. He can't have killed enough fiends yet. If he gets thrown out now, he'll lose first place for sure. Galwani was the star of the 11th grade. If he failed to take first, Jiaoliang would look bad as the supervising teacher. Sir, someone's being teleported out. Shunhao suddenly warned. Jiaoliang spun around, eyes locking on the tower gate. A figure wrapped in white light shot from the entrance and crashed to the ground. Students were often ejected by the fiends inside, all of which were at least 5th-layer blood chi, so Jiaoliang hadn't planned to worry. But when he saw that the unconscious body on the ground belonged to Galwani, his face turned ashen. Professor Jiang, I think Galwani's hand is fractured, Shunhao warned. Galwani was only at the 10th level of the chi blood stage, and his bones had yet to be tempered. It was hardly surprising that a direct punch exchange with Sui E had shattered the bone. Jiaoliang's anger flared the moment he heard the news, and he muttered under his breath, useless. He had counted on Galwani to break the record and claim first place. Yet the man had charged into the third level full of swagger, lasted less than a minute, been blasted out, and even broken his right hand. Acting tough without real strength, Jiaoliang's chest heaved as he struggled to keep his rage in check. He strode to Galwani, confirmed the injury was only a fracture, then snatched the signal token from the youth's belt. The number 21 flashed across the display. Jiang Wei's face darkened. The rules were simple. 5 points were awarded for reaching the second level, 10 for the third. Subtract those 15 points, and Galwani had killed only one 6th level Chi Blood Marauder. Jiang Wei exploded. Seriously? He thought he could charge the third level after killing a single Marauder? Has he lost his mind? Even if Galwani had been forced out, Jiang Wei had expected 70 or 80 points at the very least. Instead, 21 was rock bottom, with every chance of setting a historic low. A 10th level Chi Blood fighter ranked second among the second-year students of the Second Ancient Martial Academy had just delivered the worst performance on record. Shame burned in Jiang Wei's eyes. He could barely resist kicking the boy while he was down. Galwani was far too arrogant, Jiaoliang sighed. She glanced at the large monitoring screen then froze. The light on the third level was still blinking. What's going on? Didn't Galwani just get thrown out? Why is someone still on the third level? She thought she was seeing things, rubbed her eyes hard, yet the light remained. Her mouth fell open. It was several breaths before she mastered her shock and called out, her voice trembling. Professor Jiang, come look at this. Jiang Wei drew a deep breath and stepped up to the screen. Professor, someone's still on the third level. Jiaoliang jabbed a finger at the flashing marker, speaking rapidly. Jiang Wei's pupils contracted. The light was unmistakably active. For an instant he wondered if he was hallucinating before he growled. Who is it? Who made it to the third level? He had assumed the light represented Gao Luini after all. It had been a body-tempering marauder that broke the boy's arm, and those monsters only appeared on the third level. But now that Galwani had been ejected, the light had to belong to someone else. The problem was, besides Galwani, no student here had reached the 10th level of the Chi Blood stage. Entering the third level below that threshold was suicide. Could it be Zhangqing? Jiaoliang suggested after a moment's thought. Among the students in the demon-subduing tower, only Zhangqing, at the 9th level, came close to Galwani in cultivation. Zhangqing. Jiang Wei frowned. He simply couldn't believe the one who had broken into the third floor of the demon suppression tower was Zhangqing. The boy's cultivation wasn't weak, but he was timid by nature. He would never dive alone into such a perilous level. Yet if it wasn't Zhangqing, Jiang Wei couldn't think of anyone else who qualified. He drew a slow breath and gave his verdict. Whenever the tower opened, someone always charged into the third floor, but no one lasted long. Sooner or later the tower would throw them out, and the truth would surface. Then we wait. Jiaoliang agreed with a nod. Time ticked away. 5 minutes passed, yet the light on the projection still hovered on the third floor, drifting steadily across the image. Its persistence and movement proved two things. First, the intruder wasn't hiding but roaming freely. Second, whoever it was possessed the power to do so. Both Jiaoliang and Jiang Wei felt a chill. The third floor housed fiends of the first layer body tempering realm. A human without comparable or greater strength would die within a few breaths. Could Zhangqing have broken through to body tempering, first layer? Jiaoliang whispered. Jiang Wei shook his head. His talent is 7-star, but the time is far too short. He couldn't have advanced that quickly. If it isn't him, then who? Jiaoliang's voice trailed off, a figure flashing through her mind. Teacher Jiang, could it be Sui E? Sui E. Jiang Wei mused for a moment, then chuckled. He's only 7th layer Cayenne blood and even longer shot than Zhangqing. The facts were not that simple. Sui E's cultivation was indeed 7th layer Cayenne blood, but he had already tempered 5 bones in advance, giving him combat strength on par with the 2nd layer body tempering realm. Only Jiang Yunhua and the sibling pair Ling Feiyu knew the truth. After being crushed by Sui E in the challenge match, Jiang Yunhua had ordered Ling Feiyu to keep silent for 2 reasons. 1. Reaching 7th layer Cayenne blood as a first year already set a new record for Yulan City. If word got out that Sui E had tempered 5 bones ahead of schedule, it would cause an uproar bringing glory to the 3rd Ancient Martial Academy while utterly eclipsing the 2nd Academy. Jiang Yunhua, a longtime rival of Li Jinfeng, refused to see the other man bask in the spotlight. 2. Sui E possessed an innate talent for stealth combat. Such a gift was considered top tier across the entire Blue Star. Once exposed, the great powers would inevitably try to poach him. Yulan City was only a mid-sized city, its strongest expert merely 8th layer soul gathering. They could never hold off those behemoths. To the 6 elders, Sui E was already the future guardian of Yulan City, and they would never allow him to be taken. Inside the tower's 3rd floor, Sui E was still scouring the vast mountain range for the steel said to forge a golden body, but he had found nothing. Worse, he had drawn the attention of 2 first-layer body-tempering fiends. Fiends were tougher than humans of the same realm, and with 2 working together their strength matched his own. Unable to kill them outright, Sui E could only fight as he retreated. He fell back into a secluded valley, panting, then looked uponly to see a palm-sized beast floating in midair, its entire body gleaming like crystal. Sui E's eyes lit up at once. Inside Xinyao Tower, he had once faced the ancient beast called Chaotianhou and extracted the Ming Wu Eye from it. The oddly shaped monster before him resembled that creature, and he wondered what power he might draw this time. While two fiends lunged at him, he darted beneath the beast, pressed his palm against its belly. Pop! The creature dissolved into a beam of light and vanished. A booming prompt echoed in his mind. You have touched the ancient beast Jiaoliang. 100 body tempering points extracted, host's ribs reforged. Ocular art acquired Eye of Illusion. The Eye of Illusion pierces all falsehood. No glamour, formation, or stealth can hide from it. Not bad. Sui smiled. Though supportive, the Eye of Illusion could decide a battle at critical moments, and his raw force had climbed by another 100 kilos to 1,300, more than enough to crush first-tier body-tempering fiends. Two blasts of baleful wind slashed toward him. He sank his shoulder, spun, and drove an iron fist into the nearest fiend. Bang! The air exploded, bones shattered, cracks raced outward, and the creature burst into motes of starlight. The second fiend froze in terror. Sui stepped in, vaulted, and a midair kick blew it apart. He meant to leave, but a sudden, powerful pull washed over him, as though something were calling. Frowning, he scanned the area. The tug intensified when his gaze settled on a pile of rubble nearby. Treasure sense? He recalled the skill taken from the snow lynx. Within 10 meters, he could detect valuable items. Heart quickening, he dashed over and flung the stones aside. Debris flew until a delicate purple ring emerged. The pull vanished the instant he picked it up, confirming its source. Aside from its regal hue, the ring looked ordinary, yet anything resonating with his treasure sense was surely rare. Huh. Tiny ancient characters were etched along the band, almost invisible. Without hesitation, he activated the Mingwu Eye. Violet lightning flickered across his pupils and swept over the ring. As the light touched the surface, dozens of ancient glyphs flooded his mind, then shattered and reformed into words he could understand. When Sui looked more closely, he realized the newly translated script was a description of the ring. Named the Qianquan Ring, it shared the same origin as the demon-suppressing tower and other spatial artifacts, though its inner chamber was smaller, only about 100 cubic meters. In essence, it was a portable storage ring. Across all of Blue Star, items with spatial storage abilities were almost mythical. If one ever surfaced, it would fetch billions of credits, and even then, its owner would be reluctant to sell such a rarity. Stumbling upon the Qianquan Ring filled Sui E with barely concealed excitement. From now on, any valuable or confidential item he encountered could be tucked safely inside the ring, both convenient and secure. After calming himself, he followed the instructions he had deciphered. Place a single drop of blood on the ring and control it with thought alone. Without hesitation, he bit his fingertip and let a crimson drop fall onto the band. Instantly, a faint bond formed between him and the ring, as if it were an extension of his own body. With a flicker of intent, the ring's inner world opened before him, a neat, cubic space, spacious yet empty. He withdrew his mind, closed the space, and slipped the ring onto his right hand. The next moment, something strange happened. The ring vanished. Far from panicking, Sui E was thrilled. Apparently, the Qianquan Ring could turn invisible on its own. Though unseen by the naked eye, he could make it reappear with a single thought, an added layer of security he deeply appreciated. Satisfied that everything was in order, he refocused and hurried away. The demon-suppressing tower remained open for only an hour, and he still had no lead on forging his golden body. Time was running short. Outside the tower, more than 40 minutes had passed. Jiaoliang and Zhang Wei stared unblinkingly at the monitoring screen. The lone light that on the third floor, representing a challenger, was still holding its ground. Even more astonishing, aside from a brief pause, that it had been racing across the entire floor as if nothing could stop it. To manage that, the intruder had to be extraordinarily strong, overwhelming the fiends on that level. But who could this ferocious student be? At the 50-minute mark, students began to trickle out of the tower. The first group was relatively weak, having fought only on the first floor, each bearing wounds of varying severity. Zhang Wei raised his voice. Did any of you see who made it to the third floor? The students exchanged surprised looks, then offered wry smiles. Sir, we barely managed the first floor, one replied. We never even set foot on the second, so we have no idea. Zhang Wei nodded and turned his attention back to the screen. 5 minutes later, another wave of students emerged. This batch was noticeably stronger, most of them having cleared the second floor, and among them was Zhang Qing. Zhang Wei was stunned when he saw Zhang Qing. Outside the demon-suppressing tower, a huge light screen showed a single glowing that represented the third floor. It hung there steadily, showing no sign of fading. Zhang Qing had already walked out, yet the light was still bright. So who was still inside? Jiaoliang glanced around quietly. Every student from the second ancient martial academy was accounted for except Sui E. The answer was obvious. The person on the third floor had to be Sui E. Is it really Sui E? The thought sent waves of shock through Jiaoliang. A kid at the 7th level of the Bloodchi realm not only dared to enter the third floor, but stayed there this long, as if it were nothing. Suppressing his own surprise, Zhang Wei turned to Zhang Qing. Zhang Qing, did any of you reach the third floor? Teacher Jiang, we only made it to the second. No one dared go higher, Zhang Qing said, hands raised in denial. None of you went up? Then how do you explain that light? Jiang Wei's brows knitted together. I saw someone step onto the third floor with my own eyes. Don't try to fool me. Gathering his courage, Zhang Qing answered, Teacher Jiang, it must have been Sui E. Earlier, under Gao Luanyi's lead, they had tried to ambush Sui E, only to be scattered by a single punch from him. Though none of them actually saw Sui E step into the teleportation column, the situation made it clear he had gone to the third floor. Sui E. Jiang Wei raised an eyebrow. He's only 7th level blood chi. He really dared go up there? All our students are here except Sui E, Jiaoliang added, her meaning unmistakable. Jiang Wei froze, an odd expression crossing his face. Zhang Qing suddenly burst out, Teacher Jiang, that kid's been hiding his strength like crazy. Gao Luanyi was knocked out of the fight with one punch. What? Jiang Wei's eyes widened. Gao Luanyi was at the 10th level of blood chi, yet he hadn't lasted a single exchange? That kind of power was closer to the body-tempering realm, yet anyone at that realm shouldn't even be able to enter the tower. Sui E is that strong? Jiaoliang was equally shocked. The other students turned pale as the truth sank in. Gao Luanyi ranked 2nd among the juniors, and had been crushed by a freshman? Was Sui E truly that monstrous? Or were they all just too weak? Someone's coming out. A student suddenly shouted. All eyes swung toward the tower gate. A slender, clear-featured teenager emerged at a steady pace. Was Sui E. Just minutes before the tower sealed, Sui E had found the stele engraved with tempering the golden body. Using the Eye of Insight, he memorized every rune and then left unhurriedly. Sui E, hand over your marker token. The moment Sui E stepped outside, Jiang Wei reached for him impatiently. He was almost certain Sui E had reached the 3rd floor, but he needed the token's point total for final confirmation. The numbers never lied. If Sui E had really been on the 3rd floor, he must have slain plenty of fiends, and his score would prove it. Here, Instructor Jiang. Without hesitation, Sui E placed the badge in Jiang Wei's palm. The moment the cool jade token touched his skin, Jiang Wei lowered his eyes. The number 1107 leapt out at him. His Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed hard. Since the demon-suppressing tower was built, the record had never exceeded a little over 500 points. Sui E hadn't just broken it, had doubled it. Stunning was no longer enough. The entire academy would be shaken. Sui E, what level are you? Jiang Wei stared at him, blurting the question. 7th level of the Qi and Blood realm, Sui E replied calmly. But I tempered several bones ahead of schedule. Tempered bones early? A sharp light flashed in Jiang Wei's eyes. Technically, bone tempering could begin in the Qi and Blood realm, yet almost no one tried it. It slowed cultivation to a crawl. But the young man before him had reached the Qi and Blood realm during his 1st year and swept the 3rd floor of the demon-suppressing tower undefeated. Clearly, he had tempered at least 3 bones, probably more. That foundation explained how he sent Gao Luanyi flying with a single punch and tied up every loose end. What talent! Jiang Wei sighed to himself. Even the 8-star prodigies, Xinyao and Lu Qian'er paled beside him. Instructor Jiang, if there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Sui E cupped his hands. He had secured the forged gold body manual, extracted the Eye of Delusion, and obtained a Qianquan ring. The haul was more than enough. There was no reason to linger. Wait. Jiang Wei raised a hand. Why did you hit Gao Luanyi? As supervising teacher, he had to investigate. Gao Luanyi was one of 2nd Martial Academy's key students, and a single punch had sent him flying out of the tower. He asked for it. Sui E glanced at Gao Luanyi lying on the ground and briefly recounted their confrontation. Jiang Wei's expression darkened. If the account was true, Gao Luanyi had brought it on himself, but he needed confirmation. Zhang Qing, is that what happened? Yes, Zhang Qing, cowed by Sui E's strength, kept his head down and murmured assent. Once the facts were clear, Jiang Wei nodded to Sui E. You're not at fault. Gao Luanyi humiliated himself. You may leave. Sui E acknowledged the verdict, exchanged a look with Jiaoliang, and walked out of 2nd Martial Academy. By the time he reached 3rd Martial Academy, the sun was high. He was about to head for the cafeteria when his phone buzzed. Principal Li Jinfeng was calling. Principal, what can I do for you? Sui E answered. Sui E, you went into the demon-suppressing tower, right? How did it go? Li Jinfeng sounded genuinely concerned, obviously focused on his cultivation progress. Sui knew what mattered to him and replied lightly, not bad. My realm improved a little. Inside the tower he had earned the forged gold body manual, the Eye of Delusion, a Qianquan ring, and 100 tempering points, enough to temper a rib. It counted as a little. All right then, get on with it. Li Jinfeng chuckled and ended the call. After lunch, Sui slipped into the classroom just as the bell began to ring. Sunlight streamed through the lattice windows, scattering dappled patterns across the desks. He had barely taken his seat when a hushed voice crept over. Sui, rumor has it we're getting 10 days off starting tomorrow, Chaotianhou whispered, sliding in beside him. Why? Sui frowned. An unplanned break was hardly normal. We're launching a counterattack from Yuansheng to reclaim Yulan City. You've heard about that, right? Chao lowered his voice even further. Yeah, Sui nodded. Had already signed up. Plenty of teachers and seniors from our academy enlisted. The City Lord's mansion gave everyone 3 days to get ready. Without teachers, class is cancelled, so we get time off, Chao explained. Got it, Sui said at last. Most volunteers came from the academy, and many had never truly fought vicious beasts. Stocking up on weapons and healing medicine beforehand was essential. Guess I'll have to prepare tomorrow, too, he mused, pulling out his phone to log onto the warrior forum. The top post blazed in red. Yuancheng's warriors assemble 3 days until the march on Yulan City. He skimmed past it and opened the city lord's official recruitment thread. More than 150 had enrolled already. At this pace, the roster might break 200 before departirino small fighting force when everyone was at least body tempering realm. An advisory followed. Bring your own weapons and healing salves, and form squads of 10 to 20 trusted allies. Yulan City might be small, but it teamed with beasts. Going solo was far too risky, whereas teams balanced safety and efficiency. Should I link up with Lucier and the others? He wondered. Plenty from the 3rd Martial Academy had joined, but he didn't know them well. He did trust Lucier and Jiaoliang. A team needed familiarity no rush, head decide later. After one last scroll, Sui pocketed his phone. While most classmates headed to the conditioning hall that afternoon, he ducked into the library, losing himself in the weighty tomes. At dismissal, he went straight home and dove into drilling the fierce tiger Heavenly Gang fist. The dangers in Yulan City were unknown. Mastering the form would sharpen his strength and give him another life-saving trump card. Knock, knock. 2 crisp taps, and Su Lin burst in, practically dancing, excitement all over her face. What's up? Sui looked up, puzzled. His usually composed sister was rarely this animated. Bro, I just advanced to the 5th level of the Kain blood realm. Su Lin cried, her voice trembling with delight. Sui's eyes lit up, and he asked urgently, how many vitality pills did you take? The lamplight was soft. Standing by the desk, Su Lin was still glowing with the joy of her breakthrough. She knew her brother was worried and answered at once, 2. Not bad. Sui nodded, then cautioned, leave the remaining 3 for now. You've just reached the 5th level of the Bloodchi realm. Even if you swallow the other 3, they might not push you to the 6th, and you'll waste them. While he spoke, he was already calculating needed to find a way to get a few more pills so the odds would be safer for his sister. Understood. Su Lin nodded firmly. Just then the phone on the table vibrated, its screen lighting up Chaotianhou. Brother, I'm heading back. Su Lin waved, turned, and slipped out, closing the door quietly behind her. Sui swiped to answer. Hello? An irrepressible excitement burst from the other end. Sui, explosive news. Have you checked the Warriors forum? What's up? Sui sounded calm, yet his friend's fervor was contagious. A soul spirit beast broke into the eastern outer district of Source City. A soul spirit beast. You've heard of it, right? A soul spirit beast. Sui's breathing grew heavier at once. He had been poring over old texts in the library lately and knew exactly what that meant. Though technically a savage beast, it's considered a rare divine beast. Think of it this way. A golden-scaled python is worth tens of millions of blue star credits, and every part of it is valuable, yet it still can't compare. You couldn't buy a soul spirit beast, even if you were unimaginably rich. That's how rare it is. What drives warriors mad is its ability to raise a person's talent star level. That level governs cultivation speed and is almost impossible to change. A soul spirit beast can defy fate. Long-term contact with it gradually elevates that level. The effect isn't instant, but it's powerful enough to make any warrior desperate. To make matters worse, the beast excels at concealing its presence and even shape-shifting. Without special means, catching one is nearly impossible. How solid is this, Chao? Sui pressed. Rock solid. The forum's gone crazy. Posts carry legal liability. Nobody dares make things up, Chao Qinglang replied. Sui paused to think. Any idea why a soul spirit beast would show up in Source City? Some say it's linked to Yulan City's fall to the beasts, Chao Qinglang answered. Sui was all in now. What's the link? Spill it. They think the soul spirit beast escaped from the beast horde, slipped into Yulan City, and once the other beasts sensed its trail, they swarmed the city, Chao Qinglang explained. Sui thought the theory was entirely plausible. After all, both humans and beasts had coveted the soul spirit beast's ability to raise innate star grades for ages. If word got out that one had appeared in Yulan City, it would be only natural for every faction to mobilize at full strength. Still, one question nagged at him. The creature was a fierce beast itself, so why would it flee? And how had its own kind managed to track it down? Unable to hold back, he asked, Old Chao, how exactly was the soul spirit beast exposed? Chao Qinglang cleared his throat, searching his memory. There's research on that. People think it leaked its aura while forming its soul crystal, and the nearby beasts caught it. Oh, Sui murmured, suddenly enlightened. Forming a soul crystal was akin to a human warrior's breakthrough, except it enhanced the beast's shape-shifting concealment and sped up its stargrade upgrades rather than boosting combat power. A beast that had crystallized was worth several times more than one that hadn't, making it an irresistible prize. Just then Chao Qinglang's communicator lit up and pinged, pulling them from the discussion. Sui, Teacher Lin just posted in the group. We're not to go to the outer city tomorrow. Got it, Sui replied quietly. A soul spirit beast would attract powerhouses from everywhere, locals and outsiders alike. The outer city would become a battlefield overnight, and once the scramble began, chaos and bloodshed were inevitable. Casualties would be nothing more than statistics. Lin Xingshan forbade students from going near the area purely for their safety. But Sui wasn't about to let the opportunity slip. His own talent was only 1 star. If the beast could raise it, his fate might change forever. Of course he knew that. With his meager chi and blood cultivation, seizing the creature from real experts was almost impossible. Besides, raising a soul spirit beast required spirit crystals. Even the lowest grade cost tens of thousands of blue star coins, far beyond an ordinary family's means. Without those crystals, the beast's talent-boosting ability was useless. His goal was simple. He only needed to touch the beast once. The system's extraction function might bring unexpected benefits. With that thought, he vowed to head out tomorrow and try his luck. Sui, any plans for tomorrow? Chaotianhou asked, switching to a lighter topic. I think I'll take a day off and decide the day after, Sui answered casually. He planned to act alone. Bringing old Chao along would only complicate things. All right, talk then, Chaotianhou said, ending the call. As night deepened, Sui opened the Warriors Forum and scrolled through post after post, carefully noting every rumor, photo, and coordinate tied to the soul spirit beast. He kept at it until the early hours, then rubbed his burning eyes and finally lay down to rest. The next morning, after a quick wash, he wolfed down breakfast. Across the table, Li Kaiwa removed her apron and began clearing the dishes. The factory had shut down because of the commotion in the outer city, so she was on standby at home. Slinging on his backpack, Sui said softly, Mom, the principal needs me for something. I have to head out. Li Kaiwa looked up, concern and worry mingling in her voice. Come home early and don't roam around. She repeated the reminder once more. Sui hurried downstairs and headed straight for the South Outer City. The night before, on a martial artists forum, he had seen a standout post claiming that soul beasts had first appeared in the East Outer City and then vanished completely. Fighters from every faction had already flooded that area. Even if he rushed over, he would be lucky to pick the bones clean. With no fresh clues in the east, the pack had likely moved to a neighboring district, the North Outer City, the South Outer City, or possibly even the Inner City. Because Sui knew the terrain in the south by heart, he decided to scout there first and consider other directions only if he came up empty-handed. Half an hour later, he arrived at the gate connecting the Inner City to the South Outer City. Normally the gate stood wide open, merchants and travelers streaming through non-stop, but today an iron grille was locked in place, and several fully armed enforcement officers stood guard. The South Outer City had become a perilous zone. Ordinary people who ventured and seldom returned, and the officers had sealed the gate to protect them. I'd like to go into the South Outer City, Sui said politely, stepping forward. The officer scanned him up and down, saw he looked no different from a student, and refused outright. The gate is closed. No one goes in. No one at all. Sui frowned. He knew the guards would never dare bar the way of a true powerhouse. They were dismissing him only because he looked young. I know Captain Shunhao, he added, unwilling to force his way through. They had met only once, but with Li Zinfeng's endorsement a single call should suffice. The officer snorted. Kid, you've got guts. Captain Shunhao is the chief of the corps and a Juper Realm expert. Am supposed to believe you know him? Sui gave up on explaining, pulled out his phone, and dialed. A nearby officer clicked his tongue and muttered, nice acting. The call connected after 2 rings. Captain Chung, this is Sui, he said without preamble. Sui, what can I do for you? Shunhao's voice held a smile. As chief of the enforcement corps, he already understood the young prodigy's potential. Yulan City's top brass viewed Sui as a future guardian of the city, outranking even him, so he treated the call with the utmost respect. I want to enter the outer city, but the guards won't let me through. Could you help me out? Sui asked. Shunhao paused, then probed carefully. Sui, the outer city is chaotic and dangerous right now. What exactly are you planning to do out there? If something happened to Sui, the blame would land on him. Yet if he stonewalled the boy too forcefully, he might offend him. A consequence Shunhao dared not ignore. Sui knew exactly what Shunhao was worried about, and chuckled. Relax, Captain Chung, he said. I'm not here to fight over the soul spirit beast. I just want to watch the show. Oh, Shunhao nodded, then instructed, Sui, hand the phone to the enforcement squad. They'll speak to them. Captain Chung is on the line, Sui replied, passing the phone to the nearest officer. The officer froze for a second. As he took the phone, he clearly heard the voice on the other end. This is Shunhao. Let Sui through immediately. Yes, Commander. The officer snapped to attention, cold sweat breaking out on his brow. So Sui really did know Shunhao, and they were clearly on familiar terms. Had his earlier arrogance earned him a grudge? The thought made his heart flutter. He quickly handed the phone back with both hands, forcing a smile. Mr. Sui, they'll open the gate right away. Before he finished speaking, he signaled to his comrades, and together they heaved the heavy gate open. Sui exchanged a few more words with Shunhao before ending the call and heading for the outer city. Only when his figure had completely vanished did the officers let out a long sigh of relief. Entering the southern outer city, Sui squinted and looked around. The ruined alleys were silent and empty, rubble and broken tiles scattered in the dust. Now and then a distant figure darted between the debris, rummaging through the mess. He knew they, like him, were here on a gamble, hoping to locate the soul spirit beast. The creature's ability to hide was extraordinary. It could morph into virtually anything, blending perfectly with its surroundings, and, so long as it masked its aura, it was almost impossible to spot with the naked eye. Sui E, however, was different. The day before, inside the demon-suppressing tower, he had obtained the ocular art known as the Eye of Illusion, which let him pierce any disguise. No matter how the soul spirit beast concealed itself, it would appear in its true form to him. The technique, though, drained his strength quickly, so unless he had a rough idea of the target's location, he would not activate it lightly. What followed was a painstaking search. At every stop he examined his surroundings. A scraggly weed, a mud-streaked pebble, even a half-rotted stump hole were scrutinized in turn. From time to time, he would give the area a brief sweep with the Eye of Illusion. An hour passed with nothing to show for it. Yet Sui felt no impatience. If the soul spirit beast were that easy to find, he wouldn't have had the chance to be here in the first place. As time went by, more and more people streamed into the southern outer city. Powerhouses from major clans, well-equipped mercenary squads, even adventurers from distant towns all converged on the area. The soul spirit beast is close. Someone suddenly cried, unable to hide his excitement. Sui turned toward the voice and saw the man holding an ancient bronze disc. A faint glimmer rippled across its surface before fading away. Could that disc be the key? Sui wondered. Tracking the beast required specialized tools, and the bronze device clearly wasn't ordinary. But the man's shout had drawn every gaze in the vicinity, killing any chance of capturing the creature alone. Now there was no way to seize the soul spirit beast single-handedly. As expected, the crowd immediately surged toward the man holding the disc. Curiosity sparked. Sui shifted his feet and followed. Su Lixing, quit fooling around. Did you really spot a spirit soul beast? A scar-faced middle-aged man in a mercenary uniform elbowed his way to the front, half skeptical. The gaunt elder with the disc was indeed Su Lixing. He nodded vigorously, raised the device, and said with pride, "This is a soul force sensor. The moment a spirit soul beast comes within range, its energy fluctuations give it away." Someone in the crowd shot back, "Those beasts are cunning. Why would they leak soul force so easily?" Su Lixing shook his head, smiling. "Right after they form their soul core, before their aura stabilizes, they leak energy at intervals. We've caught them in that window." Realization swept through the crowd, eyes lit up all around. If he was right, the beast was still nearby, an opportunity of a lifetime. Seeing the mood ignite, Su Lixing added, "I found the trail first, so I deserve a cut. Whoever captures the beast should share something with me. Fair, isn't it?" With only first-stage tempered body cultivation, he knew he stood no chance in a real fight, so he staked his claim early. "No problem." Agreed. No one objected. They needed his sensor, and the beast was worth a fortune. Giving him a slice cost nothing. "Good. Spread out and search," Su Lixing commanded, waving his arm in satisfaction. In a flash, everyone scattered, combing the area. Sui stayed where he was, eyes glinting. He knew the beast had leaked its aura, yet it might already have fled. Even a slim hope was worth chasing. He joined the search but avoided the densest clusters, circling the outer edge instead. From time to time, he activated the Eye of Illusion, scanning in secret. Half an hour passed with nothing to show. More people kept arriving until the forest was nearly sealed off. "It's probably gone," Sui murmured, continuing deeper into the woods. With so many eyes around, the beast would have been exposed if it were still here. He pushed through a patch of withered grass, and as he passed a decrepit dead tree, a familiar jolt shot through him, the same sensation had felt when he discovered the Cosmos Ring. "My treasure sense just triggered?" Sui narrowed his eyes and swept his gaze around. The feeling grew stronger as his eyes settled on the dead tree. Could the tree itself be a treasure? He frowned. Then a sudden realization struck him, and his heart pounded wildly. A withered tree in itself would never activate his treasure-sensing talent. Sui instantly concluded that something precious had to be hiding there, and the most likely candidate was a shape-shifting soul spirit beast. Such creatures are listed among the rarest treasures under the title of divine beasts, so it was perfectly natural that one would trigger his ability. He drew a deep breath, quietly activated the Eye of Illusion, and let his gaze wander over the dead tree. Before long, he spotted a broken branch shrouded in curling gray mist. At first, the fog was dense enough to block his sight, but after 2 heartbeats, it seemed to be peeled away by an unseen force, layer by layer, revealing a strange beast no more than 20 centimeters long, its body covered in silver fur, and its eyes tightly shut as it slept upon the trunk. "It really is a soul spirit beast," Sui almost exclaimed aloud. The illustrations he had studied in the school library matched this scene perfectly. He stared for a moment, about to move closer, when the creature's eyelids quivered as though it were about to wake. Soul spirit beasts are notoriously wary. It had clearly sensed a disturbance. Sui E quickly shifted his gaze, pretending to scan the surroundings so he wouldn't startle it. If the beast bolted, catching it would be next to impossible, especially with so many powerhouses nearby and no chance of taking it by force. Strolling once around the tree, he yawned theatrically, then sat beneath it, leaning against the trunk as though merely resting. The soul spirit beast was almost within arm's reach, yet this was no time to act. He would wait until the crowd thinned. As long as his treasure-sensing resonance persisted, the beast was still there, so he could bide his time. Every so often someone wandered over, cast a glance at the withered tree, and hurried away. It was clear the area wouldn't empty out soon. Bored, Sui pulled out his phone and started scrolling. Suddenly his ringtone blared. It was Principal Li Jinfeng. "Principal, what's up?" He answered. "Sui, can't you give me a break? Who told you to run off to the southern outer city? Don't you know that place is crawling with troublemakers? It's dangerous." Li Jinfeng barked. Sui chuckled awkwardly. "Relax, Principal. I'm just here to watch the show. I won't stir up any trouble." "Relax, my foot." Li snapped. After so many dealings with the principal, Sui knew his temper well and paid the scolding no mind. Instead he asked, "Principal, a soul spirit beast showed up outside the city. Why haven't you come to look for it?" "We're busy drafting a plan to retake Yulan City. I can't get away," Li explained, then added, "Once the meeting's over I'll head straight there. Stay put in the southern outer city, you hear me?" "Understood. They'll wait for you," Sui said with a light laugh. After hanging up, Sui kept his eyes on his phone. Time slipped by, and another full hour soon passed. The martial artist scouring the distance for the spirit soul beast found nothing and gradually decided it had escaped, leaving in disappointment. The once crowded valley now held only a dozen or so people. Among them, Su Lixing stood out, holding a sensing disc. He and his team still refused to quit, weaving through the trees with their detectors. But as patience gave way, one group after another drifted off in other directions. At last, only Su Lixing remained. Seeing Sui still on the same spot, he walked over with a friendly smile. "Kid, everyone else has gone to search elsewhere. Why are you still here?" "I'm just a student looking on for fun. He'll leave after a short break," Sui replied calmly, though inside he was taut as a bowstring. While the sensing disc react to a beast this close? Luckily, the creature's concealment was extraordinary. The disc stayed silent. Su Lixing suspected nothing, nodded, and turned away. Once sure the area was clear, Sui waited a moment, about to act, when a chilling voice echoed in his mind. "Kid, did you spot me already? Planning to take me down? Who's there?" Sui jolted upright and scanned the empty surroundings. The eerie voice came again. "Who do you think?" "The spirit soul beast," Sui blurted. With no one else around, it was the only answer. "Haha, correct." Bang! A sudden weight hit Sui's chest. He looked down to find a silver, furry little creature settled calmly in his arms, the spirit soul beast itself. It had offered itself up, shattering the human belief that it always hid in fear of people. Before Sui could speak, a system prompt rang out in his head. Contact with the ancient divine beast spirit soul beast detected. Extracting concealment function. Host acquires the ability hide cultivation. Consumed 2,000 comprehension points. Host's talent rating has risen to 21 stars. 21 stars. Sui murmured, momentarily forgetting to breathe. He had hoped for a modest boost, never dreaming of such a leap. What did 21 stars mean? On Blue Star, the known limit was 10. A 10-star warrior was already hailed as a super genius with blazing cultivation speed. Sui now doubled that ceiling. Would a single glance at a manual let him master it? He opened the Fierce Tiger Heavenly Gang Fist manual. One glance, and every detail clicked into place. As he activated the technique, he felt a ferocious tiger coil within him, its overwhelming aura ready to pounce. With one punch, the tiger's roar would explode alongside his strike. In other words, he had instantly perfected the Fierce Tiger Heavenly Gang Fist. Sui could no longer contain his excitement and burst out laughing. The soul spirit beast tilted its head, its luminous eyes filled with confusion. "Kid, what's so funny?" Realizing he had lost his composure, Sui drew a steadying breath and spoke gravely. "My name is Sui. Stop calling me kid." The beast's mouth went stiff. It looked him over again, its tone dripping with natural arrogance. "Got a temper, do you? I'm a divine beast. What's wrong with calling a mere martial novice kid?" Sui shrugged, half smiling. "Maybe I do have a temper. Keep it up, and I won't mind teaching you a lesson." The soul spirit beast might have been divine, but as a support-type creature its combat power was limited. If it came to a fight, Sui doubted he'd lose. "I'm a divine beast. Touch me if you dare," the beast huffed, jutting out its lower lip. Sui waved the comment away. "All right, cut it out." He raised a brow. "You were hiding just fine. Why show yourself now and why latch onto me? Even if I hadn't shown myself, you'd have tried something anyway," the beast retorted. After a pause it asked cautiously, "Sui, you're loaded, aren't you?" Sui gave it a strange look. "So if I'm not rich, you wouldn't have appeared? Don't tell me you're a money-grubbing divine beast." Ignoring the jab, the beast only nodded. Sui sighed. I've got some cash, maybe a couple 100,000 blue star credits. That's it. The beast rolled its eyes, clearly unconvinced. Really? Sui insisted. The soul spirit beast chuckled. Spare me. You are wearing a spatial ring. Even the cheapest one costs over 1 billion credits, and they're hard to find. Yours has a concealment function far better quality. No one with that kind of ring is broke. You can see it's a Qianquan ring? Sui's heart skipped a beat. The ring was hidden against his knuckle, nearly invisible, yet the beast had spotted it instantly. That said a lot about its perception. Steadying himself, he asked, why do you care how much money I have? The beast drooped its head, looking pitiful. Sui, I'm starving. I haven't eaten spirit crystals for days. If you're flush with cash, could you buy me some? Sui remembered that spirit crystals were the creature's staple food, ridiculously expensive, even for the lowest grade. Testing the waters, he asked, how many do you need per meal? Instantly energized, the beast's tail almost wagged. Not many, 7 or 8 will do. Sui's face went rigid. He swallowed hard. 7 or 8 crystals, even the cheapest, would cost 2 or 300,000 credits for a single meal. 3 meals a day? Over 600,000. Who could afford that? Sure, he could make quick money by deciphering ancient scripts, but how many times could he do that, and how many days' worth of food would that buy this beast? What kind of sacred beast is this? It's practically a bottomless pit that eats blue star coins. Sui muttered. The alleys at dusk felt deserted. Wind skimmed the flagstones and occasionally lifted a few brittle leaves. Cradling the plump spirit beast, Sui ran frantic calculations in his head. At this burn rate, even the 4 great families of Source City would last only a few days. Across the entire Blue Star, maybe only the 3 top clans could afford this little ancestor. Sui, are you buying me food or not? I'm about to starve. The spirit beast's round eyes flared with impatience. Sui gave a helpless grin. I can spring for a few snacks to keep you going, but that's it. I've got less than 200,000 blue star coins altogether. The beast clearly didn't buy it, and flicked its tail. If you're broke, where'd you get that spatial ring? Sui rubbed his nose, lowering his voice. Believe it or not, I found it on the street. Now the spirit beast looked stunned. It had revealed itself because Sui had noticed it and because it figured he was rich enough to feed it. Who would have guessed he was clinging to a measly 200 grand? To the beast, that was basically empty-handed. Erase the plan, Sui said, voice hushed. Since fate threw us together, they'll find you a new owner, someone insanely rich, so you'll never go hungry again. The creature's talents were obvious. Once word spread, major powers would line up to claim it. Sui figured he could help the beast and score a hefty payday, perfect all around. The spirit beast nodded weakly. Fine, but they'd better satisfy me. Relax, Sui promised. For now, come home with me, and keep a low profile on the way. He pulled the beast into his arms. It yawned lazily. So what should I turn into? Anything, just don't let anyone recognize you. Sui glanced around as more pedestrians appeared, heart thumping. If someone spotted the beast, he had no chance of protecting it. Without another word, the creature's outline shimmered. In a blink, it became a palm-sized dark brown wooden box. The lid looked ancient. Faint spirit patterns edged the corners. Anyone would think it a pricey antique. Impressive, Sui murmured, clutching the box to his chest and hurrying home. He passed several groups of people. Some hurried by. Some looked curious, yet no one sensed anything off. After leaving the busy district, a nagging question resurfaced. Sui lowered his voice. Little soul, why'd you run away from those fierce beasts in the first place? Had wondered since they met and finally had a chance to ask. Watch it, who are you calling little soul? The muffled beast grumbled from inside the box. Earlier it had called Sui kid, and had snapped back. The beast still wasn't thrilled. Sui teased, fine old soul? Or soul? A vein all but popped in the beast's forehead. Little soul is fine. Sui seized the opening. Then spill it, what really happened? The box trembled slightly as the beast sighed. Back home we're so poor we can't even sniff a spirit crystal. If I'd stayed, I'd have starved. I had no other choice. Seriously? Sui clicked his tongue. Don't look down on me, the beast snorted. If you were about to starve, you'd make the same call. Sui shook his head, letting the matter drop. He was about to ask about the savage beasts when the soul spirit beast suddenly cried out in his mind. Sui, this is bad. I can't keep my aura suppressed, it's about to leak. Those few words made Sui's face change. Once the aura spilled out, not only would his location be revealed, but a nearby team, Sui Lixing among them, was already heading his way. How long can you hold on? Sui pressed. 2 or 3 breaths. Understood. Stay quiet. Gritting his teeth, Sui kept walking as though nothing were wrong. If he bolted now, it would confirm everyone's suspicions that the soul spirit beast was with him, so he decided to gamble. A faint ripple of soul power burst from the beast hidden in his arms and vanished after 2 breaths. Though brief, the disturbance set off the sensor disc in Sui Lixing's hand, its surface erupting in a brilliant beam of light. The soul spirit beast is close. Sui Lixing shouted, and the group scattered to search. Sui remained calm, striding steadily through them. Just as he was about to slip past, Sui Lixing darted in front of him. Something wrong? Sui narrowed his eyes, his voice icy. Well, classmate, we meet again, Su Lixing said mockingly, his gaze fixing on the wooden box in Sui's arms. What's inside? He suspected the box was the beast in disguise Su. He had never carried it before, and the leaked aura had come from his direction. None of your business, Su E snorted, moving to step around him. Hold it. A low shout rang out. A man about 30, nearly 2 meters tall, barrel-chested and fierce-looking, strode forward. At his signal, the others closed in, forming a ring around Su E. Su E halted and swept them with a cold glance. What's the meaning of this? Su Lixing pointed to the burly man and laughed. Allow me to introduce Rong Tianqi, captain of the Howling Wolf mercenary group. Sui's expression didn't change. Among Origin City's mercenary outfits, Howling Wolf was the weakest, and Rong Tianqi was only 5th layer body tempering. Sui, at 7th layer Qi and blood, had already tempered 6 bones and mastered the Tiger Astral Fist. He feared no body tempering fighter. If Rong Tianqi struck, Sui was confident he could drop him in a single move. We don't want trouble, Su Lixing said, grinning with barely veiled menace. Just let us see what's in the box. Refuse, and you won't be leaving today. And if I say no? Sui's voice grew colder. Though the soul spirit beast had taken on a new form, the slightest touch would expose it, and he had no intention of letting that happen. Kid, stop pushing your luck and do as you're told, or I won't be so polite. Rong Tianqi's eyes bulged, veins standing out on his forehead as his face twisted into a predatory snarl. It's like you shouldn't act tough. A contemptuous smile tugged at the corner of Sui's mouth. He sank his shoulders, letting the power of his tiger iron fist circulate silently, tendons popping beneath his skin. He knew that only by revealing his trump card could he overwhelm a 5th stage body refinement fighter like Rong Tianqi. You just called me an ant? Rong Tianqi swallowed hard, chest heaving. As the captain of the Howling Wolf Mercenary Corps and a 5th stage body refinement cultivator, he enjoyed a certain fame in Source City. No one had ever humiliated him like this. Now a green student was mocking him in public, and his rage burned hot. You brat, how dare you insult our captain? You must have a death wish. Looks like someone needs a lesson. The mercenaries roared in fury. Blades rang from their sheaths, harsh breathing mingling with a murderous aura that spread through the crowd. Standing at the edge, Su Lixing glanced at Su E. The boy's calm face showed not the slightest panic, which puzzled him. Any normal student would be shaking by now. Was the kid from a powerful clan? Su knew every direct heir of Source City's 4 great families, yet he had never seen Su E before. Kid, you've made me angry, and you'll pay dearly for it. Rong Tianqi bared his white teeth, rolled up his sleeves, and advanced on Su E step by step. Rong, what's going on here? A group pushed through the crowd. At their head strode a poised young man in his early 20s. Young Master Shi. Rong Tianqi stopped at once and greeted him respectfully. The newcomer, Shi Xian, was the direct heir of the Shi family, one of Source City's 4 great houses and the true backer of the Howling Wolf Mercenary Corps. Rong dared not slight him. What happened? Shi Xian merely nodded, his gaze sweeping the scene. Su Lixing jogged over, pointed at the wooden box in Su E's arms, and whispered, Young Master, I suspect that box is actually a soul spirit beast in disguise. Shi Xian's eyes flashed, barely containing his excitement. He had come to the outer city precisely to capture soul spirit beasts. His own talent was only 5 stars mediocre among his peers, especially beside prodigies like Lucianer. Rumor had it a soul spirit beast could raise 1-star level, and he would not let this chance slip away. Xingang, bring me that box. Forcing down his eagerness, Shi Xian ordered the burly, bald man beside him. Yes, sir. Xingang, a 1st stage body refinement guard of the Shi family, lunged at Su E without hesitation, dismissing the student as no threat. He reached out to snatch the box. Back off. Su E snorted, his legs snapping out like a whip in a sweeping kick. Still dare to fight? Xingang reacted quickly, fist tightening as he hammered towards Su E's leg. Thud. Fist and foot collided with a dull boom. Xinggang's whole body shuddered violently, and a heartbeat later he was blasted off his feet, sent flying through the air. Silence descended on the street. The bang still echoed in the air as Xingang tumbled 7 or 8 meters like a rag doll before finally stopping, his chest sunken and his face deathly pale. The onlookers turned to Su E in unison, shock written across their faces. Xingang might have been only 1st level body tempering, but he was still a registered fighter, and Su E had launched him with a single kick. At least 2nd level body tempering. Someone in the crowd murmured. Judging by Su E's age, he was only a 2nd-year high schooler. Reaching the 2nd level so early marked him as a prodigy on par with Lu Qianer of the 1st Ancient Martial Academy. Yet no one present had ever heard of him, which could only mean he was an unknown outsider with real power. Shi Xian, a direct heir of the Shi family, narrowed his eyes and sized Su E up again. Kid, what's your name? He asked in a low voice. If Su E belonged to a prestigious clan, Shi Xian would think twice. If the kid had no backing, he would soon learn what it meant to cross the Shi family. Su E curled his lip. Who the hell are you? You're not worthy of knowing my name. Stand in my way again, and I won't be so polite. He had beaten up more privileged brats than he could remember, and the Shi family did not impress him. Did you just insult me? Shi Xian's face flushed and paled by turns, the corner of his mouth twitching. Being humiliated in public was a direct challenge to the Shi family's authority, and that he would not tolerate. Young Master Shi, forget the talk. Let me take him down. Rong Tianchi could no longer hold back. He guessed Sui E was at most 3rd level, while he was a solid 5th. Confidence surged through him. Shi Xian gave a cold laugh. Don't kill him, just break his legs. A death in Origin City would cause too much trouble, but a pair of broken legs was an inconvenience the Shi family could cover up with ease. Relax, young Master Shi. He won't have a single leg left when I'm done. Rong Tianchi snarled. He sank into his stance, chi surging, and was about to strike. Whoosh. Dust swirled at the end of the street as another group swept in. A dozen men in combat gear marched in unison, each of them above body tempering. The scar-faced man at their head was as solid as a mountain, dense currents of air coiling around him, clearly 9th, maybe even 10th level. The sudden appearance of so many experts made Rong Tianchi's heart skip a beat. He froze and watched them warily. Huh, we wore out our shoes hunting for you, and found you without any effort. Beside the scar-faced man, a young warrior with chiseled features and black battle garb burst out laughing, his gaze locking onto Sui E. Hand over the soul beast, kid, and do it quietly. Sui E raised an eyebrow. They had just arrived, so how could they be sure the soul beast was with him? The next instant the soul beast spoke inside his mind. Sui E, that man carries a sensing jade. Even if I hide my aura, it can still pinpoint me. So that's it. Sui E understood. He looked at the sharp-featured youth and said in a calm, clear voice, the soul beast is indeed with me. But if you want it, you'll have to ask them first. With that, he pointed at Shi Xian and his companions. Since both sides wanted the soul beast, he might as well stir the pot and let them fight each other first. Mu ran, his features sharp as a blade, turned to Shi Xian with scorn flashing in his eyes, and spoke coldly. You bottom feeders think you can fight me for the soul spirit beast? Shi Xian's face instantly darkened. As a son of the Shi clan, he considered his status respectable, yet humiliation kept stacking up. First Sui E slapped him down in public, and now Mu Ran mocked him as worthless, leaving him no shred of dignity. Mu Ran ignored his anger, brushed dust from his shoulder, and kept his tone haughty. Suppressing his fury, Shi Xian cupped his fists and forced a smile. Friend, we found the soul spirit beast first. Isn't it against the rules for you to butt in? Rules? Who cares about rules? Mu Ran scoffed, pointing to the richly dressed young man beside him. His voice rose sharply. Do you know who you're dealing with? This is Wei Haipu, eldest son of the Wei family of Bright Moon City. If you know what's good for you, get lost. At the mention of the Wei name, Shi Xian and his men paled. Bright Moon City, with its 5 million population, was a major metropolis on Blue Star, and the Wei clan was its undisputed giant, boasting a patriarch at the illusion spirit realm. Compared with them, the Shi clan of Source City was less than insignificant. Sweat beaded on Shi Xian's forehead as he bowed hurriedly. Young Master Wei, I failed to recognize greatness. We will leave at once. A soul spirit beast was valuable only if one survived to claim it. Offending the Wei clan could doom not just him, but the entire Shi clan. Scram. Wei Haipu waved, as if shooing a fly. Shi Xian dared not utter another word. Gathering his people, he turned and left, casting Sui E a look of venomous hatred. Had Sui E not interfered, he might have delivered the beast to his clan, earning rewards, or even Wei favor. Now he had nothing, and all his resentment settled on Sui E. Once the Shi party vanished around a bend, Wei Haipu fixed his gaze on Sui E, lips curled in mockery. Kid, since you know who I am, why haven't you handed over the soul spirit beast? Sui E chuckled, calm yet razor sharp. The soul spirit beast is mine. Why should I give it to you? He scanned the area. The Wei entourage was large and capable, but none had reached the phantom gathering realm. With his fierce tiger skysteel fist, he could double his power briefly. These body-tempering cultivators posed no threat. Refuse, then. Let's see you pay the price. Wei Haipu's eyes bulged in anger. He snorted and flashed a glance at a nearby subordinate. The man understood at once, kicked off the ground, and lunged like a leopard. Wind held around him. Sui E waited motionless until the attacker closed in, then swept his leg in a sudden arc. Bang! A muffled thud exploded, leaves whirling skyward. The assailant, only second-layer body tempering, was never a match for Sui E. Caught off guard, he was sent hurtling backward by a single kick. He even dared to strike my own man. Wei Haipu's lips twitched, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief. Part of him was stunned by the terrifying strength Sui E had just displayed. The rest could not fathom that the boy had actually dared to lay hands on his people. With his status, even the Lord of Yulan City treated him politely. How could a mere student act so arrogantly? Kid, you're asking to die? The scar-faced man roared. Before Wei Haipu could speak, he lunged like a maddened lion, a violent blast of air exploding from his body as he unleashed the full might of a 10th-layer body-tempering cultivator. Die? He closed the distance in an instant. his fist as large as a clay pot crashing down. The punch sliced through the air like a blade, whipping Sui E's robe into a frenzy. At this level, a single blow carried 2,000 gene of force, more than enough to crack stone. This is the price for defying me, Wei Haipu sneered to himself, certain Sui E was finished. We'll see who dies. Sui E snorted. Instead of retreating, he countered with his own punch. The Tiger King Iron Fist he had been preparing burst forth. A tiger's roar seemed to shake the sky, the gale from his fist shrieking as it tore through the air. A combat technique. The scar-faced man blanched. Sui E looked like a tiger descending the mountain, killing intent almost tangible. Yet, seasoned by countless battles, the scar-faced man steadied himself and poured every ounce of strength into his fist, determined to meet the blow heated. Boom. The impact was thunderous. The scar-faced man felt as though a mountain had slammed into him. An irresistible tide of power swept over him, and his bones cried out in protest. Arc. He was blasted 7 or 8 meters back, crashed to the ground, spat a mouthful of blood, and passed out on the spot. How is this possible? Wei Haipu's pupils contracted, his heart pounding. The others paled and instinctively retreated. Who could have imagined that a 10th-layer body-tempering fighter would be sent flying by a single punch? What baffled them even more was that Sui E's aura clearly belonged to the Bloodchi realm. Even with a fist technique, he shouldn't have been able to crush the scar-faced man so completely. Their confusion was understandable. Although Sui E was only at the 7th layer of the Bloodchi realm, he had tempered 6 bones ahead of schedule, giving him a base strength of 1,300 kilograms. The Tiger King Iron Fist doubled that to 2,600 kilograms. How could the scar-faced man, wielding only 2,000 kilograms of force, possibly withstand it? So, do you still think you can push me around? Sui E narrowed his eyes at Wei Haipu, a mocking smile tugging at his lips. Who exactly are you? That gaze made Wei Haipu's scalp tingle and his blood run cold. Overwhelmed by Sui E's power, he no longer dared entertain the slightest thought of resistance. You're not worthy of the answer. Sui E spat out the words, then shot forward like an arrow loosed from the bow. His sweeping kick flashed like lightning. Wei Haipu had no time to evade. The blow smashed into his abdomen, lifted him clear of the ground, and sent him crashing down with a dull thud. Wei Haipu was at the 3rd level of the tempered body realm. Had Sui E not used the fierce Tiger Heavengang Fist, Wei could have held his own. But Sui E's razor-sharp aura rattled him. His reaction slowed, and one kick put him on his back. Get lost. If I see you again, you'll regret it. Sui E's voice was ice cold. Wei Haipu clenched his teeth, fury boiling in his chest. As a scion of the Wei clan, he had never endured such humiliation. Yet no matter how angry he was, he dared not show it here. Let's go. Supported by 2 subordinates, he staggered away, while the unconscious scar-faced man was dragged off as well. Sui E, you're pretty impressive. The soul spirit beast praised, its tone full of delight. Just doing what I had to. Sui E's reply was calm. The beast sighed. Too bad you're broke. You can't afford to keep me. Otherwise, I'd really consider following you. Sui E shared the regret. With the creature at his side, he could raise Su Lin and the other's talent star grade, but empty pockets left him no choice. He pushed the thought away and sprinted toward the inner city. Wei Haipu's single sentence had frightened Shi Xian into retreat. Clearly his background was formidable. He had likely gone for reinforcements, and Sui needed to disappear before they arrived. He had taken only a few steps when a vast shadow blotted out the sky. What is that? His heart tightened as he looked up. A silver-white aircraft, more than 10 meters long, was diving toward him. An aircraft. On Blue Star, these vehicles were the pinnacle of transportation. Their hulls could withstand attacks from Spirit Convergence Realm experts, and their speed was lightning fast. With price tags in the tens of billions of Blue Star coins, only a handful of truly powerful factions own them. Are they here for the Soul Spirit Beast? Sui's nerves tensed. They were clearly coming straight at him, and the beast was the most valuable thing he carried. Whoosh. The craft set down smoothly in front of him. 2 people stepped out. The elder's hair was snow white, his complexion rosy, his bearing ethereal-like and immortal in exile. The young man beside him was tall, perhaps 170 centimeters, with fair skin and delicate features, yet an undercurrent of effeminacy made him subtly unsettling. Sui, he's carrying a sensing jade token too, the soul spirit beast whispered. They're after me. Sui had already guessed it, and his mind whirled. The elder's aura was unfathomable, very likely a spirit convergence realm cultivator, stronger than Li Jinfeng. If they tried to take the soul spirit beast, what could he do? As Sui tried to steady himself, the elder slipped the aircraft into a gray pouch at his waist. The bag looked ordinary, yet it clearly held its own pocket dimensional legendary storage pouch. After stowing the craft, he moved forward with measured steps, the soles of his shoes brushing the ground with a faint whisper. Standing beside him was a handsome young man with gentle eyes. He studied Sui for a moment, then offered a slight smile. A shallow dimple appeared at the corner of his mouth as he spoke in an unhurried voice. Friend, my name is Jiaoliang, and this is my granduncle, Jiangli. How should we address you? Sui. Their courtesy prompted him to give his name. The moment he spoke, his heart jolted an almost instinctive resonance surged inside him. He had felt it when he discovered the universe ring, and again when he encountered the spirit beast. Jiaoliang must be carrying something that harmonized with his talent. To test his suspicion, Sui covertly examined Jiaolang's gear. His gaze drifted over the young man's shoulders and sleeves before settling on the purple-sheathed longsword at his waist. Instantly, the resonance intensified, all but confirming that the sword was the source. What brings you two here? Sui withdrew his gaze, his tone calm. Would like to buy your spirit beast, Jiaoliang answered without preamble. Buy it. Sui raised an eyebrow, surprised. He had expected them to snatch it by force. Their forthrightness was far better than Wei Hype's methods. Because of his promise to the spirit beast, Sui did not agree immediately. Instead, he pretended to ponder, glancing down at the little creature. The beast promptly sent a telepathic message. Sui, they seem sincere. If the price is right, sell me. Yeah, right, Sui muttered inwardly, convinced the little fellow was dazzled by their wealth. Still, if the beast consented, he would keep his word. He looked up and asked simply, what can you offer? Shunhao and Zhongli exchanged a pleased glance. After a brief pause, Xinyao laid out their offer. We left in a hurry, so we don't have much on us. 30 vitality pills, 1 heaven-grade body forging manual, and 5 million blue star credits. In addition, the Jiang family will owe you a favor. If you ever need help, come to us. The numbers nearly made Sui lose his composure. The pills alone were worth 3 million credits. A heaven-grade body forging manual would fetch several million more in Source City. Together with the cash, the offer approached 10 million, not to mention a favor from the Jiang family. It was truly generous. Seeing Sui hesitate, Xinyao added, if that's not enough, we can negotiate further. Sui drew a deep breath to calm himself, then nodded. That's fair. No need to add more. However, a heaven-grade body forging manual is useless to me. Could we trade it for something else? Valuable as the manual was, he possessed an even better ancient technique. What he really wanted was Jiaolang's sword. What do you want in exchange? Xinyao asked with a smile. That longsword, Sui said offhandedly, pointing to the weapon at Jiaolang's waist. What? The two men blurted out together. After their initial shock, they ran their eyes over Sui, a strange light flickering in their gaze. Is it really that big a deal? Sui clicked his tongue. The sword had triggered his treasure-sensing talent, so it was clearly valuable, but their reaction still felt excessive. Sensing the awkwardness, he backed up a step. Forget it if you don't want to trade. Zhongli recovered and smiled. Sui, it's not that we want trade. The sword just won't do you any good. Why not? Sui asked, puzzled. Because you won't be able to draw it, Zhongli said solemnly. Sui lifted a brow, unconvinced. And if I can't, does it become mine? Of course, Zhongli agreed readily. And if you manage it, you'll gain far more than just the sword. Then I'll give it a try, Sui said seriously. Xinyao unfastened the sword and handed it over. Here. The moment Sui gripped the hilt, a faint connection flickered through his mind. He didn't dwell on it. Tightening his fingers, he gave a sharp pull. Clang. The blade slid free. Cold light sliced the air as he gave it an easy swing, and the edge shimmered with a trace of lightning. A longsword imbued with lightning. He thought, thrilled. Weapons infused with elemental power far outclassed ordinary blades, even rivaling the strikes of a Jeuporium cultivator. Pleased, he took a few more swings before sliding the sword back into its sheath. Sui looked up at the pair and smiled lightly. That wasn't hard at all, senior. Zhongli was so excited he nearly clapped. He actually drew it. Xinyao, meanwhile, pressed his lips together, a faint blush rising to his cheeks, giving him an unexpectedly girlish shyness. Sui was baffled. The sword was his now. Zhongli should be upset, not delighted. And why was Xinyao blushing? Senior, what's going on with you two? He asked. Nothing, Zhongli said with a smile, studying Sui once more. The youth looked 17 or 18, handsome and refined. Apart from being a bit slender, he was nearly flawless. The longer Zhongli observed him, the more satisfied he felt. Excellent, truly excellent, he praised. Sui grew even more confused. What was this old man up to? Reining in his smile, Zhongli asked, Sui, how old are you? And what's your cultivation level? I'm 17, at the 7th layer of the Qi blood realm. Sui replied. 7th layer of the Qi blood realm at 17. Zhongli's eyes flashed with interest. At that age most teenagers had just started high school, yet Sui's cultivation would be considered genius level across all of Blue Star. Sui, your aptitude must be 8 stars, right? Zhongli tested. In Source City the highest recorded aptitude was only 8 stars, and Sui's progress fit that estimate. Something like that, Sui answered mildly. His true aptitude was an astonishing 21 stars, but Li Junfeng had warned him not to reveal it, claiming only 1 star would stand out even more, so he hid behind 8 stars. Zhongli seemed satisfied and nodded with a smile. 8 stars is already impressive. He continued, almost like taking a census. Sui, who else is in your family? My mother and my little sister, Sui E replied, frowning slightly yet remaining honest. Jiaoliang nodded again, then looked at Xinyao and asked meaningfully, well, what do you think? Xinyao smiled knowingly, but said nothing. Jiaoliang reached into his storage pouch, pulled out 2 heavy wooden boxes, and placed them in Sui E's hands. 30 chi blood pills and 10 body tempering pills. Keep them. Huh. Sui E froze on the spot. They had never agreed on so much, especially the body tempering pills each cost 200,000 blue star credits in Source City, so 10 were worth 2 million. And they were just giving them to him? Senior, that's far too much. Let's stick to what we discussed, he said awkwardly. It's nothing. There will be more in the future, Jiaoliang replied, his tone layered with meaning. More? Sui E didn't quite grasp what he meant. At that moment Xinyao spoke. Sui E, take out your phone. He'll transfer the funds. After a brief hesitation, Sui E produced his phone. The extra 2 million would let Li Kaiwa stop working herself to exhaustion, so he had no reason to refuse. Once the transfer was complete, they exchanged numbers. Xinyao then reminded him. The soul spirit beast handed over now, right? Sui E finally reacted and passed it over. The creature had resumed its original form, a small silver beast cuddling obediently in Xianghao's arms. Xianghao beamed as he stroked its soft fur. Senior, the deal's done. He'll head back now, Sui E said, bidding Jiaoliang farewell. Go on. We'll be seeing each other again very soon, Jiaoliang answered calmly, his words carrying a subtle implication. Sui E didn't dwell on it and turned to leave. Just then, 2 figures sprinted toward them. One was Wei Haipu's man Sui E had disciplined earlier. The other was a pockmarked middle-aged man. Wei Haipu rushed up, pointed at Sui E, and shouted angrily, Kid, let's see where you run this time. He then growled at the pockmarked man beside him, Steward Huang. That's the punk who hit me, and the soul spirit beast is with him. Go to hell. The scarred man roared, driving a punch straight at Sui E. A golden phantom fist howled through the air, its edges crackling with sparks of spiritual energy. Packed with terrifying destructive force, it hurtled towards Sui E's chest. A condensed soul cultivator, metal element. Sui E's pupils contracted. Metal-type aura is infamous for its razor-sharp power. He was only at the blood and chi realm even with tempered bones and the savage tiger iron armor fist. Taking that blow heated was suicide. Still, with life on the line, he refused to wait for death. He bent his knees, ready to gamble everything. Whoosh! Jiaoliang flashed in front of Sui E like an arrow, his robes snapping in the wind. Earth-yellow light swirled in his palm, as though he held an entire continent in his hand. He waved casually. Bang! The golden fist exploded in midair, scattering shards of light in every direction. The shockwave whipped up a gale that carved shallow furrows in the ground. Sui's jaw dropped. He had known Jiaoliang was exceptional, but not this powerful. Who are you? The scarred man's heart pounded. His voice dropped an octave. He prided himself on his 5th-level condensed soul cultivation, and his aura-forged fists had never met resistance. Yet, Jiaoliang had shattered his attack with a flick of the wrist that demanded at least 7th-level strength. In Yulan City, only Shao Xinxiong of the First Ancient Martial Academy and City Lord Luo Junan could boast such power, and neither practiced earth element arts. Who in the world was this man? And what was his connection to Sui E? I am Jiang Li of the Jiang clan, Jinxing City. Hands clasped behind his back, Jiang Li spoke with cold pride. Jinxing City, the Jiang clan. The scarred man's lips went bloodless. The next moment he collapsed to his knees, hammering his forehead against the ground. Senior, I failed to recognize Mount Tai standing before me. Please, spare my life. Jinxing City was one of the 3 great megacities on Blue Star, home to tens of millions, and the Jiang clan ruled it. The clan counted several illusory spirit masters, and an ascended patriarch presided over them. Jiang Li himself was illusory spirit realm. To a mere condensed soul warrior, such a behemoth was overwhelming. If Jiang Li wished him dead, no one would speak on his behalf. Sui E was equally stunned. He had heard of Jinxing City, but knew little about the Jiang clan. Seeing the scarred man prostrate himself only deepened Sui E's curiosity about Jiang Li's true identity. Jiang Li's gaze swept over the scarred man like ice. Sui E belongs to the Jiang clan. You dared lay hands on one of us, though you understand the price? What? The scarred man and Wei Haipu blurted in unison. Wei Haipu, especially, went limp with fear. Everyone knew that striking a member of a superclan was courting death. Sui E, however, was baffled. He had met Jiang Li only once. Since when did he belong to the Jiang clan? Jiang Li's face remained expressionless. Because you were ignorant of Sui E's identity, you may escape death, but punishment is inevitable. With that, he slashed his hand through the air. An enormous earthen hand of condensed spiritual essence materialized, its palm patterned like layers of ancient bedrock. It slammed down on the scarred man, pinning him to the ground. Crack! Bones snapped one after another, his face turning ashen while his aura collapsed in an instant. The spectral hand flipped over, kicking up a storm of dust and stone before smashing onto Wei Haipu. Wei Haipu's cultivation was far beneath the scarred man's. His scream cut off as darkness claimed him, and he slipped into unconsciousness. When Zhongli withdrew his massive hand of spiritual energy, the pockmarked man bowed gratefully. Thank you for sparing me, senior. Several of his bones were shattered, sweat pouring down his face, yet he had clung to life. Zhang Li's voice turned icy. Tell the ones who run your clan that if they bother Sui E again, he'll wipe you out, roots and all. Now get lost. Yes, senior, I understand. The pockmarked man nodded frantically, stifling the pain as he helped Wei Haipu limp away. Only after the two men vanished did Zhang Li look back at Sui E, eyes narrowing in amusement. Feel better now? Sui E let out a long breath. It feels great. Thank you for stepping in, senior. Without Zhang Li's help, he never could have stopped that man and would likely be dead by now. Zhang Li had not only crushed the enemy, but also issued a warning that removed any future threat. Sui E would never forget the favor. Zhang Li waved him off. We're family. No need for thanks. Family? Sui E blinked. Zhang Li had mentioned being from the Jiang clan earlier, and Sui E had thought it a joke. Now he was even more confused. Senior, what do you mean? Zhang Li chuckled. You'll find out in a few days. For now, it's a secret. Sui E had no choice but to swallow his curiosity. If there's nothing else, he'll head back. We're returning to the clan for a bit ourselves. See you tomorrow. Zhang Li nodded and produced a flying vessel from his storage pouch. Tomorrow? Sui E frowned. He had already delivered the soul beast. What did Zhang Li plan to do tomorrow? Just before boarding, Shunhao called out, Sui E, we're off. Travel safely. Sui E answered. Shunhao gave him a look that was hard to read, then followed the others onto the vessel, which soon disappeared into the sky. Sui E finally exhaled, tucked the wooden pill box and long sword into his spatial ring, and started toward the inner city. As he neared the gate, a group appeared, members of the Shi family, led by Shi Xian himself. Sui's heart sank. He had beaten Shi clan's Xingang earlier. They were clearly here for revenge. Arrogant brat, let's see how tough you are now. Shi Xian strode forward, face dark with malice. He had been waiting here. Wei Haipu's earlier interference had robbed him of the chance to teach Sui E a lesson, and he was burning with rage. City laws or not, he meant to vent it. Sui's lip curled in contempt. Don't do this. You'll only get hurt. Even a 10th level body tempering cultivator had lost to him. What confidence did these men have? Still acting tough? Well, break both your legs. Rong Tianqi sneered, lunging forward and swinging his palm. Sui's eyes turned cold. He unleashed the fierce tiger Heavengang fist, power gathering with a boom as he struck in midair. A tiger's roar exploded across the square. The Heavenly Tiger Fist not only doubles a fighter's raw power, it also shakes an opponent's mind. When its force erupted, it felt like a tiger leaping from the forest. Locked by that invisible beastly aura, Rong Tianqi's pupils lost focus and the palm he was about to strike with froze in midair. Although Shi Xian and the others were outside the punch's intent, the thunderous tiger's roar beside their ears left their chests tight, and their blood churning a clear sign of a top-tier martial art. While everyone was still reeling, Sui stepped in. His fist crashed into Rong Tianqi's palm, unleashing 2,600 kilograms of brute force like a breached dam boom. The crack echoed through the street. In the next instant, every bone in Rong Tianqi's hand splintered, flesh spraying in a bloody mist. His whole arm twisted at an unnatural angle, his sleeve disintegrated, and deep gashes split the exposed skin. It was a grisly sight. Ah! His scream had barely left his throat before he toppled like a severed puppet, crashing to the ground and passing out on the spot. The moment Rong Tianqi fell, Shi Xian's mind went blank, a loud buzz filling his ears. The spectators stared, wide-eyed and breathless. Rong Tianqi, a fifth-layer tempered body cultivator, had been crippled by a single punch? How much power had that blow contained? What realm had Sui reached? Questions churned inside everyone's mind. Sui flicked the blood from his knuckles, glanced at Rong Tianqi, then fixed his gaze on Shi Xian. His voice was icy. I warned you not to start anything. You insisted. Weren't you going to teach me a lesson? Go ahead, try. Shi Xian's face drained of color, and he staggered back several steps. If even Rong Tianqi couldn't last a single exchange, what chance did he have? Stepping forward would be suicide. Sui scoffed. Scared? If you want to make a move, don't blame me for what happens next. With an indifferent expression he advanced, one step at a time. Shi Xian nearly wet himself. In panic he blurted, stay back. I'm a direct heir of the Shi clan. Touch me, and they'll never let you go. Having seen Sui's ferocity and knowing he was outmatched, he could only brandish his family name like a shield. But Sui was unmoved. Shi Xian might have backing, but so did Hen. Shi Xian had started this. Even if he crippled the spoiled heir, he would still be in the right. Seeing his threats fail, Shi Xian tried to retreat. Just then, 3 men rushed in from the end of the street. The moment he spotted the leader, his fear flipped back into arrogance. Pointing at Sui, he shouted, don't get cocky, kid. Just watch how I deal with you. Sui stepped forward, grabbed Shi Xian by the collar, and slapped him hard smack. Shi Xian hit the ground, his head ringing, too stunned to struggle. Terror seized him. The newcomer was none other than Shunhao, patriarch of the Shi clan and a first-layer soul-gathering expert. Yet Sui still dared strike. Sui had recognized them at a glance, but he also knew his mentor Li Jinfeng was among them. With Li Jinfeng backing him, who in Yulan City could truly touch him? You little bastard, you must have a death wish. Shunhao strode forward, murderous intent rolling off him. In his eyes, striking a direct air in public was the same as slapping the patriarch himself. How could he not be furious? Shunhao, touch him, and he'll break every bone in your body. Li Jinfeng arrived a step later, shielding Sui E and speaking coldly. Li Jinfeng, what's the meaning of this? Are you really going to shelter your student? Shunhao's lips trembled with rage. Bah! Li Jinfeng spat on the ground and barked. You want to lay a hand on my student before we even know what happened? Looks to me like you're out for revenge. Do you really take me, Li Jinfeng, for soft clay you can mold? His words landed like muffled thunder, turning Shunhao's face from blue to red, yet leaving him no room to argue. Li Jinfeng was plainly shielding Sui E, but spoke with righteous conviction. Shunhao's chest heaved with anger, yet the man before him was a third-stage Japorium fighter and a member of the Council of Elders. As head of the Shi clan, he couldn't force a confrontation, so he could only swallow the insult and redirect his fury. Captain Feng, you must stand up for the Shi clan. He cupped his fists to the bearded man, his voice low but filled with pleading and resentment. The man was Feng Jinan, famed throughout Yulan City 5th-stage Japorium, the city's third-rank powerhouse, and chief captain of the enforcement corps. The corps existed to uphold order and punish wrongdoing. Sui had struck someone in public. The proof was right there. No matter how special he was, they still needed an explanation. Feng Jinan surveyed the scene and replied in a deep voice, Clan Master Shi, Principal Li is right. We must first establish what actually happened. With that single sentence he neither shielded Li Jinfeng nor shut the Shi clan out. He was simply following protocol. Shunhao clenched his teeth, then suddenly rounded on his grandson, who was still half kneeling. Shi, what exactly happened? Speak freely, Captain Feng, and I will see justice done for you. Bracing himself on one knee, Shi's mind raced. His eyes flickered, and he declared, Grandfather, we found the soul spirit beast first. That punk got jealous and attacked us. He knew full well that telling the truth would leave Sui untouched, while he himself would be punished. Better to turn the story inside out and muddy the water. What? Feng Jinan and the crowd exclaimed in unison, their gazes snapping towards Sui. The soul spirit beast capable of raising one's innate star level was priceless. They had come here hoping for just such a miracle. The beast was adept at hiding, nearly impossible to find without special means. Had it really fallen into Sui's hands? Sui brushed the dust from his sleeves, his gaze steady. Principal, don't listen to that nonsense. I found and captured the beast first. Shi and his people tried to steal it, so I fought back. Li Jinfeng immediately asked, Sui, do you still have the beast on you? To him, nothing mattered more than confirming its whereabouts. So this is Sui. Feng Jinan narrowed his eyes. Rumors said Sui possessed a hidden combat gift and was regarded by Yulan City's leaders as a future guardian. That status alone eclipsed most of the city's forces. Shunhao's expression darkened at once. If Sui was at fault, Feng Jinan might let it slide. If Shi was wrong, the Shi clan could be in serious trouble. Sui shook his head. I already traded it away. Li Jinfeng froze, stamped his foot, and growled. Are you out of your mind? Do you know what that beast is worth? Why didn't you call me first? Feng Jinan pressed. Sui, who did you trade it to? A creature of such value couldn't simply vanish. If it was still within Yulan City, the enforcement corps might retrieve it. Sui had just opened his mouth to answer when Shi suddenly shouted. The Wei clan from Hao City snatched it. If Sui hadn't interfered, would already have brought the soul spirit beast back to Yulan City. The Wei clan of Hao City. The faces of Feng Jinan and his two companions changed all at once. They knew the name far too well. Hao City's foremost family, backed by an elder at the Phantom Spirit Realm, league stronger than anything Yulan City could muster. If the Wei clan truly wanted the soul beast, Sui would have no choice but to hand it over. Captain Feng, Sui not only stole my soul beast, he bullied us and showed utter contempt for Yulan City's laws. You have to stand up for us. Shi pressed on, teeth clenched. With no witnesses, he knew that as long as he stuck to his story, Sui would struggle to clear his name, even with Li Jinfeng present. Shi, from what I know, Sui is only at the 7th level of the Bloodchi realm. Why would he pick a fight with you? Feng Jinan snorted, clearly doubting the accusation. The group opposite was full of tempering realm fighters. Even with a hidden combat talent, Sui shouldn't have been able to face them heated. You don't understand, Captain Feng. Sui played the weakling, but his true strength is terrifying even injured Rong Tianqi. Shi pointed to the figure on the ground, voice rising with indignation. What? All three officers gasped and looked down. A moment ago they had assumed the man was a mere underling. Only now did they realize it was Rong Tianqi, captain of the Howling Wolf mercenaries 5th level of the Tempering Realm. A high schooler at the 7th level of Blood Chi had beaten Rong Tianqi this badly? Sui E, is that true? The trio turned to him in unison, waiting for an answer. It is, Sui replied calmly. But Rong Tianqi struck first, so I had to fight back. Feng Jinan and the others drew a sharp breath. Who attacked first no longer mattered. What mattered was that Sui E could defeat a Tempering Realm 5th level fighter. A first-year student growing at this pace was unreal. Was his hidden combat talent really that extraordinary? Sui E, did you advance your cultivation? Li Jinfeng couldn't hide his excitement. No, Sui shook his head. I just trained in a secret fist technique. That's how I beat Rong Tianqi. The three officers exchanged glances, their eyes filled with curiosity. What kind of fist art let a Blood Chi cultivator sweep aside someone in the Tempering Realm? Li Jinfeng wanted to ask more, but with so many people around, he held his tongue. Captain Feng, Sui E has admitted everything. You must punish him. Shi Xian seized the chance to lash out again. Sui E only admitted he injured Rong Tianqi. He never said who struck first. Stop slandering him. Li Jinfeng snapped, firmly shielding Sui E. But Shi Xian tried to argue. Yet Shi Kahua suddenly dragged him behind and barked, Enough! Grandfather? Shi Xian was stunned. It was bad enough that Shi Kahua wasn't backing him, but why get angry at him as well? What Shi Xian didn't realize was that his grandfather was protecting him. The brighter Sui E's future, the more the city's leaders would favor him. Who would offend such a prodigy for Shi Xian's sake? If they kept pressing Sui E, the ones who would suffer in the end would be the Shi family themselves. Shi Kahua gave Shi Xian an icy glare, then turned to Feng Jinan with a faint smile. Captain Feng, young men tend to be impulsive. I believe this is simply a misunderstanding between Shi Xian and Sui E. Let's drop the matter. Feng Jinan, who had no wish to escalate things, nodded and looked to Li Jinfeng. Headmaster Li, your thoughts? Li Jinfeng didn't respond immediately. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Sui E. Whether to let the issue go would be Sui E's decision. Absolutely not, Sui E replied, his expression cold. Shi Xian has provoked me repeatedly, framed me, and now wants to brush it off as a misunderstanding? No chance. Had Shi Xian admitted the truth at the start, Sui E might have shown leniency, but the man's treachery left him no room for mercy. Sui E, you say Shi Xian wronged you. Do you have proof? Shi Kahua asked, his face darkening. He had already lowered his stance, yet Sui E rejected him in public, bruising his pride. Feng Jinan frowned. With anyone else, he could have imposed a settlement, but Sui E's status was special, so he had to take the request seriously. The question was, did Sui E actually have evidence? Without it, Feng Jinan couldn't help, as Yulan City prided itself on fairness, and he, as chief of the law enforcement squad, couldn't bend the rules. I have proof, Sui said calmly. Feng Jinan exchanged a glance with Li Jinfeng, both men's eyes brightening. If the evidence was solid, they'd back Sui. Shi Kahua instinctively looked at Shi Xian. Shi Xian stiffened, then regained his composure and gave a reassuring nod. Only their own people and the Wei family knew about the attempt to seize Sui E's soul beast. The Wei family wouldn't testify, and they wouldn't expose themselves. What could Sui possibly show? What evidence? Feng Jinan pressed. The Wei family can testify, Sui replied, quiet but firm. Jiang Li had already punished the Wei brothers and issued a stern warning. They would be too afraid to lie. If the Wei family showed up, they wouldn't dare utter a false word. The Wei family? Feng Jinan and the others froze. The Wei family held an exalted position in Yulan City. Why would they speak up for Sui? Sui, are you sure? I'm sure, Sui answered without hesitation. Feng Jinan considered briefly, then looked to Li Jinfeng. Li Jinfeng took a deep breath and finally nodded. Well, follow Sui's lead. Sui's casual words always proved reliable. Li Jinfeng was willing to take the chance. With the school's approval, Feng Jinan pulled out his phone and dialed Wei Liang, the patriarch of the Wei family, ranked 3rd in Yulan City and a frequent acquaintance, whose number sat ready in his contacts. The call connected quickly, and a man's voice greeted him. Brother Feng, what can I do for you? To keep everything transparent, Feng Jinan switched to speaker so everyone could hear. Patriarch Wei, I'm calling about Sui. I need your cooperation. Sui Wei Liang's voice trembled slightly, revealing his unease. Brother Feng, I've already heard about the earlier incident. My worthless son was at fault and has been punished. Please intercede and ask Sui to forgive us. Feng Jinan froze. Everyone around him stared in shock. The mighty Wei Liang, a 7th-layer soul-gathering cultivator backed by an illusory spirit realm patriarch, was actually begging Sui for mercy, his voice thick with fear. How could that be? Brother Feng, is Sui still angry about this? Wei Liang pressed when Feng Jinan failed to answer. If Sui refused to let go, the Wei clan might not be wiped out, but it would be flayed alive. Glancing at the expressionless Sui, Feng Jinan finally said, it doesn't look like he's that upset with you. Good. Wei Liang let out a long breath. Brother Feng, what on earth is going on? Sui says he captured that soul spirit beast first, and members of your clan were there. I'm calling to confirm. That's true, Wei Liang admitted. I wasn't present, but my son Wash can testify. Understood. Thank you, clan head Wei. With the answer in hand, Feng Jinan ended the call. The moment the line went dead, Li Jinfeng narrowed his eyes at Shunhao, a mocking smile on his lips. Even Wei Liang has testified. What else can Xian say? Xian's face went ashen. He had never imagined Wei Liang would side with Sui E. Lying to the chief of the enforcement division and framing another were serious crimes. If proven, the consequences would be dire. You bastard. Shunhao exploded. He kicked Xian to the floor, then stomped on him like pounding rain, each blow accompanied by the dull crack of bone. Several ribs shifted out of place. Feng Zhinan and Li Jinfeng exchanged a glance, but didn't interfere. They knew this so-called family punishment was really Shunhao's attempt to win his son a sliver of leniency. If the enforcement division hauled him away, the ensuing torture would ruin him for good. After a dozen kicks, Xian lay half dead. Shunhao withdrew his foot, wiped sweat from his brow, and forced a smile at Li Jinfeng. Principal Li, is that enough? It isn't up to me, Li Jinfeng snorted. Ask Sui. Shunhao dared not argue. He turned to Sui. Sui, what do you say? Fine, Sui answered flatly. He had pursued the matter only to vent his anger. Now that Xian had been punished, he was too lazy to press further. Thank you. Shunhao let out a long breath and cupped his fists. If there's nothing else, we'll be going. Xian had taken a severe beating. Without prompt treatment, his future cultivation could be affected. Li Jinfeng turned his head and looked into the distance, ignoring him. Shunhao immediately ordered his men to lift Xian and Rong Tianxi onto makeshift stretchers and retreat at a brisk pace. They did not truly leave until the Shi clan's team had vanished into the night. Feng Zhinan nodded and said quietly, Clan leader Shi, you should head back. With that simple sentence, the brief skirmish came to an end. Once the field fell silent, Li Jinfeng narrowed his eyes at Sui E and lowered his voice. Sui E, tell me what exactly is going on between you and the Wei clan? He had assumed the Wei clan had stolen Sui E's soul beast, but Wei Liang's tone hinted at something else. Feng Zhinan, now intrigued, quietly moved closer to them. Sui thought for a moment and answered crisply. It probably has something to do with the Jiang clan. He knew very well that Wei Liang feared him because Jiangli had warned him. What puzzled him was that he and the Jiang clan had only exchanged soul beasts. They had no other ties, so why would the Jiang clan stand up for him? The Jiang clan? Which Jiang clan? How did they get involved? Li Jinfeng and Feng Zhinan exchanged puzzled looks. The Jiang clan from Venus City, Sui said honestly. Even now he still did not understand the Jiang family's true background. What? Li Jinfeng and Feng Zhinan blurted out almost in unison. Sui might not know, but they did. The Jiang clan was not only Venus City's top family, but also one of Blue Star's 3 supreme powers, guarded by an ancestor at the Transcendent Realm. Li Jinfeng's voice quivered slightly. Sui, when did you get acquainted with the Jiang clan? If Sui truly had ties to the Jiang family, Wei Liang's fear would make perfect sense. No one could remain unafraid of such a behemoth. I have no relationship with the Jiang clan, Sui said, shaking his head. He then described in detail how he had met Jiang Li on the road, and how they had exchanged soul beasts, omitting only a few minor details such as the sword he had requested. Li Jinfeng frowned. That simple? According to Sui, it had been nothing more than a straightforward trade. Once it was done, neither party owed the other anything. The Jiang clan had no reason to help Sui afterward. Principal, it's not just you, I find it baffling myself. Sui gave a wry smile. His expression was sincere, with no hint of deception, and Li Jinfeng sank into thought. Suddenly Feng Zhinan seemed to think of something. He pulled Li Jinfeng aside and murmured, could it be that the Jiang clan discovered Sui's latent combat talent and decided to make a move? Everyone wants a genius like that. Maybe they're trying to recruit him. Li Jinfeng nodded gravely. That is very likely. Otherwise, there's really no better explanation. But if that were true, could Source City just watch as Sui was poached? Li Jinfeng made up his mind. He took a deep breath, stepped back in front of Sui, and asked solemnly, Sui, if a major power were to invite you someday, would you leave Source City? Never. Sui replied without a moment's hesitation. Source City is my home. No matter what happens, I won't leave. As he spoke, an unshakable resolve welled up inside him. He had been in Source City for just over 6 months, yet he had already grown accustomed to its rhythm. Besides, Li Kaiwa, Su Lin, and several friends were here. How could he bear to leave? Good. Li Jinfeng stiffened. He knew that once the Jiang family set their sights on Sui, no one else could stop them, yet Sui's answer still gave him a bit of comfort. Principal Li, let's head back to the inner city, Feng Zhinan whispered. This was serious. They had to consult the other elders right away. Li Jinfeng nodded and issued a short order. Sui, we're leaving. At dusk, Sui pushed open the front door. The hinges creaked, and before he could steady himself, Su Lin bounded over like a nervous fawn. Brother, where have you been? You were gone all day? Just taking care of something, Sui said casually, a smile tugging at his lips. Hold on, I've got something good for you. He headed straight to his room. All the pills were stored in his Chinquan ring, and for now he wanted to keep that a secret. So mysterious, Su Lin mumbled, pouting in the living room. A moment later, Sui emerged with 2 palm-sized rosewood boxes and handed them to her. These are for you. Don't tell me more blood-chi pills. Su Lin's eyes widened. The last box had contained 5. There's more than that. Open them. Su E's grin deepened. Su Lin lifted the lid of the first box. 3 blood-red pills lay inside, smooth and glossy like jade. Su E actually had 30, but had set aside only 3 for her. A blood-chi realm warrior could safely take the pill only twice in a lifetime. Too many would cause dependence and hinder future breakthroughs. 3 of them. Su Lin's eyes sparkled. With these plus the 2, she could reach the 6th level of the blood-chi realm with ease. Check the other box, Su E reminded her. Okay. Carefully, she opened it. Instead of red pills, 10 sleek black ones rested inside. She froze. Then her voice trembled with excitement. Body tempering pills, 10 of them. In Source City, a single body tempering pill cost 200,000 blue star coins. 10 meant 2 million. Su Lin's jaw hung open in shock. Quit staring. Put them away, Su E urged with a chuckle. Su Lin tried to push the box back. Brother, the blood-chi pills are enough. Keep the body tempering pills for yourself. You know my talent, Su E said, laughing. With his extraction ability and his aptitude now up to 21 stars, he didn't need them. Just take them. Thank you, brother. Remembering Su E's hidden gifts, Su Lin stopped arguing. I'm sending you some money too. Su E pulled out his phone. Of the 5 million blue star coins had just received, he kept 1 million, transferred another million to Su Lin, and planned to give the rest to Li Kaiwa. When the alert chimed, Su Lin opened her account and stared at the string of zeros, counting under her breath. 10, 100, 1,000, 100,000. Million, realizing she had just received a full million. She nearly fainted. Bro, am I seeing things? Is that really 1 million blue star credits? Su Lin rubbed her eyes, feeling as if she were dreaming. The row of zeros flickered on the light screen, and her heart pounded in time with I-tone. Million credits was an astronomical figure she'd never even dared to imagine. You're not seeing things. It's really 1 million blue star credits, Su E replied, his voice calm though a smile lit his eyes. Su Lin drew a deep breath, still incredulous. Whose ancient script did you decipher? Who would pay that much? Even the 4 great clans in Yulan City couldn't fork over such a sum at once, could they? She knew her brother could earn money decoding archaic texts, but 1 million was beyond anything she had pictured. Just spend it. Buy whatever you like, Su E said with a dismissive wave, offering no further explanation. It's too much. I can't take it, Su Lin protested, shaking her head. She was only a student, and her supply of pills was more than sufficient. Holding this fortune made her uneasy. I kept another million for myself, and am giving Mom 3 million. Take it and relax, Su E answered offhandedly. Huh. Su Lin froze. By that reckoning, Su E had earned 5 million blue star credits in total. A flood of questions burst in her mind. What kind of ancient text could command such an outrageous fee? Su E merely raised a hand in farewell. All right, I'm going to rest. He pushed open the wooden door and closed it softly behind him. The room was bare save for a wooden bed and a small desk. He had just sat on the bed, ready to inspect the sword head traded for from Xinyao, when his blood suddenly turned scorching hot, surging like molten lava. I'm about to break through. Su E's heart tightened, then blossomed with joy. The blazing blood raced through his meridians, coalescing into a vast tide of vital energy, the unmistakable sign of advancing within the kind blood realm. Moments later, the turbulence subsided. He clenched his fist, sensing the obvious rise in strength. That's the power of a 20-honester talent, he murmured, a smile tugging at his lips. Ever since he had extracted that spirit beast ability and his aptitude had leapt to 21 stars, one battle after another had pushed his limits, so this breakthrough felt only natural. Steadying his emotions, he opened his Qianquan ring and brought out the sword. The blade was still sheathed, its scabbard a subdued mix of purple and black. As he absently ran his fingers along it, his brows shot up. At the base of the scabbard lay a series of densely etched characters, ancient script, so fine it was nearly invisible unless one looked closely. These markings might tell me where the sword came from, he thought, and instantly activated the Eye of Insight. A pale golden light swept over the scabbard. The archaic glyphs shattered and reformed into clear blue star characters. The first line read, "This weapon is the Xinyao Clear Thunder Sword. Within its blade is sealed a strand of the Bixia Divine Thunder, one of the 10 great heavenly thunders. The Bixia Thunder can dispel evil and corruption and delivers a formidable armor-shattering strike. If wielded by a lightning-type cultivator, it doubles the user's lightning energy." Not bad, Su E remarked, eyes gleaming with satisfaction. He went on reading. The Xinyao Clear Thunder Sword chooses its master automatically. Only the most monstrous geniuses under heaven can gain its approval, signified by the ease with which they draw it. Even more surprising, the sword is also a fated match blade. Anyone who unsheathes it is destined to form a bond with the current Jiaoliang Saintess. When he finished, Su E was completely stunned. By that logic, since he had drawn the Xinyao Clear Thunder Sword, he was fated to marry some Jiaoliang Saintess in the future, yet he had never even met her. And how on earth had the sword ended up in Jiaolang's hands? Sui E wondered whether the Jiaoshuan Saintess had perished, leaving the Zixiao Qinglei sword to wind up in Jiaolang's hands. He had no way of knowing, so he dismissed the thought, slipped the crackling purple blade back into his spatial ring, and focused on studying Forge Golden Body. Forge Golden Body was a defensive tempering art that promised to double one's physical durability once mastered. Because it directly affected his combat power, Sui E threw himself into it. He pushed his true essence to its limit, then adjusted his breathing and heartbeat as the scroll instructed. Each breath felt like a bellows feeding a furnace. Every beat of his heart struck like a heavy hammer. Heat flooded his skin, as though molten gold were coursing through his bones and flesh. About an hour later, specks of golden light blossomed across his body. Looking closer, he saw paper-thin golden scales spreading over his skin, as if he had donned a form-fitting suit of living armor. Success! A smile touched his lips. This was only the minor completion stage. Large patches of skin were still bare. Only when the scales covered him completely would he reach great completion. Yet with his 20 honester talent, reaching minor completion in an hour meant full mastery was only a few hours away, so he felt no urgency. Just as he was about to resume cultivation, his phone rang. Caller ID, Jiaoliang. Senior Sister Shun, what's up? He answered. Sui, are you free tomorrow? I need help translating some archaic text, she said without preamble. No problem, he agreed at once. Jiaoliang had looked out for him many times. Great. He'll call you tomorrow. The moment he hung up, the phone rang again. Li Jinfeng called on behalf of Xinyao, also asking for ancient text translated. Sui E agreed readily. Lu Qian'er wanted him on her team for the upcoming counteroffensive at Yulan City. He said yes. Chao Qingling merely asked about tomorrow's schedule. Sui E replied briefly. Finally, Xinyao rang, hoping to visit in person the next day. Sui E declined because of his translation work, privately finding Jiang's behavior rather odd. Afterward, he idly searched Jingsing City Jiang clan. When he read that the clan was one of Blue Star's 3 top powers and sheltered a patriarch at the Tongshan realm, he froze. Their background was that terrifying. Early the next morning, Sui E left home. He visited the Shun estate first, deciphering the ancient text in moments thanks to his extraordinary insight. Then he hurried to Xiao Zengxing's residence, translated another set of inscriptions, and received 2 blood-chi pills as payment. Before leaving, he asked about the trial tower's opening end of the month, 10 students from each of the 3 academies. Inside the tower, rankings would be reshuffled based on performance, with better rewards for higher places. It was also the most direct way for the authorities to gauge each academy's fighting strength. Because academy honor was on the line, each school always sent its strongest 10, usually seniors, occasionally standout juniors. Never freshmen. Almost no first years had reached the tempering realm required for a slot. The tower's 3rd floor held the secret art Flowing Cloud Shadow Step, which Sui E was determined to claim. Although only a freshman, his true combat strength was unrivaled below the Gathering Soul realm, so securing one of the 10 spots would be simple. On top of that, his connection with Li Jinfeng meant he could claim a place even through the back door if necessary. In just a few days the trial tower would open, Sui E reminded himself. After leaving Xiao Zengxing's estate, he didn't linger. Instead, he sauntered down the street toward home. Halfway there his phone buzzed. Bro, a stunningly gorgeous woman just showed up at our place looking for you. Hurry home, okay? Su Lin's excited whisper crackled through the line. A stunning beauty? Sui frowned. Images of girls like Lu Qian'er flashing through his mind. They were attractive by Source City standards, but stunning felt like a stretch. Besides, if it were someone he knew, Su Lin would have said the name outright. Do you know her name? He pressed. Wow, you're really something, huh? Su Lin teased, refusing to spill the secret. Just get back here, and you'll see. She hung up before he could say another word. Staring at the darkened screen, Sui felt completely baffled. 30 minutes later, he pushed open the front door. In addition to Li Kaihua and Su Lin, 3 unfamiliar faces waited in the living room. Jiang Li, whom had met briefly yesterday, leaned against the sofa arm with a relaxed smile. Beside him stood a poised, handsome middle-aged man. But the one who commanded all attention was the woman. Tall, close to 170, her figure was willowy yet soft, a slender waist tracing a graceful curve. Under the lights, her porcelain-white skin looked almost translucent. Perfect features left no room for fault, and her dark eyes seemed to hold scattered starlight. Silky black hair cascaded over her shoulders. Stunning beauty was no exaggeration. Yet the longer Sui looked, the more familiar she seemed, though he couldn't place where they'd met. Sui, we meet again, Jiang Li greeted with a wave. Senior, what brings you here? Sui rubbed the bridge of his nose. I told you yesterday I'd drop by, Jiang Li replied matter-of-factly. He had said that, but Sui had assumed it was just polite chatter. Senior, may I ask why you're here today? Sui knew the Jiang clan was a top power on Blue Star, and that Jiang Li was a Phantom Soul expert. A casual visit seemed unlikely. We're here to discuss your lifelong happiness, Jiang Li said, an odd gleam in his eye. Sui froze. Were they trying to arrange a marriage for him? At that moment the woman stepped forward, her voice soft. two small dimples appearing at the corners of her smile. Sui E, don't you recognize me? Dimples. Sui's pupils contracted. He blurted out, "You're Xinyao." In an instant, all the pieces snapped together. Yesterday's Xinyao had left him with a vivid impression of those very dimples. "I am Xinyao, but that was an alias I used while in disguise," she said with a gentle smile. "My real name is Jiang Piaoxue." Sui stared, momentarily at a loss for words. Inside his mind, the soul spirit beast suddenly snickered. "Sui E, you lucky dog. Congratulations." Lowering his gaze, Sui E finally noticed the creature cradled in Jiang Piaoxue's arms, a chubby little beast, silvery white, like fresh snow. Though its appearance differed greatly from the one in his memory, its unique aura was unmistakable. No matter how its form had changed, the aura hadn't. It was definitely the soul spirit beast. It's only been a day. How did this thing get so fat? Sui E clicked his tongue in disbelief. Yesterday the soul beast had been skin and bones, its legs as thin as withered branches. Now it was a glossy, wobbling ball, its fur stretched tight, and its eyes squeezed into slits by rolls of fat. He sighed, ever the glutton. It had simply eaten itself into a sphere while roaming Mount Jiang. "Sui E, let me introduce someone." Jiangli beckoned and led him to a towering figure. The man wore a dark teal patriarch's robe, his features stern and commanding, authority radiating even in silence. "This is Jiang Qinyang, current head of the Jiang clan and Piaoxue's father. Uncle Jiang." Sui cupped his fists at once. Jiang Qinyang not only led the clan, but was also a cultivator at the illusory spirit realm. Before such a powerful figure, courtesy was essential. Jiang Qinyang narrowed his eyes, sizing Sui up before bursting into hearty laughter. "Handsome and gifted, truly a perfect match for our Piaoxue." The word struck Sui like a hammer. A match for Jiang Piaoxue? They had met exactly once. How had it suddenly become a foregone conclusion? He glanced at Piaoxue instinctively. Her porcelain cheeks were tinged pink, her gaze evasive, the tips of her ears flushed. "Brother, why the blank face? With such a beautiful sister-in-law, you should be secretly thrilled." Su Lin folded her arms, grinning as she punctured the tension. "Xiao E, your uncle Jiang has already told us about you and Piaoxue, and I fully approve," Li Kaiwa said, beaming. When the three members of the Jiang clan had first arrived with the proposal, she had been too shocked to speak. But once she heard the details, how could she refuse? Jiang Piaoxue was stunning, aloof in bearing, the legitimate daughter of a great clan, and blessed with extraordinary talent, an ideal daughter-in-law by any measure. And Sui himself was handsome and capable. Together they were a perfect match. Questions swirled in Sui's head. Everyone seemed in on the secret except him, the one at the center of it all. He drew a steadying breath and cupped his fists toward Jiangli. "Senior, what is going on?" Jiangli laughed heartily. "There's a secret about the Xiaoqing sword. Anyone who can draw it is destined to become the partner of its original owner. Its heaven's will, no one can stand in its way." He added solemnly, "The Xiaoqing sword is Piaoxue's personal weapon, and the blade you claimed yesterday is that very sword." Sui fell silent. He had indeed read an inscription on the blade the night before. Whoever draws this sword will spend a lifetime with the Saintess of Jushuan. Yet Piaoxue was clearly the Jiang clan's heir. How could she also be the Saintess? He pressed on, "Senior, from what I understand, the one who draws the Xiaoqing sword is meant to pair with the Saintess of Jushuan. Isn't that so?" "Oh, and where did you hear that?" Jiang Li raised an eyebrow. "It's written plain as day on the sword," Sui replied. "I see." Jiang Li nodded, then explained, "Besides being the fourth-generation heir of the Jiang clan, Piaoxue holds another title, the current Saintess of Jushuan Mountain. Jushuan Mountain rises within Haomiao Prefecture, home to a powerful and enigmatic sect. Rumors about the sect master's strength are endless. None can fathom his true level. Jiang Piaoxue was taken in as a child, became the Saintess of Jushuan, and was given the Xiaoqing sword." A faint smile tugged at the corners of Sui's lips. Everything that had happened seemed orchestrated by an invisible hand. First he absorbed a soul beast's power, and his talent shot up to 21 stars. Only then did he meet Jiang Piaoxue, draw the Xiaoqing sword, and earn its recognition. Without that 20 honester talent, he never could have pulled the blade, and he never would have crossed paths with Jiang Piaoxue. The sequence was flawless, as if scripted in advance. Still, was Jiang Piaoxue truly the Nine Mystic Saintess? Sui wasn't sure. Sensing his doubt, Jiang Piaoxue produced a piece of warm white jade and placed it solemnly in his palm. "Sui, my identity is genuine. This token proves it." He glanced down to find Nine Mystic engraved on one side and Saintess on the other, the carving simple, yet imposing, a true Saintess emblem from Mount Nine Mystic. "If you still worry, you can verify it online," she added. Sui studied the token a moment longer, then returned it respectfully. "That won't be necessary. I believe you." The jade token cleared up her identity, yet left Sui reeling. Overnight he had acquired a fiancée of stunning beauty and formidable background enough to leave anyone speechless. Jiang Li laughed aloud. "Sui, You and Piao Xue are destined. Since you accept it, shouldn't we discuss the marriage? So soon? Sui E's eyes widened. They had known each other for barely a day. They didn't even understand each other's personalities, let alone have real feelings. Jiang Li feigned irritation. Are you saying Piao Xue isn't good enough for you? Whether in talent or looks, Piao Xue was the object of countless admirers on Blue Star. On the surface, Sui E appeared ordinary. Yet the Jiang clan's investigations had revealed his innate stealth combat gift and acknowledged prodigy, fully worthy of standing beside her. Even Piao Xue grew nervous at the mention of marriage and stole a glance at Sui E. Senior, you misunderstand, Sui E said with a wry smile. Anyone would be moved by Jiang Shiji's beauty, but talking marriage when we've just met feels rushed. Jiang Li chuckled. I'm only suggesting an engagement now. You can spend the next few years getting to know each other before holding the ceremony. In that case, I have no objections. After a moment's thought, Sui nodded. Everyone brightened at his answer and gathered to discuss the engagement. The arrangement was simply no more than a verbal agreement, yet it sealed their betrothal. With the engagement settled, Jiang Li changed the topic. Sui E, have you considered joining the Jiang clan? With your stealth combat gift and your engagement to Piao Xue, you'd be most welcome. Sui E wasn't interested. More importantly, he had already promised Li Jinfeng he would remain in Origin City. Senior, he replied, Origin City needs me. I have no plans to leave for the time being. Staying in Source City would be fine too. Jiang Li and Jiang Qinyang exchanged a knowing look and nodded. They were a little disappointed, but they understood that forcing someone only breeds resentment. If Sui E ended up unhappy or worse, called off the engagement, it would hardly be worth it. Besides, Venus City was only half a day away by airship, so visiting each other would never be a problem. Su Lin, this body tempering manual is a gift for our first meeting. Jiang Piaoxue pulled a slim booklet from her storage pouch and handed it over. For a martial artist, nothing is more thoughtful than a new cultivation method. Sui E raised an eyebrow. A technique at the foundation stage? Normally, you refine the body first, maybe learn a few secret skills, and only after reaching the 10th level of body tempering and stepping into the soul-gathering realm do you study a true cultivation method. Thank you, Sisenla. Su Lin accepted it with delight. She might have declined any other present, but manuals were rare and precious, so she gladly kept it. The word Sisenla made Jiang Piaoxue's heart melt, and a sweet smile blossomed on her lips. This technique accelerates bone tempering, Jiang Piaoxue added, and it's especially suited to women. Su Lin's eyes sparkled as she flipped through a few pages. Suddenly she looked up. Wait, Sisenla, why is there only the first half? The book clearly says it has 2 parts, and the upper half only takes you to the 5th level of body tempering. It's a profound grade manual, Jiang Piaoxue explained softly. All profound techniques are written in ancient script, which is notoriously hard to decode. So far we've only cracked the first half. Don't worry, once we finish the lower half, you'll get it first. Su Lin giggled. There's no need to trouble anyone else. My brother can translate it, can't he? Her remarks stunned the 3 from the Jiang clan. Deciphering ancient characters was usually work for scholars nearing a century old. Sui E was 17, still a high school junior. Could he really do it? Su Lin, are you serious? Jiang Li couldn't help asking. Absolutely. Su Lin nodded emphatically. My brother's translations are 100% accurate, and he only needs a single glance. 100%? One glance. Jiang Li, Jiang Qinyang, and Jiang Piaoxue all gaped at Sui E. Before coming, they had investigated his cultivation and talent, but knew nothing of his other abilities. Sui E sighed inwardly. Lin, I can do it. But did you have to oversell me like that? Something clicked in Jiang Qinyang's mind. Sui E, the ancient characters on the Violet Sky Thunder Sword, did you decipher those yourself? If he didn't understand the ancient script, how could he know about the 9 mystic saints? Every inscription on that sword was undeniably written in the old language. Jiang Piaoxue and Jiang Li reached the same conclusion, their eyes lighting up. Deciphering ancient scripts may be considered a supporting skill, yet its impact is nothing short of extraordinary. On Blue Star, almost every major faction keeps vaults full of ancient techniques and secret arts, but very few people can actually read them, so these tomes are little more than decorations. The Jiang clan is no different. If someone could unlock those texts, they would instantly become tools to bolster the family's strength. In the courtyard, Su Lin's boasting drew only a casual wave from Sui E. More or less, he replied, his tone mild. It's not quite as miraculous as she says. It still takes a bit of time. That single remark sent ripples through Jiang Piaoxue, Jiang Li, and Jiang Qinyang. The 3 exchanged startled glances. Had Sui E just admitted it outright? Yet his calm expression showed no hint of exaggeration. Sensing an opportunity, Jiang Li shot Jiang Piaoxue a look. Piaoxue, bring out the second half of that manual, and let Sui E give it a try. All right. Jiang Piaoxue nodded. With a tap on the blue bracelet at her wrist, a flash of light appeared, and an ancient-looking book floated into her palm. Amazing. Su Lin's eyes sparkled. It was clearly her first time seeing a spatial bracelet in action. Sui E, however, remained impassive. Such artifacts were priceless, but hardly rare for someone of Jiang Piakshu's status. She stepped forward and handed him the book. Sui E, if you would. He glanced through it, then nodded. He'll need complete silence. Please wait here. With that, he slipped into the room and closed the door behind him. The others waited patiently. Deciphering ancient text could take hours, and even if Sui E was exceptionally fast, they expected at least half an hour. Yet in less than 5 minutes the door reopened. Sui E emerged holding a sheet filled with modern script. Jiang Li, Jiang Piaoxue, and Jiang Qinyang stared at one another. This was far too quick. Doubts surfaced. Had Sui E simply scribbled something to fool them? They had no way of knowing that. If not for copying the translation, he could have walked out in under a minute. Clearing his throat, Jiang Li asked tentatively, was it difficult? Not really. Sui E smiled and handed the paper to Jiang Piaoxue. Here you are, senior sister Jiang. See if anything looks off. Already finished? Jiang Piaoxue's lips parted in astonishment. Jiang Li and Jiang Qinyang were equally stunned. Translating the second half of an ancient manual in under 5 minutes was unheard of. Without hesitation, Jiang Piaoxue scanned the sheet line by line, then closed her eyes and ran the technique. Moments later she opened them, delight shining in her gaze. It's perfect. I'm certain of it. She had long since mastered the first half of the manual. When she circulated the second half, the two blended seamlessly and her chi flowed without the slightest hitch. A sharp intake of breath came from both Jiang Li and Jiang Qinyang, excitement written across their faces. If Sui E truly possessed such talent, the pile of untranslated manuals in the Jiang vault could soon become a real treasure trove. Sui E is incredible, Jiang Qinyang couldn't help but exclaim. Sui E, how did you manage that? Jiang Li asked. A talent like Sui E's was beyond anything Jiang Li had ever seen or even heard of. The idea that a young man could decode any script with a single glance still felt surreal to him. It's a gift, something I was born with, Sui E answered calmly, his eyes clear. No matter the language, I can decipher it at first sight. He had already given the same explanation to Li Jinfeng and Jiang Yanhua, so the words came naturally. That kind of talent actually exists? Jiang Li exchanged a look of astonishment with Jiang Qinyang. Given the strange abilities in their world, Sui E's invisible combat gift was already impressive. Perhaps this decoding gift was just as real. They quickly suppressed their surprise. All that mattered was that Sui E could indeed do it. Jiang Piaoxue gazed at Sui E in a slight daze, ripples spreading through her heart. Whoever drew the Xiaoqing sword was destined to be her husband. She had thought she had no say in the matter, yet her fated one turned out to be extraordinary, strikingly handsome, gifted beyond measure, and able to read ancient scripts. What woman wouldn't be moved by such a prodigy? Senior, please have a seat. They'll fix us something to eat, Sui E said, noting that it was time for a meal. They couldn't just keep chatting. Maybe next time. We have urgent business at home, Jiang Li declined with a smile. Since the families were now connected by marriage, courtesy demanded they stay for dinner, but Sui E and Jiang Piaoxue had just made their engagement official. Such news had to be reported in person to the clan elders, and the people at Jiaoliang Mountain had to be informed. A phone call would be far too informal. If you have pressing matters, I won't keep you, Sui replied. The Jiang family owned a flyer, so travel was easy enough. Sui E, when can you visit the Jiang estate? Jiang Qinyang asked, liking the young man more with every passing moment and wishing he could bring him home immediately. Next month, perhaps. I'm swamped right now, Sui said after a brief pause. Since his relationship with Jiang Piaoxue was settled, he should indeed visit her elders. But he had to leave for Yulan City the day after tomorrow, and the trial tower at months and left him no free time. Very well. They'll send someone to escort you, Jiang Qinyang agreed. Though Jinsing City wasn't far from Yuan City, the wilderness in between was dangerous. He wouldn't let Sui E travel alone. All right, Sui said. Su Lin also had a hard time saying goodbye to Jiang Piaoxue. The two girls clung together like long-lost sisters. After seeing the trio off, Sui excused himself and returned to his room to rest. The wooden bed felt a bit cool as he lay on his back, mind still unsettled. Jiang Piaoxue's face kept drifting through his thoughts. Had he really gained a fiancée just like that? He chuckled at himself, then forced his mind to settle and sat cross-legged to refine his golden body. The extra trump card would make his upcoming trip to Yulan City that much safer. He didn't know how much time had passed when Su Lin's voice sounded outside the door. Brother, what are you doing? I just created a group chat and added you. Hurry up and accept. Sui E unlocked his phone and saw the invitation. With a tap on accept, he entered a chat labeled Warm Family Group. There were 3 members, himself, Su Lin, and Jiang Piaoxue. Su Lin, welcome to the group, Sui E. Jiang Piaoxue, glad you're here. Despite there being only 3 people in the chat, they insisted on rolling out a full-blown welcome ceremony. Sui E almost rolled his eyes. While the 2 girls flooded the screen with colorful bubbles, he politely replied with a smiling emoji and typed, "You two chat, I've got something to do." He left the group, and silence returned to the dorm. Sui E projected his light brain display and scrolled through the latest posts on the martial artists forum. A moment later, his communicator lit up and buzzed. Hey, Sui E, congratulations. As soon as he picked up, Li Zhenfeng's sly laugh filled the line. Sui E blinked in confusion. Since when did the Third Realm Gathering Soul powerhouse and top 5 fighter in Yuanqing laugh like that? Principal, what's going on? I hear you're engaged to the Jiang family's little miss? Li Zhenfeng dropped the bomb without warning. Sui E's eyebrow twitched. Besides their parents, no one should have known. I'm a big shot in Yuanqing, nothing slips past me, Li said smugly. Then his tone turned serious. From now on, they'll be counting on you to watch my back. Sui E nearly choked. A mere Bloodshi Realm rookie protecting one of the city's top experts? The nerve. He chuckled dryly. Please don't joke, Principal. Then call it a joke, Li Zhenfeng laughed, before cutting to the point. That punch technique of yours, where did you get it? Picked it up at the Yuanqing trading market, Sui E answered without batting an eye. The move actually came from the demon suppressing tower, but he preferred to keep that to himself. Li recalled how Sui E had clashed with the law enforcement squad in the market over a book and mentally linked the two incidents. How strong is it? It doubles my punching force. Li sucked in a breath. Ordinary secret techniques add only a few hundred kilos. Ji Ming's blood-condensing punch, for instance, adds a mere 100. Doubling one's force meant at least a profound great skill. Sui E, the trial pagoda opens at the end of the month. Interested? After a brief pause to contain his shock, Li spoke again. The pagoda's results directly affect academy rankings. Though Sui was only a first year, wielding a profound grade fist art made his combat power absurd. Even if the final score was uncertain, his potential alone could let the Third Ancient Martial Academy hold its head high and maybe climb the rankings along the way. Count me in. Sui agreed without hesitation. He had already planned to sign up, and since Li Zhenfeng had brought it up himself, there was no reason to refuse. Great, Li Zhenfeng laughed on the phone. Even though we're friends, I can't play favorites. After the trip to Yulan City, the academy will hold a qualifier. Finish in the top 10 and you're in. Sui thought. Friends, sure, but not close enough for bending the rules, right? Out loud he simply said, understood, Principal. If there's nothing else, get some rest, Li Zhenfeng added, then hung up. Afterward, Sui E skimmed the martial artists forum, then went back to practicing the Ronglian Jinshin technique. 2 hours later he finally mastered it. Early the next morning he washed up and headed out to buy a weapon. The Zixiao Qinglei sword was a love token, hardly appropriate for butchering fierce beasts. With that settled, he rang Chao Qinglei. Hey Chao, got plans? Nope. What are you doing today? Come shopping with me. Surabay right there, Chao replied crisply. Call ended, Sui shouted toward his sister's room. Sulin, I'm going shopping. Coming? She usually insisted on tagging along and would pout if he left without her, but today she answered, pass, bro. I'm talking with sis-in-law. Busy. Sui's mouth twitched, clearly she'd forgotten her brother the moment she got a sister-in-law. Shaking his head in amusement, he went downstairs alone. Chao Qinglang hadn't arrived yet, so Sui pulled out his phone and opened the happy family chat. Seeing 999 unread messages, he blanked out. There were only 3 people in the group. Since Head said nothing, the wall of text had to be from Su Lin and Jiang Piaoxue. How could they talk that much? He sighed and was about to scroll when Chao jogged up. Sui, I'm here. Sui locked the screen and pocketed his phone. Let's go. Outside the complex, Chao asked where to. A weapon shop. Another weapon? Chao remembered their last trip to Yuanqing's market and frowned. At our level we don't really need one. Sui didn't explain. Instead he asked, which is the biggest weapon shop in Yuanqing? Lingxian Weapons, for sure, Chao said after a moment. Then that's our destination. An hour later they reached Lingxian Weapons. It was still early, and the store was nearly empty. Behind the counter a balding old man lazily flipped through a newspaper. When 2 student types walked in, he barely lifted his eyes, let alone greeted them. Sui ignored the indifference and browsed the shelves. After a few passes he stopped at the counter and got straight to the point. Boss, got anything better? The blades and spears on display were well made, but to him they were still ordinary stock. Besides, he had a full 1,000,000 blue star coins in his pocket. If money wasn't an issue, why not buy the best? The bald elder looked up, gave Sui a quick once-over, and said coolly, we have plenty of fine weapons here, but none of them are cheap. His gaze swept over Sui's thin school uniform and canvas shoes. In an instant he tagged the boy as a poor student and spoke with barely concealed disdain. Students rarely have the money for real weapons. Every good piece in this shop starts at several 100,000 blue star credits. As long as the weapon is good, price isn't an issue. Sui's voice was calm, with an icy undertone. Big words for a kid. The bald elder folded his arms. Do you even know how much a decent weapon costs? Any random item here will run you at least 200,000 blue star credits. Watch your tone. We're paying customers. Chao Qinglang frowned, anger flaring. Chao Qinglang knew Sui had earned a respectable fortune by deciphering ancient texts. He wasn't fabulously rich, but tens, or even hundreds of thousands were well within reach. Still, being looked down on made Chao furious and he worried Sui might be short on cash today. The bald proprietor snorted. Customers are welcome, but if you can't pony up the money you're just wasting my time. Chao's heart sank. He looked instinctively at Sui. Why don't you see whether I have money? Sui E said evenly. He pulled out his phone, opened his account page, and pressed the screen against the glass counter. With the brightness turned all the way up, his balance was clear, 1 million blue star credits. The numbers hit the old man like a hammer. He froze. Then his stiff face melted into a warm smile. Sir, what style are you interested in? They'll fetch it immediately. Sui E let the slight pass. An offensive weapon. The old man nodded quickly. In general, weapons fell into 2 categories: offensive sabers, swords, spears, axes, and defensive, such as shields and armor. Thanks to his molten gold body, Sui's defense was already formidable. What he needed now was a reliable offensive arm. One moment, please. The bald proprietor bowed and hurried into the back room. Soon he returned with a narrow saber and a long sword. Both blades glimmered with restrained light, their metal grains tight and intricate. These 2 are forged from black ironstone, he said, placing them gently on the counter. Tough, razor sharp, top tier in every respect. Black ironstone is expensive. Each of these usually goes for well over 100,000 blue star credits. Sui picked up the saber first. With a flick of his wrist, the blade sliced the air and kicked up a sharp gust. Then he lifted the long sword. It let out a low, resonant hum. After running through a few basic moves, he shook his head. Not a good fit. The old man blurted, startled. Do you have anything heavier? Sui asked. Black ironstone guaranteed strength, but the weight still felt light, unable to fully carry his power. The bald proprietor was stunned. Both the saber and sword weighed more than 100 kilos. Any 5th-stage bloodchi fighter would need full effort to wield them. Yet in this boy's hands they seemed as light as bamboo slats. Could a freshman in high school already be 6th stage or higher? How heavy are you looking for? He asked, forcing a polite tone. Something over 500 kilos would be ideal, Sui said after thinking for a moment. The balding shopkeeper's eyelids twitched. Even a cultivator at the 6th level of the Kain blood stage would struggle to swing a weapon that heavy. Which grade are you in, kid? What's your cultivation level now? He asked cautiously. He would only bother searching for a buyer if the customer was at least 7th level. 1st year of high school, 8th level, Sui answered calmly. What? The old man's eyes widened. 1st year, and already 8th level? Even the top prodigies of Yuanshan couldn't reach that realm at his age. Convinced Sui was boasting, he showed a trace of contempt. Chaotianhou, standing nearby, was equally stunned. Just a few days ago, Sui had been at the 7th level. How had he advanced again so quickly? Sui couldn't be bothered to explain. So, do you have one or not? He urged. Snapping back to his senses, the shopkeeper chuckled dryly. Of course we do, but it's too heavy for you to handle. Certain the boy was bluffing, he decided to toy with him. How heavy? Sui pressed. With his current strength, even a 1,000-kilogram weapon would feel light. 800 kilos. Think you can lift that? The old man's lips curled in mockery. An 8th-level cultivator might barely manage. If Sui lacked the courage to try, his lie would be exposed. That's manageable. Bring it out, Sui said, expression unchanged. You really want to try? The shopkeeper hesitated, surprised by the quick reply. Stop wasting time. Sui's patience was wearing thin. Fine. Gritting his teeth, the old man headed into the back room. He still didn't believe Sui could do it and looked forward to the youngster's humiliation. While he was gone, Chaotianhou leaned over and whispered, Sui, you really broke through to the 8th level. Sui merely smiled, offering no explanation. Chaotianhou drew a sharp breath. Reaching the 8th level in the 1st year made him the undisputed top genius of Yuanshan. Compared with him, Lu Qianer and Xiao Zhenxiong paled into insignificance. Just then, the balding shopkeeper returned with a porter, the 2 of them lugging a rectangular wooden crate. The boards were weathered, and the metal fittings glinted dully. The moment the crate appeared, Sui felt a powerful thrum in his chest. His sense for treasures flared, telling him that whatever lay inside was anything but ordinary. They set the crate at Sui's feet and lifted the lid. Nestled in straw was a weapon roughly 1.5 meters long, its surface rough, black as ink. There you go, kid. Give it a try, the shopkeeper said, smiling like a fox. Chaotianhou glanced at the pitch-black weapon and frowned. Looks like nothing but a fire poker, Sui. Don't bother. The crate's contents looked so shabby it could indeed pass for a mere poker. You know nothing. The bald elder gave a contemptuous snort, then shifted his gaze to Sui, waiting for an answer. He'll give it a try. As Sui spoke, he lifted his hand and gripped the rough end of the fire poker. His knuckles tightened, and the enormous weapon nearly 800 kilos rose from the ground, hanging in midair. The bald elder's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. 800 kilos, lifted as if it were no more than a dry twig. From that alone, Sui's strength clearly exceeded the 8th level of the bloodchi realm. A sharp hiss followed as Sui swept the poker sideways, the air tearing like fabric under a blade. A faint ripple deep within the metal caught his attention, a trace of spatial energy. Spatial energy, one of the 3 rarest forces, is famed for its unpredictability and devastating power. If the poker truly held such power, it was no ordinary tool, but a priceless treasure. How much for this weapon? Sui set the poker down, his voice calm and unhurried. You really want to buy it? The bald elder hesitated, surprised that Sui had lifted it so easily, and was now asking the price. Having been called out, he had no choice but to name one. Of course, Sui answered cheerfully. Though the poker looked plain, it resonated with his talent for sensing artifacts and opportunity he could not let slip. The bald elder clenched his teeth. If you're serious, 8 million Blue Star credits. He had purchased it for 7 million, so 8 million wasn't outrageous in his mind. Yet to anyone else the price was daylight robbery. 8 million for a fire poker? Are you crazy? Why not just rob us? Xinyao exploded. In his eyes, the thing wasn't worth more than 1,000 credits. 8 million, not a credit less. Take it or leave it. The bald elder sniffed. Madman. Xinyang's mouth twitched with anger as he turned to Sui E. Forget it. He's trying to fleece you. Sui E narrowed his eyes and fell silent. A treasure that resonated with him was worth 10 million if need be, but he didn't have nearly that much. After a brief pause he said, whether I buy it or not, could you at least tell me what makes this weapon special? Certainly. The bald elder began to elaborate. It's no fire poker, but an unfinished sword blank forged from black obsidian meteorite. Black obsidian meteorite, also called spatial stone, naturally contains the power of space. That same force lies within this sword blank. Add more spatial materials and forge it into a true weapon, and its value will multiply several times over. That's incredible. Xinyao was dumbfounded. Sui E's heart sank, yet his resolve only grew stronger. He had to acquire this sword blank. If he lacked the credits, he would borrow them, embarrassing or not. For this sword blank, he was willing to risk everything. He'll take it, Sui announced. The words hit the room like a drumbeat. He hadn't haggled for 2 reasons. First, the blank sword was worth the price. Second, he knew the shopkeeper would never budge. Better to pay up than waste time. The bald old shopkeeper and Xinyao froze. 8 million Blue Star credits was no small sum. Even one of Origin City's 4 great families might struggle to gather that much on short notice. How could an ordinary-looking young man speak so casually? Kid, this isn't a joke, is it? Can you really come up with that many credits? The old man asked skeptically. Beside him, Xinyao kept signaling Sui E with exaggerated winks, clearly urging him not to overpromise. Sui E had indeed made money deciphering ancient scripts, but having 8 million in cash sounded unbelievable. Calmly he said, I don't have enough on me. I need to make a call. He pulled out his phone, scrolled through his contacts, and paused at the name Jiaoliang. They had only confirmed their relationship yesterday. Asking for a loan today felt awkward. Still, she was the only person he knew who could raise that much so quickly. Just as he hesitated and was about to dial, the weapon shop door swung open. 2 men walked in side by side. One was a slick-haired youth who spotted the sword blank in Sui's hand. His eyes flared, and he hissed excitedly, a blade forged from black obsidian meteorite. Before the words had fully left his mouth, he lunged forward, reaching to snatch it. Sui whipped the blank behind his back and fixed him with a cold stare. What do you think you're doing? The young man hadn't expected such quick reflexes. After a heartbeat, he smiled darkly. I'm here to buy that sword blank, of course. I already bought it, Sui answered evenly. Bought it. The youth's eyes darted. He turned to the bald shopkeeper. You're the owner, right? I am. Did you sell it to him? The transaction isn't finished yet, but this student has already agreed to pay. All that's left is the money, the old man explained. Business in Origin City followed first come, first served provided Sui E could truly produce 8 million. How much is it? The youth pressed. 8 million Blue Star credits, the old man blurted. The youth's brow creased. 8 million wouldn't be easy even for him, and Sui Idris so plainly hardly looked like a rich heir. Could a commoner really afford it? With that thought, a sneer formed on his face. 8 million is an astronomical figure for you. Stop pretending and hand the blank over. Who are you to butt in? Sui snorted. Watch your mouth. Do you know who you're talking to? Looking for trouble? The flat-nosed middle-aged man beside the youth roared, striding towards Sui E as if ready to teach him a lesson. Thinking he was about to fight, Sui gave a dismissive snort, treating the flat-nosed man as though he didn't exist. From the aura the man released, Sui could tell he was only at the 2nd level of body tempering, someone he could flatten with a single punch. Zhu Qi, calm down, the young man said, lifting a hand to stop the flat-nosed fighter. Warning flickered in his eyes. Dueling is forbidden in Origin City. If we break that rule, even I won't be able to protect you. His true target was the sword blank, and he was certain Sui couldn't possibly come up with 8 million Blue Star coins. Once the deadline passed, the sword blank would be his, and he could deal with Sui afterward. But young master, that kid is getting cocky. Zhu Qi still fumed. The young man sneered and looked at Sui. You said you wanted to buy it. Hurry up. If you can't pay, it's mine. Sui ignored him, stepped aside, and called Jiang Piaoxue. Sui, why the sudden call? Jiang Piaoxue sounded pleasantly surprised. Senior sister Jiang, I need a favor, Sui said quietly. Head never liked borrowing money, especially from Jiang Piaoxue, but for the sword blank, he steeled himself. Could I borrow some Blue Star coins? How much? She didn't hesitate. 7 million. He drew a deep breath. He already had 1 million on hand. Just enough. He'll transfer it now. Ding. His communicator chimed, and the balance jumped by 10 million blue star coins. If it's not enough, let me know, Jiang Piaoxua added gently. Senior sister, this is plenty. He'll pay you back soon, Sui replied at once. Though they were already a couple, they weren't married yet, so he intended to repay her. Afraid of upsetting her, he finally said, I understand. All right, they'll let you get back to it, she said, sensing his urgency. Ending the call, Sui returned to the stall. Kid, did you scrape the money together? The bald vendor eyed him in open astonishment. Him? From where? The young man laughed, ready to watch Sui fall on his face. Sui glanced at him, the corners of his mouth curling in mockery. Such shallow eyes. The young man's face twitched with anger. Boss, I'm ready to pay, Sui said to the bald vendor. What? The vendor froze. He hadn't expected Sui to come up with 8 million blue star coins after a single phone call. Who on earth was this kid? Chaotianhou swallowed hard. The young man and Zhu Qi exchanged looks, their faces equally sour. Let's get on with it, Sui reminded him. Right. Snapping out of his daze, the bald vendor hurriedly opened his terminal. Moments later, Sui transferred 8 million blue star coins to him. The bald old man watched the full 8 million blue star coins land in the account, then said excitedly, No problem, young man's sword blank is yours. On the pale blue light screen in the lobby, the confirmation for 8 million was still flashing. Rubbing his hands, the old man gazed feverishly at the sword blank forged from Darkstar meteorite. Sui nodded, slipped the blank into his spatial wristband, and signaled to his companion, Chaotianhou. Side by side, they headed for the door. They had taken only 2 steps when 2 young men who had been onlookers suddenly jumped in front of them, blocking the way. Planning to rob us? Sui snorted. He knew that open robbery in Source City was a major crime. If they really tried it, the enforcement squad would step in. He doubted the pair had the nerve. Ill at 100,000 blue star coins. Sell the blank to me. The handsome man on the left spoke through clenched teeth. A Darkstar meteorite sword blank was almost impossible to find. He was willing to pay extra to claim it. 100,000? Sui didn't even lift an eyelid. Not for sale. 10 times that. 1 million. Even 10 million still wouldn't part with it. The man's face clouded. Kid, don't push your luck. The other youth, Zhu Qi, bared his teeth at Sui and barked. Do you know who he is? This is Han Feng, eldest son of the Han family of Bright Moon City. Hand over the blank, or don't blame us for what happens. Threatening me? Sui's eyes narrowed. The Wei family was the strongest in Bright Moon City, and they had already cowered before him. A weaker clan like the Hans was nothing to fear. He's with the Han family. The bald manager went pale. As the auction house steward, he knew their weight Bright Moon's second-ranked clan, backed by a spirit illusion realm patriarch, worlds beyond any power in Source City. Sui was formidable, but in the old man's view, he still fell short. Nervous, he whispered, Young man, you can't afford to offend them. Give up the blank. Give it up? Sui chuckled, utterly unmoved. Han Feng spoke matter-of-factly, as if issuing an order. A smart man reads the signs. Hand me the blank, and he'll forget you bumped into me. If I'm in a good mood, I might even look after you. You'll look after me? Sui smile deepened. To him, this so-called young master wasn't worth a mention. Were all today's playboys this delusional? When no answer came, Han Feng's face sank. So you're refusing? Sui said flatly, You're an ant. Not worthy. You dare insult me? Han Feng's mouth twitched, his expression stiff. Earlier he could blame the slight on ignorance. But now that his identity was clear, Sui's contempt was unbearable. You really think being in Source City makes you untouchable? So reckless, the bald steward muttered, scalp prickling. With Sui this brazen, the Han clan would never let it slide. In the old man's eyes, a savage beating was the least the boy should expect. He might even lose his life over it. Master, that brat's getting cocky. Let me teach him some manners. Zhu Qi stood like a volcano on the brink of eruption, the air around him reeking of gunpowder. As a bodyguard, his first duty was to protect his master's safety and his pride. If he let Sui insult Han Feng without reacting, he'd be worthless at his job. He'll give you one last chance, Han Feng warned through clenched teeth. Hand over the sword embryo, or face the consequences. He didn't want to start a fight, but if Sui wouldn't listen, force was the only option. Breaking Source City's laws might cause trouble, yet with the Han family's influence, it wouldn't be hard to smooth things over. I'm not giving it up, Sui replied, his tone calm, but razor sharp. And remember, this anyone who starts a fight in Source City pays the penalty. Even if I kill you, I won't bear the blame. Is he for real? The bald elder muttered, clicking his tongue. Facing the Han family, Sui showed no fear and even threatened to kill them. Since when were young people this aggressive? Can Sui handle this? Chaotianhou worried in silence. Sui could crush fighters at the peak of the blood energy realm, but the Han family was no small matter. Would he come out on top? Zhu Qi beat him within an inch of his life. Han Feng roared. On your knees, punk. Zhu Qi lunged, his fist howling through the air. The blow sliced the wind, shrieking with lethal force. A tempered body fighter, Chaotianhou gasped, his face draining of color. This is bad, the bald elder sighed. Sui E was only at the 8th level of the blood energy realm. How could he stand against someone in the tempered body realm? The fist closed in, yet Sui E remained calm as still water. At the instant the punch landed, he lifted his right palm with casual ease. Boom. A dull thud rang out. Zhu Qi's knuckles slammed into Sui E's hand, but failed to move him an inch. Zhu Qi's pupils shrank. Anyone who could block that strike so effortlessly had to be at least 3rd level tempered body. How could someone this young be that strong? Before the thought finished, a tidal force surged up his arm, bones creaking. He tried to pull back, but Sui E's foot hammered into his abdomen. Ah! He screamed, shooting backward like a meteor and crashing out of the weapons shop in the blink of an eye. Silence fell. Chaotianhou and the others stared, slack-jawed. Han Feng's face went deathly pale as terror washed over him. Footsteps echoed through the shop. Tap, tap, tap as Sui E advanced on Han Feng. What do you want? Stay back. Han Feng shrieked, his voice cracking. I'm a direct heir of the Han family. With every step Sui E took, the pressure on Han Feng's mind mounted until it felt ready to shatter. Sui stepped up to Han Feng and slapped him across the face. Crack. The blow echoed through the armory like a string of firecrackers. Why you hit me? Han Feng covered one cheek, his eyes bulging as if they would pop from their sockets, frozen in disbelief. He was the direct heir of the Han family, yet Sui E had struck him in front of everyone. Got a problem with that? Sui E gave a cold snort, his gaze as sharp as a blade aimed at Han Feng's chest. Han Feng shuddered. Hatred and humiliation churned in his eyes, but his throat felt clamped shut. He knew that one wrong word would earn him another slap. Rage boiled in his chest, yet he swallowed it down with clenched teeth, not daring even a grunt. Sui glanced at him and spat out a single word. Pathetic. The word was softly spoken, but it hit like a bucket of ice water. Han Feng's knees went weak. Being struck was humiliation enough. Now the salt was rubbed in. Just wait, brat. They'll pay you back 100-fold. He raged inwardly, but the threats stayed mute. Having vented his anger, Sui E turned to leave, when several enforcement squad officers burst into the shop, silver armor glinting as they surrounded the pair. Brawling in Yulan City? You're bold beyond reason. A metallic shout cut through the air as a stern-looking middle-aged man strode in. His presence pressed down on the room before he even arrived. Sui E's lips curved. He recognized him, the enforcement squad's commander, Shunhao. Captain Sheng, fancy seeing you again. He greeted him with unruffled ease. Han Feng darted forward, the swollen half of his face still burning, and cried, Captain Sheng, you got here just in time. That punk just hit Mepley's uphold justice. He knew exactly who Shunhao was, the man who ran Yulan City's enforcement squad. With the weight of the Han family behind him, a little pressure should force Shunhao to take his side. Someone hit you? Shunhai's brows knitted. Who is it? Him. Han Feng pointed at Sui E, convinced of his imminent victory. Shunhao turned, saw Sui E, and blinked in surprise before a smile spread across his face. Sui E, so it's you. The atmosphere flipped in an instant. Han Feng's face stiffened, but he pressed on. Captain Sheng, as head of the enforcement squad, you mustn't bend the law for personal favor. The Han family demands an explanation, or well, pursue this to the end. The threat was obvious. He was forcing Shunhao to take a stand. You don't get to tell me how to do my job. Shunhao snapped, his words like steel. The rebuke left Han Feng speechless, color draining from his face. Only then did he realize that in front of Sui E, his status as a Han heir meant nothing. Sui E was hailed as Yulan City's future guardian and the favored son-in-law of the Jiaoliang family. Even the influential Wei clan of Hao City treated him with respect. What was Han Feng compared to that? Han Feng's head buzzed. First the slap and humiliation from Sui E, now Shunhai's open disdain. The breath caught in his chest. When had the Han family fallen this low? Shunhao shot Han Feng a glance, then ignored him and turned to Sui E. Are you hurt, Sui? What exactly happened? Sui E brushed the dust from his sleeve, offered a faint smile, and calmly recounted the entire altercation. His voice was low, yet everyone in the shop heard him clearly. Don't worry, he'll make sure you get justice. Shunhai's tone was firm. His gaze shifted to the bald elder, sharp as a blade. Is everything just as Sui said? It is. The bald elder swallowed hard and nodded quickly. He could see Shunhai's resolve and knew refusing would only bring trouble, especially since Sui E had spoken nothing but the truth. Han Feng, anything else you want to say? Shunhai's eyes darkened, a chill in his voice. Han Feng felt a jolt of panic under that stare, but forced a sneer. What do you intend to do? Nothing complicated. Arrest him. Shunhao waved his hand. The enforcers surged forward, slammed Han Feng to the ground, and the shop erupted in the scrape of armor and Han Feng's furious shouts. Shunhao, my father's in Yulan City. How dare you treat me like this? Han Feng struggled, eyes blazing. When Han Xinshan arrives, he'll explain everything to him. Shunhai's reply was icy. Hearing his father's name, Han Feng grew even angrier. Don't get cocky, Shunhao. Let me make a call. Shunhao raised an eyebrow and motioned for his men to release him. You think I'm afraid of your old man? Han Feng staggered upright, pulled out his phone, and dialed. Dad, I'm at Lingshan Weapons Shop. Shanghai from the enforcement squad is trying to arrest me. Come quick. Outrageous. Stay put. I'm on my way. Roared the voice on the other end before the line went dead. Han Feng pocketed the phone, glared at Shanghai, and taunted, my father will be here any minute. Let's see how you handle this. He'll be right here. Shanghai's lip curved in a mocking smile. Moments later, heavy footsteps thundered at the door. A broad-shouldered, rough-featured middle-aged man burst in, Han Qianshan. He strode straight to Han Feng. Who laid a hand on you? Han Feng pointed at Shanghai and Sui E, a cruel grin tugging at his mouth. Shanghai and that kid. Han Qianshan fixed Sui E with a cold stare, then locked eyes with Shanghai, his voice dropping to a threatening growl. Shanghai, you'd better have a good explanation for this. Though seething, he forced himself to hold back. Shanghai knew exactly who Han Feng was, yet still dared to act. There had to be more to the story. Shanghai offered a calm smile. It's simple, your son offended someone he never should have. Han Qianshan froze. Shanghai's certainty was unmistakable. Han Feng had angered a truly fearsome figure. But in Yulan City, did such a person even exist? Who is it? Han Qianshan pressed. Him. Shanghai raised his hand and pointed steadily at Sui. Him? Han Qianshan frowned, sizing Sui up again before letting out a cold laugh. Shanghai, are you joking? He dresses plainly. Handsome. Yes, but he doesn't look like the scion of any great clan. What kind of background could he possibly have? Shanghai didn't argue. He moved closer, lowering his voice. His name is Sui E. Sui. Han Qianshan repeated under his breath, and his expression changed at once. Han Feng might not know Sui E, but Han Qianshan did. Yesterday, the Wei clan of Hao City was thrown into panic for offending Sui E. Had thought it exaggerated how much trouble could a student from Yulan City cause? After digging around, he finally understood. Sui E was the favored son-in-law of the Jiang family. The Jiang family was one of Blue Star's three foremost powers, protected by cultivators at the Tongshan stage. Offending Sui E meant offending the Jiangs. If the Jiangs were angered, the Han family could be wiped out overnight. Shanghai's eyes were calm, yet sharp. Patriarch Han, not only did your son try to seize Sui E's belongings, he struck first. Tell me, how should this be settled? You worthless boy. Han Qianshan's chest heaved. He nearly blacked out from rage. Captain Chung, rest assured. I will give young Master Sui a proper explanation. Given Sui E's status, the Han family had to bow no matter who was right or wrong. And since Han Feng was at fault, without Sui E's forgiveness they wouldn't sleep easy another night. Han Qianshan actually addressed Sui E as young Master Sui. The bald elder and Chaotianhou exchanged shocked glances. Han Qianshan was not only head of the Han family, but also a cultivator at the Jupa stage. Yet now he was visibly uneasy. Han Feng stared, shouting, Father, what are you talking about? He had counted on his father to back him up, never imagining Han Qianshan would instead have to appease Sui E. It made no sense to him. Silence. Han Qianshan spun around and slapped Han Feng hard across the face. With a dull thud, Han Feng flew sideways and hit the ground, half his face swelling like a pig's head, tears at the corners of his mouth. WHWH, he whimpered in shock. His father had always doted on him and had never so much as raised a hand. Why strike him so viciously today? Unfilial brat still crying? Han Qianshan kicked him again, knocking him out cold on the spot. Chaotianhou and the bald elder were completely stunned. To placate Sui E, Han Qianshan was beating his own son, utterly unbelievable. When had finished disciplining the boy, Han Qianshan turned back, forcing a smile at Shanghai. Captain Chung, is this satisfactory? Shanghai's tone was mild. That depends on Sui E. Han Qianshan hurried over to Sui E, posture as humble as could be. Young Master Sui, my son was ignorant and offended you. Please, for the sake of his youthful stupidity, forgive him this once. Fine, let's leave it at that, Sui E said indifferently. Thank you, young Master Sui. Han Qianshan exclaimed gratefully. Enough, you can leave now. Sui E waved dismissively, his tone brooking no argument. Han Qianshan didn't dare linger. He scooped up the unconscious Han Feng and bolted as fast as his legs would carry him. With a flicker of motion, the weapon shop fell quiet again. Sui turned and nodded to Shanghai. Captain Chung, thank you. Think nothing of it. I was just doing my job, Shanghai replied with a smile. He knew Commander-in-Chief Feng Zhenan had stressed repeatedly that Sui E was the most protected individual in all of Yulan City. Stepping in just now was merely part of his duty. After the brief exchange, Sui E beckoned to Chaotianhou and left the shop at his side. With the weapon he wanted already in hand, he decided to head straight home. The streets were thronged with people, and the pair walked in silence. Yet Chaotianhou kept staring at Sui E as if studying some rare specimen. Old Chao, is there something on my face? Sui E finally asked, stopping in his tracks. Nope, Chaotianhou shook his head. Then why keep staring at me? Sui E pressed, baffled. Sui E, just take me in as your follower. From now on I'll tag along with you. Chaotianhou said, dead serious. Even someone as influential as Han Qianshan had bowed to Sui E. That alone showed how formidable he was. Chaotianhou had it figured out. Cling to this powerhouse, and even the scraps would be rewarding. Sui E sighed inwardly. Wouldn't being friends be enough? Why insist on being a lackey? Shaking his head, he kept walking. Sui E, say something. Chaotianhou called, hurrying after him. Old Chao, you're my friend, and you always will be. Don't ever bring that up again, Sui E said solemnly. Friends, right? We're best friends. Chaotianhou bit his lip, warmth flooding his chest. After a few more blocks, Chaotianhou suddenly leaned in and whispered, Sui E, where did you get all those blue star coins? 8 million is astronomical. I borrowed it from my wife, Sui blurted, then instantly regretted it, and Zhang Piaoxue weren't married yet, and borrowing money from a fiancé didn't sound very respectable. But the words were out. Your wife? Chao Qingling's eyes went strange. Had heard nothing about Sui E marrying, and anyone who could produce 8 million at once had to be extraordinary. We're not married, yet just engaged. She's my fiancé, Sui E hurried to explain. Sui E, who is she? Chao Qingling pressed, curiosity blazing. You'll find out someday, Sui E said perfunctorily, not breaking stride. Chao Qingling chuckled and sidled closer. Sui E, does she have an older or younger sister? What for? Sui E shot him a puzzled glance. If she does, introduce me. I want to be like you, I'm tired of struggling. Chao Qingling whispered, bearing his true intentions. Sui E's face darkened. Get lost. He barked. Damn it. Chao Qingling clearly thought he was living off a woman. If they hadn't been best friends, Sui would have kicked him into next week. Relax, I was only teasing. Chao Qingling hunched his shoulders and gave an awkward grin. Sui pushed open the door. Before his heels touched the floor, his younger sister Su Lin darted out of the living room like a kitten and looked up at him. Where did you go, brother? To buy this, Sui said, shaking the long, narrow package in his hand. Su Lin leaned closer. It was a smooth, pitch-black piece of metal. Her brows knitted. Why do you buy a fire poker? It's not a poker, Sui explained patiently. It's a sword blank forged from obsidian meteorite. Obsidian meteorite? Su Lin's eyes lit up. She knew the ore's value tough, brimming with spiritual energy, top tier for forging weapons, and outrageously expensive. Brother, that must have cost a fortune, right? She asked carefully. Not cheap at all. Sui nodded. 8 million blue star credits, but it's worth every cent. The spatial energy sealed inside the blank alone could push its price past 10 million, and even then Sui wouldn't sell it. 8 million? Su Lin's jaw dropped. When she finally recovered, she blurted, where did you get that kind of money? I thought you only had 1 million credits. Sui cleared his throat. Well, I borrowed it from senior sister Jiang. Brother, how could you? Su Lin's eyes grew round as she slipped into a lecturing tone. I don't care how rich my future sister-in-law is, you can't just spend her money. Sui was about to defend the purchase, but Su Lin had already stormed toward her room, muttering, I'm telling her. She can't keep spoiling you like this. Watching her leave, Sui sighed. Was this really his little sister? Ever since Su Lin met Zhang Piaoxue, she had grown distant from him and never seemed to care how he felt. He shook his head and returned to his room, focusing on the sword blank. The black metal glinted coldly. Its restrained line still hinted at a lethal edge. Sui stroked it with satisfaction. From now on, you'll be called Black Starfall. He stored the blade in his spatial ring, then took out a wooden box holding the remaining vitality pills, 29 in all. At his current level, they were useless to him, so he planned to give them away. His mother, Li Kaiwa, came first. 20 pills might let her step into the warrior ranks. Any more would do harm. The remaining 9 head save for Chao Qingling. Chao Qingling's talent was only 2-star, and he was stuck at the 2nd stage of the vitality realm. Without the pills, he wouldn't reach the 5th stage by the end of sophomore year and would be expelled. Sui refused to let his friend's future be cut short. He pulled out his phone and dialed. Old Chao, come over. They'll wait downstairs. Got it in my way, Chao Qingling answered at once. Sui ended the call, slipped 9 pills into a small box, snapped the lid shut, and headed out. A cool night breeze brushed past as he waited at the building entrance. Soon Chao Qingling's plump figure appeared, huffing and puffing around the flower beds, but smiling all the while. What's up, Sui? He asked cheerfully as he reached him. This is for you. Sui shoved the wooden box into Chao Qingling's hands. Chao Qingling instinctively supported the bottom, lifted the lid, and saw 9 crystalline pills nestled on a cushion of gold silk cotton, each one emitting a gentle, blood-warm glow. These are chi blood pills. He sucked in a sharp breath, his voice trembling. 9 of them. That's 900,000 blue star credits. After the initial shock, he wondered if Sui had made a mistake. Sui smiled and nodded. They're yours. Where did you get so many chi blood pills? Did your wife give them to you? Chao Qingling's eyes went wide. He remembered Sui saying had borrowed money from his wife to buy a sword blank, so the question slipped out. He sighed with envy. Man, I'm jealous. With a wife like that, you can skip 10 years of struggle and just take off. Sui's smile vanished. His face darkened. A proud man couldn't lean on his wife for everything. He almost kicked Chao Qingling out, but finally just snorted. Do you want them or not? If you don't, I'm taking them back. I do. Of course I do. Chao Qingling hugged the box to his chest. With his talent, he couldn't advance without fast-acting pills like these. Then keep them safe. I'm heading back. Sui E's tone softened a bit. He turned and went upstairs. Watching his friends retreating back, Chaotianhou bit his lip and said silently, Sui E, thank you. Real friends don't need to say the words aloud, remembering them is enough. Back home, Sui pulled out his phone. The family group chat still showed 99 unread messages, the screen scrolling nonstop. He opened it, and his expression soured at once. Sulin, sis, just so you know, my brother blew 8 million blue star credits on a pitch-black fire poker today. Please keep him in line, he's totally out of control. Jiang Piaoxua, haha, don't worry. If you're short on cash, they'll send you some. Sulin, sis, I've got enough. Please don't. If my brother finds out, he'll scold me. Jiang Piaoxua, they'll slip it to you on the sly. He'll never know. Sui stared at the screen, thinking, are these two out of their minds? I'm right here in the chat, and they're planning to do it secretly? He rubbed his temples, sighed, and switched over to the Warriors Forum. At dawn the next morning, Sui was already geared up. Today he would depart for Yulan City. The city lord's notice required everyone who had registered to assemble outside the south gate before 8. He drew the obsidian meteor sword from his spatial ring, planning to say goodbye to Li Kaiwa, but she was nowhere to be seen. He went to his sister instead. Sulin, where's mom? She left at the crack of dawn, Sulin replied. Seeing the sword on his back, she asked, bro, where are you headed? I signed up for the counterattack on Yulan City we meet today, Sui answered simply. He pulled the door shut and set off, stride steady, toward the southern outskirts. Huh. Sulin's face clouded over. Brother, why did you sign up? Don't you realize Yulan City is dangerous? Sui answered with a mild smile and gently ruffled his sister's hair. I'm at the 8th level of the Qi and Blood realm and have already tempered 6 bones. Do you still think I'm unqualified? The 8th level and 6 tempered bones. Sulin covered her mouth, eyes widening. By her reckoning, that kind of power rivaled the 4th level of the body refining realm. Yulan City was risky, but it wouldn't be a death sentence. Are you serious? She still found it hard to believe. Even knowing her brother's hidden talent, this pace of advancement was staggering. Absolutely. When have I ever lied to you? Sui nodded and added, tell mom I'm off. He grabbed the backpack by the door and stepped outside. Half an hour later, with the morning mist still lingering, the mighty south gate of the outer city was already packed. About 200 martial artists had gathered, their blades, spears, and bows gleaming while anticipation and bloodlust filled the air. Sui, a clear voice cut through the din. He turned to see Lu Qian'er waving, with Shun Jiaoliang and a dozen male students beside her. Senior Lu, Senior Shun. Sui approached with a bright smile. Shun Jiaoliang got right to the point. Are we still teaming up? Come with us. They had settled on it over the phone days ago. Sui was about to reply when a haughty voice broke in. Sui is the 3rd Martial Academy's golden boy now. If something happens to him, we can't be held responsible. Better if he stays out of it. The speaker was Ling Haoyan. Another male student chimed in. He's only a freshman. He'll slow us down. We barely know him, won't fit in. Seeing the two beauties' warmth towards Sui, several male students burned with jealousy and joined the chorus. Lu Qian'er swept them an impatient glance. Fine, don't join us. Impairing with Sui either way. Same here, Shun Jiaoliang added, just as firmly. Ling Haotian's face soured, but unwilling to let Sui head off alone with the two beauties, he ground out. All right. Let him come, but if he drags us down, we want cover for him. Sui shot him a sideways look, a cold smile on his lips. Since when do you get to decide for me? My joining doesn't need your approval. Who do you think you are? Ling Haotian's knuckles cracked, his expression turning grim. Forced to yield once at 2nd Martial Academy's gate, he already hated Sui to the bone. Now, being humiliated again in front of Shun Jiaoliang was more than he could swallow. You really can't do anything to me, and that's a fact. Besides, why don't you tone it down and stop trying to make yourself seen? Sui spoke with a careless smile, treating Ling Haoyan as if he were thin air. With the power he possessed now, he was sure he could crush Ling even without anyone backing him. What a poser! Several male students muttered, eyes full of disdain. In their minds, no matter how strong Sui was, he still couldn't beat Ling Haoyan. He was only talking big because someone powerful had his back. What else could you call that but showing off? Brushed aside so casually, Ling Haotian's anger flared. He clenched his teeth and growled, Sui, since you think you're so tough, dare you fight me in a duel? By Academy rules, once both parties agreed, no one else could interfere. That suited Ling perfectly at the 5th stage of body refining. He was sure he could grind Sui into the ground, vent his rage, and humiliate him in public. Sui, didn't you look down on Ling Haoyan? Aren't you good at acting tough? If you're a man, accept the challenge. The other male students jeered, already picturing Sui sprawled on the floor and savoring the thought. Sui, don't do it. Lu Qian'er and Shun Jiaoliang urged. Ling Haoyan was among the top fighters at the 2nd Ancient Martial Academy, and in a real fight Sui would almost certainly lose. Sui narrowed his eyes at Ling Haoyan, his voice like ice. I'll give you one more chance, take back your challenge. Our main task today is hunting beasts in Yulan City. I don't have time to spar with a nobody. Bigger things were at stake. He hadn't planned to bother with Ling, but the man kept pressing, and Sui E wasn't without a temper. Ha! Ling Haoyan threw back his head and laughed, face full of mockery. Still acting high and mighty. I'm not giving you an out. Just answer. Do you dare or not? Fine. Sui E was about to reply when Lin Qingshan and Jiang Wei arrived together. Sui E, why aren't you with your team? What are you doing here? Lin Qingshan asked, frowning. Mr. Lin, Sui E came to team up with us, Lu Qian'er blurted. I see. Lin Qingshan nodded, then his tone changed. The city lord's office did say students could form their own teams, but the rules have been revised. Students from the 3 academies can't mix freely anymore. This trip to Yulan City is not just about hunting beasts, it's also a ranking assessment for the academies. The trial tower slots will be taken from the top 30 in that assessment, so you'll have to return to your own academy and find teammates there. Hearing this, Lu Qian'er and Jiaoliang couldn't hide their disappointment under the new rules. They had no chance to team up with Sui. Ling Haoyan and his group, however, were secretly overjoyed. Mr. Lin, how exactly will the assessment work? Sui pressed. The trial tower slots were far too important. He needed every detail to ensure nothing went wrong. Points are based on the number of beasts you kill, Lin Qingshan explained. The academy that bags the most ranks highest. And it's the same for individuals. The more beasts you kill, the higher your personal rank, and the better your chance of earning a trial tower slot. Understood. Sui nodded. Hunting ferocious beasts was already a trial. Adding an assessment on top of it only stoked everyone's fighting spirit. Seeing this, Lin Qingshan raised a hand. Sui E, come back with me. Professor Lin, I'm afraid I can't right now. Sui E replied calmly, pointing at Ling Haoyan beside him. This guy wants to challenge me. I'll leave after I teach him a lesson. Challenge you. Lin Qingshan's expression darkened at once. Sui E wasn't just a key student of the 3rd Ancient Martial Academy, was the future of Source City itself. How could anyone provoke him at will? Besides, they were about to set off for Yulan City. Causing trouble now was absurd. He turned to Jiang Wei from the 2nd Ancient Martial Academy, his tone heavy with meaning. Professor Jiang, your student is quite something. Jiang Wei's face fell. He shot Ling Haoyan a sharp glare. Nonsense. Do you think you can challenge Sui E whenever you please? Keep it up, and I'll kick you off the team. Ling Haoyan froze, stifling his frustration. Why was everyone speaking up for Sui E? Sui E added coolly. Ling Haoyan, I know you're not convinced. After we return from Yulan City, if you still want to fight, I'll give you the chance. Without a clear promise, the pestering would never end, so he might as well settle it later. Fine, you said it yourself. Just wait. Ling Haoyan snorted. Ignoring him, Sui exchanged a quick word with Lu Qian'er, then left with Lin Qingshan. For the counteroffensive in Yulan City, the 3rd Ancient Martial Academy was sending 29 students, all seniors. They now gathered in a corner by the south gate, waiting to depart. As Sui E and Lin Qingshan approached, the students automatically clustered around them. Lin Qingshan narrowed his eyes and spoke in a low voice. This operation concerns the Academy's honor and the quota for the trial tower. Give it everything you have, kill as many beasts as you can, but stay safe. For efficiency and safety, I'm splitting you into 3 squads of 10. The names I read out will be the squad leaders. Squad 1, Leader Xiao Zhanfeng, step forward. At the call, Xiao Zhanfeng 5th layer, body refinement realm, top of the year in both cultivation and combat prowess, lifted his head and strode out. No one questioned his appointment. Squad 2, Leader Hao Lirong. Hao Lirong, plain in appearance, but at the 4th layer, and second only to Xiao Zhanfeng, calmly took her place beside him. She, too, drew no objections. Lin Qingshan continued. Squad 3, Leader Sui E. What? The exclamation burst from dozens of mouths. Sui E was only a first year. Should he command seniors? If news got out, what would their pride be? Sui blinked, then gave a wry smile and shook his head. Professor Lin, please assign someone else. With his strength, he was more than qualified, but a squad leader had to safeguard the team and assist in hunting, which would slow his own kill count. He simply didn't want the job. Sui E, making you team captain wasn't just my idea. The principal signed off on it as well, Lin Qingshan explained. Sui E will eventually lead the 3rd Ancient Martial Academy, maybe even the whole of Source City. So this is just a dress rehearsal, he added. On the training field, dozens of seniors in workout uniforms had been warming up, fists itching for action. The moment they heard the name Li Zhenfeng, silence fell, though every gaze fixed on Sui E still brimmed with disdain. To them, Sui E was only a freshman. Even if he had beaten the top 2nd-year fighter, Qin Suifeng, he was still worlds apart from them. As they saw it, the sole reason had become captain was his connection to Li Zhenfeng's textbook case of favoritism, which martial artists despised most. Lin Qingshan's stance was firm, so Sui stopped arguing. He quietly walked over to the other 2, Captain Xiao Zhanfeng and Hao Liren stood rammered straight beside them. The rest of you, choose a captain and fall in. Lin Qingshan called. At once the crowd surged. Within minutes, 18 students lined up behind Xiao Zhanfeng and 9 behind Hao Lirong. No one stood behind Sui. Left alone, Sui rubbed the bridge of his nose, looking a bit embarrassed. Lin Qingshan didn't look pleased either. His voice turned cold. Each squad is capped at 10. Anyone over the limit joins Sui's team. Sir, we already agreed to team up with senior brother Xiao. Choosing a team should be voluntary. Forced reshuffling will hurt our performance. Murmurs rippled through the ranks. Everyone knew Sui was the weakest of the 3 captains and a freshman at that, so no one wanted to follow him. Lin Qingshan's brows knitted. No volunteers? Then he'll start calling names. His gaze swept over the students like a blade. Wherever it landed, heads dropped. Sir, he'll join Sui's team, a chubby boy with thick-rimmed glasses said, hurrying forward. His name was Lu Cheng, a first-stage body tempering student, one of the weakest in class. He knew neither Xiao Zhanfeng nor Hao Lirong, so squeezing into their teams would do him little good. Better to side with Sui and leave a good impression. Excellent, Lin Qingshan said, smiling. Anyone else? After a few heartbeats, a slender girl stepped out and spoke softly. Count me in too, Mr. Lin. Her name was Xiyu, and her situation mirrored Lu Cheng's. Lin Qingshan nodded, sweeping the crowd once more. Anyone else? The remaining students either feigned deafness or stared at their feet, kicking stones. Not a single hand went up. Lin Qingshan snorted and was about to start calling names when Sui spoke. Mr. Lin, this is fine. I don't have much experience leading a squad. The more people I have, the more I'll have to worry about. With just these 2, at least they can watch out for each other. Lin Qingshan thought for a moment, then agreed. Forcing someone into Sui's squad would only sour the mood and could ruin the rankings later on. Next, they'll hand out the tracking tokens. They record your results, so keep them safe. As he spoke, he pulled out a stack of palm-sized black iron badges and passed one to each student. Sui took his token and weighed it between his fingers. Jet black metal traced with gold and a tiny spirit stone set in the center almost identical to the badge from the demon-suppressing tower. He gave it a glance and slipped it into his pocket. You'll wait here, Lin Qingshan said. Figure out your plan for hunting once you're inside the city, and don't wander off. With that, he strode away. The trip to Yulan City had attracted not only the academies, but also clan forces and mercenary groups. Every faction had its own task, all under unified command. To keep the students' scores fair, teachers were barred from entering with them. As soon as Lin Qingshan left, the remaining dozen students huddled up to discuss tactics. Sui, Xiyu, and Lu Cheng drifted to a quiet corner, avoiding the other 2 teams. Sui, what's the plan once we're in? Lu Cheng asked softly, eyes shining with anticipation. Sui looked him over and smiled. Just stick close to me in the city. They'll make sure we rack up plenty of beast points. He had a good impression of Lu Cheng. The boy was the first to join his squad, and his chubby build reminded Sui of Chaotianhou, only supersized. Xiyu and Lu Cheng traded uneasy glances. Sui spoke as if the beasts in Yulan City were nothing, yet everyone knew most of them were body-tempering realm, with plenty of 9th and 10th layer brutes among them. Was he just bragging? Lu Cheng still offered a kind reminder. Sui, the city may not have any spirit-gathering beasts, but 9th and 10th layer body-tempering ones are still deadly. Don't get cocky. No worries. If it's not spirit-gathering, I can kill it, Sui said with a casual wave. It sounded arrogant, but his confidence was real. With Tiger Fiend's Steel Fist and his Molten Gold Body as trump cards, no body-tempering beast no matter the layer could stop him. Besides, once he touched a beast he could extract its abilities, and his strength would only snowball. Xiyu and Lu Cheng were stunned. A 10th layer body-tempering beast? At equal rank, beasts were stronger than humans. Even a 10th layer body-tempering martial artist wouldn't dare claim a certain victory over one. Sui, what realm are you at now? Xiyu swallowed, her voice shaky. 8th layer of the vital energy realm. I've already tempered 6 bones ahead of schedule, Sui replied, laying it out so his teammates could relax. Both of them drew a sharp breath. 8th layer vital energy with 6 bones tempered early put him on par with a 4th layer body tempering fighter no weaker than Hao Lirong. And Sui was only a first year. What kind of monster talent was that? Now they finally understood why Li Jinfeng and Lin Qingshan valued Sui so highly. With talent like his, how could they not? Sui, are you serious? Lu Cheng still found it hard to believe. What good would it do me to lie? Sui spread his hands, a relaxed smile on his lips. Then he added, joining my team is the smartest move you can make today. Xiyu and Lu Cheng exchanged a glance, still missing the deeper meaning. Seeing this, Sui decided to spell it out. He'll find a way to help you rack up more beast kills. With enough points, you'll have a shot at the trial tower. At the words trial tower, their breathing grew heavy and their hearts pounded. Every student longed to set foot inside. It was the highest honor. Even finishing last earned you a body-tempering pill worth 200,000 blue star credits, and there was a chance of breaking through on the spot. No one could ignore that kind of lure. Of course, they knew their own limits. Both were only first-tier body-tempering cultivators and had planned to visit Yulan City just to gain experience. The trial tower had never entered their minds. But Sui's record spoke for itself. He had shattered countless benchmarks since he first rose to Fameso. If he said there was a chance, maybe there was. The thought lit up Lu Cheng's eyes. He thrust his long saber towards Sui. Here, use my weapon and give me that fire stick of yours. In his view, it was unseemly for their captain and strongest fighter to carry a mere wooden rod. Forget it. Sui waved him off. He understood Lu Cheng meant well, but that fire stick was actually a sword blank forged from obsidian meteorite, infused with spatial energy and far deadlier than any ordinary weapon. He wasn't about to exchange it. Still unwilling to give up, Lu Cheng insisted. This saber cost 10,000 blue star credits. It's razor-sharp, definitely stronger than your stick. In his eyes, the unimpressive rod in Sui's hand was worth, at most, a few hundred credits. Seeing how determined he was, Sui finally laid his cards on the table. This sword blank is worth 8 million blue star credits, so no trade. 8 million? Lu Cheng and he were stunned into silence. Sui nodded. They finally snapped out of it. Lu Cheng coughed awkwardly. Never mind then. His brain was still spinning from those two words. 8 million. 20 minutes later, Lin Qingshan hurried back, his expression grave, and announced the latest plan. The teacher's team, the mercenaries, and martial artists from the major clans would form the first wave to retake Yulan City. The student teams would follow as the second wave. With less experience and overall weaker strength, it was safer for them to go in later. He then summarized the scouts' report. Thousands of feral beasts were entrenched in Yulan City, more than half of them in the body-tempering realm, with the strongest at the 10th tier. Finally, he repeated his warnings to stay safe, raised a hand in dismissal, and hurried off again. A middle-aged man with an imposing aura strode forward. Once he halted before the crowd, his powerful voice drowned out every whisper. Everyone, inform Xiaoyu, the leader of this counterattack on Yulan City. The operation starts now. Open the gates and advance at full speed. We will wipe out those ferocious beasts. As Feng Xiaoyu finished speaking, the heavy southern gate creaked open. Stone ground against stone while the warriors filed into neat ranks and marched beyond the walls. The instructors took the lead, and Sui's class was placed in the rear. Senior brother Lu, who exactly is Feng Xiaoyu? Sui asked in a low voice. Anyone able to command this force had to be extraordinary. Lu Cheng straightened his expression. Senior Feng is the deputy commander of Yuan City's garrison, a second-stage spirit-gathering realm expert. Sui nodded, respect rising in his heart. True strength always deserves honor. The line edged forward. He whispered, our turn. Ahead, Xiao Zanfeng's group had already stepped past the gate. Any slower, and they would fall behind. Let's go. Sui drew a deep breath and crossed the threshold with the others. It was his first time outside the city walls, and instinctively he scanned his surroundings. All he saw were weeds and cracked earth. A few lone trees swayed in the wind, and nothing else. His classmates behaved the same, glancing about whenever they could. Why don't I see any beasts or demons? Sui muttered. He explained. The area near the city is human territory. Unless they're in packs, lone beasts never dare come close. It's too easy for us to hunt them down. Sui understood. Yulan City was a satellite of Yuan City, only a few kilometers away, so this entire stretch was under human control. No wonder the journey was peaceful. Warriors covered distance quickly, and the 10+ kilometers vanished in less than 20 minutes. In the whistling mountain wind, the ruined walls of Yulan City came into view. They were pitted with holes, huge gaps gaped along the facade, and the gate had been blown apart, its remains nowhere to be seen. On the crumbling battlements, clusters of beasts roared, their coarse voices sounding like warnings to keep humans at bay. More alarming still were the dragon-like creatures circling overhead. They were jet black, each with a wingspan of more than 10 meters, and every beat of their wings produced a piercing howl. Iron-winged dragons. Sui's eyes lit up. The Academy archives flashed through his mind. An adult iron-winged dragon typically wields 5th-stage tempered body realm power. Its scales are as hard as iron, and brute force alone can scarcely pierce them. Cunning by nature, they never confront warriors hidden. They wait for their prey to reveal a flaw, then dive from above for a lethal strike. Inside the demon-suppressing tower, Sui had only faced ground-bound beasts. Airborne creatures were a first. If he could make contact with an iron-winged dragon, what ability might he extract? The thought filled him with eager anticipation. Sui also noticed that Yulan City was home to a staggering variety of savage beasts. Even the parapet alone crawled with monsters of every shape and size. A cragtooth wolf whose fangs jutted outward, a red flame ape with whip-like arms, a black-armored rat curled into a ball of living iron, and more. Whenever Sui touched a new species, he could copy one of its abilities, so he wanted the roster of beasts to be as mixed as possible. The thought made his heart hammer with excitement as he willed the army to charge right away. His soaring spirits stood in stark contrast to the tension around him. The mercenaries were seasoned veterans and kept their gazes steady, but the ordinary fighters and students had rarely faced real monsters. The murderous aura pressing down on them felt almost tangible, blanching many faces and soaking the hands that gripped their blades. Comrades, the beasts are right before us. Feng Xiaoyu suddenly raised his arm, his hoarse voice cracking across the plain. For our fallen Xinyao, slay the beasts. Kill. The instructors, mercenary companies, and martial families roared in unison. The ring of weapons leaving their sheaths rose like a tide of clashing steel, and the front lines surged forward like a breached flood toward Yulan City. In an instant the battlefield erupted with deafening war cries, and every fighter's blood caught fire. Sui E tightened his obsidian meteor sword, hearing the roar of his own boiling blood. An epic soundtrack played in his mind. If someone filmed the scene, it would be pure legend. Roar. The beasts, enraged, lifted their heads and howled back. Several of the most frenzied hurled themselves from the 10-meter-high battlements, clawing at the air as they dived straight into the ranks of men. Boom. Boom. Man and monster collided, steel met fang, sparks flew, and fresh blood splattered across the ground. Sui spotted a mountain bull the size of a small hill charging down the wall. Its massive horns swept sideways, flinging 4 or 5 warriors through the air in an instant, as if nothing could stand in its path. But its arrogance lasted only a breath. Several battle-hardened mercenaries flanked it, their blades falling like rain, and in the blink of an eye the hulking body was hacked into a mound of gore. Every other beast that had leapt from the wall shared the same fate. The first defensive line crumbled, human morale soared, and the fighters pressed straight through the city gate. Sui had been itching for this moment. He glanced back at Liwen and Xinyao. "Let's move," he shouted, then broke into a run, sword in hand, and charged toward Yulan City. The city still had plenty of high-tier beasts. Killing them meant a windfall of points and even stronger abilities. If someone else scooped up the loot first, he refused to be left with the scraps. Liwen and Xinyao froze. Feng Xiaoyu had not yet given students permission to enter, and Sui's reckless dash could land him in serious trouble. Worse still, 9th and 10th level body-tempering beasts lurking inside could shred a person with a single swipe. But Sui was their squad leader. If the leader charged ahead while the team hesitated, they would become a laughingstock. The two exchanged a look, clenched their teeth, and sprinted after him. The trio's disregard for orders set off an uproar among the students in the rear. "Who was that lunatic?" Someone blurted. "I think that's Sui, a first year from the 3rd Ancient Martial Academy." "What the hell, a freshman with a death wish." To these seniors, Sui's stunt was nothing short of suicide. Even they would be hard-pressed to come back alive if they barged in now, let alone a first year. Sui is far too impulsive. Liwen and Jiaoliang exchanged worried glances. "A mere hothead like you thinks he can compete with me?" Ling Haoyan sneered, the corner of his mouth curling. "Showing off, huh? Pity Liwen and you have to join the fool's errand. They might lose their lives for it." The students of the 3rd Ancient Martial Academy clustered together, whispering among themselves. A short distance from Yulan City, 2 men stood atop a windswept hill, their eyes fixed on the city gates. Feng Zhinan, the burly commander of the Enforcement Corps, crossed his arms as his hawk-like gaze locked onto the entrance. Beside him, Li Jinfeng, the silver-haired yet vigorous principal of the 3rd Ancient Martial Academy, watched just as intently. They had come for one purpose: to guard Sui from the shadows. As both the rising hope of Yuan City and the Jiang family's favorite son-in-law, Sui warranted nothing less than their full attention. When they saw Sui charge into Yulan City alone, their expressions darkened. Feng Zhinan shook his head and muttered, "Principal Li, your student is fearless." Li Zhenfeng's face turned even darker. Gritting his teeth, he growled, "That reckless brat. Just wait till I get my hands on him." His fists cracked audibly. Every student was supposed to remain behind the safety line. Yet Sui had ignored orders. Li Zhenfeng itched to drag him back and give him a thorough thrashing. Feng Zhinan glanced sideways. "Since Sui's inside, shouldn't we follow?" "No need," Li Zhenfeng answered, waving him off with a mix of sternness and helplessness. "He may be headstrong, but he's capable. There isn't a single Jupojing-level beast in Yulan City. His life isn't in danger." He knew full well that Sui's strike force was pushing 13 to 1400 kilos. With his secret art doubling that power, one punch exceeded 2600 kilos, enough to crush any beast at Sui Tier 10. Moreover, warriors with hidden combat talents only unlocked their full potential through life-and-death battles. Shielding him now would only slow his growth. Inside the gate, Sui had barely stepped onto the street when the stench of blood hit him. All around, martial artists and beasts clashed amid shattered walls and crimson flashes of steel carnage on every side. A sudden foul wind whooshed in from the flank. A 5-meter-long boar covered in dark red bristles and sporting knife-like tusks charged straight at him. Bloodthirsty Liao boar. Sui's brow lifted in eager delight. He pivoted, then drove a counterpunch. Boom. Backed by 1400 kilos of force, his fist slammed into the boar's brow ridge. Air exploded with a muffled thunderclap. The massive beast shrieked, hurtled several meters through the air, and hit the ground with its skull caved in, blood spraying. It twitched once, twice, then lay still. Not far away, Liwen and Xinyao had just entered the city and witnessed the scene, turning to stone on the spot. Sui had claimed to be at Sui Tier 4. They'd been skeptical. Now they'd watched him annihilate at Sui E Tier 2 bloodthirsty Liao Boar with a single, overwhelming blow. All doubts vanished. At the same moment, a cold, mechanical prompt echoed in Sui E's mind. Target, bloodthirsty Liao Boar, 200 vitality extracted. Cultivation advanced to Qishue Tier 10. Qishue Tier 10. Sui E's heart pounded as his blood surged and his bones popped. He was now a bona fide Sui E Tier 6 warrior. The Academy's acknowledged champion, Xiaotianhou, was only Tier 5. Sui, still just a first year, had already surpassed him. If word got out, jaws would drop across the entire school. Sui, look out! Lu Cheng and He Yu shouted at the same time. Their words were still echoing when a pack of blood-crazed Liao boars lunged at Sui from the right. 6 of them, all fully grown, the weakest already at the first layer of the body tempering stage, charged forward, tusks stained red and hooves grinding broken bricks to dust. Sui was undeniably strong, but could anyone walk away unscathed when 6 body tempering beasts hit at once? Lu Cheng's and He Yu's hearts pounded as worry spread across their faces. Nothing but ants. Sui's tone was as calm as if he were out for a stroll. When the boars closed to 10 paces, he raised his sword and brought it down. Had long since learned he could draw power from only one beast of each type, so there was no need for barehanded combat. As the blade fell, a silver ripple flared before him like moonlight, yet it carried a terrifying spatial edge. The air shrieked as though the void itself had been torn open. Thud, thud, thud. The 3 lead boars slammed into the ripple and were sliced cleanly in two. Scarlet fountains erupted as flesh and bones scattered through the air, ghastly, yet dazzling. The 3 behind them were still in mid-pounce. They weren't severed on the spot, but the sword light carved deep wounds the length of their bodies, flesh curling back while blood gushed out. Roar! Mortally wounded, the trio crashed to the ground, bellowing in agony. Sui stepped in like lightning. Fist, elbow, kick, 1 punch, 2 swift kicks, and the massive bodies twitched once before lying still. Holy crap, Sui's a beast. Lu Cheng stared, dumbfounded. One man had faced 6 full-grown Liao boars heathen, killed them all in just a few breaths, and never lost the advantage. The sight almost made his chest burst with shock. Is that sword blank of his a divine weapon? He whispered, dazed. She had seen it clearly. One swing had slain 3 beasts outright. Only the rarest divine-grade blades could do that. An 8 million blue star credit weapon isn't for show, Lu Cheng muttered, equal parts awe and envy. Senior brother Lu, stay with me, Sui called. Seeing them still in a daze, he took the lead and sprinted toward the street corner. On it, Lu Cheng and He Yu jolted back to reality and raced after him. After witnessing Sui's strength, every trace of doubt they'd had was gone. Sui, there's a pack of green-wind wolves ahead. Should we clear them out first? Lu Cheng pointed past a crumbling wall. 20-odd wolves. All at the Qi blood stage, the 3 of them could wipe them out in moments. Too weak. We need body-tempering beasts. Sui had no interest. First, Qi blood beasts were worth almost no points. Second, had already slain green-wind wolves in the demon-suppressing tower and couldn't extract more power from them. With a city full of monsters, wasting time made no sense. Works for me, Lu Cheng said without a hint of complaint. Where to next, Sui? He Yu asked. Sui's eyes swept the area like lightning. Beasts were everywhere, but most were Qi blood stage and all species had killed before. He was about to suggest heading farther in when a violent clash erupted behind a collapsed building in the distance, mingled with human screams. That could only mean human cultivators had run into powerful beasts. If there were already casualties, those monsters had to be terrifyingly strong. Follow me. Sui straightened and sprinted toward the half-collapsed gray building, his footsteps scattering loose stone. Lu Cheng and He Yu gritted their teeth and kept up, and in moments the 3 of them slipped around to the rear of the ruin. What they saw there stole their breath. A dozen savage rock bears, each twice a grown man's height, ebony fangs flashing between plates of stone like hide, were besieging a 5-person mercenary squad. Of the 4 men and 1 woman, 3 men now lay in their own blood, faces ashen, too weak even to grip their weapons. The remaining pair, Pei Lin and Pei Li of the Star Moon mercenaries, were both body tempering level 6 or higher, yet the bear's encirclement left them moments from being torn apart. Lu Cheng's knees shook. That's a pack of savage rock bears. Sui run. Data from his textbooks flashed through his mind. An adult rock bear is born with level 5 power, and its mutant stone armor is tough enough that even a level 7 fighter struggles to break through. With more than 10 together, the outcome could only be fatal. We couldn't save them even if we tried. Lu Cheng clenched his fists and managed a bitter smile. He urged, those are Pei Lin and Pei Li from Star Moon, both level 6. Don't do anything rash, Sui. The meaning was clear. If the siblings couldn't hold out, charging in was suicide. Sui waved them off. Relax. Wait here. Before the words were out, he had lifted the obsidian meteor sword and become a black blur streaking toward the battle. Sui, Lu Cheng and He Yu blanched, powerless to stop him from plunging into the roiling mass of bears. Brother, a fighter's coming to help us. Pei Li spotted the dark figure first, Delight mixed with doubt. The weapon in his hand looked like nothing more than a fire-poking stick. Pei Lin shoved a rock bear aside, glanced up, and saw a school uniform. His face drained of color. Stay back. You'll be killed. He sensed the newcomer's courage, but also his limited strength. Charge into that bear pack, and he'd be shredded in seconds. Why throw his life away? Pei Li's last flicker of hope went out. Yet Sui E seemed deaf to every warning. He only accelerated, his momentum swelling. Roar. The nearest rock bear pounded its chest, the sound booming through the ruins. A fan-sized paw, trailing a wave of fetid heat, smashed towards Sui E. The strike split the air, whipping stones and dead branches into a rasping storm. Sui E still didn't draw his sword. He clenched his fist and drove a straight punch into the oncoming paw. He had to get close enough to steal the bear's abilities. Besides, the force surging inside him already topped 1,600 kilos. A frontal clash held no terror for him. We're finished. The Pei siblings watched him meet the bear Hedon and felt their hearts sink. Has he gone crazy? Lu Cheng and He Yu, hiding at a distance, were frantic. Why not use that sword embryo, almost a divine weapon, instead of fighting barehanded? In the next instant, Sui E and the wildstone bear crashed into each other. A deafening boom tore through the forest as fist and paw met. Sui E was pushed back only 2 steps before regaining his footing, while the bear, towering like a small hill, was blasted off its feet, rolling more than 10 meters before it finally stopped. My God! Pei Lin and the others gaped in disbelief. No one had imagined that Sui E could overpower the beast Hedon. A wildstone bear with 5th-layer strength in the tempering realm normally required at least a 6th-layer fighter to subdue it. Which academy bred a talent like this? Pei Lin muttered. In Source City's 3 ancient martial academies, students above the 6th layer could be counted on one hand, and he knew every one of them, yet Sui E was a complete unknown. Had a monster-class rookie just appeared? The question churned in his mind. Across the clearing, Lu Cheng and He Yu exchanged stunned looks. Sui E seems far stronger than before, they thought at the same time. When they'd hunted the blood-tusked boar, had been fierce, but nothing like the overwhelming force he showed now. Sui E himself froze for a heartbeat as a familiar system prompt echoed in his mind. Contact with wildstone bear detected. 200 blood energy points extracted. Host's blood energy realm advanced to the 12th layer. The 12th layer? Wasn't the cap the 10th? For an instant Sui E thought had misheard. If he could truly break the limit and draw blood energy without end, 100 layers, even 1,000, won't be impossible. Then he might crush a spirit-condensing expert with a single punch. At the thought, he clenched his fist. Raw power surged through his veins, proving the 12th layer was real. His strength had skyrocketed. A faint smile curled on his lips. Roar. Enraged, the wildstone bear charged again, its barrel-sized paw whistling towards Sui E's face. Sui E merely curled his lip and reached out. Boom. Fist and paw collided once more. This time the bear struck a wall of iron. Sui E didn't budge an inch. Realizing danger, the beast tried to pull back, but an immense force locked its wrist in place. Crack. The rocky armor on its paw shattered. Before it could howl, Sui E hoisted the massive creature with one hand and slammed it down. Bang! The ground shook and dust mushroomed upward. The wildstone bear hit like a sack of rubble, carving a crater into the earth. Web-like fissures spread as rocks and soil exploded outward. This is insane! Pei Lin and the others were struck dumb. They had just watched Sui E smash a 5th-layer wildstone bear like a rag doll. The sheer power was beyond anything they had ever seen, leaving their minds numb with shock. Sui E gave the savage rock bear no chance to breathe. His sword flashed downward. With a sickening squelch, the obsidian meteor sword pierced straight through the bear's skull, sending up a geyser of blood and killing it on the spot. Its stone-like carapace was useless against the sword's terrifying spatial edge. That it fell in a single stroke came as no surprise. Pei Lin and Pei Li felt their hearts tremble. Sui E was too fierce. Lu Cheng and He Yu could barely contain their excitement. Power like this made their blood burn. Their companion's brutal death didn't make the remaining rock bears retreat. It enraged them. Fangs bared. They roared and charged Sui E all at once. Damn it, stop them. Pei Lin's face paled as he shot forward. He knew Sui E could handle a rock bear unknown, but a pack fight would be ugly. They had to relieve the pressure. Pei Li understood as well. Gritting her teeth, she raised her blade and followed. They had barely taken a few steps when the scene before them made them freeze. Sui E, like a war god, casually hefted the fire poker-sized obsidian meteor sword and cleaved downward. Silver ripples spread through the air, the power of spatial rending sweeping out. The bears in front were sliced cleanly in half, their bodies thudding to the ground in a spray of dust and blood. The horrifying sight stopped the rest of the rock bears dead. Savage as they were, instinct warned them this human was unbeatable. Charging again meant death. After a brief standoff, they let out uneasy growls and turned to flee. Sui E had no intention of letting his prey escape. He dashed after them, the obsidian meteor sword blurring into streaks of black light. Every swing split the air with a sharp whistle and scattered fresh blood. Only then did Pei Lin and Pei Li snap out of it. They frantically cut down any bear that slipped past, buying Sui time. When only 2 rock bears remained, Sui didn't finish them off. Instead, he shattered their rocky armor, crushed their tendons, and then lifted the hulking beasts and tossed them like sandbags to Lu Cheng and Hiyu. Senior brother Lu, they're all yours. As team leader, he wouldn't hog all the credit. His teammates deserved a share. Lu Cheng and Hiyu caught on immediately, delivered the finishing blows, and each claimed a head. Sui E, you're unbelievable. They hurried over, faces full of admiration. To single-handedly slay more than a dozen savage rock bears among all the students, probably only Sui E could pull that off. They were in awe and grateful they joined his squad. Thank you for saving our lives, Sui E. Pei Lin stepped forward and bowed deeply. Had Sui E not intervened, the 5 members of the Star Moon Mercenary Company would likely have died here. His gratitude was sincere. No need to stand on ceremony, Brother Pei. We're all human. Slaying fierce beasts is simply our duty. Sui E answered with a light laugh. Pei Li hesitated, then ventured, Sui E, you're a first year at the 3rd Ancient Martial Academy, right? When Shed heard his name, a post on the Fighters Forum had flashed through her mind. Rumor had it Sui E had risen to fame by storming the Suppression Tower with only a 1-star talent and had since defeated a string of prodigies. He was already the brightest star of the 3rd Ancient Martial Academy. But there was one thing Pei Li just couldn't figure out. Sui E might be called a monster, but he was still only a first-year student. How could he already be this strong? Sui E is a freshman? Pei Lin's jaw nearly hit the floor. A kid in his first year cut down more than a dozen savage rock bears? That's insane. Captain Pei, Sui really is a first year at our 3rd Ancient Martial Academy. LV Chung confirmed, chin held high. Fighting alongside a genius like that filled him with pride. Pei Lin drew a sharp breath and looked Sui E up and down, marveling in silence. A monster of this caliber was rare not only in Origin City. The whole Blue Star might not hold another like him. Brother Pei, if there's nothing else, we'll be on our way, Sui E reminded him. His real goal was still to copy abilities, hunt beasts, and stack up points. Now that Head helped the Pei siblings, he couldn't waste any more time. Sui E, if you ever need anything, come to the Star Moon Mercenary Group. He'll never say no, Pei Lin promised solemnly. A man of his word, he would walk through fire for the one who had saved his life. I will, Sui replied with a nod. Head planned to join a mercenary team anyway. That golden-scaled python in the Misty Forest still tugged at his mind. If he wanted to hunt outside the city often, the smartest move was to rely on a team. The Star Moon mercenaries had left an excellent first impression, making them his first choice. Brother Pei, we'll be off, Sui called, then hurried away with LV Chung and Hiyu. What kind of monster is Sui E? Anyway, Pei Li murmured, staring at his retreating figure. They had barely gone a few hundred meters when a pack of tempered body firefoxes appeared. After a brief clash, every fox lay dead. Sui E casually siphoned off 100 points of vital energy, driving his vitality realm to the 13th tier and his raw force past 1,900 kilograms, almost level with a 10th tier tempered body fighter. Still unsatisfied, he set off at once to find more prey. Half an hour later, the number of beasts that had fallen to his blade had climbed into the hundreds, more than most instructor teams or elite mercenaries could claim. Another 300 vital energy points pushed him to the 16th tier. The score flashing on his tracking token was even scarier, over 7,000 points. Even if he quit hunting now, his place in the trial tower was guaranteed. LV Chung and Hiyu had also struck it rich, their own scores both breaking 1,000 enough to qualify. By now they followed Sui E's every word as though he were a god. Sui E, are we still hunting? LV Chung ventured. He was already more than satisfied and would leave the decision to Sui E. Sui E's gaze swept the distant sky, where an iron-winged drake was circling, ready to dive. His eyes lit up, and he spat out a single word. Hunt. He had yet to kill an iron-winged drake, which meant he still couldn't copy its abilities, something he would never accept. Besides, the drake hovering overhead clearly planned to ambush the humans below. It was too good an opportunity to miss. Well, do whatever you say. Lu Cheng and Hiyu replied in unison. Follow me. Sui E barked, springing toward the spot where the iron-winged dragon had appeared. Lu Cheng and Hiyu rushed after him without a moment's hesitation. A few minutes later, the three reached a cramped square ringed by squat, heavy buildings. Only one narrow passage allowed entry or exit, and the flagstones were spiderwebbed with cracks, clear signs of a fierce fight. At the center, 5 instructors from different academies were besieging a massive black carapaced scorpion. Blades and palm strikes flashed, yet none could break its shell. Sui E's gaze swept the scene and found several wounded teachers sprawled on the ground, their blood glaringly bright. What kind of beast is that? He muttered, drawing a sharp breath. Since arriving in Yulan City, he had slain hundreds of beasts, even one at the peak of the tempering realm. But this scorpion was far more troublesome, and it wasn't listed in the library's bestiary. Sui E, that's a zombie scorpion at the 10th level of the tempering realm, Lu Cheng warned softly. Its speed and defense outclass anything at the same stage. So that's what it is. Sui E's eyes narrowed. He now saw the pattern. Each time an attack neared, The zombie scorpion flickered aside and countered with a tail strike. Without matching its speed, the instructors would soon collapse. Sui E, Instructor Lin is over there, he's hurt. He pointed to the square's western side. Sui followed her gaze and spotted Lin Qingshan lying on his back, a savage gash across his chest soaking half his clothes in blood. Though the 9th level Tempering Realm expert still breathed, the effort looked agonizing. Sui started toward him when a dark shadow plunged from above. Damn! The creature was the Iron-Winged Dragon, notorious for ambushes. It was only at the 5th level of the Blood Energy Realm, but in Lin Qingshan's condition one claw strike would be fatal. When Sui dashed into the melee, the instructors froze in disbelief. A student joining the fight? Sheer suicide. Sui, leave Mei-go. Lin Qingshan rasped, panic and gratitude mingling in his voice. This young man was the Academy's hope. He must not die here. Sui ignored him. He pushed his speed to the limit and reached Lin Qingshan in a blink. The Iron-Winged Dragon stooped, its obsidian talons aimed at Lin Qingshan's throat and chest. Get lost. Sui roared, eyes blazing, and drove his fist upward. The punch howled through the air, and his blood felt as if it were boiling. In that instant, his cultivation surged. His blood energy realm rose to the 17th level. Sui felt no thrill whatsoever right now. Rescuing Lin Qingshan was the only thing that mattered. Just as the Iron-Winged Drake's talons were about to touch the top of Lin Qingshan's head, Sui's fist crashed into the beast's chest first. More than 2,300 kilograms of brute force burst forth like floodwaters released from a sluice gate. Bang! With a deafening crack, the drake's steel-like scales shattered. Before it could even scream, half of its body was pulverized into pulp, while the remaining half was blasted several yards through the air, spraying a cloud of blood. The plaza fell deathly silent in an instant. Every instructor stood frozen like a sculpture, eyes wide with shock. A student had one-shot a 5th-layer body tempering Iron-Winged Drake with a single punch? What kind of monstrous power was that? Did Sui just smash an Iron-Winged Drake with one punch? Am I seeing things? Lin Qingshan gaped so wide, he nearly dislocated his jaw. Even the zombie scorpion paused, its cold compound eyes warily scanning Sui. Lu Cheng and Hiyu were shocked as well, yet far calmer than the others. This wasn't the first time they'd witnessed Sui's outrageous feats. Right then, a mechanical voice boomed through Sui's mind. Target, Iron-Winged Drake detected. Extracting flight ability. Host has obtained the primary divine art wings of flight. Effect, 2 light wings sprout from the back, enabling aerial movement. Limitation, speed and altitude are restricted. Duration may not exceed 5 minutes. Not bad, Sui muttered, a grin forming at the corner of his mouth. Wings of flight might be an auxiliary art, but it was perfect for a quick getaway. If he ever ran into trouble too big to handle, he could always flap and bolt. Sui, are you all right? Lin Qingshan asked, unable to ignore Sui's sudden grin. I'm fine, Sui replied, collecting himself. His gaze locked onto the zombie scorpion. An instant later, he pushed off the ground like an arrow loosed from a bow, charging straight toward the scorpion. He's insane. A chorus of instructors cried, faces draining of color. The zombie scorpion was 10th-layer body tempering, a creature famed for its defense and speed among peers. How dared Sui take the initiative? Was he fearless, or simply courting death? Lin Qingshan felt his heart sink. Even if Sui could pulp an Iron-Winged Drake with one punch, the scorpion was several times stronger. Charging in Hedon could get him dropped in a single exchange. Is Sui really going after the zombie scorpion? Lu Cheng and Hiyu were just as stunned, wondering if victory after victory had finally gone to Sui's head. Seeing the young warrior barrel toward it, the zombie scorpion's ugly face twisted into a mocking sneer. Click, click, the 2 massive pincers rose high, waiting for Sui to deliver himself to death's door. It neither dodged nor retreated, striking an almost contemptuous pose, exactly what Sui wanted. His greatest fear was that the scorpion would fight a war of attrition. He couldn't match its speed if it chose to stand its ground. However, he was confident he could crush it with a single blow. As Sui closed in on the zombie scorpion, he unleashed a punch. 2,300 kilograms of raw power erupted like a volcano, tearing the air with a shrill scream. Holy crap, how strong is that? Several teachers outside the arena blurted, their faces draining of color. A sudden chill shot through the zombie scorpion. Its casual arrogance vanished. The moment the fist neared, its hulking body seemed to evaporate from sight. Crack! Sui struck nothing but air, the recoil flushing his chest with nausea, yet the real danger followed. Dodging the lethal punch, the scorpion whirled and countered, a jet-black flash slashing toward his back, the afterimage of its massive claw descending at breakneck speed. It's over. The teachers tried to intervene, but the scorpion moved far faster than they could react. Lin Qingshan's face went ghost white. Lu Cheng and Hiyu's legs buckled, nearly dumping them to the ground. They all knew Sui couldn't dodge. One strike would kill him. With death inches away, Sui's heart thundered, but he forced himself calm in a single breath. Blocking was impossible. Evasion even more so had only one card left to play. Smelted Golden Body. Buzz-blinding gold light burst from his skin as plates of golden scales surfaced and covered him in an instant. Clang. The scorpion's giant claw slammed into his back, ringing like metal on steel. The 2,000 kilogram impact drove Sui E to one knee, yet the golden armor absorbed every ounce of lethal force. He felt only a dull ache in his chest, no real injury. An instant later, Sui E sprang to his feet. Inside his mind, the system chimed. Contact with zombie scorpion detected. Extracting speed attribute 100. Host speed doubled. Speed. Light flared in Sui E's eyes. Compared with blood vitality or body tempering, speed was the true battlefield killer. With it doubled, the scorpion had lost its edge. My god, is he cultivating a defense art above Xian rank? Not a scratch on him. The teacher stared, stunned by his unscathed form. Sui E still alive. Lin Qingshan's eyes brimmed with tears. Awesome. Lu Cheng and Hiyu leaped up, unable to contain themselves. Across from them, the zombie scorpion's huge eyes filled with disbelief. A sneak attack landed, but failed to break his defense. This youth's toughness defied everything it understood. Fear sprouted. For the first time it considered retreat. Trying to run? Sui E's lips curled into a wicked grin. After hitting me, you think you can just walk away? In a flash, he charged again, his speed clearly faster than before, and, this time, he drew the obsidian meteor sword. The moment Sui E's speed shot up to match its own, the zombie scorpion panicked. Terror flooded its huge compound eyes, and it abandoned the fight, whipping around to flee for its life. It had only managed a few strides when a ring of silvery ripples materialized in the air, a hidden invisible blade of space that hummed with lethal energy. The scorpion sensed the danger too late. Its massive body slammed straight into it. Crack! A shrill splintering echoed out. The armor-hard black carapace split in a long, jagged gash, blood spraying everywhere. Its defenses, sturdier than most beasts, barely kept it from being cleaved in two. Still, the wound was mortal. Its tail flailed, its steps faltered, and its life force plummeted. Sui E closed in, landed before the scorpion, and brought his gleaming sword embryo down in a single arc. Squelch! Silver light lanced through the beast. It could no longer resist. The blow cut it cleanly in half, flesh and blood scattering. Silence fell, the air thick with the stench of gore. Felling the zombie scorpion in just 2 strikes left everyone stunned. Moments earlier, several instructors working together had been badly wounded by the creature, yet Sui Yianli, a first-year student, had dispatched it with effortless ease. The contrast filled the teachers with shame. None could meet his gaze. Sui E gave the corpse a brief glance, sheathed his sword, and turned toward Lin Qingshan. Just then a bright firework burst in the night sky, the signal that high-level beasts in Yulan City were cleared and the students of all 3 academies could enter. A thunderous roar of battle followed as students surged in like a tide. Sui hurried to Lin Qingshan's side. Teacher Lin, are you all right? He'll live, Lin Qingshan answered with a strained smile, gratitude shining in his eyes. Sui, if you hadn't come, I'd be dead. Thank you. Questions swirled in his mind. When had Sui grown this strong? And where had he gotten a sword embryo infused with spatial power? This wasn't the time to ask. Helping you is the least I can do. Teacher, Sui said quietly. You're badly hurt. Let me get you out of the city for treatment. No, have someone else take me. Lin Qingshan waved him off. You stay here and keep hunting. Remember the Academy's honor and the trial tower quota. For him, the Academy's glory came before everything. Understood, Sui nodded. With his current points, the quota was nearly secured. He had planned to withdraw since the city's beasts had been cleaned out. But Lin Qingshan's words changed his mind. Li Shinfeng was counting on him to take first place, and Sui intended to make sure of it. Besides, Lu Cheng and Hiyu might still lack the points for their own quotas. He would stay and help them, too. Sui, there may be no high-tier beasts left, but keep your guard up. On the plaza where the blood had yet to dry, Lin Qingshan patted Sui's shoulder, his gaze solemn. Don't worry, sir, Sui replied with an easy yet assured smile. Lin Qingshan let out a quiet breath and gave a short nod. The other instructors hurried over, shaking Sui's hand or giving him a quick pat on the arm, squeezing a grateful thank you into their brief exchange before supporting the slightly exhausted Lin Qingshan away. As the teachers disappeared into the distance, Lu Cheng and Hiyu strode to Sui's side. Sui, what's our next move? Hiyu asked in a hushed voice. Keep killing, Sui answered without hesitation. Got it. They replied in unison, not the slightest trace of doubt in their voices. They had just stepped off the plaza when a flurry of footsteps rushed in from the side. Kicking up dust, Xiao Zanfeng's squad burst into view. Seeing Sui's group safe and sound, they froze, each wearing a different expression. Xiao Zanfeng moved forward, his gaze sweeping over Sui. Didn't think you'd still be breathing, he said flatly. Looks like I underestimated you. Sui snorted. Relax, he shot back. Even if I die, it won't be on your conscience. Xiao Zanfeng's face darkened, and a senior behind him immediately stepped up. Sui, Brother Xiao is the Academy's strongest fighter. Watch your tone. The strongest? He Yu and Lu Cheng exchanged a glance filled with mockery. They had once assumed Xiao Zhanfeng was the ceiling of the Third Ancient Martial Academy, but after watching Sui E one-shot a stage 10 tempered body zombie scorpion, that belief had shattered. Compared with many instructors, Sui E was far more terrifying. What did Xiao Zhanfeng amount to? Sui E's voice remained calm. That's how I've always been. Show me respect, and I'll return it. Come looking for trouble, and I won't hold back. The senior scoffed. Who do you think you are? The only reason you get away with this is because the headmaster favors you. Lu Qing couldn't stay silent. Zhang Kai, Sui's no joke anymore. Don't underestimate him. Oh really? Zhang Kai sneered. If he's that amazing, how many beasts have you killed? His teammates chimed in at once. They must have been hiding somewhere safe. Probably haven't killed a single beast. In their eyes, Sui's trio had always been the weakest in the squad. Their spotless clothes and unmarked skin now seemed proof they had been cowering in a shelter. He frowned. Who says? We've killed plenty. In truth, under Sui's command they had taken down hundreds of beasts, most of them high tier, and their combined score was nearing 10,000, enough to rank among the very best. To have their effort dismissed made her seethe. Mocking laughter erupted around them. Just the three of them? Quit bragging. You, spending time with Sui has really taught you to bluff. Killed a lot, huh? Then show us your tags if you've got the guts. Blind fools, Lu Cheng growled, ready to pull out their badges and shut them up. Sui raised a hand to stop him. Brother Lu, don't waste your breath on trash. Let's go. Save the real slap for the end of the assessment. It hurts more when the timing's right. All right. Lu Cheng seemed to grasp Sui's intent and made no move to take out the marker token. A faint smile tugged at Sui's lips as his gaze swept over the dozen or so hostile classmates opposite him. Sui, what are you so smug about? Who are you calling trash? Zhang Kai growled. The words squeezed through clenched teeth. The students of the Third Ancient Martial Academy, always proud of their own talent, were incandescent with rage, glaring at Sui in unison. Trash or not is settled by strength, not talk. Sui replied calmly, the challenge clear. If you're not convinced, let's compete. How? Zhang Kai demanded. A beast hunt. Sui pointed toward the city. Whoever kills more wins. The losers are the trash. Zhang Kai burst out laughing, his expression growing even fiercer. Huh, what an ego. Still chuckling, he turned to the team leader. Boss Xiao, what do you think? Arms folded, Xiao Zhanfeng's eyes flashed coldly, and he nodded without hesitation. Fine. Since you're so confident, we accept. Lately Sui had been stealing the spotlight at the academy, overshadowing Xiao Zhanfeng, long hailed as the strongest in the Third Academy. Xiao already resented him. Now he meant to crush him outright. Besides, they had the numbers and the higher cultivation. He couldn't imagine losing. Then we'll see who's right after the assessment. Sui clasped his hands in salute, turned, and left with Lu Cheng and another teammate. Move out. Xiao Zhanfeng barked. His dozen or so students snapped into formation and charged into the depths of Yulan City, boots crunching over broken stone. Taking first place in the beast hunt thrilled him even more than humiliating Sui every second counted. Sui's trio advanced at a leisurely pace, drifting through one alley after another. When they met a beast, they killed it. When they didn't, they kept strolling. With plenty of points already banked, they could afford to take their time. Turning into a broad street, they suddenly heard weapons clashing and beasts roaring. Sui's eyes narrowed. Ahead, more than 10 bloodthirsty Liao boars were besieging a squad from the Second Ancient Martial Academy, throwing the scene into chaos. He recognized the squad at once Ling Haoshan's team. A chill curved his lips. He told his companions, Senior Brother Lu, wait here for me. He'll be right back. Before the words were fully spoken, he shot forward like an arrow. Ling Haoyan had provoked him repeatedly, and Sui had not forgotten. Stealing this pack of boars would be the perfect reminder. At the edge of the melee, Sui drew his sword and unleashed 3 rapid slashes. Swish, swish, swish. 3 arcs of silvery gray light rippled through the pack. Blood sprayed as the boars were cleaved clean in half, crashing to the ground and painting a crimson line across the street. The Second Academy students froze, blades and spears still poised in midair. 3 strikes and they're all dead? That's insane. Every eye locked onto the youth who had appeared from nowhere. The moment they recognized Hema, mere freshman from the Third Academy, the shock only deepened. Ling Haoyan stood stunned. Then his gaze fell on the extraordinary sword in Sui's hand, and realization dawned. Sui, you bastard. Who said you could steal our prey? He shouted, fury blazing in his eyes. Taking out a dozen bloodthirsty Liao boars would net more than 1,000 points. The students had finally cornered the creatures at the end of an abandoned alley. Just as they were about to close in, a dark figure swept past 3 icy flashes from Sui's obsidian meteor sword, and every beast hit the ground at once. These monsters belong to no one. Whoever lands the kill earns the points. If you can't manage that, blame your own weakness, not me. Sui sheathed his sword with a scornful snort. There are beasts everywhere in the city. Why steal ours? Someone protested. Sui's reasoning was sound. but his behavior felt downright shameless. Sui E shrugged. Talk to Ling Haoyan. He keeps targeting me, and you're on his team. Tough luck. Rage reddened Ling Haoshan's eyes. Pointing at Sui E, he growled, Sui E, are you trying to provoke me? I'd think twice if I were you. Sui E tilted the obsidian meteor sword. The blade that had felled 3 beasts in one stroke made Ling Haoshan's eyelids twitch. If they really fought, he couldn't be sure the sword wouldn't split him in two. Still, Ling Haoyan couldn't swallow his pride. Drop the weapon if you've got guts, let's settle this barehanded. From what he knew, Sui's cultivation was no higher than body tempering stage 2. Without the sword, he should be easy to crush. Sui replied mildly, didn't we agree to fight after the assessment? Ling Haoyan snorted. Fine, just you wait. He then led his group away to keep hunting. Piling up points mattered more for now, and giving Sui a lesson could wait. Sui ignored them, shrugged, and went back to Lu Cheng and Hiyu. From then on he rarely struck himself, letting them handle most of the monsters. Even so, the few times he drew his blade were so efficient that his own score quietly crept toward 9,000. During a break, Sui asked, Brother Lu, how many points have you two gathered? Lu Cheng answered excitedly, over 1,800. He had never imagined racking up that many points. It was all thanks to Sui. Hiyu smiled. Past 1,700. That should be plenty, Sui nodded. There were few beasts left in the city. Staying would only waste time. He had sounded out the other students aside from a handful of top fighters. Most hadn't reached 1,000. Let's head outside, he suggested. Sure. Lu Cheng and Hiyu were happy with their scores and raised no objection. No sooner had the 3 stepped beyond Yulan City's gate than they saw Principal Li Junfeng and Captain Feng Jinan standing guard. Principal Li, Captain Feng, what brings you here? Sui walked up and greeted them with a smile. Li Junfeng looked Sui over from head to toe. Seeing him unscathed, he exhaled in relief, then asked, Sui, why did you leave the city early? How many beasts did you kill? How many points did you earn? The school's ranking in its slots for the trial tower depended on those points. If Sui's total wasn't high enough, Li would send him straight back inside to keep hunting. Principal, I earned 1,800 points. I got 1,700. LV Chung and Hiyu spoke up before anyone else. So many? Li Junfeng jerked his head up, shock written all over his face. These two were only at body tempering, first layer, and were usually at the bottom of the class. How could they possibly score that high? He almost thought he had misheard. Feng Zenen's pupils contracted as well. With scores like this, LV Chung and Hiyu could already stand alongside the academy's top students. Could the Third Ancient Martial Academy really have such hidden depth? It's true. Li Junfeng still found it hard to believe. Neither student said another word. They simply handed over their tracking tokens. The pale gold plaques clearly displayed the numbers 1, 800, and 1,700. After checking, Li Junfeng burst into hearty laughter. Excellent work, both of you. Go get some rest. Thank you, Principal. Grinning from ear to ear, they practically skipped out of the hall. Once they were gone, Li Junfeng turned to Sui with undisguised anticipation. Sui, how many points did you collect? If LV Chung could manage 1,800, what kind of score would Su Yuho was league stronger bring back? Excitement bubbled in his chest. Just a bit more than they did, Sui replied offhandedly, as though reporting something trivial. Only a bit. Li Junfeng raised an eyebrow in disbelief and held out his hand. Let me see your token. Sui shrugged. He had planned to save the surprise until the assessment was over, but the principal was clearly impatient. Here you go. The moment the token touched Li Zhenfeng's palm, Feng Jinan leaned in. Both men looked down together and froze. 9,120 points. The very air seemed to be sucked from the room. What did 9,000 points even mean? Slaying a single body tempering, 10th layer fiend beast was worth 50 points. Sui had to have killed hundreds of high-level beasts. He was only a first year. Even seasoned mercenary warriors rarely achieved that without a scratch. Yet Sui stood there with spotless clothes. To pull that off, one usually needed at least soul condensation strength, yet Sui had done it while still in body tempering. The thought alone made their scalps tingle. Principal, what's wrong? Sui asked when he noticed the pair had turned to stone. It's only 9,000 points. Is it really that shocking? Feng Jinan was the first to recover. He swallowed hard and managed. Sui, exactly how many beasts did you kill? Oh, just a few hundred, Sui said casually. Then he added, I owe it mostly to this sword embryo. He lifted his hand to reveal the obsidian meteor sword. Though still an unfinished blade, faint sigils flickered across its black metal surface, chilling to behold. The sword had indeed helped, but the real reason for his success was his own strength. Even if someone else possessed this blade, they might not replicate his feat for now. However, he chose not to draw too much attention to that fact. A sword embryo? Feng Jinan automatically focused on the weapon. It's a blade infused with spatial power, Sui explained. Its strike is incredibly potent. I see. Feng Jinan finally relaxed. With a weapon like that, it was at least conceivable to hunt a few hundred beasts. A few hundred hard, but not impossible. But Li Zhenfeng didn't see it that way. Earlier, Lin Qingshan had reported that even without using the obsidian meteor sword, Sui remained unfazed by Zhang Bixia and could even keep him pinned back. That alone proved Sui's strength had surged yet again during his visit to Yulan City. If he could crush Zhang Bixia, who was already at the 10th level of the Tempering Realm, it was no exaggeration to call him the strongest fighter below the Soul Gathering Realm. Heh, Sui, did you break through again? Li Jinfeng stepped closer and lowered his voice, more curious than anything about Sui's recent gains. Just a tiny bit, Sui replied flatly. At present, his blood key had reached the 17th level, while only 6 of his bones had been tempered. He had never heard of such a lopsided progression, blood forging ahead, while bone tempering lagged behind. Had planned to ask the Earthborn martial artists about it, but this wasn't the right occasion. Had seek out Li Jinfeng privately later. Only a tiny bit? You're awfully modest. Li Jinfeng stroked his chin and smiled meaningfully. Sui returned a polite smile and turned to leave. Headmaster, if there's nothing else, I'd like to rest. Hold it. Li Jinfeng suddenly put on a stern face. Sui stopped and looked back, puzzled. Sui, you're getting out of hand. Who told you to enter Yulan City on your own? No organization, no discipline. Li Jinfeng's voice was harsh. Yes, Sui's brilliance might win the 3rd Academy the championship, but if he kept acting on his own, how could a headmaster feel at ease? Sir, I did it for the academy, Sui said solemnly. If I hadn't gone in early, I couldn't have killed so many fierce beasts, and we wouldn't have such a solid shot at first place. Li Jinfeng was momentarily speechless. Sui's explanation sounded righteous enough. Pushing further would only dampen the boy's morale. He swallowed his lecture and settled for, be more careful next time. We'll let it go this once. Understood, headmaster. Sui grinned, then joined Lu Cheng and He Yu, the 3 of them chatting to pass the time. Roughly an hour later, groups of students emerged from Yulan City, each carrying or dragging a beast carcass. What are they doing with those? Sui raised an eyebrow. Beast meat's edible, He Yu explained patiently. It's good for ordinary people and martial artists alike. If I'd known, I'd have hauled a few myself, Lu Cheng said, slapping his forehead in regret. Sui had never heard that the meat was edible, and he instantly felt he'd missed out. With his spatial ring, he could have stashed a dozen, maybe 20. The thought barely formed before he made up his mind. Wait here. I'm going back for a few. Before the words had faded, he shot toward Yulan City like an arrow. Sui, all the beasts inside are dead. What are you going back for? Li Jinfeng shouted, but Sui was already out of earshot. Seeing the headmaster's confusion, Lu Cheng called out, Sir, he's going back for the carcasses. Such petty ambition, Li Jinfeng muttered, the corner of his mouth twitching. Elsewhere, after entering the city, Sui kept scouring the streets for beast corpses, and in no time he had tucked more than a dozen into his Qianquan ring. When he was wrapping up, he pulled out 3 relatively small blood-fang liao boars, kept one for himself, and dragged the other 2 over to Lu Cheng and He Yu's feet. Senior brother Lu, senior sister He, these are yours. Thanks, Sui. Lu Cheng and He Yu thanked him in unison. Sui had not only farmed a mountain of points for them today, he even remembered to share the beast materials. Their opinion of him soared once again. At the city gate, dust swirled in the air. Xiao Zhanfeng swaggered in with a crowd of students, every face wearing the same self-satisfied grin. Earlier, they had joined forces in Yulan City to wipe out hundreds of ferocious beasts, racking up more than 8,000 team points. Xiao Zhanfeng alone had pocketed nearly 2,000. Now he was ready to grind Sui's face into the dirt in front of everyone. Sui, have you settled your points yet? Care to compare? Xiao Zhanfeng crossed his arms, the corners of his mouth curling up. Chen Kai jumped in with a sneer. Don't forget, the loser's a total wash, should no backing out. Hearing that there was a show to watch, Hao Lirong's squad wandered over as well. Someone craned his neck toward Lu Cheng, his voice dripping with mock sympathy. Lu Cheng, rough day, huh? Tagging along with Sui and barely killing any beasts, and now you've got to admit you're trash in public. I almost feel sorry for you. The contest hasn't even started. How do you know we'll lose? Lu Cheng snorted. The student shrugged. Hang around Sui long enough, and all you learn is how to talk big. Lu Cheng was about to fire back, but He Yu shot him a look. Words can't beat points. Sui regarded Xiao Zhanfeng calmly. Individual or team? Team, Xiao Zhanfeng answered after a brief pause. It was the choice that favored him the most, that had more people and a bigger advantage. So, how many points did you get? Sui asked. Before the captain could speak, Zhang Kai puffed out his chest and rattled off the number. 8,623. A low murmur of amazement rose from Hao Lirong's group. The total was twice theirs and seemed to seal Sui's defeat. Yet Lu Cheng and He Yu exchanged a quiet smile. Sui alone could top that. Never mind the whole squad. Zhang Kai lifted an eyebrow at the trio, lips curled in disdain. Your turn. Do you even have 1,000 between you? Zhang Kai, you're giving them too much credit, another student laughed. They'll be lucky to hit 500, might not even crack 100. 2 more students chimed in with fresh mockery. Sui chuckled and shot Lu Cheng a look. Senior brother Lu, why don't you show them your points? Lu Cheng lifted his hand and set a palm-sized black token squarely in front of Xiao Zhanfeng's group. Light rippled across its surface, revealing a number over 1,800 points. The collective breathing immediately grew heavy. Only 1,800 plus at the first layer of the body tempering stage? Someone in the crowd whispered, unable to hide his shock. Even first squad's captain, Xiao Zhanfeng, had barely topped 1,900, while second squad's captain, Hao Lirong, sat just above 1,500. By any normal standard, Lu Cheng should have been dead last. Zhang Kai's expression shifted. Wearing a grin that never reached his eyes, he said, Lu Cheng, you must have lumped all three of your scores together. That's the only way. Voices of agreement rose at once. No one was willing to believe the weakest cultivator had vaulted near the top. Lu Cheng didn't bother to argue. Instead, he glanced at Hiyu. Catching his signal, Hiyu slid a hand to her waist, pulled out her own token, and placed it beside his. Buzz, another number flared. Over 1,700 points. It was as if the air had been choked off. Every student's pupils contracted. With Lu Cheng and Hiyu each boasting more than 1,700 points, the combined scores theory collapsed instantly. Faces darkened across Xiao Zhanfeng's contingent. If two of Sui E's teammates could rack up such tallies, how many points had their captain earned? 2,000. 3. Even more? A ripple of unease rose in Xiao Zhanfeng's heart, but he pushed it down. The assessment was about team totals, he reminded himself. No matter how high his personal score is, he still might not beat us overall. Sui E, let's see your token, Xiao Zhanfeng barked. Of course. Sui nodded calmly and reached into his robes. Everyone held their breath. Apart from Lu Cheng and Hiyu, every gaze was glued to the token. A flash of light, then the digits locked into place. More than 9,000 points. Silence, utter, suffocating silence. Then Zhang Kai screeched like a strangled rooster, voice raw and sharp. Impossible. How can you have that many points? You must have cheated. No one answered. Most simply stared blankly at the figure. Sui E's personal score outweighed their entire squads combined, overturning everything they thought they knew. If it was real, these self-proclaimed elites were worse than useless. 9,000, Hao Lirong mouthed, her gaze lingering on Sui E, eyes swirling with complex emotion. The Academy's tokens couldn't be faked. Everyone knew points were added only by personally slaying fierce beasts. Sui E's total had to be genuine. Yet he was a first year, rumored not even to have reached the body tempering stage. How had he done it? How can this be? Xiao Zhanfeng stood like a statue. He knew better than anyone the tokens couldn't be tampered with. He had planned to eclipse Sui E in this test, only to turn himself into a laughingstock. Memories of the miracles Sui E had performed flooded his Minda, true prodigy, perhaps even heaven's chosen. And he, driven by envy, had made Sui E an enemy, looking every bit the clown for it. Li Shinfeng came over when he heard the commotion. What's all the shouting about? He asked. Lu Cheng bowed hurriedly. Headmaster, Zhang Kai claims Sui E cheated to get the points on his token. Nonsense. Li Zhenfeng's face darkened, his eyes sharp as knives as he fixed them on Zhang Kai. You've got no skills of your own and still refuse to reflect on it. Instead you accuse someone else? One more word and you're out of this academy. To Li Zhenfeng, Sui E's score was beyond question, and those points gave the Third Ancient Martial Academy a real shot at winning this trial. Zhang Kai's accusation did nothing but smear the academy's name. If Li Zhenfeng weren't restraining himself, he might have kicked the boy on the spot. Headmaster, I was wrong. I shouldn't have doubted Sui E. Zhang Kai's legs shook. In his mind he saw expulsion, a black mark on his record, and his future in ruins. Cold sweat soaked his back. Then hurry up and apologize, Li Zhenfeng snapped. Zhang Kai trotted over to Sui E, head nearly touching his chest. Sui E, I was wrong. I'm the useless one. Please forgive me. Sui E nodded lightly. Since you're sincere, I won't hold it against you. Thank you. Zhang Kai exhaled as if head just escaped execution. At that moment Xiao Zhanfeng stepped forward, halted in front of Sui E, and studied him for a long moment. Sui E, I lost, he said at last. I'm the useless one. I can't match you. For the Academy's top prodigy to call himself worthless in public was humiliating, but Xiao Zhanfeng could accept defeat. A real man keeps his word. He had wagered with Sui E, so he had to own the outcome. The students watching exploded in an uproar. No one expected Xiao Zhanfeng to swallow his pride and concede. It took real courage. Sui E was a bit surprised as well. After Zhang Kai's apology had planned to let things drop. They were schoolmates, not mortal enemies. Yet Xiao Zhanfeng's forthright admission sounded like something a true man would say. Sui chocoled and shook his head. Senior brother Xiao, you're overstating it. You're one of the pillars of our academy, far from useless. Earlier was just a joke between us. Sui E, thank you, Xiao Zhanfeng replied, voice low but sincere. Sui E could have humiliated him, but chose to preserve his dignity. That generosity stirred genuine respect. Sui E's 9,000+ points already proved he was stronger, and Xiao Zhanfeng had always respected strength. Now, seeing Sui E's broad-mindedness, he respected him even more and even felt a desire to befriend him. Li Zhenfeng observed everything from the side and nodded to himself. One day Yuancheng would be Sui E's to govern, and a leader needed more than strength. He needed a reputation that inspired loyalty. So far, Sui E was living up to every expectation. Half an hour later, once all the students had regrouped, Li Jinfeng led the column from the front, while Feng Jinan brought up the rear, and the three academies filed down the gravel path toward Source City. Relaxed at last, the students strode along, chattering about their exploits, who had slain the most beasts, who had banked the highest score. Almost everyone was convinced they deserved first place. The loudest by far were the students of the First Martial Academy. With 4 squads, they had already piled up more than 22,000 points, and the senior prodigy Chaotianhou, at the 7th level of body tempering, had single-handedly earned over 5,000. In their minds, both the team and individual crowns were sewn up. The other 2 academies would be left in the dust. The Second Martial Academy, by contrast, was much quieter, especially the squad led by Ling Haoyan. Their total barely cleared 5,000, the lowest of the 3 squads. Ling himself had only 1,300 points, a humiliating tally for someone who fancied himself the academy's second strongest fighter. He had hoped to seize the spotlight with a breakout performance, yet he wasn't first in the combined rankings and only managed 5th within his own school. Fuming, Ling Haoyan dumped all his frustration on Sui E. Since Su had intercepted that bloodthirsty Liao boar, it felt as though their luck had been cursed. They either ran into beasts too strong to kill quickly or met only a few stragglers, so their score remained pitifully low. Sui E, just you wait, he muttered, shooting Su a cold glare as they marched. The constant fighting had pushed him to break through to the 6th body tempering level, and once the test was over, he intended to crush Sui E in their scheduled duel in front of the whole academy. Outwardly calm, the students of the 3rd Martial Academy were inwardly ecstatic. A quick tally showed their 3 squads had amassed more than 24,000 points, 2,000 more than the 1st Martial Academy. That meant the team title would be theirs. After years of watching the 1st Academy dominate every exam, they could hardly keep from shouting their joy to the sky. They knew exactly whom to thank: Sui E. Without his string of sweeping victories, the 3rd Academy wouldn't just have missed first place, they likely would have finished last. Even those who had once grumbled about him now looked at him with quiet admiration. Another half hour later, the 3 academies passed through the city gates and reached the rally point in the southern outer district. After a brief rest, the scorekeepers went to work. Feng Jinan stepped forward and announced in a booming voice, "Students, the Yulan City assessment is complete. Here are the results. First Martial Academy, 22,346 points. Second Martial Academy, 18,798 points." He paused, cleared his throat, then raised his voice. Third Martial Academy, 24,673 points. What? The moment Feng Jinan finished speaking, the students from the 1st and 2nd Ancient Martial Academies were struck dumb. The 3rd Ancient Martial Academy, universally regarded as the weakest of the 3, had racked up more than 24,000 points, catapulting past the formerly unassailable 1st Academy to the very top of the leaderboard. This is insane. Captain Feng, there has to be a mistake. How can the 3rd Academy have more points than we do? Outrage rose among the 1st Academy students. You're questioning me? Feng Zinen's gaze cut like a blade. A 5th-year spirit condensation expert, his pressure chilled the air around them. No, sir. The student's neck shrank, his face drained of color as he trembled. Feng Jinan snorted, then turned to the crowd. As chief captain of Yuansheng's law enforcement division, I vouch for these results. They are final. The 3rd Ancient Martial Academy takes first place. Fantastic. We're number 1. The 3rd Academy students erupted in cheers like crashing waves. Li Jinfeng said nothing, but his smile shone like sunlight. Sui E merely raised an eyebrow. First place was hardly worth getting excited about so long as he was around. The others would grow numb to it soon enough. How on earth did they score that many points? Xiao Zhanfeng and Hao Lirong must have gone berserk. Right, they're the strongest in the 3rd Academy. They must have done most of the beast slaying. Voices overlapped as students from the 1st and 2nd Academy speculated. Xiao Zhanfeng is 5th-tier body tempering, Hao Lirong 4th. They're strong, but could they really kill that many beasts? If not them, who else? Someone muttered, what about that Sui guy? He led his team into Yulan City half an hour ahead of us. Laughter burst out. They had all heard of Sui E, the newly risen genius freshman. Impressive enough to represent his academy, yes, but could a first year truly outshine the seniors? Quick guessing. Well, no, soon came a cool voice. It belonged to Tan Donghe, nicknamed Marana Senior from the 1st Academy and the acknowledged top fighter among all 3 schools. His words carried weight. Senior Tan is right. Individual scores will be announced any minute. Someone echoed, and the clamor subsided. Quiet, everyone. Feng Jinan raised a hand, and the plaza fell so still that every breath was audible. We will now announce individual rankings, top 30 only. These 30 students will represent their academies in the trial tower at month's end. Every student held their breath. 30th place, 1st Ancient Martial Academy, Lu Qiner, 876 points. At the sound of her name, Lu Qiner nearly leapt from her spot. 30th place still secured a coveted trial tower pass, and as only a 2nd year, edging into a list dominated by seniors filled her with pride. Junior sister Lu, congratulations. Several fellow disciples crowded around Lu Sierre, unable to hide their excitement as they offered their cheers one after another. Sierre clenched her fists, a faint flush spreading across her cheeks. Thank you, everyone. From a distance, Sui nodded approvingly. For someone at the first level of the body-tempering realm, Lu Sienner's current ranking was brilliant, and he was genuinely happy for her. In the center of the circular arena, a massive light screen continued to scroll. Elder Feng Zenin's bell-like voice rang out. 29th place, Kai Fei of the 2nd Ancient Martial Academy, 891 points. Before he could finish, cheers erupted from the 2nd Academy's seats. Kai Fei froze for a heartbeat, then bowed repeatedly to his teammates, eyes rimmed with tears. 28th place, Li Tao of the 1st Academy, 897 points. The number locked onto the screen, and Li Tao let out a long breath. Rank after rank flashed by until 15th place, Ling Haoyan of the 2nd Academy, 1,389 points. Ling Haoshan's straight back stiffened, his expression turning stormy. As the 2nd Academy's acknowledged number 2 fighter, he had never imagined his placing would look this poor. Murmurs rose all around, and every whispered comment seemed to press on his chest. At the same time, everyone noticed an obvious blank so far. The 3rd Ancient Martial Academy had yet to appear on the list. Eyes drifted toward their section, and speculation filled the air. Without glancing sideways, Feng Jinan announced a few more names and finally reached the eagerly awaited top 10. The atmosphere tightened, even breathing grew hushed. 10th place, Hao Lirong of the 3rd Academy, 1,596 points. 9th place, Hiyu of the 3rd Academy, 1,701 points. The back-to-back announcements set the plaza buzzing. Hao Lirong was already known as the 3rd Academy's number 2, so a top 10 finish was expected, but Hiyu was only first-level body tempering. Even more astonishing, her score surpassed Hao Lirong's. Senior sister He, congrats. Sui grinned and pumped a fist toward Hiyu. Students from the 3rd Academy looked at her with envy and a swirl of regret. They all knew that if they hadn't dismissed Sui E when choosing their captain, they might be sharing in this miracle. Now, regret was useless. Hiyu herself stood stunned, mind blank, until a teammate nudged her and she gave a wooden nod. Feng Jinan treated the commotion as non-existent. 8th, 7th, 6th. The next few were familiar faces and stirred little reaction. Suddenly, the screen froze. 5th place, Lu Cheng of the 3rd Academy, 1,917 points. Another first-level body tempering disciple had broken into the top 10 again from the same academy. The crowd could hardly believe it, and the uproar grew louder. Unfazed, Feng Jinan continued. 4th place, Xiao Zhanfeng of the 3rd Academy, 1,987 points. He raised his voice. 3rd place, Jiang Mingman of the 2nd Academy, 3,809 points. What? Jiang Mingman is only 3rd. The murmur crashed over the stands like a wave. Students from the 1st and 2nd Academies exchanged glances, thinking they had misheard. A 6th-level body tempering fighter long ranked 2nd among the 3 schools, Jiang Mingman had amassed a formidable 3,809 points, yet that total had earned her only 3rd place. 3,809 points was no small feat, so how could it be relegated to 3rd? In the ranks of the 2nd Ancient Martial Academy, a tall, sharp-featured young woman bit her lip, her hands clenched tight. She was Jiang Mingman. The results had just gone up, and a single glance told her she was 3rd. She had always acknowledged that Tendonghai was stronger, but besides him, who else could edge her out? I need to see who pushed me to 3rd, she muttered, her knuckles turning white. 2 rows away, Tendonghai was also staring at the list, arms folded, eyes narrowed in thought. He had assumed the top 2 spots would belong to him and Jiang Mingman. This surprise instantly caught his interest. Anyone able to outscore Jiang Mingman had to be worth noting. At the front, Feng Jinan cleared his throat and raised his voice. 2nd place, 1st Ancient Martial Academy Tendonghai, 5,716 points. The crowd erupted. What? Tendonghai is only 2nd? Who could be stronger than him? Tan swallowed hard. Jiang Mingman stared, her brows knitting. After a stunned silence, everyone had the same question. Who had knocked Tendonghai off the throne? Feng Jinan didn't keep them waiting. 1st place 3rd Ancient Martial Academy, Sui E, 9,017 points. You're kidding. Sui E, that freshman? The name and score hit like a thunderclap, and the commotion spread in waves. Lu Qian'er clapped a hand over her mouth, her eyes wide. Jiaoliang stood frozen, unable to react. Tendonghai and Jiang Mingman exchanged a complicated look. The long-standing top 2 had just lost to a first-year student. Not far away, Ling Haoshan's face darkened. His own dismal ranking was entirely Sui E's fault, and now Sui E had taken 1st place. The humiliation burned in his chest. He stepped out of line and called to Feng Jinan. Captain Feng, Sui E's points are inflated. The chatter died at once. Every gaze locked on Ling Haoyan. Feng Zenin's eyes narrowed. What's inflated? Let's hear it. Ling Haoyan straightened his back and spoke loudly. Sui E has an exceptionally powerful sword. It makes killing fierce beasts effortless. How is that fair? He clearly remembered Sui E using that obsidian meteor sword to snatch his prey, its dark blade cutting the air like a falling star. If he had wielded the same weapon, he would have slain no fewer beasts than Sui E. The thought left him thoroughly unconvinced. Weaponry is part of a warrior's strength. If you don't like it, get yourself a better blade. Feng Zhennan spoke with open disdain. Ling Haoyan tried to dispute the exam results by pointing to Sui E's sword, but Feng Zhennan's comment left him mute. Other trainees sent Ling Haoyan contemptuous looks. They had expected hard evidence, yet all he did was fixate on one longsword. As Feng Zhennan said, a weapon counts as strength. If you have the skills, secure one yourself, and if you don't, stop whining. Seeing the crowd unmoved, Ling Haoshan's face went from green to red, but he still refused to back down. He wheeled toward Sui E and growled, "Sui E, the test is over. Isn't it time to settle our duel?" The fight had been arranged long ago with plenty of witnesses. Unless Sui E backed out, he had to accept. Ling Haoyan believed that if he trampled Sui E in public, everyone would see that Sui E relied on that sword and was nothing without it. Ling Haoshan's really challenging Sui E. The onlookers perked up. Sui E had taken first place in the assessment, but no one knew his real strength. This bout would show it. This is going to hurt. Lu Cheng and He Yu exchanged glances, barely suppressing snickers. They had watched Sui E slay several 10th-level tempering beasts and even crush a Zhongbi scorpion. In sheer combat power, he topped everyone below the soul-gathering realm. Ling Haoshan's challenge was pure self-destruction. Only then did Sui E recall the duel. Rubbing his nose, he strolled toward Ling Haoyan as everyone watched. Passing Feng Zhennan, Feng whispered, "Sui E, go easy. Don't cripple him. Relax." Sui nodded and stopped in front of Ling Haoyan. "A duel is about skill," Ling Haoyan barked. "If you've got guts, drop the weapon and fight barehanded." He knew that once the obsidian meteor sword came out, he would lose for sure. Unarmed, he still trusted his Buddhist strength. With a soft thud, Sui E planted the obsidian meteor sword in the ground. "Someone like you isn't worth me drawing a blade," he said calmly. Sui E's full of himself. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Ling Haoyan was ranked second in the ancient martial academy. Yet Sui E dismissed him so casually. How arrogant could he be? Ling Haoyan chuckled instead of snapping. "Before I teach you a lesson, raise a secretive advance to tempering level 6. So, Sui's expression stayed flat. He could crush level 10 tempering fighters. Level 6 was no different from an ant. Still grinning, Ling Haoyan snarled, "Keep acting tough. Today I'll plant you under my heel in front of everyone." Sui glanced at the sky, voice mild. "You talk too much. Hurry up, I want to go home. If we're fighting, then fight. Cut the pointless chatter." Ling Haoyan let out a low growl, drove off his toes, and hurled himself forward, shards of stone spraying in his wake as his right fist slammed towards Sui's face. At the 6th stage of body tempering, his punch carried more than 1,600 kilos of force, enough to dent steel. Ling Haoshan's advanced a level. Jiang Mingman cried, her face draining of color. In the 3 academies, a 6th stage body tempering fighter ranked in the top 3. How could Sui E possibly stand against that? Sui E, however, looked almost bored. The corner of his mouth lifted in a taunting half-smile. As Ling Haoshan's thunderous fist closed in, Sui merely turned his wrist, spreading thumb and forefinger as though plucking a drifting leaf. Boom. The fist crashed into Sui's palm and stopped dead, as if it had met a copper wall. Sui didn't budge, not even a sleeve fluttered. He actually looked at ease, as though the punch had scratched an itch. Yulan Haoshan's face went ghost white, pupils contracting in terror. Sui felt like an immovable mountain. A grain of sand. No amount of struggle would raise even a ripple. Panic seized him. He tried to yank his hand back, but Sui's cool voice drifted over. "Go home and rethink your life. And stop showing off in front of me." Before the words had faded, an overwhelming force surged out. Ling Haoyan hadn't even found his footing when his body whipped into the air. He arrowed 30 meters across the arena in the blink of an eye. Crash. He hit the ground like a falling shadow, dust billowed, and a screech of agony burst forth. The crowd fell into stunned silence, mouths hanging open as they stared at Sui. No one had imagined a duel could end this cleanly. Ling Haoyan, freshly advanced to the 6th stage, had been tossed aside like a rag doll, and Sui clearly hadn't broken a sweat. What level was Sui? Then a 9th stage of body tempering, or the 10th? Sui's actually this strong? Tan Donghai muttered, shaken to the core. He had questioned Sui's top ranking, convinced it came from a superior weapon, but this scene shattered that notion. Terrifying was the only word that fit. With strength like this, was his championship even in doubt? Yet one thought still baffled him. Sui was only a first year. What kind of monster was that? Sui is amazing. Lu Cheng and He Yu hooped and punched the air. Beside them, Xiao Zhanfeng clenched his fists, eyes blazing with admiration. He had respected Sui before. Now the feeling ran even deeper. Li Jinfeng and Feng Zhennan exchanged glances, identical shock in their eyes. As soul-gathering cultivators, they could judge strength far more accurately. To flick Ling Haoyan 30 meters with a casual wave, Sui E's force had already surpassed the Tooth Sankalo limit of the body tempering 10th stage. So just what realm had Sui reached? Principally, can a fighter with a hidden combat talent still break past his own limits? Feng Jinan asked in a cautious whisper, steadying his breath. The echoes of the recent clash still rang through the hall, the air pulsing with the remnants of explosive force. Everyone knew that at the basic realm a fighter's power topped out at roughly 2 metric tons. Yet Sui had just smashed that ceiling, which was exactly why Feng Jinan had to ask. No idea, Li Jinfeng muttered, shaking his head. He'll ask him when I get the chance. Across the room, Sui flicked Ling Haoyan aside as casually as brushing off dust, then clapped his hands clean. Gripping the obsidian meteorite sword, he strode up to Li Jinfeng and Feng Jinan. Principal, Captain Feng, if there's nothing else, he'll head home. Go ahead, Li Jinfeng said with a nod. Sui turned, gave the others a brief nod of farewell, and vanished in a blur. Half an hour later he reached his apartment block. When he opened the door, his mother Li Kaiwa came face-to-face with him and with the massive beast carcass he was hauling. Xinyao E, did you kill that thing in Yulan City? She stammered. She already knew from Su Lin that he had joined the counteroffensive there. Sui dropped the beast to the floor and grinned. Yeah, Mom. Thought we could eat a little better tonight. What kind of monster is it? She asked, sizing up its huge tusks with wide eyes. A bloodthirsty Liao boar, 3rd stage of the tempering realm, Sui answered offhandedly. You can kill something that strong? She gasped. Sui simply smiled and left it at that. Dragging the boar into the kitchen, he split it neatly in two with a flash of cold steel. There was no way his family could finish that much meat, so he decided to give half to their neighbor, Chaotianhou. Mom, I'm taking some over to old Chao. With that, he carried half the board downstairs, dialing as he went. Old Chao, come down to my building. I've got something for you. He waited a few minutes in the night breeze until Chaotianhou showed up, panting. Sui shoved the half-boar almost larger than Chao himself into his arms and headed back upstairs without another word. Chao stood frozen, the carcass-heavy warmth seeping through his clothes. Back home, Sui didn't see his sister. Mom, where's Su Lin? She hasn't left her room all day. No idea what she's doing, Li Kaiwa muttered. Sui guessed she was probably chatting with Jiang Piaoxue again, though talking for an entire day was a bit excessive. He shook his head with a soft laugh and went to his own room. Stretching out on his wooden bed, he opened the Happy Family group chat on his phone. The red badge still screamed 999 unread messages. As he scrolled, he suddenly froze. There was a new avatar in the list. Anyone added to this chat had to be close to the family. The username was hilariously flamboyant. Blue Star's #1 Prodigy, future supreme, powerhouse Jiaoliang. Sui already knew Jiaoliang was Jiang Piaoxue's younger brother, but that name, talk about showing off. Without overthinking it, he typed, "Welcome to the group," and added a smiling emoji. Jiaoliang was his future brother-in-law. After all, so a friendly greeting was only polite. Brother, you're back? How did things go in Yulan City? Su Lin dropped the voice clip into the family chat, her phone still vibrating. Just stepping into the courtyard, Sui lifted a hand and texted back, a complete victory. Su Lin saw the reply and instantly typed, "That's great." Another message followed from Jiang Piaoxue. "Sui, are you all right? You're not hurt, are you?" While changing his shoes, Sui answered, "Relax, I'm fine." An ID labeled Blue Star's #1 Prodigy, future supreme, suddenly appeared. "Jiaoliang here. You're my sister's fiancé? I heard you've got a hidden combat talent. Not bad. Let's spar sometime." Sui's face darkened at once. Since Jiaoliang knew he was Jiang Piaoxue's fiancé, basic courtesy was in order, and technically that made Sui his future brother-in-law. Who starts a conversation with a challenge like that? An angry sticker from Jiang Piaoxue popped up in the chat. She scolded, "Jiaoliang, watch your tone." Unfazed, Howard typed back, "Sis, you're not even married yet, and you're already siding with him?" Sui shook his head and tried to let it slide. He typed calmly, "Forget it. The kid doesn't know any better." Howard shot back instantly, "Sui, I'm 17 too, so cut the act. If you want my respect, earn it." Sui understood how proud young geniuses could be, but he had no intention of indulging arrogance. He replied, "They'll teach you a lesson when the chance comes." Then he mentioned Su Lin. "Su Lin, cool down this #1 Prodigy. Mute him." As group admin, Su Lin held absolute power. Howard made one last plea. "Su Lin, don't listen to your brother." She ignored him and muttered, "Listen to you instead of my brother? Are you nuts?" She sent an OK sticker, and the system promptly announced, "Jiaoliang has been muted for 29 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. She had gotten along fine with Howard before, but if he dared disrespect Sui, she would show no mercy. Jiang Piaoxue typed, "Sui, don't stoop to his level." Sui replied, "It's fine. You two chat. I've got other things to do." He left the group chat, opened the Warriors forum, and started browsing new posts. As he exited, he silently noted, "Just you wait." Meanwhile, at the Jiang residence in Jinxing City, Jiaoliang stared at the red muted notice for half a second, then stormed toward Jiang Piakshu's room with his phone, ready for an explanation. Back on Sui E's side, he was scrolling the forum when his ringtone blared. Li Jinfeng was calling. Headmaster, what can I do for you? Sui E answered. Li Jinfeng went straight to the point. Be honest, what level are you really at? Sui paused to think. I'd say 6th layer of the tempered body realm. In reality, his vital energy realm had reached the 17th layer, but only 6 sections of his skeleton had been refined, so he wasn't sure how to classify himself. Normally, breaking through 10 layers of vital energy means entering the tempered body realm. Li Jinfeng didn't buy it. 6th layer? Who are you fooling? At that level you tossed Ling Hao Shinalso's 6th layer more than 30 meters like a rag doll? Sui E realized the headmaster had sensed something and wanted to understand his limits as well. He asked, Headmaster, is 10 layers really the cap for the vital energy realm? Can someone go beyond 10? Li Jinfeng jolted at the implication. Had Sui E already surpassed 10 layers? Headmaster, please answer me first, Sui pressed. After a few seconds of silence, Li Jinfeng replied, Generally, 10 layers is the limit, but I've heard a rumor. A warrior once ingested a rare ingredient and pushed his vital energy to the 12th layer. So it really is possible to break through the 10th stage of the Blood and Chi realm. Sui murmured to himself, thoughtful. On the other end of the line, Li Jinfeng drew a sharp breath. After a moment's pause, he asked cautiously, Sui, you haven't also broken the 10th stage, have you? I have. Sui answered without hesitation. Li Jinfeng instantly lowered his voice. Then exactly which stage are you at now? Even his tone trembled. In the cultivation world, anyone who surpassed the 10th stage would rewrite the system. Warriors stalled before the tempering realm or soul-gathering realm might keep advancing on blood and chi alone. 17th, Sui said evenly. Crack. The phone slipped through Li Jinfeng's fingers and hit the floor with a sharp thud. The call dropped, leaving only the busy tone. Sui sighed. He's old enough not to get this worked up, isn't he? He tried calling back, but no one picked up. The phone was probably dead, so he shrugged and reopened the Warrior Forum. The homepage was flooded with posts titled Counterattack on Yulan City today. Sui had fought in that battle and already knew the details, so he scrolled down. Golden-scaled Python proves unstoppable. Heavy losses for multiple mercenary teams. The headline caught his eye. He had been tracking that Python for days, planning to hunt it outside the city, but never found the time. Now the chance had come. He clicked the post. The Python lurking in the Misty Forest had reached the 10th stage of the tempering realm. Its scales were as tough as refined steel. Ordinary blades and bullets barely scratched it. Several mercenary teams had tried and failed, suffering casualties. Sui closed the post, eyes gleaming. If no one else can handle it, maybe I can. Its power matched the zombie scorpion he had slain earlier. If he could kill the scorpion, he was sure he could take down the Python. Leaving the city to hunt, though, required joining a mercenary group. The name, Star Moon Mercenaries, popped into his mind. He had once saved the Pei siblings in Yulan City. If he invited them along, the paperwork would be simple. They'll go tomorrow. With the decision made, he exited the forum and was about to study the structure of the wings of flight when his phone buzzed. Caller ID, Li Jinfeng. Headmaster, did you really smash your phone? Sui teased. Humph. Li Jinfeng grunted, then steadied his voice. Sui, which stage did you say you'd reached? The signal was bad just now, I didn't catch it. 17th, Sui repeated. Li Jinfeng drew a sharp breath, gripping the phone so hard his palm shook. A student standing 7 stages beyond the peak of the Blood and Chi realm was nothing short of astonishing. Sensing the silence, Sui asked gently, Headmaster, you all right? I'm fine. Li Jinfeng finally regained his composure, a broad smile spreading across his face. The stronger Sui was, the better for the academy and for all of Yulan City. Still, how strong was he really? Doubt lingered in the headmaster's mind. After a moment, he spoke calmly. Sui, come to the academy tomorrow. What is it? Isn't tomorrow a holiday? Sui accepted the holocall, sounding openly impatient. He had planned to visit the Star Moon Mercenary Corps the next day and team up with Pei Lin to hunt a golden-scaled python, but the call wrecked his schedule. It's important, Li Jinfeng said gravely. Headmaster, could it wait a few days? I've already got plans tomorrow, Sui tried. Absolutely not, Li Jinfeng snapped. If you don't show up tomorrow, you're expelled. Sui's temple twitched. The old man threw the word expulsion around far too easily, but Sui could only curse inwardly. With a sigh he said, Understood, Headmaster. He'll be there. Come early. He'll wait for you at the combat arena, Li Jinfeng said before ending the call. The combat arena? Is he planning to pound me? Sui clicked his tongue. The arena was meant for sparring, and if the headmaster of 3rd stage condensed soul cultivatorially wanted to fight, Sui would be the punching bag. Still, the old man usually treated him well, so he returned to studying his wings of flight. Around midnight the dorm was silent. Sui pushed open the window and vaulted into the air. As he fell, 2 crystal wings snapped open behind him with a crisp whoosh. A gentle flap sent him soaring upward. It was his first real flight, and he was giddy as a child circling in the night sky, landing on rooftops to kick up loose tiles, then shooting higher with another powerful stroke. The wings of flight were only a basic art and couldn't keep him aloft for long. Every few moments he had to land, channel Yuan force, and launch himself again. After a dozen cycles, he finally returned to his room, still reluctant to stop. The wooden bed creaked as he lay down, but before he could close his eyes, his calm link buzzed again. "Chao, what's up?" "It's late," he answered. "Sui E, bad news." Chaotianhou sounded tense. "There's a beast loose in Yulan City right in our district." "A beast got past the walls." Sui E frowned. "Yulan City's fortifications and patrols should have stopped anything. It didn't come through the gate. It flew over," Chao explained. "Someone caught it on video, and the enforcement team is already searching." "A flying beast?" Sui E muttered, his expression turning strange. "The footage was taken at night and from far off, so it's blurry," Chao added, "but you can just make out a pair of crystal wings." "Crystal wings?" Sui froze. That was exactly what had been flaunting in the sky minutes ago. His little joyride had been mistaken for a monster attack. "Got it," he said hastily, ending the call and rubbing his forehead. "Had better avoid joy flights inside Yuan City. A beast sighting could spark mass panic, and if the higher-ups traced it back to him, that would be a mess he didn't need." The next morning, after finishing breakfast, Sui E was about to head for the academy. Su Lin ran up to him, her dark eyes shining. "Brother, I reached the 6th level of the vital energy realm last night." "Excellent. That's my sister," Sui said, ruffling her hair. With her 5-star talent and the 6 vitality pills shed taken, this breakthrough was exactly what had expected. Encouraged by the praise, Su Lin asked, "Where are you off to so early? You've been a lot busier lately." "The principal wants to see Ms. Zhang's urgent," Sui replied, slipping on his jacket. "Then go ahead. I'm going to chat with sister-in-law," Su Lin said, snapping her fingers before heading back inside. Watching her leave, Sui laughed and shook his head. Those two never run out of things to talk about. He stepped out the door. Half an hour later, Sui arrived at the sparring arena of Yuanqing 3rd Ancient Martial Academy. A cool morning breeze swept across the broad stone platform, where 3 men were waiting. In front stood Principal Li Jinfeng. Beside him were 2 young men, about 25 or 26, wearing the uniforms of Yuanqing's Guard Corps, sabers at their waists. "Principal, I'm here," Sui called out. Li Jinfeng smiled and drew him forward. "This is Jiaoliang, and this is Zhou Daohan. Both are graduates of our 3rd academy and now serve in the Guard Corps." "Senior Zhua, Senior Zhou," Sui greeted, cupping his fists. "We've heard a lot about you." "Junior Su," Jiaoliang replied cheerfully. Zhou Daohan nodded in acknowledgement. After a brief exchange, Li Jinfeng cleared his throat. "All right, down to business. I called you here for one reason, sparring with Sui." "Sparring?" Jiaoliang and Zhou Daohan exchanged uneasy looks. A year ago, both had reached the 10th level of the body tempering realm. In cultivation, fundamentals, and combat experience, they far outmatched Sui E, a first-year student. They knew had been on a remarkable streak and had taken first place in yesterday's tri-school trials, but fighting him now felt like bullying a junior. "Sir, we're both at the 10th level," Zhou Daohan said. "Maybe let a few 8th or 9th level juniors spar with him instead." Sui E chimed in. "Principal, perhaps we should skip it." He knew he could now overpower 10th level opponents, and with his rapid progress he worried he might misjudge his strength and hurt them. "Enough. Do as I say," Li Jinfeng snapped. Zhou Daohan shrugged helplessly and muttered to Jiaoliang. "Looks like you're up, senior." "Both of you are," Li Jinfeng added abruptly. He wanted to test Sui E's true limits. One 10th level opponent would be no match. 2 working together might, just barely, stand a chance. "Both of us at once." Jiaoliang and Zhou Daohan froze. Facing Sui E unknown already felt like bullying. Attacking together would be pure steamrolling. They quietly wondered if Sui E had offended Li Jinfeng, and the instructor was giving them a chance to teach him a lesson. That seemed rather underhanded. "What are you staring at? Do you really think the 2 of you together can handle Sui E?" Li Jinfeng snorted. "What?" Jiaoliang and Zhou Daohan's brows shot up. 2 body-tempering 10th-stage fighters still wouldn't be enough? That was blatant contempt, and the casual remark ignited their pride. "The old man's setting me up again," Sui E sighed inwardly. Li Jinfeng was a master at redirecting hostility. Jiaoliang and Zhou Daohan would blame Sui E, not him. "Sui E, they may be your senior brothers, but don't hold back. Go all out and crush them." Li Jinfeng fanned the flames. Sui E was speechless. Jiaoliang and Zhou Daohan's expressions grew sour. Being belittled over and over was intolerable. Seeing the moment was ripe, Li Jinfeng waved his hand with a smile. "Since no one is convinced, stop wasting time. Begin." "Junior brother Su, allow me to test you," Zhou Daohan rumbled. Blood and chi surged, and heavy pressure rolled towards Sui. "Please, senior brother Zhou," Sui replied calmly. "Take my fist." Before the words faded, Zhou Daohan stamped the ground and punched. The blow carried a savage gale and more than 1,500 kilos of force, slicing the air with a sharp whistle. Whoosh. In an instant the fist was at Sui's face. Sui stayed composed and swept his palm sideways. Bang. Fist and palm collided like muffled thunder. Zhou Daohan felt a mountain-like force crash into his chest, lifting him off the floor and flinging him several meters back. Jiaoliang stared. Dumbfounded Zhou Daohan had been swatted away with a single slap. He knew Zhou hadn't used full strength, yet Sui E's casual counter showed complete superiority. And Sui E was only a first-year student. This kid is even stronger than I thought, Li Jinfeng muttered, equal parts shock and excitement in his eyes. Zhou Daohan scrambled up, bruises blooming across his face. He wasn't seriously hurt, but being hurled away by a junior was humiliation in the extreme. If word got out, people would laugh themselves silly. Junior brother Su, I underestimated you. If you think that was enough to beat me, you're dead wrong. Zhou Daohan growled like an enraged lion and charged again. As he closed in, he unleashed another punch, domineering to the extreme. This time he held nothing back, pouring out the full power of the body-tempering 10th stage. What's the point? Sui E shook his head and reached forward with one hand. It was only a friendly spar. Why was Zhou Daohan acting as if it were a life-and-death battle? Bang! In the next instant, Zhou Daohan's fierce punch slammed into Sui E's palm, exploding with a deafening boom. The shockwave burst outward like a miniature cyclone, whipping their robes and filling the air with snapping cloth. At the eye of the storm, Sui E didn't shift a fraction. His face stayed indifferent, as if head simply brushed away a speck of dust. Watching Sui E take his strongest blow so casually, Zhou Daohan felt a chill grip his heart. How much raw strength did this man possess? Zhui Yifan was just as shaken, his thoughts churning like storm-tossed seas. Every cultivator knew the upper limit for a 10th-stage body-tempering warrior was 2,000 kilograms of force. Without a secret art, that ceiling could not be broken. Even after advancing to the spirit-gathering realm, most fighters still hovered at that mark. Yet Sui E had clearly shattered the boundary, overturning accepted cultivation law, and the realization was terrifying. Zhui Yifan, if you don't help, you two really will lose, Li Jinfeng warned softly. Just as had expected, Zhou Daohan and Zhui Yifan couldn't last a single exchange against Sui E on their own. Only by joining forces might they tease out Sui E's trump cards. Junior brother Su, forgive us. Prompted by Li Jinfeng, Zhui Yifan no longer hesitated. He shot towards Sui E like an arrow. He and Zhou Daohan represented the Yuanshan Guard. If they fell here, not only would they lose face, the guard's honor would suffer with them. Failure was not an option. Sui E looked up, one brow arching. At a glance he could tell Zhui Yifan was using a speed-boosting secret art, making him faster than most peers. Yet it still couldn't match the burst of speed Sui E had gained from the zombie scorpion, which let him double his velocity in a heartbeat. When Zhui Yifan closed within 10 feet, Sui E erupted. He first flung Zhou Daohan aside, then pivoted midair and swept out a kick. The strike was as swift as lightning, the wind howling around it. The pressure felt as though it might shatter the very air. Too fast. Zhui Yifan's pupils shrank. Had hoped to rely on speed for a sneak attack, but there was no room to dodge. Forced into a heating clash, he clenched his teeth, gathered every ounce of strength, and punched. Bang! Fist met foot with a thunderous crack. Zhui Yifan felt as though a mountain had rolled over him. His chest tightened, and he was blasted 5 or 6 meters through the air, skidding several more before he finally stopped. His Li Jinfeng sucked in a sharp breath. Had known Sui E was formidable, but this? 2 10th-stage body-tempering experts together couldn't survive even one move, and Sui E still looked relaxed. Worse, he hadn't yet shown his fist techniques or defensive arts. If those emerged, he might truly rival a first-stage spirit-gathering cultivator. The thought made Li Jinfeng's heart jolt. Across the field, Zhou Daohan had just scrambled up, ready to charge again. Then he looked up, saw Zhui Yifan thrown back by a single kick, and his feet rooted to the spot. A wave of helplessness washed over him. Sui E darted to Zhui Yihang's side, hauled him to his feet, and asked with an apologetic look, "Senior brother Zhua, are you all right?" His chest was still rising and falling. The surge in his cultivation had yet to settle. That kick had unleashed nearly 2,200 kilograms of force, cracking the ground. Had been terrified he might have crippled Zhui Yihang by accident. "I'm fine." Zhui Yihang rubbed his forearm, managed a rueful smile, and studied Sui E for a moment. "Junior brother Su, you're too strong. I lost fair and square." Below the spirit consolidation realm, Sui E was widely considered unrivaled. Facing such a monster, Zhui Yihang could only concede. "It was nothing special, senior brother Zhua. You flatter me." Sui E answered modestly, though the faint burn in his shoulder showed how hard it had been to pull that kick. The crowd stirred. Zhou Daohan squeezed forward, face complicated. "Junior brother Su, I apologize for my earlier words. Your strength has earned my respect." Zhou Daohan, yield completely. "You're too kind, senior brother Zhou." Sui E nodded lightly, without a trace of arrogance. Just then, Li Jinfeng had been watching in silence, narrowed his eyes and spoke. "Sui E, not bad. Below the spirit consolidation realm, no one can match you now. So care to spar with me?" His tone was even, yet the edge was unmistakable. Young men often get carried away after a big win. This was his way of testing Sui E and keeping him grounded. "What?" Zhou Daohan and Zhui Yihang gasped in unison. Li Jinfeng was a 3rd-level spirit consolidation master, one of Source City's top 5, and now he was challenging Sui E. That was like smashing an egg with a sledgehammer. Sui E froze, wondering if had somehow offended the principal recently. Had he caused trouble without knowing? Why else would Li Jinfeng want a match? Principal, you're joking, right? He swallowed, half laughing. Confident though he was, he didn't believe he could trade blows with Li Jinfeng. That would be suicide. Do I look like someone who jokes? Li Jinfeng snorted, then added, I've already reached the 4th level of spirit consolidation, but during our spar, I'll limit myself to 1st level strength. The principals at the 4th level. All 3 of them were stunned. Every step in the spirit consolidation realm was a metamorphosis. No wonder Li Jinfeng slipped the news and it was borderline showing off. Seeing Sui E hesitate, Li Jinfeng's voice hardened. A martial artist charges forward without fear. Don't tell me you're backing down. Zhou Daohan and Jiaoliang exchanged looks, faint contempt in their eyes. A dignified principal using a provocation on a junior? Sui E considered, eyes flicking from his fist to Li Jinfeng. At last he lifted his head. Principal, I accept. The trial tower exam was looming, and its 3rd level was guarded by spirit consolidation demons and beasts. Sparring with a true spirit consolidation expert now would let him gauge his limits, crucial preparation for facing that tower. Zhou Daohan and He Yihong froze in disbelief. Neither of them could understand why Sui E had agreed to spar with Li Jinfeng. Sui E might be unrivaled beneath the soul convergence realm, but the moment he faced a true soul convergence expert, his chances dropped to 0. Throughout Blue Star's martial world, there was an ironclad rule. Anyone below the soul convergence realm was an ant. It wasn't hyperbole. In all of history, no one in the foundation stage had ever defeated a soul convergence cultivator. The terror of that realm came from the cultivation of spiritual energy, which could shield the body or kill outright. If the practitioner specialized in offense, the burst of power was even fiercer. Li Jinfeng happened to cultivate fire, and fire-type spiritual energy was renowned for its destructive force. Even if he used only the 1st level of the soul convergence realm, Sui E would find it hard to withstand. A single fireball could leave Sui E gravely injured on the spot. Sui E, stay calm, don't act on impulse. Jiaoliang signaled frantically with his eyes, thinking Sui E had fallen for provocation. Teacher, if Sui E is out of line, just say so. After all, he's still your student, Zhou Daohan added. Enough, Li Jinfeng barked, his face darkening. I only want to test Sui E's strength. Do you really think him bullying a student? The shout made Zhou Daohan shrink back, no longer daring to speak. Sui E, however, waved a hand. Senior brother Zhou, senior brother Zhua, there's no need to worry. The principal and I are just exchanging pointers. He won't take my life. Besides, even against a 1st level soul convergence fighter, I still have a sliver of confidence. Jiaoliang and Zhou Daohan exchanged bewildered glances. The tone clearly didn't put Li Jinfeng in Sui E's eyes at all. This kid actually dares to look down on me? Li Jinfeng's mouth twitched. He had planned to hold back, but now he intended to show Sui E that there was always someone stronger. Principal, I'm ready. When do we begin? Sui asked. His first bout with a soul convergence master made him nervous, yet his pounding heart was equally full of excitement. Li Jinfeng gave a terse hum, pretending to stay calm. Anytime. The instant the words left his mouth, Sui E unleashed Tiger King Sky Steel Fist and Molten Gold Body in tandem. The stone floor erupted in dust as he shot forward, a golden blur streaking toward Li Jinfeng. A layer of golden scales surfaced across his skin, the brilliant light so blinding that the onlookers had to squint, as though a war god in gilded armor had descended. His punch cracked like thunder, accompanied by a tiger's roar that seemed to shake the sky. With the Tiger King Sky Steel Fist doubling his power, the strike soared to a staggering 4,600 kilograms, erupting like a volcano and blasting shockwaves through the air. Holy Zhou Daohan and Jiaolang's jaws nearly hit the floor. Only now did they realize how terrifying Sui E truly was, mastering both offensive and defensive secret arts and moving faster than lightning. Had Sui gone all out against them earlier, a single punch could have smashed them to pieces. Cold sweat seeped down the backs of Zhou Daohan and Jiaoliang. They felt as if they had just brushed past death itself. Li Jinfeng's eyelids twitched violently. The pressure from Sui's punch was like the hand of the Grim Reaper, chilling his spine. He had been certain that first stage condensing soul strength was enough to crush Sui, but that world-shattering strike smashed his confidence. He no longer dared take Sui lightly. A sudden wave of searing heat surged from within Li Jinfeng. Between his palms he condensed a fireball the size of a wash basin, flames of spiritual power churning and roaring inside it. Something's off with that fireball spell. Zhou Daohan and Zhou Yihong exchanged a look, reading the same doubt in each other's eyes. They had watched many first-stage condensing soul cultivators fight, and knew that level could never create such force. The fireball Li Jinfeng wielded right now was at least on par with the 3rd stage. The principal is cheating. Their expressions grew complicated. Li Jinfeng had promised to limit himself to the 1st stage, yet Sui's punch had forced him to leap to the 3rd. As one of Source City's top 5 experts and the school principal, his backtracking was shocking. Still, They understood if a student beat him, how could he keep his dignity? It also underscored just how terrifying Sui E's punch had been. Sui E had never seen a condensing soul cultivator fight for real, so he sensed none of the deception. Believing Li Jinfeng still at the first stage, he charged ahead undaunted. Gritting his teeth, Li Jinfeng hurled the fireball. Bang! Sui E's fist slammed into the blazing sphere, pulverizing it at once. An ear-splitting blast sent a storm of flames everywhere, and the shockwave flung Sui E to the ground. Fortunately, the golden armor guarding his body left him unhurt, though thoroughly disheveled. Haha, Sui, now you see how strong I am. Li Jinfeng threw back his head and laughed, determined to look as natural as possible so no one would suspect he had cheated. Principal Zhou Daohan and Zhou Yihong were speechless. He cheated and still had the nerve to gloat? Was his pride really worth that much? Sui E climbed to his feet, rolled his shoulders, and gave a wry smile. Principal, you win. I concede. It's good you understand the gap between you and the condensing soul realm, Li Jinfeng answered with mock gravity. Keep your head down, train hard, and don't get cocky. Turning away, he waited until no one was watching before wiping the cold sweat from his brow with his sleeve. That kid Sui E is downright freakish. I must never spar with him again or hell expose me sooner or later, he groaned inwardly. He's only at the 17th level of the Blood and Chi realm with 6 bones tempered. If his cultivation soars and he challenges me again, what will I do? Use my full strength? I might get away with it once, but twice? Headmaster, I understand. Sui E nodded firmly. Though he had lost, there was not a hint of defeat in his eyes. With his 20 honester talent and the system's extraction ability, he knew his strength would soon soar. Becoming the strongest on Blue Star was only a matter of time. Before that happened, he set himself a new goal: defeat Li Jinfeng. All right, everyone disperse and get some rest. Li Jinfeng waved a hand, then turned to Zhou Yihong and Zhou Daohan, lowering his voice. What happened today does not leave this room. You both know that. Understood, Headmaster. Zhou Yihong and Zhou Daohan straightened at once and answered together. They knew the message. The details of the spar and especially Li Jinfeng's less than fair victory had to stay secret. Receiving their reply, Li Jinfeng nodded with satisfaction and left. Senior brother Zhou, will be going too, Sui E said, cupping his fists in farewell. Sui E, you're already very strong, don't be discouraged. Zhou Yihong wanted to say more. Right now, Sui E could overpower most first-stage Jupojing cultivators, but he swallowed the comment for fear of saying too much. Thank you for the advice, senior brother Zhou. Sui E smiled. After a few more polite words, the three went their separate ways. Leaving the third ancient martial academy, Sui E headed straight for the Xinyao mercenary corps. Losing to Li Jinfeng had shown him the gulf between himself and the Jupojing realm. In a few days the trial tower would open. If he hoped to search for Luyun Fengying on the 3rd floor, he would face hordes of first-stage Jupojing beasts and demons. His current foundation was not enough. The only remedy was to join a mercenary corps quickly, head outside the city, and hunt Jinlin pythons to further temper his body and true chi. About an hour later, he reached a spacious hall, the Xinyao mercenary corps headquarters. Behind the front desk, a short-haired woman in her early 20s was helping visitors while 7 or 8 warriors chatted nearby. After a quick glance around, Sui E strode forward. Can I help you, student? The short-haired woman asked gently. I'd like to know the requirements for joining the Xinyao mercenary corps, Sui said. In principle, you need to be at least in the Quiddijing realm. Some corps are stricter and require the 3rd stage of Quiddijing. She finished her explanation, eyed him up and down, and couldn't help adding, why do you ask? I'm here to sign up, Sui replied without hesitation. Excuse me? The woman froze, and the nearby warriors looked over in surprise. The Xinyao corps minimum was 3rd stage Quiddijing, and this newcomer looked like an ordinary student. Could he meet the standard? What grade are you in? Youthful features notwithstanding, Sui answered with steady confidence. I'm a first-year high school student, but I've already reached 6th stage Quiddijing. What? The short-haired woman stared, dumbfounded. First-year student? 6th stage body tempering? She wondered if she had misheard him. Even among seniors, 6th stage cultivators were rare prodigies. In a freshman class, it was unheard of. To her, this joke was anything but funny. For half a heartbeat, everyone stood frozen, then laughter erupted. No one believed Sui's claim. They figured he was bragging and bragging loudly. Sui rubbed the bridge of his nose and sighed. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. In truth, his strength was much greater, but saying 6th stage was already keeping a low profile. Enough with the act, a burly, bearded man sneered, giving Sui a once-over. Look at yourself. 6th stage body tempering? Give me a break. Kid, run along before you make an even bigger fool of yourself, someone else chimed in. I'm here to sign up. What's that got to do with you? Who put you in charge? Sui snorted. He didn't mind their disbelief, but he wasn't about to be mocked. The bearded man curled his lip. I'm a member of the Star Moon mercenary group. Think I don't have a say? Sui raised an eyebrow. You're just a member. Registration is up to Captain Pei Lin, not the rank and file. The bearded man's face darkened at the slight. Captain Pei is my cousin. One word from me, and you're out the door. He paused, then gave a sly grin. Still, he'll give you a chance. A chance? Sui E answered coolly. He had met Pei Lin only once, but had saved the man's life. Now this cousin wanted him gone. Interesting. He was curious to see what trick the fellow had in mind. You claim 6-stage body tempering. Dare to spar with me? Beat me, and I'll let you register, the bearded man said, his tone dripping with malice. What level are you? Sui asked. 2nd stage body tempering, the man declared proudly. At 25, that made him decent among his peers. Only 2nd stage? Sui shook his head. Too weak. Forget it, I'm not interested. He was already tired from sparring with Li Zinfeng's trio, and he had no desire to crush a Star Moon mercenary the moment he arrived. Kid, will bragging be the death of you? If you want fight, get lost. The bearded man roared. A mere freshman calling him weak unbelievable. Yeah, get out of here, the onlookers jeered, their faces full of contempt. To them, Sui's refusal was proof he had no real skill. Really planning to throw down? Sui narrowed his eyes, their glint as cold as twin blades of ice. He had backed off as far as he could, yet the other man kept pushing. Find time to deliver a lesson himself. Absolutely. Dang Han, his beard bristling, lifted his chin with swagger, every feature spelling out I've got you. Then let's play. Sui smiled faintly and crooked a finger. Bring it on. Dead man walking. Dang Han roared. Veins bulged along his thick arms as a fist, whistling with force, tore towards Sui. Dang Han, stop. The short-haired woman beside him cried. She knew Dang Han was at the 2nd level of body tempering. While Sui looked like an ordinary first-year student, one clean hit could kill him. But rage had blinded Dang Han. He ignored every warning as his fist kept driving forward. A sneer tugged at Sui's lips. The next instant his form vanished, like mist scattered by the wind. Dang Han struck nothing but air, not even grazing Sui's sleeve. Voila! He blurted, just as a hand settled lightly on his shoulder. The touch seemed gentle, yet it weighed on him like a mountain. The floor cracked beneath his feet, and Dang Han was shoved waist-deep into the shattered tiles. The once noisy hall fell into deathly silence. Eyes locked on Sui, horror etched across every face. To drive a 2nd-level body-tempering fighter into the ground with a casual tap, how terrifying was that strength? Worse, Sui was supposedly a first-year student. You wanted a bout. Satisfied now? Sui glanced down at Dang Han, sounding like a tutor scolding a slow pupil. Who are you? Dang Han gasped, panic flooding his eyes. He struggled in vain. He couldn't budge an inch. Just an ordinary student. Still, don't even dream of revenge, or it'll hurt a lot more. Sui's tone was breezy. Don't get cocky. Dang Han panted, forcing out a snarl. Pull me out, kid. My cousin will be back soon. And he'll make you pay? Sui shook his head, laughing. Still unconvinced. Let me break it to you. When your cousin shows up, he won't come after me at all. He'll treat me like an honored guest. How's that for a kick in the teeth? Liar. Dang Han's lips twitched in fury. Pei Lin was his cousin. Why would he ever side with an outsider? The onlookers shared that doubt. Sui's power was obvious, but blood was blood, and family stood together. At that moment, a man and a woman strode through the main doors. The Pei siblings had arrived. Cousin, help me. Dang Han cried as though seeing salvation. Dang Han, what happened? They demanded, hurrying over. When they saw his legs buried in rubble, their faces darkened. Cousin, it was that kid. Dang Han pointed at Sui, his voice hoarse with fury. Pei Lin and Pei Li quickly looked in the direction Dang Han indicated. The moment they recognized Sui, they froze, then greeted him warmly. Sui, what brings you here? The siblings had planned to visit him later to thank him for saving their lives in yesterday's battle. They never expected their benefactor to appear first. Just came to discuss something with Brother Pei. Sui replied with a faint smile, speaking to Pei Lin as if they were old friends. The surrounding students exchanged uneasy glances. A moment ago they dismissed Sui's claim that Pei Lin would treat him as an honored guest, yet the proof was now right in front of them. So that's Sui. A short-haired girl in the front row whispered, staring at him in awe. During yesterday's counterattack on Yulan City, Sui had not only rescued the Pei siblings, but had also charged the enemy lines alone, cutting down hundreds of vicious beasts and securing first place in the individual rankings. Such brilliance, paired with his youth, naturally stirred her admiration. Let's talk in my office, Pei Lin said, making no further inquiries. With that, he turned and led the way, leaving Dang Han standing there awkwardly. Cousin, that punk hit Mayor, aren't you going to do something? Dang Han shouted, furious at being ignored. You ran into Sui. Well, deal with you later, Pei Lin snorted, then walked off shoulder to shoulder with Sui. Pei Lin didn't know all the details, but he knew Dang Han well. Trouble always followed him. If anyone else were involved, he might have intervened for his cousin's sake. But faced with his lifesaver and Yuan Cheng's newly crowned prodigy, Sui, he wouldn't risk it. Cousin, you. Dang Han was left speechless, seething with anger and humiliation. He turned to Pei Li in desperation. Sis, you're not going to help me either? Pei Li frowned and sighed. Do you even know whom you've provoked? Even the Han family of Xinyao City wouldn't dare offend him. You'd better pray Sui doesn't press charges. With that, she followed her brother. No sooner had Pei Li left than hushed voices filled the air. If even the Han family steered clear of him, who exactly was Sui E? Who is he anyway? Deng Han muttered, stunned. I know who Sui E is, the short-haired girl suddenly announced. All eyes turned to her. Yesterday, during the counterattack on Yulan City, a student from the 3rd Guwu Academy single-handedly killed hundreds of beasts and took first place in the individual assessment. That student was Sui E. It was him. The crowd erupted. Even those who hadn't been on the battlefield had heard the tale. A first-year student who dazzled everyone in Yulan City, slaughtering countless beasts and being hailed as the strongest among the 3 academies. Why did it have to be him? Deng Han's face drained of color as cold sweat formed on his brow. Sui E was undeniably Yuan Chang's rising superstar, and he had actually tried to pick a fight with him couldn't have humiliated himself more. There's another incident I'm sure you've all heard about. The short-haired woman lifted her gaze again and said in a low but clear voice, a few days ago, at Lingxian Weapon Shop, Han Feng of the Han family from Hao City was beaten in public, and the one who did it was Sui E. What? Everyone exclaimed together, shock written plainly on their faces. They had indeed heard the rumor. Han Feng quarreled with a young man over a weapon and was disciplined on the spot. Stranger still, when the clan head Han Sanqian arrived and learned who the young man was, he thrashed Han Feng himself just to placate the youth. The Han clan is backed by an ancestor at the illusory spirit realm, a force few dare provoke. If even they feared to offend this young man, how terrifying must he be? At this moment, the crowd finally understood the youth was Sui E. I actually offended someone like that? Deng Han's face went white, his heart seeming to clench. If even the Han clan dreaded Sui E, crushing him would be as easy as stepping on an ant. Remembering their earlier clash, his legs turned to jelly, and he feared Sui E might settle the score later. Second-floor office of the Star Moon Mercenary Corps headquarters. Pei Lin poured a cup of hot tea himself and handed it to Sui E with a fawning smile. Sui E, my cousin was out of line. Please don't hold it against him. I was only teasing him. Sui chuckled lightly. I didn't take it to heart. Pei Lin finally let out a long breath. Pei Li leaned closer and asked, Sui E, you came all this way, what can we do for you? I'd like to team up with both of you and head outside the city, Sui E said bluntly. Team up? The siblings exchanged a glance, then looked at him together. Sui's voice was calm, yet resolute. We have only one target, the Golden Scale Python. What? Pei Lin and Pei Li paled at the same time. The Golden Scale Python had become infamous recently. In a short span, it had wiped out several mercenary teams. And Sui E still wanted to hunt it? Pei Lin hurriedly advised, Sui E, that python is far too strong. You should forget it. Brother Pei, just how strong is it? Sui E pressed. Recalling bits from the martial forums, Pei Lin took a deep breath. The Golden Scale Python is a Tier 10 tempered body beast, but its defense and strength are already beyond that level. Even several cultivators of the same tier working together can't handle it. Compared with the Tier 10 tempered body Zombie Scorpion, which is stronger? Sui asked. The Zombie Scorpion also far exceeds its tier. Several Tier 10 cultivators might still fail to kill it, yet you cut one down with ease. But Pei Lin's voice sank. The Golden Scale Python is stronger, and not by just a little. He added, its body is covered in scales. Without a divine weapon or a condensed soul realm expert, you can barely scratch it. Its raw power tops 2,000 kilos, and its overall combat strength rivals a first-layer condensed soul cultivator. That strong? Sui E finally frowned. By Pei Lin's account, the python's strength matched Li Jinfeng when he used only first-layer condensed soul power, and Sui E had just lost to Li Jinfeng. That meant the python was far more troublesome than had thought. In that case, hunting the Golden Scale Python was out of the question. However, the trial tower was about to open. If he failed to grow stronger in the meantime, Sui E might miss his only chance to find Drifting Cloud, Dancing Wind on the 3rd level. That made hunting the Golden Scaled Python outside the city a mission he had to complete. He didn't even need to kill it, just touching the beast would let him extract the power he required. With his skyrocketing speed and the wings of flight, he could retreat unharmed if things went south. The risk was minimal. Having reached that conclusion, he spoke to the Pei siblings. Brother Pei, I still hope you'll form a team with me and head outside the city. What? Pei Lin and Pei Li widened their eyes in unison. They had just finished detailing how dangerous the python was. Why did Sui E still insist on courting death? Yes, he had single-handedly wiped out more than a dozen Stonehide bears, and was stronger than the average 10th-stage body temperer, but the python was on another level entirely. Sui E, think it over once more, Pei Lin urged. They owed Sui their lives, and ought to agree, yet they didn't want to watch their benefactor walk into certain doom. Sui E smiled, and revealed part of his hand. Brother Pei, you probably don't know my true strength. I'm well beyond the 10th stage. I've also mastered a defensive secret art that doubles my durability, and my speed can double as well. Double the defense? Double the speed? The siblings drew a sharp breath. Even with those trump cards, he might not be able to slay the python Hedon, but staying alive shouldn't be an issue. Pei Lin hesitated, then finally nodded. Since you insist, we'll go with you. Thank you, Brother Pei. Sui E cupped his fists in delight. When do we leave? The sooner the better tomorrow, Sui E answered without hesitation. Very well. See you tomorrow. Leaving the Star Moon Mercenary Corps, Sui E headed for home along the street. Evening lights were flickering on, and pedestrians hurried past. He had barely turned into a quiet alley when his phone vibrated. Seeing Jiang Piaoxia's name, he answered immediately. Senior Sister Jiang? Sui, where are you? Jiang Piaoxia sounded anxious. I'm out. What's wrong? Good. Just don't go home yet. Why? Sui frowned. Jiang Haoran, that idiot, is on his way to find you. Her voice quivered with anger. My dear brother-in-law? Sui muttered to himself, guessing it was because he had muted him last night. Let him come, he replied calmly. The kid was only 17, how strong could he be? Sui, he's coming specifically to cause trouble, she warned. Then he'll discipline him for you, Sui said lightly. There was a brief silence on the other end. Jiang Piaoxia sounded on the verge of tears. You don't understand. Haoran may be unruly, but he's an absolute prodigy. He's already reached the 5th stage of body tempering. Su Lin says you're at the 8th stage of qi and blood, with 6 bones tempered, so you can fight on par with someone at the 4th stage. But he's a full stage above that, and he's trained in a powerful body forging art. You're no match for him. 5th level of the body tempering realm. Sui was mildly surprised. For a 17-year-old like Jiang Haoran to reach the 5th level of body tempering placed him at the very pinnacle of talent on Blue Star. If he dares to call himself Blue Star's #1 prodigy, I guess he has some grounds for it, Sui mused. Senior Sister Jiang, I understand. I want to head back for now, he told Jiang Piaoxia over the phone. Although Jiang Haoran was indeed strong, he was still a tier below Sui. He downplayed the situation only to keep Jiang Piaoxia from worrying. That's a relief, Jiang Piaoxia exhaled softly. As long as he can't find you, he'll come slinking back on his own. Sui chuckled and offered no further explanation. After a few more casual remarks, they ended the call. He stood by the roadside for a moment, then turned toward home. His brother-in-law had shown him no respect and even dared to come knocking for trouble. How could he swallow that? He had barely walked a few steps when his phone vibrated again. Caller ID, Chaotianhou. Old Chao, what is it? Sui, where are you? The voice on the other end asked in a low tone. Out and about. Why? Sui replied calmly. I just met 2 guys at the entrance to your complex. They were asking about you and looked pretty menacing. You didn't piss someone off, did you? Chaotianhou explained. Oh, Sui raised an eyebrow. What do they look like? One older, one younger, Chaotianhou said quickly. The older one's in his 40s, has a powerful presence, definitely a master. The younger one is about 17 or 18, good-looking but unbearably arrogant. Sui already had the answer. Put the phone on with the younger one. I want to talk to him. It had to be Jiang Haoran, he was sure. Okay. Chaotianhou asked no more questions and handed the phone over. Are you Sui? The young man's voice was icy. I am. Then do you know who I am? He asked, arrogance undisguised. Jiang Haoran, the self-proclaimed #1 prodigy on Blue Star, right? Sui teased. Smart of you. Jiang Haoran's tone darkened. Since you know why I'm here, stop hiding. Sui rubbed his nose and chuckled. You came here to get beaten? Arrogant. Jiang Haoran fumed. You think I can't deal with you just because you're hiding? They'll drag you out of your academy if I have to. So you really want to cross fists with me? Sui's voice was laid back, yet carried the faint edge of someone accustomed to command. That bad temper of yours needs curing. They'll be waiting at the gate of the 3rd Ancient Martial Academy. There were few places in Origin City where one could fight without restraint. The Academy's sparring grounds were the best choice. Fine. Just you wait. Jiang Haoran snorted, tossed the phone back to Chaotianhou, and strode toward the 3rd Ancient Martial Academy, the older martial artist hurrying after him. After the pair had walked off, Chaotianhou couldn't help asking, Sui, who is that kid? He's insanely cocky, sounds like he wants to teach you a lesson. My brother-in-law, Sui laughed. Chaotianhou was stunned. Judging from Sui's tone, he was about to give his brother-in-law a serious beating. After hanging up, Sui waited at the academy gate. 20 minutes later, 2 men climbed the steps, their strides steady and powerful. A single glance told Sui that they matched Chaotianhou's description perfectly. This had to be Jiang Haoran and the middle-aged escort by his side. You're Sui? Jiang Haoran gave him a frosty once-over, punctuating the question with a disdainful snort. I am, Sui answered calmly. The older man stepped forward with a respectful nod. Young Master Sui, my name is Huang Yi. I'm a guard of the Jiang family. The young mistress often mentioned you. Raised in the Jiang household, Huang Yi knew every bit of family business, including Sui's engagement to Jiang Piaoxia. Uncle Huang, Sui replied with a friendly smile. Jiang Haoran folded his arms and sneered. Not a bad face, but good looks alone won't cut it if you want to marry my sister. You'll need strength, too. I'll test you myself today. The threat in his tone was unmistakable. Feeling the tension rise, Huang Yi quickly reminded him, Second young master Sui, is family now. The master said no one is to be rude to him. Relax, Jiang Haoran scoffed. I'm only going to teach him a lesson, nothing permanent. He fixed Sui with a provocative stare. If you're scared, apologize now. For my sister's sake, I'll let you off. Sui's eyes narrowed. a cold smile lifting the corner of his mouth. I am a little scared I might kill you by accident and have no way to explain it to your sister. A mere 5th-level body tempering cultivator daring to posture in front of him? Ridiculous. Huang Yi gaped in shock. Jiaoliang had always been arrogant, but Sui E's temper was even sharper. Caught between two volatile tempers, Huang Yi had no idea whom to placate. You asked for it, Sui E, Jiaoliang snapped, face twisted with fury. You'll beg for mercy before I'm done. Sui E shook his head. Fine. Follow me. We'll settle this in the drill yard. With that, he turned and headed toward the academy's practice grounds. Jiaoliang strode after him without hesitation, leaving Huang Yi to sigh and trail along helplessly. At the entrance to the drill yard, they ran into Li Jinfeng. Headmaster, Sui greeted with a wave. Back again so soon? Li Jinfeng asked, puzzled. Someone wants a sparring match, Sui said casually, nodding toward Jiaoliang. Li Jinfeng gave Jiaoliang a fleeting glance and said, keep it within bounds. Don't cripple anyone. With that, he bustled away, disappearing beyond the gate in seconds. Jiaoliang's chest burned with indignation, treated like a fragile glass doll. Huang Yi clicked his tongue in secret admiration. No wonder Sui was so brash. Even the headmaster acted this way. How could the students be any different? A few minutes later, Sui and the others arrived at the training arena. The moment they stepped onto the field, Jiaoliang couldn't hold back and blurted, Sui, can we start now? Are you really that eager to be beaten? Sui curled his lip and crooked a finger. Bring it. Jiaoliang lunged like an enraged lion and hammered his right fist down. Young master, hold back. Huang Yi cried out. In his eyes, that punch carried nearly 1,300 kilograms of force, a torrent unleashed without restraint. Could Sui really take it? The next instant, Sui raised a single hand, pinched his fingers together, and caught Jiaoliang's fist in a steady grip. A muffled report echoed. The raging impact smashed into Sui's palm as though it had struck a mountain. Not even the hem of his robe fluttered. So strong? Huang Yi's eyes widened. By his calculations, Sui should only be at the 4th level of the body tempering realm, yet he had casually neutralized Jiaoliang's brutal strike. Unless Sui had already surpassed that stage or had broken through again in an impossibly short time. A chill crept into Jiaoliang's heart as well. He tried desperately to pull his fist back, only to find his entire arm locked in place. Sui's strength completely dwarfed his own. Gritting his teeth, he lashed out with his left fist. Before the punch even landed, he heard a cold snort. How naive. He followed the voice and saw a mocking half-smile playing on Sui's lips, the way a butcher would look at a lamb. Before he could react, a tremendous force swept over him, lifting him clear off the ground. Boom! Jiaoliang slammed into the earth, dust exploding outward. Sui is far too strong. Huang Yi stood frozen. Jiaoliang had always been invincible among their peers, yet now he was being crushed without the slightest chance to resist. It was as if the two belonged to different worlds. Sui stepped forward, looked down, and asked quietly, do you yield? Jiaoliang's eyes were vacant. The pain in his body was nothing compared with the defeat gnawing at his heart. He had never lost to anyone his age, and now he had been utterly suppressed, his pride shattered. He pushed himself up off the ground and growled through clenched teeth, I do not. Then he'll keep beating you until you do. Sui chuckled, took 2 steps back, and cleared some space. Don't get cocky, Sui, I still have a trump card. This time I'll crush you. Jiaoliang snarled, his aura surging. I'm waiting. Sui stood as unmoving as a pine, ready for whatever came next. Roar. A sudden dragon's cry split the air. A swirl of black mist appeared before Jiaoliang, coalescing into a massive dark dragon. The creature coiled in midair and raised its head in a long howl, releasing a terrifying pressure that swept outward. What kind of sorcery is that? Sui felt a flicker of unease. Suspended in midair, a dragon formed of black mist coiled and roared, its scales scraping the air with a low rasp. The sheer pressure pouring off it made Sui's chest tighten. He drew a deep breath. Tiger Iron Fist and Molten Gold Body surged together, tendons and bones crackling as if a flood of steel raced through his veins. Across from him, Jiaoliang stood with eyes closed, face solemn, incantations flowing from his lips. After a moment, he lifted a finger to the sky. Roar! The black dragon bellowed, lashed its tail through the clouds, then whirled and dove straight at Jiaoliang. In a flash, the beast plunged into his body, merging with flesh and blood. Jiaoliang's aura swelled visibly, a cutting gale radiating from him and whipping up sand and stones. In the blink of an eye, his cultivation leapt to the 9th level of the tempered body realm. Dragon Source Vessel. Huang Yi blurted. This mid-grade physique art could drag a cultivator up 4 minor levels in an instant while doubling their defense. On paper, Jiaoliang was now tempered body 9, yet his true combat power was edging toward her even past level 10. Huang Yi had served Jiaoliang for years, but it was his first time seeing the art unleashed. Shock and dread tangled in his chest. Veins bulged across Jiaoliang's palm as his gaze turned icy. Sui, are you frightened now? bow your head and apologize, or he'll break every bone in your body. Though overbearing, he still hesitated. Sui E was Jiang Piaxu's fiancé, and he dared not truly cripple him. If Sui E conceded, Jiang Haoran would regain face and withdraw unscathed. Su young master, just admit defeat, Huang Yi urged, voice unusually grave. In his eyes, no matter how strong Sui was, he could not withstand this dragon vessel warbody. Sui burst out laughing, chest vibrating. No one on earth can make me yield. Jiang Haoran, I told you I'd make you accept defeat, come and try. You asked for this. Jiang Haoran's hair flew as murderous intent flared. He stamped, the ground cracking, and shot towards Sui E like a black shadow. Huang Yi sighed, ready to intervene. With his fourth stage spirit-gathering cultivation, separating two tempered body fighters was easy, yet his first step froze at the sight before him. Gold light. Liquid gold seemed to flood Sui E's meridians, fine golden lines surfacing across his skin until he resembled an armored war god. His aura surged, forcing back the dragon's pressure. In one seamless motion he stepped, twisted, and punched. A tiger's roar ripped through the air as if a real beast had leapt free. Its claws tore the sky, every creature beneath it bowed. The fist, wrapped in a savage gale, hissed toward Jiang Haoran, the very heavens seeming to shudder. Huang Yi's throat went dry. Even with his cultivation, the punch made his skin prickle. Jiang Haoran's heart lurched, pride chaining him in place. He met the strike heat-in, smashing out a fist of his own. Two torrents of force collided. Boom. Thunder crashed at their ears, the ground trembling. Huang Yi glimpsed sparks at the meeting of fists. The next instant Jiang Haoran was hurled back like a meteor struck by a giant hammer, flying more than 10 meters. Crash. He skidded along the ground, carving a trench and throwing up a cloud of dust. Second young master. Huang Yi snapped from his trance and sprinted over. Relax, hell live, Sui said calmly, golden light receding. That earth-shaking punch had used only a fraction of his strength after amplification, roughly 3,000 kilos of force. It would leave Jiang Haoran battered, nothing more. Huang Yi sprinted over, and when he saw that Jiang Haoran was merely pale and not actually hurt, he exhaled heavily. Sui sauntered up, bent down for a quick look, and said in a calm yet unquestionable tone, I know you're fine, stop faking it. Get up and keep fighting. Young Master Su Huang, he clicked his tongue. Jiang Haoran had already played every card he had, and still got crushed. How was he supposed to keep going? This was plain bullying. Jiang Haoran's mouth twitched. He felt both wronged and defiant. But he also understood how fearsome Sui was. Getting back up would only invite another pounding, so he lay there in silence. Too lazy to move. Fine, Sui clasped his hands behind his back, voice hardening. Answer Mado, you yield, or not. Damn it. Jiang Haoran clenched his teeth until his gums turned white. Of course he didn't want to concede, but what choice did he have? He was completely outmatched. Huang Yi stepped in to mediate. Young Master Su, that's enough. We're all Familino, need to make things hard on each other. Sui nodded and eased up, but fixed his eyes on Jiang Haoran and twisted the knife. I know you're still unconvinced. Listing on that punch just now, I used only half my strength. You can stay upset, just don't stand in front of me and refuse to admit it. Half your strength? Huang Yi's breath caught. The force of that punch had already surpassed the 10th tier of the body tempering realm, yet it had been only half power? If Sui went all out, even someone at the first tier of the spirit gathering realm might not withstand it. Monster, no wonder the Jiang family valued him so highly. Jiang Haoran's eyes widened, cold sweat trickling down. Half power had crushed him. What would a full strength blow do? The self-styled greatest prodigy on Blue Star suddenly felt like nothing at all, a surge of helplessness washing over him. Sui sensed the shift in his mindset and asked calmly, Jiang Haoran, what do you say now? Sui, I accept defeat, Jiang Haoran muttered, barely audible. Sui's face darkened. What did you call me? He was Jiang Piaxu's fine settles mattered. Jiang Haoran quickly corrected himself. Brother-in-law. Given Sui's strength, the word came out quite naturally. Good. Sui nodded and hauled him to his feet. Come on, let's go home for dinner. First a slap, then a sweet date. Jiang Haoran was Jiang Piaxu's brother, and Sui wouldn't go too far. Sure thing, brother-in-law. Jiang Haoran answered readily. The three left the third ancient martial academy. Along the way, Sui and Jiang Haoran walked shoulder to shoulder, chatting about techniques until the atmosphere grew friendly. Huang Yi trailed behind, smiling in relief at the sight. Suddenly his phone vibrated. Seeing Jiang Qinyang on the screen, he hurried to answer. Huang Yi, did that kid Haoran go looking for trouble with Sui? What's happening now? Jiang Qinyang asked, barely holding back his anger. They just fought. Huang Yi lowered his voice as he spoke. What? Jiang Qinyang's startled shout came through the phone. Was Sui hurt? I know Haoran's strength is no match for Sui. The second young master lost, Huang Yi reported bluntly. Huh. Jiang Qinyang froze, then exclaimed, Sui is stronger than Haoran? Haoran's at the 5th layer of the body tempering realm. If Sui beat him, that means Sui's at least at the 6th. Remembering that Sui was his family's son-in-law, Jiang Qinyang felt a trace of satisfaction. Sui really is stronger than the second young master, Huang Yi confirmed. Jiang Qinyang considered this, a note of admiration in his voice. Haoran may be unruly, but he knows his limits. He certainly didn't use the Dragon Source canister. That thing raises his power 4 levels and doubles his defense. If had used it, how could he have lost? Sir, Huang Yi said even more quietly. The second young master did use the Dragon Source canister. What? Jiang Qinyang's voice shook. Are you sure? With that canister, he's on par with the 10th layer of body tempering. Sui still won. That would mean Sui's strength had surpassed the 10th layer. But Sui was only a first-year student. However gifted he was, could anyone be that monstrous? Sui used a secret fist art and a defensive technique. One punch put the second young master down, Huang Yi added. One punch. Jiang Qinyang was stunned. Then what realm is Sui really in? Below the soul-condensing realm, almost no one can beat Haoran, let alone flatten him with a single strike. The soul-condensing realm requires a spirit root test and a matching cultivation method. Sui hadn't even taken the test, so reaching that realm was impossible. I don't know his exact level, Huang Yi admitted, but if he goes all out, even a first-layer soul-condensing cultivator might not defeat him. Jiang Qinyang drew a sharp breath, unable to hide his shock. Sui's combat strength actually exceeded the first layer of soul condensing? After the shock passed, excitement surged in his voice. Sui is the Jiang family's son-in-law. The stronger he is, the better for all of us. He paused, then asked, Haoran's all right, isn't he? Sui held back. The second young master isn't hurt. They've already patched things up, and Sui even invited him home for dinner, Huang Yi said. Excellent. That's how family should be. Jiang Qinyang laughed heartily. After dinner, come back right away, don't make trouble for Sui. Yes, sir, Huang Yi answered solemnly. Night was falling and the streetlights were coming on. As Sui, Jiang Haoran, and Huang Yi walked up to the neighborhood gate, they spotted Chaotianhou still standing there. Old Chao, what are you doing? Sui waved. Chaotianhou opened his mouth, eyes flicking back and forth between the two boys, who now had their arms around each other's shoulders. Sui, you too. A moment ago Jiang Haoran had marched in, eager for a fight. Now, in the blink of an eye, the pair were all smiles. Chaotianhou was completely baffled. How had things changed so quickly? Why the blank stare? Sui joked with a laugh, then made the introductions. Lao Chao, this is my brother-in-law, Jiang Haoran. Haoran, this is my best friend, Chaotianhou. Nice to meet you. Jiang Haoran offered a polite smile and extended his hand. A nice to meet you too. Chaotianhou snapped out of it and shook back. Had just seen the pride in Jiang Haoran's eyes moments ago. Now the man was all warmth and courtesy, which left him a bit puzzled. When the introductions ended, Sui added, Lao Chao, come back to my place for lunch. Sure. Chaotianhou agreed readily. Had always dropped by Sui's home for meals, and Sui did the same at his place, so it felt natural and he could size up this little brother-in-law at the same time. Back at the house, Sui presented Jiang Haoran and Huang Yi to Li Kaihua and the others. The moment Li Kaihua learned he was Jiang Piaxua's younger brother, she became warmly enthusiastic and hurried off to prepare lunch after a few polite niceties. Leaning against the doorframe, Su Lin looked Jiang Haoran up and down with interest. So you're the #1 prodigy on Blue Star? The same guy who mouthed off to my brother in the group chat? It was all a misunderstanding. I wouldn't dream of offending my brother-in-law, Jiang Haoran replied sheepishly, scratching his nose. Enough, let's drop it, Sui said, smoothing things over. Su Lin let it go for her brother's sake. At the table, everyone chatted over a relaxed meal. Halfway through, Jiang Haoran set down his chopsticks and turned to Sui. Brother-in-law, isn't it time to lift my mute? Sui nodded and gave Su Lin a look. They'd muted Jiang Haoran from mouthing off earlier. Now that had apologized in person, it was only fair to unmute him. Watch your mouth next time, Su Lin said, while pulling out her phone. Don't worry, I will, Jiang Haoran promised with a smile. After lunch and a bit more small talk, Jiang Haoran and Huang Yi took their leave. Bored, Sui went to his room and opened the Warrior Forum. Before long, notifications from the Warm family group popped up one after another. He tapped them open. Blue Star's #2 Prodigy, future #2 Powerhouse, Jiang Haoran. Hey everyone, Jiang Haoran is back at full strength. Su Lin, Jiang Haoran, WHYD you change your screen name. Blue Star's #2 Prodigy, future #2 Powerhouse, Jiang Haoran. Before I met my brother-in-law, I could claim to be #1. After seeing how strong he is, I can only settle for #2. Jiang Piaoxua, at least you know your place. Blue Star's #2 Prodigy, future #2 Powerhouse, Jiang Haoran. Sui brother-in-law, when are you coming to Jinxing City? Sui, maybe next month. We'll see. Sui closed the chat and went back to the forum. A bold headline immediately caught his eye. Misty Forest sighting of Duanliu grass sparks fierce competition storms are brewing. Duanliu grass was an incredibly rare wood-type spiritual herb worth billions of Blue Star coins, and even then it was nearly impossible to buy. Its price came from its unique ability to help a martial artist condense a manifestation. Once a cultivator reached the 10th level of the soul-gathering realm and attempted the breakthrough to the phantom spirit realm, forming a personal manifestation was mandatory. Manifestations varied widely: a towering mountain, a weapon, a bolt of lightning, a blazing flame. However, forging a tangible avatar is incredibly challenging. First, a cultivator must find a spirit plant whose attributes perfectly match his own. Then he has to refine it bit by bit until its essence merges with his soul. Only when the avatar fully forms can he step into the phantom spirit realm, and his combat power will skyrocket. Duanliu grass is the premier material for wood attribute cultivators seeking to create a wood avatar. Compared with similar plants, it's easier to refine with divine sense and offers a remarkably high success rate, both of which drive its price through the roof. Unfortunately, Duanliu grass is notoriously elusive. It can conceal and disguise itself, as well as a soul beast, moves on its own, and usually grows in dangerous areas. Harvesting it takes special means and a lot of luck. A trip to the Misty Forest might be worth it, Sui E mused, narrowing his eyes. Duanliu grass often appears there, and he already planned to hunt the golden-scaled python in that same forest. Searching for the grass while he was at it sounded perfect. After browsing the forum, he put away his phone and turned to study the primal essence alchemy art. Tiger Skygale Fist and Molten Gold Body were already mastered, and the myriad spirits soul-gathering scripture couldn't yet be cultivated, leaving alchemy as the only discipline he could work on. With his 20 honester talent, mastering this art wouldn't take long. The more skills the better. Once I condense my fire soul, I'll make my own pills, he told himself. Early the next morning, after bidding Li Kaiwa farewell, Sui headed straight to the headquarters of the Star Moon Mercenary Corps. At the gate, the Pei siblings were waiting. Sui, over here. Pei Lin waved. Brother Pei, are you all set? When do we leave? Sui asked. The Misty Forest lay several hundred li from Yulan City, so they needed an early start. We're ready. Let's head out now. Pei Lin nodded. All right. Sui agreed. Moments later, the three of them set off toward the eastern outer district, the most direct route to the Misty Forest. As soon as they left, a man emerged from a nearby grove. Watching them disappear, he pulled out his phone and called Feng Jinan. Captain Feng, Sui just left with the Pei siblings from Star Moon. They're heading for the eastern gate, probably the Misty Forest. Understood. Feng Jinan hung up and dialed Li Jinfeng. Headmaster Li, Sui's leaving the city. Leaving? Where to? Li Jinfeng frowned. East Gate, with the Star Moon team. I'd bet on the Misty Forest, either hunting the golden-scaled python or looking for Duanliu grass. That brat never lets me rest, Li Jinfeng muttered. Should I alert the city guard and stop them? Feng Jinan offered. Forget it. Let the kid have his fun. Li Jinfeng sighed after a moment's thought. He knew Sui's temperament too well. If stopped for no reason, the boy would likely clash with the guards. Besides, no beasts above the soul-gathering realm roam the Misty Forest. With strength beyond the first level of that realm, Sui should be fine. Understood. Having received the headmaster's approval, Feng Jinan said no more. After slipping out of the city, Sui and his companions headed straight for the Misty Forest. The moment they stepped onto the main road, the wind sliced past their ears like blades, and the grass and shrubs blurred behind them. Mid-stride, Sui asked, Brother Pei, will we run into any savage beasts on the way? If we do, I could use the chance to kill one and absorb another ability. Pei Lin glanced back with a grin. Relax. There aren't many along this stretch. They only gather in numbers once we're close to the forest. Sui nodded and fell silent. With nothing more to say, the three of them lengthened their strides, a ribbon of dust trailing in their wake. In less than 2 hours they reached the forest's edge. They had indeed encountered a few wild beasts along the way, but they were species Sui had already hunted, so he gained nothing new. Sui, this is the Misty Forest, Pei Lin warned at the tree line. It's crawling with monsters, stay sharp. Half closing his eyes, Sui surveyed the expanse ahead. Ancient trees stretched endlessly into a pall of gray-white mist that clung to every trunk, wrapping the woodland in a sinister shroud. From somewhere deep inside came an occasional roar, its metallic screech scraping at the nerves. Only warriors at the body-tempering stage or higher dared set foot here. I understand, Brother Pei. Let's hurry up and find that golden-scaled python, Sui said, reining in his gaze. His tone was calm, yet excitement flickered in his eyes. The forest was dangerous, yes, but there were no beasts above the soul-condensing realm, so he was free to hunt and stockpile abilities at will. Good. Let's move. Pei Lin nodded. They had barely taken a step when the sound of boots on undergrowth reached them. 7 or 8 men in black combat gear strode over, each tall, lean, and radiating power, a scarlet flame emblem stitched to every chest. The flame mercenaries, Pei Li murmured, her brows knitting. Sui gave a soft hum. Yulan City was home to countless mercenary crews, yet he had never heard of this one. They're from Fengyi City, Pei Lin added. Not locals. He nodded. Yulan City and Fengyi City both belonged to Xichen Prefecture and bordered the Misty Forest, so meeting outsiders here was no surprise. The newcomers halted a few paces away. Their leader was a burly brute with a vicious face. He grinned without warmth. Well, if it isn't Pei Lin of the Star Moon Mercenaries. Got some nerve, stepping into the Misty Forest. His tone dripped with contempt, as though Pei Lin barely existed. Zhang Hongwei, if the Flame Mercenaries dare come here, why shouldn't we? Pei Lin shot back with a snort. The two companies had old grievances. Flame had stolen from them more than once by sheer force. A long-faced middle-aged man beside Zhang Hongwei sneered. Star Moon? A handful of misfits, and you think you belong in our league? Dream on. Every member of the Flame Mercenaries was at least 5th level body tempering, and Zhang Hongwei himself was at the 10th. Their collective strength was staggering. The strongest in Star Moon, Pei Lin, was only 7th level, so the two groups were hardly in the same class. Zhang Hongwei narrowed his eyes and swept his gaze over the three newcomers, pausing in mild surprise when it settled on Sui E. He pointed at the teenager, a mocking smile curling his lips. Pei Lin, has the Star Moon mercenary group sunk so low that it lets trash like this join? Sui E looked no more than 17 or 18, the creases in his school uniform still visible. He seemed like nothing but a high schooler, at best second-tier body tempering. Pei Li stood her ground, her voice rising. Sui E might be a student, but his strength isn't much lower than yours. She remembered him saying he was far beyond the 10th tier of body tempering. Though she couldn't be certain, she had watched him kill a savage rock bear. That scene convinced her Sui E was at least Zhang Hongwei's equal. The moment she finished, the members of the Flame Mercenary group froze, then burst into laughter. A student challenging our boss. Boss Zhang is a genuine 10th tier body temperer. Across all of Blue Star, how many students ever reach the 10th tier? Zhang Hongwei waved them silent, contempt gleaming in his eyes. Pei Li, all these years, and you still haven't grown stronger. The only thing you've learned is how to brag. Pei Li's lungs were about to burst with anger, but Sui E spoke first, calm and unhurried. Peijia, why waste time on garbage like him? Let's go find that golden-scaled python. Garbage. The word made Zhang Hongwei's face go dark, cold light flickering in his eyes. A dignified 10th tier warrior called trash by a student in utter humiliation. The Flame Mercenaries were furious. The horse-faced man barked. Kid, you insult our boss and still want to live? They spread out in a half moon, blocking every exit as they hemmed Pei Lin's trio in. Pei Lin glared at Zhang Hongwei. What do you plan to do? Zhang Hongwei sneered. The brat insulted me. What do you think I'm going to do? Pei Li shot back. You mocked him first. How is it wrong for him to answer? The horse-faced man snorted. Is riffraff like him even worthy of our notice? He insulted the boss she pays. Confident in their superior numbers, he spoke without the slightest restraint. Sui motioned for Pei Li to stay calm, then faced Zhang Hongwei, his tone mild but unyielding. What do you want? Zhang Hongwei stroked his chin slowly. You're young and ignorant, so we'll give you a way out. Kneel and kowtow 3 times at my feet, and he'll forgive you. Intolerable. Pei Lin and Pei Li's anger burned white-hot. Zhang Hongwei wasn't just humiliating Sui E, he was treating him as less than human. If it came to it, they would fight the Flame Mercenary group here and now. Sui E let out a quiet chuckle and said evenly, what if I say no? Zhang Hongwei's eyes narrowed, a cruel smile curling at his lips. Simple. They'll break both of your legs. The moment the words left his mouth, the air seemed to tighten. Sui nodded, then gave a cold laugh. In that case, they'll give you a choice: kneel down and slap yourself 3 times, or he'll dismantle you bone by bone. Sui E hadn't planned on starting trouble, but Zhang Hongwei kept pressing, treating him like an easy mark. When Sui E finished speaking, Zhang Hongwei's face turned ashen. You dare tell me to kneel? As a peak body tempering cultivator, had never suffered such humiliation. Murder flashed in his eyes. Boss, this kid's too cocky. The horse-faced man beside him growled, fists clenched. Enough talk, let me handle him. The siblings Pei Lin and Pei Li exchanged a look and tightened their grips on their weapons. Clearly, today's business wouldn't end without a fight. Zhang Hongwei's voice turned icy. You brought this on yourself, kid. Remember, next time some people are out of your league. He sank his stance, spiritual energy surging as he prepared to strike. Just as the tension was about to explode, a shrill scream echoed from deep in the Misty Forest, the desperate wail of a warrior being ripped apart by a beast. Everyone flinched. A heartbeat later, boom. Crack, massive trunks snapped in succession, the thunderous racket racing toward them as though a colossal creature were plowing through the woods. Pei Li pointed into the fog. Someone's coming. A young man, ragged and smeared with blood, stumbled into view, sheer terror on his face. Chasing him was an enormous bear, pure white and more than 5 meters tall, each step making the ground tremble. A Bailuyan bear. Zhang Hongwei and the others blanched. An adult Bailuyan bear matched a peak body tempering fighter, and this rare mutant could harden its hide into white stone. Cultivators at their level couldn't pierce that defense. Sui E's gaze swept the scene and caught something strange. 4 wolf-like beasts were darting around the bear, snapping at it, as though shielding the fleeing man. Why would they help a human? Sui E muttered. Pei Lin answered. Gale wolf spirit beasts that can serve as companions. Those 4 must be his. If their master's in danger, they'll fight to the death. With the situation clear, Sui E felt a surge of interest. Had never seen Gale Wolves or a Bailuyan bear before. If he could extract their abilities, he didn't want to miss the chance. He was about to act when four agonized howls split the air. Roaring, the Bailuyan bear swung its massive paws and tore the Gale Wolves in half, spraying blood across the forest floor. Damn, Sui swore. With the wolves dead, the opportunity to harvest their abilities vanished, leaving him thoroughly annoyed. Sui, let's get out of here now. Pei Lin's voice quivered as he watched the white Lian bear, covered in blood, slash, and roar only a few steps away. The beast's murderous aura felt suffocating. If it finished off the young man in front of it, they would be next hesitating mint certain death. Zhang Hongwei and the rest of the Blazing Flame Mercenary Company exchanged glances, tightening their grips on their weapons even as their feet edged backward. They were strong, but they knew full well that even united they were no match for a 10th-stage body-tempering fierce beast. Stay here. They'll go kill it. With that, Sui shot forward, charging straight at the white Lian bear. Pei Lin and Pei Li froze. The bear was deadlier than a 10th-stage body-tempering warrior. Could Sui really handle it? Wouldn't he be torn apart the moment he got close? Damn, has that kid lost his mind? Members of the mercenary company nearly popped their eyes out. A mere student challenging the white Lian bear? It looked like suicide. Not far away, the young man whose four spirit pets had just been ripped apart lost all hope. His legs gave out, and he collapsed. A massive shadow loomed overhead, radiating savage intent. His heart sank. It's over. He closed his eyes, waiting for death. Suddenly, hurried footsteps raced toward him. Someone's coming to save me. He forced his eyes open and saw a man even younger than himself. Sui. The thought flashed through his mind. Is he here to die with me? Before he could react, Sui was already in front of the white Lian bear, fist swinging. Blood-red eyes gleamed with killing intent as the bear abandoned its prey and swung a paw the size of a fan. Boom. Fist and paw collided with a sound like a volcanic eruption. An instant later, the bear's massive body was sent flying 5 or 6 meters, crashing to the ground and gouging a crater a dozen feet wide. Everyone on the field froze. A 10th-stage white Lian bear, sent flying by a single punch from Sui? How was that possible? The young man swallowed hard and rubbed his eyes. Sure, he was seeing things. Pei Lin and Pei Li stood gaping, speechless. Sui himself blinked in surprise. Then a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Contact with white Lian bear detected. 200 body tempering attribute points extracted. Pelvic and spinal bones refined. Body tempering realm advanced to the 8th stage. 8th stage. Energy surged through him. With those two bones strengthened, his defense soared and his raw strength increased by 200 kilograms. His overall power had reached a new tier. Fixing his gaze on the white Lian bear, he flicked his wrist. The obsidian meteor sword flashed coldly as he charged. There was no reason to keep trading blows now that he had harvested its power. The bear had just struggled to its feet, its huge body still swaying. When it saw Sui rushing in with the sword, terror flooded its crimson eyes for the first time. Without a moment's hesitation, it turned tail and bolted. Everyone watched in astonishment, as if reality itself had just warped before their eyes. The Bailu rock bear, a 10th-level body-tempering beast, and one of the Misty Forest's top predators had panicked at the mere sight of a human and bolted. Sui had no intention of letting it get away. Feral beasts were humanity's sworn foes, and one this powerful would only bring future bloodshed. Eliminating it now was the only way to protect his people. Power erupted beneath Sui's feet, and his form blurred into a gray-black whirlwind that shot after the fleeing beast. To the members of the Flame Mercenary Company, he vanished in the blink of an eye, sending a chill down their spines. Below the soul-gathering realm, warriors normally moved at comparable speeds unless they had mastered special movement arts. Yet Sui's burst of speed was twice that of an ordinary fighter. They were almost certain he cultivated a rare velocity technique. Within 2 breaths, the whirlwind caught up. Sui lifted his arm. 2 arcs of icy light slashed down, carving spider silk fractures through the air. The Bailu rock bear never even managed a roar before a crimson line split its body and the massive corpse thundered to the ground. The mercenaries saw it clearly. The spirit sword in Sui's hand carried the power to rend space itself, no different from a divine weapon. Sui flicked the blood from his blade, sheathed it, and turned away. He passed the young man nearby with only a glance, then strode straight toward the Flame Mercenary Company. It was time to settle accounts. As he approached, the mercenaries felt their hearts hammer. Moments ago, they had tried to force Sui to kneel and kowtow. After seeing him kill the Bailu rock bear with a single swing, they doubted they could withstand even one strike from that sword. Boss, we should run, the horse-faced man stammered. Run? Where? Zhang Hongwei answered bitterly. If they'd slipped away while Sui was fighting the bear, they might have had a chance. Now, with his speed eclipsing theirs, they had nowhere to go. Zhang Hongwei, weren't you the one who wanted me on my knees? I'm right here, Sui said, stopping before them, eyes half-lidded, voice mocking. Go on, make me. Zhang Hongwei's Adam's apple bobbed. His heart felt ready to burst. After a long silence, he forced a smile. Sui, It was only a joke. Even with 10 lives, I wouldn't dare make you kneel. A joke? Sui E's lips curved. I took it seriously. How are you planning to fix that? The killing intent in his words was icy and unmistakable. Zhang Hongwei's face froze, and the others trembled. If they couldn't give Sui E a worthy answer, none of them would leave this forest alive. After a brief struggle, Zhang Hongwei clenched his teeth, dropped to his knees with a thud, and slapped himself twice. His cheeks swelled at once. The horse-faced man and the rest of the team followed suit. Sui E had given them a chance before. Kneel and slap yourselves, and you'll be spared. They could only hope he still meant it. Humiliating? Certainly. But compared with ending up a corpse, what was a little lost dignity? That's the power of a true powerhouse. Not far away, the Pei siblings watched from behind a thicket, awestruck by the scene before them. The brash Zhang Hongwei, who had just been forced to stagger backward, was now a picture of panic. Tugging his companions forward, he stammered, Sui E, we know we were wrong. Please forgive us. Sui E narrowed his eyes at the group and snorted. Remember this. Some people are beyond your reach. Now get lost. It was the very line Zhang Hongwei had thrown at him earlier, delivered back word for word. Thank you. Zhang Hongwei and the others bowed in relief, then bolted into the forest, disappearing in seconds. Once they were out of sight, Sui walked over to a young man nearby. Stepping through the grass, he stopped in front of him and gave him a quick once-over. You all right? The young man brushed the dirt from his clothes and bowed deeply. I'm fine. Thank you for saving my life, senior. Senior? Sui chuckled and rubbed his nose. The name's Sui. Just call me that. What should I call you? He had the strength to deserve the title, but at 17, it still felt odd. The other man blinked, then hurried to return the bow. Yaij, my name is Zhou Qingnan from Fengyi City. His tone carried genuine respect. Anyone who could dispatch a white Liwen bear in a heartbeat deserved it. Hearing Yaij, Sui gave an awkward cough. Just use my name. I'm only 17. I'm probably younger than you. 17? Zhou Qingnan's mouth formed an O, and he froze. He had wondered if Sui was using disguise techniques or youth-preserving pills, but now he saw the youth was genuine. Slaying a white Liwen bear at 17? Prodigy didn't begin to cover it. Noticing Zhou Qingnan's shock, Sui smiled. Something wrong? No. Zhou Qingnan regained his composure and spoke honestly. I've simply never met talent like yours. It's astounding. It's nothing special. Sui waved it off, then shifted the topic. Brother Zhou, I noticed you keep quite a few spirit beasts. Interesting collection. Do you have more back home? Zhou Qingnan's expression brightened. Clearing his throat, he replied with a hint of pride, Sui, I'm not exaggerating when I say the Zhou family is among the top clans in Fengyi City. Our sole business is a rare beast breeding facility. We don't keep an enormous number, but we have over 200 specimens. Sui's eyes lit up, though his face stayed neutral. How many species? Not many, about 7. Zhou Qingnan answered truthfully. That's respectable. Sui calculated silently, then smiled. I'm fascinated by exotic beasts. If I get the chance, may I visit Fengyi City? You'd be more than welcome. Zhou Qingnan said, delighted. The youth before him was both savior and unrivaled genius. Having him visit would be an honor. They exchanged phone numbers, chatted for a few more minutes, and then went their separate ways. After seeing Zhou Qingnan off, Sui rejoined Pei Lin and his sister. Sui, you're incredible, practically inhuman. You're not just Origin City's top genius. You're the greatest prodigy on Blue Star. The siblings gushed. Sui waved them away with a grin. All right, enough praise. Brother Pei, let's hurry up and track down the Jiaoliang python. Pei Lin had witnessed Sui's true power and felt reassured. He nodded at once. The Jiaoliang python was known as the deadliest beast in the Misty Forest. Yet Sui had just slain a Bailu rock bear. Clearly the python wasn't beyond him. The trio entered the forest. After barely 100 meters, a pack of blood-crazed Liao boars charged out of the brush, tusks bared and squealing. Sui couldn't extract any abilities from them, so he simply drew his blade. In a single blur of steel, the boars lay dead in their own blood. They pushed on, encountering several other beasts they had hunted before, all dispatched just as quickly. Roughly 20 li later, the fog thickened, and the outline of a vast valley loomed ahead. Pei Lin lowered his voice. Sui, the Jiaoliang python's in that ravine. Tension edged his words. Sui narrowed his eyes toward the valley, then heard the clang of metal and human screams erupt from within. Someone else had gotten there first. Move. He barked and shot forward like an arrow. If the python died before he reached it, he'd lose the chance to extract its power. The Pei siblings sprinted after him. The valley's fringe was dank and tangled with vines that clutched at their boots. They forced their way through, and the scene opened up. In the meadow's center coiled a 10-meter python as thick as a man's torso, its golden scales flashing in the sunlight. Every flick of its tongue stirred a bloody wind. Facing it stood a dozen fighters in a loose formation of spears and sabers. More than 20 corpses littered the grass, some cleaved in half with entrails spilling, others with chests punched clean through, heads gone, or bodies smashed to pulp, painting the blades of grass red. Sui frowned. Is the Jiaoliang python really this strong? The survivors were all at least 8th tier body tempering, many of them 10th tier, yet they were being driven back. The beast was far more terrifying than the rumors suggested. Pei Lin spoke grimly. Those are the top mercenary teams from the major cities, most of them 10th tier. Should we still step in? The implication was clear. If even they couldn't handle it, charging in might be suicide. Sui answered calmly, "We'll give it a try." His plan was simple: touch the python to extract its ability. If he could kill it, perfect, and if not, they'd retreat. They're engaging. Paley suddenly cried. Sui looked up just as the Jinlin python struck first. Its massive tail swept across the clearing with a shrill whistle. For fighters were caught in the arc, desperately trying to block. Bang, 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 bang. For explosive cracks rang out in succession. The fighters flew like rag dolls, the snapping of bones echoing hideously in midair. The sight was terrifying, and Pei Lin's lips began to tremble. Beside him, Paley stood pale as a sheet, her slender shoulders quaking. The suffocating pressure radiating from the golden-scaled python seemed to drive the siblings' hearts into their throats. Suddenly, a fresh scream rang out from deep within the crowd. The snake lunged forward, its blood-red jaws snapping a martial artist into pieces, scattering a cloud of gore. "Kill it!" A burly man, broad as a tower, roared and charged, swinging a black battle axe straight at the python's skull. Clang! The axe struck as though against steel, throwing sparks without even denting a single scale. How is that possible? The giant froze. A heartbeat later, the python's massive tail whipped across his body, hurling him like a meteor. He hit the ground in a twisted heap, leaving a long bloody trail dead on impact. The instant the crowd saw the Iron Tower warrior slain, their composure shattered. Screaming, the remaining fighters scattered in panic, none daring to look back. Sui E, we need to run too. Pei Lin grabbed Sui E with a shaking hand. By his reckoning, the creature surpassed the 10th tier of body tempering and might even be more than a first-stage soul-gathering beast. The only chance at survival was to flee. Run? Sui's lips curled in disdain. Stay here. He'll handle it. Before the words had fully left his mouth, he shot forward like an arrow loosed from the string, heading straight for the python. Sui. The siblings were dumbstruck. Knowing how fearsome the monster was, how could he still choose a frontal assault? Was he not afraid of death? The fleeing crowd also paused in shock. A gray-haired elder turned and shouted, "Come back. Do you want to die?" Sui ignored him, his speed undiminished. "That kid's insane. Forget him, keep running." Another fighter spat, sprinting off again. With a sigh, the elder followed. They had taken only a few steps when a thunderous crash erupted behind them. What in the world? Instinctively, the gray-haired elder and the others looked back. Sui's fist had smashed into the python's tail, blasting both man and beast through the air. They flew several yards before slamming to the ground. Everyone stood frozen. A single blow had proved Sui's strength on par with the golden-scaled python. The creature had long surpassed the 10th tier of body tempering, its force likely exceeding 2,500 kilograms, yet this boy of 17 or 18 unleashed power just as brutal. Sui is unbelievable, Pei Lin and Paley muttered, too stunned to form full sentences. They had seen him slay the white-furred rock bear and thought they knew his prowess. Only now did they realize that was merely the tip of the iceberg. Meanwhile, Sui, flung aside by the impact, crashed beside a small pool, sending up a spray of water. As he climbed to his feet, the voice of his system echoed in his mind. After brushing the golden-scaled python, Sui absorbed 300 points of body tempering attributes. His skull, facial bones, and cartilage were reforged, and his body tempering realm jumped to the 11th layer. The supposed ceiling for this realm was the 10th layer, yet he had torn it apart, hinting at the same limitless ascension rumored in the kind blood realm. With his cartilage now refined, he wondered what would be tempered next. If he truly reached the end of this path, would he stand like an unbreakable humanoid fortress? The thought alone set his blood on fire. Apart from the breakthrough, the Molten Golden Body technique had merged automatically with the python's defensive attribute, doubling his overall resilience. With his current physique, even a first-layer spirit-gathering cultivator might fail to leave a scratch. Come on. Sui curled his lips and fixed a provocative stare on the distant monster. His raw strength had soared to 2,800 kilograms, enough to meet the python heathen without the fierce tiger Heavenly Gang fist. If he used his full arsenal, he could crush it outright. Feeling challenged, the massive, scale-covered serpent let out a furious hiss. Its colossal body coiled, then shot towards Sui, shattering earth and stone in its wake. A rank stench rushed ahead of it, while Sui clenched his fists and gathered momentum. At that instant, a familiar thrum rippled through his chest. His treasure-sensing ability was resonating wildly. Something valuable was close. Narrowing his eyes, he scanned the area until his gaze fell on an unremarkable lotus leaf in the pool, where the vibration intensified. A normal leaf wouldn't trigger the sense, he thought. Activating the Eye of Illusion, the harmless leaf dissolved, revealing a 10-centimeter plant with 2 emerald blades Duanliu grass. The illustration he'd seen in the Academy library matched the scene perfectly, and he almost cried out. He had come only to hunt the python, yet he had stumbled upon this priceless herb. Luck didn't get any better than this. You hid well, just not for me. Keeping his expression calm, Sui looked away as if nothing had happened. Duanliu grass specialized in illusion and concealment and lay inside the python's territory, so ordinary cultivators wouldn't dare approach. Against someone with both treasure sensing and the eye of illusion, however, its stealth was meaningless. Danger! From a distance, an elderly man with gray-streaked hair suddenly shouted. He saw it clearly. The python was already within arm's reach of Sui E, yet Sui E was standing motionless, seemingly distracted, practically courting death. Sui E, be careful! The Pei Lin siblings spotted it as well and cried out in alarm. Sui E had been on guard from the very beginning. As soon as the golden-scaled python charged, he could have met it with a punch and sent the huge brute flying. Yet the moment he spotted the sentient Duanliu grass at the edge of the pool, he instantly changed his plan. The herb could move at will and would vanish the moment it was startled. Only by leaving it undisturbed did he stand a chance of collecting it. So Sui decided to borrow the serpent's strength, let the python smash him into the water, then strike when the time was right. Crash! The treetops on the summit were torn apart by tremendous force, and a pitch-black shadow plummeted, blotting out the light. Sui feigned panic and threw a hurried punch. Bang! The impact echoed off the cliff walls, and the brute force sent him crashing into the pool, landing right beside the Duanliu grass. On the bank, the white-haired elder's eyes darkened. He sighed and waved a hand. Let's go. The boy is finished. With a trace of regret, he turned toward the mouth of the valley. In his view, that blow had been ferocious beyond measure, at least 2,600 kilograms of force, enough to shatter anyone struck hidden. Sui might have stood a chance against the golden-scaled python, but letting his focus drift at the moment of life and death only deepened the elder's regret. The siblings Pei Lin and Pei Li went pale, their hearts twisting as if under a knife. They, too, assumed Sui was doomed. Underwater, the target was within arm's reach. Sui stretched out and caught hold of it. His palm met something cold and supple, and the Duanliu grass revealed its true form, unleashing a surge of dense wood-type spiritual energy. He opened his Qinquan ring at once, sealed the herb inside, then kicked off the bottom of the pool and shot upward like a rising wave. Splash! Water exploded as Sui landed unscathed on the shore. The golden-scaled python shook its massive head, its vertical pupils filled with confusion. Its previous strike had carried its full 600-kilogram brute strength, enough to pulverize rock, yet the human stood there as if nothing had happened. Sui is alive. Pei Lin and Pei Li almost jumped for joy. How is that possible? The white-haired elder and the others froze as though struck by lightning, doubting their own eyes. Sui flexed his fingers, his gaze razor-sharp. Enjoyed that hit? Good. Now it's my turn. Before the words faded, his figure blurred. In a blink, he was in front of the golden-scaled python. His fist whipped out, unleashing 2,800 kilograms of savage force. The shrill blast of wind sounded like dozens of tattered sails snapping at once. Boom! The python's huge body was slammed over and rolled 7 or 8 meters, ripping up soil and leaving the ground laced with spiderweb cracks. Good heavens! The white-haired elder and the others drew a collective gasp. One punch had hurled the golden-scaled python several meters. Was this really just a body-tempering cultivator? None of them had ever seen such a terrifying youth. Sui is incredible, Pei Lin and Pei Li shouted, their voices trembling with excitement. Seizing the momentum, Sui stepped in again. He could tell the python's tough scales had spared it from serious harm. In that case, strike while it's down and finish it. He had no intention of giving the creature a chance to breathe. The golden-scaled boa was finally driven into a fury. As the fiercest beast of the Misty Forest, it had a pride that could not be trampled. How could it tolerate being crushed by a mere human? With a roar that tore at the air, its savage aura erupted, and its mountain-like body lunged at Sui. In the blink of an eye, they closed on each other. Sui tapped the ground, vaulted skyward, and, gripping his long sword with both hands, chopped down from above. A cold flash burst forth, a silver ripple slicing through the air with a shrill crack. The boa sensed the danger in that split second, yet had no time to evade. Crack! The ripple swept across its massive head, cleaving scales, flesh, and bone alike. A deep gash gushed bright blood that drenched half its body in an instant. The white-haired elder and the others gasped, hearts pounding. The golden-scaled boa was famed for its peerless defenses. Few weapons could pierce its scales, let alone deal such damage in a single stroke. That sword was nothing short of legendary. Pain and fear rattled the beast for the first time. The urge to retreat surged. Its opponent moved like lightning, possessed a body of iron, and wielded a weapon that nullified its defenses. Continued combat meant certain death. At that thought, the boa wheeled about and fled. Trying to run? Sui snorted, streaking after it like a bolt of lightning. Every part of the boa was priceless. He had no intention of letting it escape. Within moments, he overtook the beast and unleashed the Tiger Fiend Heaven Gang Fist. Boom! A brutal force of 5,600 kilograms exploded like a volcano. A section of the boa's body was punched clean through, blood spraying in a crimson mist. The giant beast convulsed, gave a shrill wail, and was flung a dozen meters before crashing heavily to the ground. The white-haired elder, Pei Lin, and Pei Li stared wide-eyed, barely able to breathe. One punch had pierced the boa's defenses and hurled it over 10 meters. Was that even human? Sui E finally exhaled, eyes fixed on the staggering beast. Even that ferocious blow hadn't killed it. Its tenacity was astounding. But escape was impossible. He snorted softly and gave chase again. This time he deliberately slowed, driving the boa out of the valley. He did not seek to monopolize the spoils, but to avoid exposing the Qinquan ring. Such a treasure would invite jealousy the moment it was revealed. Soon the golden-scaled boa stumbled out of the valley's mouth. Sui E's speed surged, and he followed close behind. Several thunderous crashes echoed beyond the valley, then all fell silent. Will Sui be all right? Pei Li asked anxiously, eyes fixed on the valley entrance. He'll be fine, Pei Lin answered softly. He dominated the boa at its peak. After that injury, it never stood a chance. Just as Pei Lin finished speaking, clouds of mist churned in the distance, and a tall figure strode through the dappled light between the trees. It was Sui E. Sui was back. Overjoyed, Pei Li hurried to meet him, and the gray-haired elder Duan Mohai led the others forward with respectful expressions. I am Duan Mohai of Fengyi City. Greetings, senior. Even though he was decades older than Sui E, in a world that revered strength, he dared not slacken his manners. The young man's mountain-crushing aura fully deserved the title of senior. Sui gave a wry smile. He was only 17, yet that honorific made him feel as if he had aged overnight. Sir, my name is Sui E, just call me that. His tone was friendly as he waved his hand. Duan Mohai nodded, then asked with curiosity, Sui E, which city are you from? Yulan City, Sui E replied calmly. Everyone silently repeated the name. Yulan City, Sui E. Yulan City was no bigger than Fengyi City, and none of them had expected such a prodigy to come from an ordinary place. Duan Mohai pressed on. You're not even 20 yet, are you? 17. 17? They almost blurted out their shock. At that age, most people were still in their first year of high school. Yet this teenager already possessed power that eclipsed many veterans. Recovering his composure, Duan Mohai sighed in admiration. Sui E, I've never met a genius like you. It won't be long before you're the strongest on Blue Star. You flatter me, Sui E answered with a faint smile. Becoming Blue Star's top warrior was indeed his goal, but this was no time to draw attention. Duan Mohai thought to himself that with such talent and a modest heart, even if the boy failed to reach the summit, his name would still shake the world. During their idle chat, Pei Lin suddenly remembered something. Sui E, what about the gold-scale python? It got away, Sui said evenly. In truth, he had already stowed the beast inside his spatial ring and didn't feel like explaining. Pei Lin sighed with regret. As long as you're safe, that's all that matters. Seeing the matter settled, Sui E clasped his hands in farewell. Sir, if there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. We're heading back as well. Let's travel together, Duan Mohai suggested, eager to deepen their acquaintance. Very well. Sui nodded without hesitation. They walked side by side through the Misty Forest and reached the exit an hour later. Outside, bright sunlight dispersed the damp fog, and everyone's spirits lifted. With a smile, Duan Mohai invited him, Sui E, if you're ever in Fengyi City, you must look me up. I will. Even before he finished speaking, footsteps sounded ahead. A group approached in matching, finely made uniforms, clearly guards of some great clan. When they drew near, the elder at their head radiated a stern, commanding presence. Duan Mohai's expression tightened. He took a half-step forward and greeted respectfully, Patriarch Wei. So it's old Duan of the Heavenly Silkworm Mercenaries. What brings you here? Wei Songming stood with his hands behind his back, nodding slightly, an unmistakable arrogance gleaming in his eyes. As the current patriarch of the Wei clan in Windwing City, his status matched that of the four great families of Source City, and as a first-layer soul-gathering wood cultivator, he was a force to be reckoned with anywhere. Duan Mohai led his mercenaries forward and hurried to explain, we came to hunt the golden-scaled python, but it was too strong, we had to give up. He omitted the fact that Sui E had driven the beast away. The golden-scaled python has long surpassed the 10th body tempering level, and you still thought you could kill it? Know your limits. Wei Songming sneered, then shifted his gaze. Did you at least find any flow-severing grass? Flow-severing grass is the finest material for a wood cultivator to forge a manifestation, and it was exactly what Wei Songming had come for. Duan Mohai shook his head. No. In truth, the herb had grown beside the pool in the ravine, but everyone's attention had been on the python, and Sui E had slipped it into his spatial ring before anyone noticed. Wei Songming said no more and strode ahead. As he passed Sui E, he suddenly halted, frowning. You. Stop. Sui E turned and looked at him calmly. Narrowing his eyes, Wei Songming spoke in a tone that brooked no refusal. You're carrying a wood element spirit material. Hand it over for inspection. Am not. Sui E replied evenly, though inwardly he stayed on guard. He had already guessed that the man had sensed the lingering aura of the flow-severing grass. A spatial ring should have masked its energy completely, but the brief exposure while he harvested the plant had left a faint trace of wood essence on him, subtle, yet enough for Wei Songming, a wood cultivator, to detect. Whether you are or not isn't for you to decide. Wei Songming snorted, convinced Sui E was lying. Sui E's brow creased. What do you want? Simple. If you know what's good for you, let me search you. Wei Kangming's voice was calm, but it carried an undeniable authority. A choice, it seemed, was never Sui E's to make. Duan Mohai and the others grew tense. Against a soul-gathering expert like Wei Songming, could Sui E really resist a forced search? Search me? Sui E's eyes narrowed, a blaze of anger rising within him. Even if the flow-severing grass was on him, what gave this man the right to touch a single thread of his belongings? Did being a soul-gathering cultivator mean he could push Sui E around at will? Senior, don't you think you're going a bit too far? Pei Lin swallowed his anger. He took a step forward, voice calm, yet unwavering. Even if Sui E did carry wood-type materials which he doesn't, it is not your place to search him. What you're proposing is not only disrespectful, it is a blatant humiliation. Duan Mohai quickly echoed him, cupping his fists. Lord Wei, I can vouch that Sui E has no spirit materials on him. And who do you think you are? Wei Songming looked up and snorted in contempt. Arrogance was second nature to a Jupojing cultivator, and he had already decided Sui E was hiding wood-type treasure. If he didn't conduct the search, where would his pride go? Color drained from Duan Mohai's and Pei Lin's faces. Rage churned in their chests, yet they dared not force a confrontation. Sui E gently brushed aside Pei Lin's arm and sneered. And if I refuse? His gaze locked with Wei Kangming's, utterly fearless. Wei Songming was only first-layer Jupojing and specialized in wood-based healing and binding. His offensive power was far below that of Li Jinfeng, whom Sui E had once lost to. Since then, Sui E had extracted 2 new abilities and felt confident he could match Wei Songming blow for blow. Quit acting tough and behave yourself. The followers behind Wei Songming shouted, their smiles vicious. They were outside the city, far from the reach of the law. They could beat Sui E first and ask questions later or simply erase him. Sui E swept his eyes over them as though they were a pack of barking strays, then fixed on Wei Songming again. Don't think being Jupojing makes you special. To me, you're nothing. Take my advice and drop the body search. Or don't blame me when there's no one left to bandage your wounds. You look down on me. Wei Songming froze for half a heartbeat. Then anger flared to his brow. A dignified Jupojing cultivator was honored wherever he went. How dare a young pup humiliate him in public? His killing intent burst forth, fingers curling until the joints popped. Dead man. His followers roared in unison, cracking their knuckles, ready to swarm and grind Sui E beneath their boots at their master's command. Pei Lin, his sister, and Duan Mohai all broke into a cold sweat. They knew Sui E was strong enough to battle a golden-scaled python, but he still hadn't truly stepped into Jupojing. If a fight broke out, how could he withstand Wei Songming? He might lose his life. Duan Mohai shot Sui E an urgent look and whispered, Sui E, apologize to the master of the Wei clan now. Sui E didn't budge. His voice was icy. Apologize? Keep dreaming. If it's a fight you want, they'll see it through to the end. I've had enough. Teach him a lesson. Wei Songming finally snapped, his roar echoing across the open ground. In a blur, everyone at Wei Kangming's side lunged at Sui E as if they meant to tear him apart. Get lost. Sui E erupted in fury, swinging a sweeping kick that ripped through the air with a shrill crack. Crashes and sickening snaps rang out as the attackers were hurled aside, hitting the ground and howling in agony. Duan Mohai and the others had seen Sui E's strength before and managed to stay calm, but Wei Songming froze in shock. His men were all at least 5th level. Body tempering cultivator zone was even 9th level, yet they hadn't lasted a single exchange. Their bones were shattered by one kick. How terrifying was that power, especially from someone so young? After a brief daze, a cold light flashed in Wei Kangming's eyes. He snarled, no wonder you're so arrogant. You do have some skill. But if you think that's enough to act tough in front of me, you're dreaming. Sui E was still short of the spirit-condensing realm, so Wei Songming remained confident he could crush him. A frightening aura surged around him as wood element spiritual energy wrapped around his right fist. Brat, he'll show you what a spirit-condensing cultivator can do. He growled, swinging his fist as a gust of green energy howled forth. Sui E, look out. Pei Linxin cried, her heart in her throat. Duan Mohai and the others sighed, certain Sui E was about to suffer a brutal defeat. Naive. Sui E showed no fear. He activated his tempered golden body and the fierce tiger astral fist. Golden light burst over him, turning him into an armored war god. With a thunderous tiger's roar, he stepped forward and punched, unleashing a force of 5,600 kilos. Boom. The fists collided with a deafening crack, shattering the wood element energy around Wei Kangming's hand in an instant. Snap. Deprived of its protection, his right hand exploded in a spray of blood, and the entire arm shattered into several pieces under the violent impact. Ah! Wei Songming screamed. He was flung more than 10 meters before crashing to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. His head lolled to one side, and he passed out on the spot. Silence fell. Everyone stared blankly, minds reeling. A body-tempering cultivator had traded blows with a spirit-condensing expert and crippled him with a single punch. It was unheard of. Even witnessing it firsthand, they felt as if they were dreaming. Sui froze. He had never imagined that a casual punch could unleash such terrifying power. During his previous spar with Li Junfeng, a single fireball had sent him sprawling, and Li had shown only first-layer soul-condensing strength the same level as Wei Songming. If their realms were identical, why were the two clashes worlds apart? Even with his newly extracted ability, his power shouldn't have risen to such an outrageous level. Was Li Zinfeng's true strength far above Wei Kangming's? Or were fire-aligned cultivators inherently stronger than wood-aligned ones? Questions flooded his mind, and for the moment he could only shelve them. Compared with Li Jinfeng, you're nothing but trash. He cast Wei Songming a distant glance, snorted, then turned back to Duan Mohai and the others. His tone was calm. Sir, we're heading to Yuan City. Until next time. Sure. Duan Mohai was still stunned, and answered only after Sui had turned away, clearly shaken by what he had just witnessed. Brother Pei, let's go. Sui beckoned to the Pei siblings and took the lead down the path toward Yuan City. Pei Lin and Pei Li snapped out of it and hurried after him. Once they were among the trees, silence lingered until Pei Lin's curiosity finally broke through. Sui, how much force was in that punch just now? In his mind it had to be well over 4,000 kilos, maybe close to 5. His estimate wasn't groundless. 1. Spiritual energy can both attack and defend. A first-layer soul-condensing cultivator can normally block 2,000 kilos of impact, and earth-aligned Qi, famous for defense, can manage even more. 2. Wei Songming was protected by wood-aligned Qi and his own physique, enough to withstand 4,000 kilos. Yet Sui's punch crushed him outright, even shattering his arm. The blow had to be near 5,000. Sui waved it off with a smile. I'm not exactly sure. In truth, his raw strength had already reached an astounding 5,600 kilos, a figure that would leave Pei Lin speechless if he revealed it. You don't even know? Pei Lin and Pei Li exchanged a doubtful look, but seeing Sui didn't want to elaborate, they let it drop. As they walked, Sui suddenly spoke. Brother Pei, in the soul-condensing realm, is the gap between fire and wood cultivators really that big? Pei Lin paused, unsure why Sui asked, but answered earnestly. If we're talking pure offense, wood is indeed weaker than fire at the same level, but nowhere near as dramatic as you're suggesting. Fire just holds a slight edge. Huh. Sui's expression turned odd. Pei Lin wasn't lying. Yet from his own experience the gap between Li Junfeng and Wei Songming had been enormous. A possibility dawned on him, and the corner of his mouth twitched. The only reasonable explanation was that Li Junfeng had secretly used second-layer soul-condensing strength or higher during their spar. Knowing Li Zenfeng's shameless nature, Sui was almost certain had guessed the truth. You sly old fox. I can't believe you're that devious. Sui muttered angrily under his breath. Sui, are you all right? Pei Lin hesitated when he saw how grim Sui looked. I'm fine. Let's keep moving. Sui exhaled, his voice steady. The three quickened their pace, boots thudding dully against the forest floor. Roughly half an hour later, the silhouette of the city wall pierced the mist. We finally made it back to Yuan City, Pei Li murmured, letting out a long breath. The mistwood had been free of large beasts and real battles, yet danger lurked at every turn. Only now did she truly relax. After a brief pause, they headed for the gate. They had barely left the tree line when 7 or 8 men in tight fighting gear burst from the thickets, blades flashing. Who were these people? Sui arched a brow, noting the lack of mercenary crests or family insignia. Whoever they were clearly after the three of them. Firewolf gang, Pei Lin growled under his breath. A pack of bandits. Cities across Xiqian Prefecture had posted notices for their capture. The gang robbed mercenaries and often killed witnesses, yet every purge had failed for 2 reasons. 1. They moved camp constantly, making a clean sweep impossible. 2. Their leader, Xinyao, was a third-layer soul-gathering wind element cultivator. His speed let him escape even when beset by several peers. As long as Xinyao lived, the Firewolf gang kept coming back. So, just bandits, Sui snorted, deciding they had picked the wrong targets. In moments the outlaws fanned out, hemming them in. Hand over anything valuable if you know what's good for you. The scar-faced leader rasped, licking his lips as his gaze roamed over them. At 10th-layer body refining, with capable men at his back, he felt sure of an easy haul. The Pei siblings exchanged a mocking look. Rob Sui? Suicidal. And if I refuse? Sui's voice was cool. Then you might not leave here alive, the thug replied, brow lifting as though amused. The Firewolf gang's reputation was fearsome in these parts. He assumed Sui simply hadn't heard it. Sui scoffed. Trash like you can't threaten me. His eyes hardened. He'll give you one chance. Come back to Yuan City with us and submit to justice. The members of the Firewolf gang froze for a heartbeat before bursting into raucous laughter. Amid the noise, the scar-faced brute fell silent. He studied Sui E up and down as though examining some odd specimen, sarcasm dripping from his voice. Kid, you've got a sense of humor, but you must be brain damaged to threaten the Firewolf gang. They'll make sure you never forget today. Before his words were out, he lunged, his hand darting for Sui E's shoulder like a hawk snatching prey. Idiot. Sui E snorted, caught the wrist, and twisted. Crack. The sharp snap of breaking bone rang out. In full view of the gang, Sui E bent the brute's wrist backward until it broke. The man's hand dangled at a grotesque angle. His face went deathly pale, and his eyes bulged in terror. Agony overwhelmed him, and he let out a blood-curdling scream. The laughter died instantly. The rest of the Firewolf gang went rigid with fear. In their eyes, the scarred brute was a genuine 10th-level body tempering expert. Yet Sui E had crushed him without effort. That meant Sui E's cultivation stood above that level, and dread flooded their chests. Wouldn't it be easier to return to Yulan City and accept judgment? Sui E glanced at the writhing brute, his tone calm but final. He swept his gaze over the others. So, will you come quietly, or keep resisting? The gangsters exchanged panicked looks. Back in the city, the enforcers would hold them accountable for every murder and robbery certain death. But if they refused, the man who had just crippled their strongest fighter could snuff them out like ants. Sui E raised 3 fingers. 3 breaths. Choose, or I choose for you. The seconds crawled by, the air frozen. At last a bald man clenched his teeth and shouted, "Brothers, fight him." He was the gang's oldest member, wanted for killing Yuan City guards. He knew a trip to the city meant execution, better to gamble here. He charged first, blade slashing at Sui E. Shoo! Sui E slipped aside and whipped a kick into the man's thigh. Crack! Bone shattered and burst through flesh. The scream that followed tore through the woods. The grisly scene sent chills down every spine. Cold sweat broke out on foreheads. Weapons clattered to the ground. "We'll go back with you," they shouted in unison. Smart choice. Sui E retracted his foot and pointed at the wailing bald man and the twitching brute. "Carry them." "Yes, sir." Terrified, they split into 2 groups, one to haul the bald man, the other to help the scarred brute. As the pain eased a little, the brute glared venomously at Sui E and growled, "Kid, you'd better let us go. Our leader won't spare you. He's a 3rd-level soul-gathering cultivator Xinyao." He was certain that name would make Sui E hesitate, maybe even scare him into setting them free. "Run your mouth again, and he'll break every bone in your body." Sui E threw the hulking brute a casual glance. The warning was flat, almost indifferent, yet it cut like an icy blade. The thug had hoped to threaten him with Xinyao, but to Sui E the ploy was laughably childish. True, Sui E probably couldn't beat Xinyao Hedon right now. Yet as long as he stayed inside the city, Jian could do nothing to him. And if they met outside the walls, he still had his wings of flight. If he couldn't win, he could always leave. The pressure in Sui E's eyes sent a chill through the thug's body. Moments ago he had been swaggering. Now he didn't dare utter another word. He had tasted Sui E's methods before and knew exactly what a beating from him felt like. Seeing the gang completely cowed, Sui E waved a hand. Into the city. About 10 minutes later they reached the south gate of the outer city, only to be stopped by the Yuan City garrison. The reason was simple. The prisoners were unfamiliar faces and had no travel papers, so by regulation they couldn't enter. Sui E stepped forward and called to a squad leader. "They're members of the Firewolf gang. We just captured them." "The Firewolf gang?" The squad leader raised an eyebrow. Everyone in Shigan Prefecture wanted those villains wiped out, but the gang was brutal and its members strong, evading arrest for years. These 3 had caught so many of them. He was skeptical. "Kid, who exactly are you?" "Students of the 3rd Ancient Martial Academy," Sui E said, motioning to himself, then to the 2 beside him. "These 2 are captains of the Starmoon Mercenary Corps." The squad leader's expression turned disdainful. Rumor had it the strongest fighter in Starmoon was only at the 7th level of body tempering. And Sui E was just a student. How could they handle the Firewolf gang? Paley bristled. "What's that supposed to mean? We bring you Firewolf members, and you don't believe us?" In her eyes, the squad leader was simply looking down on them. She and Pei Lin were 6th and 7th level body tempering warriors, and Sui E could cripple a 1st-level spirit condensing fighter with a single punch. Sui E signaled her to let it go and pulled out his phone to call Shunhao. Handing the prisoners to the enforcement squad was enough. Whether these soldiers believed them or not didn't matter. Just then a well-dressed officer approached, and the soldiers along the way snapped to attention, clearly someone of rank. He recognized Sui E at a glance, his eyes lighting up. "Sui E, what are you doing here?" "Senior brother Zhua," Sui E greeted with a smile. "We caught some Firewolf gang members on our way back to the city." "You caught the Firewolf gang?" Jiaoliang looked over the captives, and when his gaze landed on the hulking brute, his expression sharpened. "Not bad, they really are Firewolf members." The thug was Qi Zhongwei, a high-ranking figure in the gang. Jiaoliang had crossed blades with him during a previous raid, only for Qi to escape. It had been a bitter regret until now. "What?" The squad leader stared in disbelief. Dozens of Firewolf gang members lay trussed up in a tangled heap at his feet, their bright red emblems unmistakable. He had never imagined Sui E's team could capture all these thugs in one sweep. Sui Yifan withdrew his assessing gaze and asked in a low voice, Sui E, handing these men over for trial is the enforcement squad's job. Why didn't you take them there directly? Sui E pointed at the squad leader. We tried to enter the city, but he didn't believe I could have caught real Firewolf gang members. He thought I'd arrested innocent civilians and barred us from the gate. Zhui Yihang's face darkened. Had seen Sui E's strength first, Li Jinfeng had resorted to trickery just to scrape out a win, and compared to him these gangsters were no harder than catching chicks. Fury flashed across his eyes. He turned on the squad leader, voice icy. Do you know who he is? Sui Yi first place in the individual trials 2 days ago in Yulan City. And you question his strength? That's Sui E. The squad leader went pale. Rumors said Sui E had single-handedly slain hundreds of high-grade beasts on Yulan City's outskirts, including a 10th-level tempered body zombie scorpion. People already called him the strongest below the soul-gathering realm. Snatching a few firewolf thugs would be child's play, and had dared to doubt him? He bowed at once. Student Sui E, I failed to recognize a great man. Please forgive my rudeness. Forget it, Sui said, waving it away. He turned to Zhui Yifan. Senior brother Zhua, keep these firewolf men under guard and contact the enforcement squad, would you? I have other business and need to leave first. No problem, Zhui Yifan agreed readily. Just before he left, Sui E spoke in a low voice. If the enforcement squad asks, say the Star Moon mercenary group made the arrest. The Firewolf case is huge. The city lord's office will issue a reward. I've been in the spotlight enough. Let Pei Lin and Pei Yu take the credit. Pei Lin and Pei Yu exchanged a stunned look. Sui E had done all the work, yet he was giving them the glory? Zhui Yihang caught Sui E's meaning and nodded slightly. Understood. After a few parting words, Sui E left the gate with the Pei siblings at his side. On the road, he asked casually, Brother Pei, how much would that golden-scaled python fetch in Blue Star coins? He had killed the beast alone, but the siblings had accompanied him, so he felt they deserved a share. Pei Lin answered with a touch of regret. A fortune. If we sold it whole, around 30 million Blue Star coins. If it hadn't slipped away, would be counting money right now. 30 million? Sui E blinked. That sum would make even the 4 great families of Source City wince. Selling it would put his net worth on par with theirs overnight. Pei Lin chuckled. And that's conservative. If you parted out the hide for armor, the flesh for vital blood pills, the bones for weapons, the price climbs even higher. Armor from the hide, Sui E murmured, thoughts racing. The python scales had shrugged off a full-force strike from the obsidian meteor sword. Forged into armor, they would boost his defense by a tier and might even save his life at a critical moment. Sui E had the Molten Gold Body, so he didn't need the hide himself, but the people around him did. Had planned to sell the entire golden-scaled Mang, yet on second thought he couldn't bear to part with its tough, gleaming scales. Brother Pei, does anyone in Yuan City know how to turn Mang hide into armor? He asked during a lull in their journey. Shingongyue I can, Pei Lin replied without hesitation. He's first stage condensed soul realm, and a master smith Mangite armor is child's play for him. Pei Lin narrowed his eyes. Why? Still thinking about that serpent? Just curious. Sui E smiled calmly. He meant to give the finished cuirass to Pei Lin and his sister, but saw no need to mention it now. Whatever you say. Pei Lin let it drop. The three walked on together until they split at a crossroads. A night breeze tinged with the coppery scent of blood swept past as Sui E stepped into his small courtyard. He pulled out his phone. Warm Family Group was still blinking 999 unread messages. Chatterboxes, he muttered, skipping the group chat and scrolling straight to Li Zinfeng's number. Back already, Sui E. Li Zinfeng's laughter rang out the moment the call connected. Just got in, Sui said, then frowned. Headmaster, how did you know ID left the city? He hadn't told a soul. Was Yuan City bugged? Li Zinfeng chuckled smugly. What do you need? Sui cleared his throat. Are you free tomorrow? What for? ID like a spar. After the fight with Wade Songming, Sui was sure the headmaster's claim of using only first stage power last time had been pure bluff. He needed to reclaim his pride and test his limits. A spar? Li Jinfeng paused, then sneered. Didn't the last beating teach you? Want another thrashing? Shameless brat. Sui clicked his tongue inwardly. The old man's skin was thicker than the city wall, yet he spoke so righteously. Keeping his tone mild, he said, I made a little progress out there and want to see how far it goes. Again? Li Jinfeng was startled, though it made sense given Sui's hidden talent. Just a little. Li Jinfeng snorted. Sure, a little. 2 days ago in Yulan City had said the same and nearly killed someone with first stage power. By now even a third stage expert might struggle to contain him. It's really just a small step, Sui insisted. So yes or no? No, absolutely not. Li Zinfeng's face darkened. Sui clearly wanted payback, and he wasn't about to oblige. I'm busy, he said flatly. If he fought all out he could crush the boy, but they'd agreed he'd hold back to first stage. One trick was enough. Twice was asking for trouble and humiliation. No problem. Just let me know when you're free, I'll drop everything and come over. Sui said with a smile. On the other end, Li Jinfeng went quiet, his brow furrowing. The harder Sui pressed, the more uneasy he felt, and his guilty conscience was starting to show. I've got a pile of academy business to handle. Where would I find time to spar with you? He finally snapped. If you're itching for a fight, try Shanghai or Fengjianan. They've got time to waste. Sui kept smiling, refusing to back down. Li's evasiveness only confirmed his hunch the headmaster was nervous. Seeing Li still trying to dodge, he went straight for the jugular. Headmaster, you're not scared, are you? Give me a break. Li growled, anger flaring. A fourth-level soul-condensing cultivator like me, afraid of you? I could flatten you with one hand. A loud thud came through the phone as he slapped his desk. Sui's grin widened. Just joking, no need to blow up. With Li on the verge of exploding, he felt satisfied and let up. Anything else? If not, I'm hanging up. Li's breathing was heavy. Talk. Actually, headmaster, I do need a favor. Sui slowed his pace. What is it? Li's tone softened a notch. Do you know Shingonghua? I'd like him to forge a leather cuirass for me. Sui got right to the point. Shingonghua was a top-tier artificer at the soul-condensing realm, normally impossible to hire. If the headmaster stepped in, things would go smoothly. I know him well enough, Li replied, then added. But if it's just ordinary leather armor, any smith could do. Hiring Shingonghua will cost a fortune in Blue Star credits and you'll owe him a favor. Not worth it. I doubt an ordinary smith could handle the material I have in mind, Sui said. What material is that? Li asked, suspicion creeping into his voice. Gold-scaled python hide, Sui answered calmly. What? Li nearly dropped his phone. You didn't kill the gold-scaled python from the Misty Forest, did you? I did, Sui said evenly. Li clicked his tongue. He had half expected Sui to try, but he never believed the kid would succeed. The beast's defenses were legendary, tough even for a second-level soul-condensing cultivator. Yet Sui not only killed it, he brought back the hide. His rapid rise was downright eerie. This kid is insane, Li thought, chills running down his spine. Good thing he hadn't agreed to spar. Even at third-level strength, he might have lost. Getting beaten by a student would have been humiliating. So, headmaster, can you help me? Sui asked again. No problem. Leave it to me. Li agreed readily, then added, actually, I could use a new piece of armor myself. Sui blinked. A fourth-level cultivator needed leather armor? And Head said I could use one too, like it was decided, without even asking Sui's permission. Sui grumbled inwardly, but kept quiet. When will you bring the python hide? Li pressed. Tomorrow, Sui replied. Come early. He'll be waiting. Li chuckled, then hung up. Sui shook his head, and just as he was about to open the warrior's forum, Chaotianhou called. The screen kept flashing, and Sui slid to answer. Old Chao, what's up? Sui, do you have time tomorrow? Chaotianhou asked, sounding a little hesitant. What's wrong? Do you need something? Sui replied. He checked his schedule. Apart from visiting Li Jinfeng, he had no other plans. If it's convenient, could you do me a favor? Chaotianhou sounded somewhat embarrassed. Sure, what is it? Sui agreed readily. An old friend rarely asked for help. I've got a distant relative in trouble, Chaotianhou said after taking a deep breath. They borrowed 10,000 Blue Star coins, and now they can't pay it back. The lender is threatening to take their house. Sui frowned slightly. Paying one's debts was fair, yet Chaotianhou's tone hinted at something wrong. How much do they need? He asked. Sui, it's not about the money, Chaotianhou replied, his words coming faster now, laced with suppressed anger. In less than 2 months, that 10,000 ballooned into 200,000 Blue Star coins. It's blatant extortion, pure loan sharking. I see. Sui understood. Turning 10,000 into 20 times that was outrageous. Usury was strictly banned in Yulan City, so stepping in on their behalf made perfect sense. Come see me tomorrow, and I'll settle it, Sui promised. Chaotianhou's muffled, yet unmistakable relief came through the line. Sui, thank you. All right, talk later. Sui ended the call and reopened the Yulan City Warriors Forum. The most eye-catching post on the homepage read, Soul-condensing beast spotted in the Misty Forest. Patriarch of the Wei family from Fengyi City badly injured. Mercenary groups advised to stay away. Sui chuckled after reading it. Wei Songming had been injured by him, yet had pinned the blame on a beast. Apparently getting beaten by a young warrior was too humiliating. He scrolled on and found another headline. Starmoon Mercenary Group captures 7 members of the Fire Wolf Gang today. The City Lord's office offers a hefty reward. Sui nodded. He had credited the feat to the Pei siblings in the first place, so they could receive exactly this kind of reward. The third post caught his eye. Ethereal stone to appear at Fengyi City auction. All eyes on the event. An ethereal stone also held spatial energy, and was even slightly more valuable than a black obsidian meteorite. If he wanted his obsidian meteor sword to move beyond its half-finished state, he would need materials of the same kind. One stone was nowhere near enough, but it was a start. Besides, he was already planning to visit the Zhou family in Fengyi City, so the auction would be right on the way. With that in mind, he opened the post to read the details. The next morning, after breakfast, Sui zipped up his jacket and got ready to head out. Brother, where are you going again? Su Lin demanded from beside the table, clearly unhappy. Lately Sui had been out every day, turning their home into little more than a hotel, and she felt it was time to say something. It's not like I had much choice, the principal asked for me. Sui E shrugged with a light laugh. Whatever happens, just pin it on Li Jinfeng, he added casually. Why does the principal keep calling you every single day? Su Lin pouted, then turned and went back to her room. Sui E shook his head, smiling at his sister's growing habit of meddling, and stepped outside. Downstairs, Chaotianhou had been waiting for quite a while. Come on, Lao Chao, Sui E said, raising a hand in greeting. They left the residential complex side by side and headed straight for outer North City, where Chao Qinglang's distant relative lived. On the way, Sui E asked for the full story. The moneylenders were the Bluestone Gang, a powerful outfit in outer North City. Their leader, Wu Yingxiong, was a fifth-stage body-tempering fighter. For years the gang had ruled the district, charging usurious interest and collecting protection fees. Under Yulan City's laws, a gang like that shouldn't run free, Sui thought. Someone important had to be protecting them. Whoever it was, now that they had crossed his path, he intended to uproot them and give Yulan City clear skies again. About an hour later they reached outer North City and stopped in front of a squat house. Angry voices spilled from the yard. Sui E, the Bluestone guys must be here, let's go in. Chao Qinglang urged, clearly anxious. Let's go. Sui E strode through the gate without hesitation. Inside, a dozen burly men stood in a half circle, faces hard and hostile. In the middle, a stooped old man shielded a girl of about 7 or 8, who clung to his coat in terror. What do you think you're doing? Chao Qinglang shouted, stepping in front of the old man and child. Where did this whelp crawl out from? If you want to stay alive, get lost. Snorted a one-eyed brute Wu Yingxiong himself. Seeing Chao Qinglang's school uniform, he dismissed him outright. They're my relatives, so of course I have a say. Chao Qinglang shot back, chin up. As long as Sui was here, he had nothing to fear. If even Han Qianshan, head of the mighty Han clan of Bright Moon City, trembled before Sui, what was a petty Bluestone gang? If they're your family, then you pay their debt, Wu Yingxiong said, as casually as discussing the weather. My uncle already gave you 15,000 blue star coins, how much more do you want? Chao Qinglang demanded. Brat, do you think the Bluestone gang is made of beggars? Yelled a crew-cut young man beside Wu Yingxiong. With interest, it's 200,000 blue star coins, not a coin less. That's daylight robbery. Chao Qinglang's chest heaved. So what if it is? The young man sneered. In outer North City, the Bluestone gang is the law. Who dare stand against us? Chao Qinglang's face flushed red, but the stooped old man behind him held him back. Trembling, the old man said to Wu Yingxiong, Chief Wu, we just don't have that kind of money. If it comes to it, take the house instead. How much could this dump be worth? Trying to palm us off with pocket change? The buzz-cut youth snorted, his gaze sweeping over the flaking courtyard wall, as if even the wind chime under the eaves were laughable. Then what do you want? The hunched old man leaned on his cane, his face a sickly mix of blue and white. The ramshackle house was all he had left. If it couldn't cover the debt, would they force them to death? Wu Yingxiong gave a chilly smile, his voice like a nail scraping wood. No cash. Pay with people. What do you mean? The elder jerked his head up, his complexion turning ghost pale. Quit playing dumb, old man. The buzz-cut youth bared his teeth. Our boss wants your granddaughter to settle the score. Grandpa, I'm scared. The little girl, Song Lan, clung to the old man's leg, her sobs echoing through the empty courtyard. Don't cry, Song Lan. As long as I'm here, no one will take you. Chao Qinglang crouched in front of her, shielding the child. You? The buzz-cut youth spat, rolled up his sleeves, and stepped forward. A good beating will remind you who you are. He had only lifted his fist when a hand cut across his path. Sui stepped forward, eyes as cold as steel. Do you know the price of bullying the weak in Yuanqing? Moments earlier had been hiding beneath the eaves, secretly recording everything. The red light on his smart wristband still flashed. Evidence in hand, he could turn it over to the patroller, settle it himself. The Qingshi gang members hesitated. When they saw it was just a student in uniform, their anger flared. Kids these days think they run the world. Time for a reality check, someone muttered. The buzz-cut youth jabbed a finger almost against Sui's nose. Looking for a beating too, brat? I'm here to wipe out vermin like you. Sui's voice dropped. He drove a fist forward. The punch streaked out like lightning splitting the sky. Bang! Blood burst from the youth's mouth, his jaw collapsing as he rocketed backward like a cannonball. Crash after crash, he bowled over several comrades. Wails filled the courtyard. Wu Yingxiong and the others stared in shock. That buzz-cut youth was a third-layer body-tempering cultivator, yet one punch shattered his bones and sent him flying. The student had to be at least fifth layer. Veins bulged on Wu Yingxiong's forehead as he recovered. Kid, you dared hit someone from the Qingshi gang? Your finished, no god can save you now. He knew Sui was strong, but he himself was fifth-layer body-tempering, backed by two powerful factions. Crushing a mere student should have been easy. Sui merely raised an eyebrow, voice flat. I've already hit you. What can you do about it? He looked at Wu Yingxiong as though at an ant. A fifth-layer body-tempering fighter wasn't worth his notice. Alarmed by Sui's arrogance, the old man nudged Chao Qinglang and whispered, talk some sense into your friend before he gets hurt. Sui get hurt. Chaotianhou chuckled and gave the elder a reassuring look. Uncle, relax. My classmate is insanely strong. To him, the Qingshi gang isn't even worth a fart. The hunched old man froze. He wondered if Chaotianhou was being overly confident. The Qingshi gang had deep roots in the northern outer city, and rumor had it they were backed by an even greater power. Sui E was only a student. If he fought them heathen, he might not even make it out alive. Kid, today I'll teach you how to talk and how to behave. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Wu Yingxiong stepped forward. The muscles in his arm bulged as the wind from his fist howled towards Sui. As the gang leader, he couldn't allow a mere student to provoke him in front of his subordinates and get away with it. So full of yourself. Sui E snorted, thrust out his right arm, and, fingers like steel clamps, effortlessly caught the oncoming fist. Wu Yingxiong's expression shifted dramatically. He had unleashed his full strength, yet in Sui E's grasp he was as powerless as an ant pushing a tree. Worse still, Sui E's face remained calm, as though he hadn't even tried. If this wasn't his full power, just how strong was he? Cold sweat trickled down Wu Yingxiong's back. The surrounding gang members were equally alarmed. To restrain Wu Yingxiong so casually, the youth had to be at least a 7th-level tempering realm expert, far beyond the 6th level. While everyone was still reeling, Sui E suddenly exerted force. Bang! He lifted Wu Yingxiong with one hand, swung him over his shoulder, and slammed him to the ground. Stone slabs cracked, dust burst into the air, and Wu Yingxiong felt as if every bone in his body had shattered. The pain nearly made him black out. Such brutal strength the hunched old man sucked in a sharp breath, his face full of shock. Every member of the Qingshi gang trembled. Anyone who could crush Wu Yingxiong with one hand was, in their eyes, practically an unbeatable powerhouse. None of them dared resist. Cough, cough. Wu Yingxiong sprawled on the ground, spitting blood, his breath ragged, yet hatred still burned in his eyes. Not convinced. Sui E looked down at him, a trace of contempt curling his lips. Brat, don't get cocky. They'll call my people, and then you won't even have a grave to die in. Wu Yingxiong growled through clenched teeth and dialed 2 numbers in quick succession. Sui E didn't stop him. Hands clasped behind his back, he simply waited. The Qingshi gang had dominated the northern outer city for years thanks to their backers. This was the perfect chance to settle scores once and for all. Stay right there if you've got the guts. After hanging up, Wu Yingxiong puffed out his chest again, his tone still arrogant. Relax. I never planned on leaving. Sui E answered blandly, and then turned toward Chaotianhou and the other 2. Thank you for helping, classmate, but you should go. The Qingshi gang has the enforcement squad and the Shi family behind them. You can't fight that. The hunched old man whispered. The Shi family and the enforcement squad. Sui E frowned slightly. The Shi family was one of Yulan City's 4 great clans. Their influence in the northern outer city made sense. But why was the enforcement squad involved? The enforcement squad is supposed to uphold the law and fight crime. So how could it be entangled with a gang as vile as the Qingshi? Sui E was baffled, but he didn't waste time speculating. The truth would surface soon enough. If the squad really was the gang's backer, he would make Feng Zhenan answer for it. Relax, old fellow. Whoever's protecting the Qingshi gang, will tear them out by the roots, Sui E said, eyes gleaming. Can you really do it? The hunched elder asked, voice trembling, half convinced and half doubtful. About 10 minutes later, the gate opened and 7 or 8 men filed into the courtyard. The young man leading them strode in with an air of authority and barked, which idiot dared lay a hand on my people? Wu Yingxiong, still cradling his shattered arm, scrambled to his feet, hurried to the young man's side, and pointed at Sui E. Young master, sure it was him. The young man followed the pointing finger. The instant his gaze locked with Sui E's, his pupils contracted. Sui, he blurted, fear unmistakable in his voice. Shixian, we meet again, Sui E replied with a faint smile. Young master Su Shixian stammered. His lips quivered, terror flooding his eyes, knees nearly buckling. The last time they'd crossed paths in the southern outskirts, Sui E had beaten him senseless. That humiliation alone had festered, but when Shunhao later revealed Sui E's true background, had almost fainted on the spot. Titans like the Han and Wei families of Haoyue City bowed to Sui E. What was the Shi family compared with them? Shunhao even warned that if Shixian provoked Sui E again, he'd be expelled from the family. Since then, Shixian had barely stepped outside, terrified of encountering his nemesis. Fate, however, had a twisted sense of humor, bringing them face-to-face in the northern outskirts. He felt like crying. Seeing Shixian shrink like a quail, Wu Yingxiong and the members of the Qingshi gang were dumbfounded. If a direct heir of the Shi family was this terrified, just who was Sui E? Sui E narrowed his eyes. Though his tone was casual, it carried an undeniable weight. I've heard the Qingshi gang has a powerful patron. My first guess would be the Shi family, am I right? No. The Qingshi gang has nothing to do with us. Shixian shot back. In truth, the gang was a hidden arm of the Shi family, but Shixian knew full well what awaited those who crossed Sui E. When Sui E grew angry, all of Yulan City trembled. He wouldn't admit a single word. Young master Shi? Wu Yingxiong and the others exchanged stunned looks. The gang was the Shi family's business, yet Shi Xian denied it flat out. Was this really the man they knew? The hunched old man's heart pounded. If Shi Xian was this frightened, who on earth was Sui E? He couldn't think of a single young man in Yulan City with that kind of influence. Sui chuckled softly. That's odd. When you barged in, you were shouting, "Who touched my men? If they're not yours, why were you in such a hurry to defend them?" His calm words made cold sweat bead on Shi Xian's forehead. Sensing danger, Shi Xian scrambled to distance himself, but extricating himself wouldn't be so simple. Smack! A crisp slap echoed through the yard as Shi Xian struck his own cheek. He didn't hold back. Half his face swelled instantly. The sudden scene stunned everyone around them. What's going on? Why is Shi Xian slapping himself? Someone in the crowd whispered. A burning pain spread across Shi Xian's cheeks. He hissed through clenched teeth, yet forced a smile and bowed to Sui. Young Master Su, I spoke out of turn earlier, just trying to act tough. Please be magnanimous and don't hold it against me. For a scion of a noble clan, slapping himself in public was a humiliating disgrace. But as long as Sui let the matter drop, face was a small price to pay. The onlookers felt their eyelids twitch. A direct heir of the Shi family was striking himself over a single remark from Sui. The sight felt unreal. Sui arched an eyebrow, cast Shi Xian a faint glance, then turned to Wu Yingxiong with a cold sneer. The backer you found isn't nearly strong enough. Wu Yingxiong's face cycled from green to pale to crimson. He clenched his jaw and stayed silent, yet the resentment in his darting eyes was obvious. Sui snorted, still unconvinced. Fine, he'll wait a bit and see what other support you can summon. Wu Yingxiong's eyes spun. Lowering his voice, he said, Sui, enemies should let bygones be bygones. He'll admit defeat today. Let's end it here before we both lose face. Besides the Shi family, he did have a thicker line of backing, so even knowing Sui was extraordinary, he couldn't believe Sui would truly crush him. Sui smiled lightly. I'm curious to see it. Wu Yingxiong was shielded by someone in the enforcement squad, though Sui hadn't yet confirmed who. To eradicate this cancer, he had to pull it out by the roots. Fine, just you wait. Wu Yingxiong growled. Several thoughts flashed through Shi Xian's mind. He knew exactly who that backer was, but he also understood that even if the man arrived, it wouldn't shake anything. Sui's background was so frightening that even the city lord of Yulan City had to give way. Compared with Sui, that man was nothing. With that in mind, Shi Xian tried to slip away and smiled apologetically. Young Master Su, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Stay and enjoy the show, Sui said flatly, leaving no room for argument. The Qingshi gang had wreaked havoc in the north outer city for years, and the Shi family was hardly innocent. How could Shi Xian be let off so easily? Yes, sir. Though unwilling, Shi Xian dared not disobey, and stood obediently to the side. Sui pulled out his phone and sent Qianghai a brief message. Come quickly. The enforcement squad could handle a beating, but a formal conviction had to come from within their own ranks. The message had barely been sent when a rugged middle-aged man with a powerful aura strode through the courtyard gate, followed by several enforcement squad officers. Captain Peng. Members of the Qingshi gang greeted him respectfully, clearly well acquainted with the newcomer. Shi Xian hesitated for a moment, but did not step forward to greet him. This was Peng Liheng, the enforcement squad's other captain. Besides Qianghai, only he held that rank. His strength was formidable also at the first level of the soul-gathering realm comparable to Qianghai's. Peng Liheng's status was prestigious, yet compared with Sui, it was worlds apart. After weighing the pros and cons, Shi Xian chose to stay silent. Let's see how cocky you are now, punk. Bulging veins stood out on Wu Yingxiong's forehead. After barking at Sui, he reeled behind Peng Liheng, clutching his swollen lip. Brother-in-law, that kid beat me up for no reason just because his cultivation's higher. So that's the connection. Sui suddenly understood. He had wondered how someone like Wu Yingxiong could cozy up to the captain of the enforcement squad. One cry of brother-in-law explained everything. When the little brother makes trouble, the brother-in-law cleans it up. Peng Liheng gave an almost imperceptible nod and narrowed his eyes at the young man before him. Sui wore the 3rd Ancient Martial Academy uniform and looked like an ordinary student. Peng barked, "You dare flout Yulan City's laws and assault someone in public? That's a serious crime. Arrest him." At his command, a line of armored enforcers surged forward, weapons clinking, momentum fierce. "Captain Peng, wait!" cried Shi Xian from the crowd. Peng Liheng waved a hand, halting his men. Impatience tinged his voice. "Shi Xian, what are you meddling in now?" "He's Sui from the 3rd Ancient Martial Academy," Shi Xian blurted, making the warning unmistakable. If the squad really moved in, Sui would never surrender quietly, and Shi Xian would be dragged into the mess as well. "Sui," Peng echoed, his expression freezing. Lately, Sui's name had spread through Yulan City. As captain, Peng heard even more inside information. The boy was touted as the city's future guardian and the Jiang clan's favored son-in-law. Either title made him untouchable. That idiot actually provoked someone like this? Fury flashed through Peng's mind as he glared at Wu Yingxiong. wishing he could swallow the man whole. Brother-in-law, what's wrong? Wu Yingxiong stammered under that scorching stare. Captain Peng, grabbing people without asking questions doesn't look very lawful, does it? Sui E's voice was low but carried unmistakable pressure. Forcing down his temper, Peng plastered on a smile. Sui E, why would I arrest you? I was just joking. He wiped away a cold sweat, knowing that if he had given the order a moment earlier, the consequences would have been disastrous. That joke wasn't funny. Sui E's tone stayed mild. He pointed at Wu Yingxiong. This man is the head of the Qingshi gang. He terrorizes the outer northern district, bullying the weak and committing countless outrages. How do you plan to deal with him, Captain Peng? With one sentence, he tossed the problem back to the enforcement squad. Peng hesitated. Arresting his own brother-in-law made no sense personally or politically, yet ignoring Sui E would invite even bigger trouble. After a brief pause, he leaned close to Sui E and lowered his voice. For my sake, let's let him off this once. He'll make it worth your while. No. Sui E's answer was crisp, leaving no room for compromise. He wanted more than Wu Yingxiong. Peng Liheng himself was on his list, so how could he back down? Peng grunted, his face darkening from livid to black. Confident in his position, he had expected Sui E to show at least a little courtesy. The outright refusal made rage churn in his chest. In that case, he'll take him in for questioning, Peng said coldly. No need to bother, Sui said. I've already informed Captain Shunhao. He'll be here with his men any minute. His voice was calm, his gaze steady, making it clear he had no intention of letting Peng Liheng take anyone away. He knew the bond between Wu Yingxiong and Peng Liheng was anything but ordinary. Even if Wu were taken in today, it would just be for show. He'd be out again in no time. That would leave Wu unpunished and both factions intact. Peng Liheng ground his teeth, shocked that Sui E had moved behind his back. Shunhao was also a squad captain, equal in rank, and the two of them had long been rivals. If Shunhao stepped in, trouble was inevitable. Under Peng's protection, Wu Yingxiong had pulled off countless shady deals, and Peng had profited handsomely. As a captain of the enforcement squad, shielding criminals was a capital offense. Exposure could cripple his cultivation or even cost him his life. His face darkened. Lowering his voice, he asked, Sui E, is there really no room for negotiation here? If Sui E relented, Peng could still maneuver. If not, he wouldn't just sit and wait for doom. Captain Peng, you're an officer of the enforcement division. How can you abuse your authority? Everyone's watching. Aren't you afraid word will spread and disgrace the entire division? Sui E retorted, raising his voice so the crowd could hear every word. Peng Liheng's eyes turned icy. So you're giving me no face at all? Since you say Wu Yingxiong has been bullying the weak, do you have proof? He sneered. Peng knew Wu's crimes inside out, but a conviction needed hard evidence, not empty talk. They're all witnesses. Sui E gestured toward Chaotianhou and the other two, his tone even. I can testify. Chaotianhou stepped forward, voice firm. Peng Liheng scoffed. They're all your people. They don't count. True enough, Sui nodded, then added, relax, I have more evidence. When Captain Chung arrives, he'll present it. He had anticipated this and recorded the entire scene of the Bluestone gang coercing the hunched old man. With such ironclad proof, what was there to deny? More evidence? Suspicion flickered across Peng Liheng's face. At that moment, the courtyard gates swung open. A squad of enforcement officers filed in, led by Shunhao. He spotted Peng Liheng and paused for a heartbeat before striding to Sui E's side. Sui, what's going on? Sui E offered a slight smile and recounted every detail, including how Peng Liheng had tried to plead for Wu Yingxiong. Shunhai's eyes lit up. He and Peng had been rivals for years. This was a rare chance to strike back. Without hesitation, he barked, arrest them all. The officers obeyed at once, moving straight toward the Bluestone gang. Brother-in-law, save me. Wu Yingxiong, face ashen, cried out desperately. Peng Liheng's heart clenched. Gritting his teeth, he called, Shunhao, do you have any evidence to justify these arrests? He might wish Wu dead, but their fates were tied. If Wu was taken away, the squad's torture would ring out every confession, and Peng would be doomed as well. Whatever happened, he had to stop Shunhao from making the arrests. Of course I have proof. Sui E sneered, pulled out his phone, and hit play. On the screen, members of the Qingshi gang surrounded the hunched old man, threatening and cajoling him, and finally suggesting that Song Lan be handed over to pay the debt. In mere seconds, the room's atmosphere detonated, and the rage of Shunhao and the other enforcement officers flared. Peng Liheng, anything left to say? Shunhai's gaze was razor-sharp as he stepped forward. Confronted with such ironclad evidence, Peng Liheng ground his teeth, his face black as ink. He knew the verdict was set. All he could do was wait for Shunhao to leave and then find a chance to slip out of Yuanqing. Shunhao snorted, waved his hand, and barked, take them. Several officers pounced, cuffing the Qingshi gang members one by one. Wu Yingxiong was hauled over and still refused to give in, shrieking, brother-in-law, save me. Shunhao couldn't be bothered. He slapped him unconscious on the spot. Quiet. With Wu Yingxiong dealt with, Shunhao faced Peng Liheng, his tone edged with warning. Peng Liheng, you're coming with us.
Your close ties to Wu Yingxiong and your sheltering of the Qingshi gang stink of dirty business. To prevent you from escaping, you're heading straight to headquarters. You dare arrest me? Peng Liheng roared, his voice shaking. I'm a squad captain to what gives you the right. Your badge is genuine, Shunhao replied, but your entanglement with the Qingshi gang makes you a suspect. I've already called the chief. Feng Zhenan is on his way. Feng Zhenan. Peng Liheng's expression changed drastically. 5th rank of the Jupa realm, 3rd strongest in Yuanshan he arrived. There'd be no escape. No way out for me. Then you can die. Before the words finished echoing, he swung a fist at Shunhao. A surge of spiritual power tore through the air. No one expected a fellow captain to strike his own men. Shunhao crossed his arms just in time, a thin membrane of water aura forming to intercept the blow. Boom. The impact thundered, driving him back more than 10 paces. Luckily, Peng Liheng's earth element cultivation favored defense. Had it been pure offense, that punch might have been fatal. Regaining his stance, Shunhao shouted, Peng Liheng, you've lost your mind. Yet Peng Liheng didn't press the attack. Instead, his face twisted with malice, and he suddenly spun, lunging straight at Sui E. Sui E, look out. Shunhai's heart tightened. Though Sui E had surpassed the 10th layer of the Tsuade realm, he had yet to enter the Jupa realm. There was no way he could block Peng Liheng. If anything happened to him, the consequences would be unimaginable. Get over here, punk. Peng Liheng grinned viciously, his fingers spreading like steel pincers as earth elemental chi surged along his arm, forming a massive sandstone hand that shot for Sui E's throat. He had already decided to hold Sui E hostage. Killing him would do no good. Yulan City was full of powerhouses, so escape was impossible. But with Sui E as a human shield, no one would dare act rashly, and Peng could walk away unscathed. The plan was flawless except for one fatal oversight: Sui E's true strength. You think a loser like you can grab me? Sui E sneered. Rather than retreat, he stepped forward and launched a punch like a cannon blast straight ahead. Crazy. The spectators cried out together. In their eyes, Sui E had yet to enter the Jupuo realm, yet he dared to meet a Jupuo cultivator Hedon. It was like flinging an egg at a boulder. Sui E, stop. Shunhai's face went white. Sui E Chao Qingling's eyes reddened with panic and remorse. Had he known things would escalate, he would never have asked Sui E for help. Now his friend was in grave danger. Just as everyone was sure Sui E was finished, a thunderous crack exploded like a tiger's roar. All eyes snapped to the scene. Golden light rippled around Sui E, making him look like a war god in armor. His fist, brimming with unstoppable force, smashed into Peng Liheng's giant hand. Boom. A shockwave ripped outward. The earth elemental chi on Peng's palm shattered into dust. Sui E had dispersed a Jupuo realm cultivator's chi with one punch. No one had time to marvel before an even more horrifying sight followed. With the chi obliterated, Sui E's fist kept going, power undiminished, and blasted directly into Peng's hand. Crack. The air split with the sound of bones snapping. Peng Liheng's entire hand exploded. Blood and bone fragments flew, and his arm twisted and fractured. A scarlet mist billowed as he let out a scream, so shrill, it was like metal scraping glass. So noisy. Sui E swung a sweeping kick that caught Peng square in the face. Bang! Peng flew back like a severed kite, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. The world fell eerily silent. Everyone stood frozen, wondering if they'd imagined it. In a frontal clash, Sui E had crushed a first-tier Jupuo realm fighter as easily as breaking a twig. The gap in cultivation meant nothing. Since when was earth elemental chi so fragile? What kind of monster was Sui E? While the crowd was still stunned, a crisp cell phone ringtone pierced the hush. Sui E looked down. His own phone was ringing. He answered quickly. Sui E, kid, are you standing me up? Li Zhenfeng's half-playful, half-annoyed voice came through the earpiece. Sui E suddenly recalled his promise to the principal last night to deliver the golden-scaled python today. Principal, I wouldn't dare. I'm on the way, be there soon. He gave a casual reply, hung up, waved to Chaotianhou and Shunhao, exchanged a few quick words, and jogged off. Sui E had just sprinted out of the courtyard when Feng Zhenan came walking toward him. Sui E, where are you rushing off to? Feng Zhenan frowned and raised a hand to stop him. Captain Feng, the headmaster needs me. He'll be back later. Sui E shouted, dashing past the alley entrance without looking back. Feng Zhenan shook his head and stepped inside. After only a few steps, he spotted Peng Liheng sprawled on the ground, unconscious, one arm a mangled mess as blood seeped between the flagstones. Feng Zhenan froze, then turned to Shunhao, who was leaning against the wall, struggling for breath. You did this? Shunhao was the only one present with spirit-gathering strength, so logically he was the only person who could have taken Peng Liheng down. Shunhao lifted his sweat-soaked face and stammered, Captain, it was Sui E. Sui E. Feng Zhenan's eyes widened. Sui E hadn't even broken through to spirit-gathering. How could he possibly defeat Peng Liheng? He wondered if he'd heard wrong. Shunhao swallowed hard and nodded. It was really Sui E. He flattened him into the fight with a single punch and a single kick. A punch and a kick? Flattened him. Feng Zhenan stood there, speechless.
Elsewhere, Sui E jogged for 20 minutes before reaching the main gate of the 3rd Ancient Martial Academy. Li Jinfeng waited beneath the archway, hands clasped behind his back. Headmaster, I'm here, Sui said, hurrying over. Li Jinfeng gave him a once-over and said calmly, come with me. Where are we going, Headmaster? To Shun Ganji's place, Li Jinfeng answered, already striding out the gate. Sui quickly followed. They walked side by side out of the inner city and onto the road leading to the southern outer district. Headmaster, does Master Shun really live outside the city? Sui asked. Shun Gangyue was a renowned forging master. Surely he should live somewhere bustling. Li Jinfeng chuckled. Shun Gangyue dislikes noise. 2 years ago he got fed up with the crowds and moved to the outer district for some peace and quiet. Sui nodded. Reclusive experts did as they pleased, nothing strange about that. After a while Sui spoke up again. Headmaster, aren't you going to ask where the golden-scaled python is? You rascal, you're carrying a spatial artifact. Think I don't know? Li Jinfeng replied with a knowing smile. Yesterday, when Sui entered the city empty-handed, Li Jinfeng had instantly deduced that he must own such a treasure. Spatial artifacts were rare, but as the Jiang clan's favored son-in-law, it wasn't shocking that Sui had one. Sui had thought about explaining, but now saw no need. A dozen minutes later they stopped before a plain gray-tiled house. This is Shun Ganji's residence, Li Jinfeng said softly, then knocked. The door creaked open, and an elderly man with a face full of wrinkles peeked out. Spotting Li Jinfeng, he laughed heartily. Headmaster Li, I've been waiting for you. Brother Shun, something came up and delayed us. Me apologies, Li Jinfeng said with a cupped fist salute, then gestured beside him. This is my student, Sui E. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.